to see if school beauty's spit tastes like cola. I kissed the right in front of all her followers. But she wasn't mad, just pushed me to the wall, and touched my neck gently with her lips so small. When I felt 4 sharp teeth, it was strange, realized she wasn't human but a vampire deranged. But I didn't feel scared, in fact I was prepared. Held her close and whispered, "Oh, blood's great but beware, 'cause I got a system, when bitten I get stronger." School beauty Lin Xian's bites make me last longer, unlimited chances to level up all my features. A person's blood's only 4 to 5 liters, not enough to reach my features. Sensing my thoughts, the system told me don't worry. Gave me fast blood regen so I wouldn't hurry. This ability's perfect with the system's vision. My heart relaxed. Lin Xian, get ready for a surprise mission. Early the next morning, I arrived at the Xiling Villa as Lin Xian had mentioned. This place is prime real estate. Only the rich and influential can live here. Just as I stopped, a middle-aged man in a suit walked towards me. He led me to a dark room where no sunlight could shine. Soon, a crisp voice came over. I immediately looked over and saw Lin Xian walking towards me in a Gothic-style dress. I greeted her and took the opportunity to observe Lin Xian. From the appearance, she doesn't look like a vampire, at most just a girl with slightly fairer skin. Lin Xian said calmly, "Night butler, take her to take a bath, then let her change into pajamas and come to my room." After speaking, she left with a breeze. I was quite surprised. We hadn't even exchanged a few words yet, and she already went straight to the point. It seemed a bit too fast. But thinking about it, Lin Xian probably had long been coveting my blood, so it was normal for her to be a little anxious. Then I followed the night butler to the bathroom to take a shower. But when I saw the prepared pajamas, I was a bit speechless. It turned out to be the pink one that macho men love. There was no choice. In order to get the system's reward and the favor of the school beauty, I resolutely put on the pink pajamas. I followed the night butler to Lin Xian's room. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian was still bathing at this time. It seemed that she attached great importance to this bloodsucking. It had a sense of ceremony. Bored, I started to look around Lin Xian's room. The overall decoration style was all pink. At this moment, the night butler's eyes suddenly turned blood red. Suddenly, my head felt heavy, and the next second, I fainted on the ground. At this time, Lin Xian had just finished bathing. Blowing her hair, she remembered what I looked like. Height of 1.8 meters, well-built physique, and handsome appearance. It perfectly met Lin Xian's standards for bloodsucking. But what made Lin Xian determined was the strong scent of blood on me. This scent made Lin Xian unable to forget it. Excited, she walked out of the bathroom and looked at me who had been hypnotized. She waved to dismiss the night butler and then touched my face, murmuring, "Proper bloodsucking won't be fatal. Let's forget about everything after tonight." Then she lay down beside me. The fullness in her abdomen made her feel extremely comfortable, a pleasant feeling. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes turned red. Seeing the handsome side of me so close, Lin Xian didn't hesitate and leaned down to start sucking blood. In my half-awake state, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation, and then I lost all sensation. After sucking about 500 milliliters of blood, Lin Xian stopped. Then she reached out her right hand to wipe the wound on my body, and a bloody eerie energy spread out. My wound returned to its original state. After doing all this, Lin Xian lay down on the side. The fullness in her stomach made her feel extremely satisfied, a comfortable feeling. Indeed, fresh blood tasted sweeter and more delicious than blood bags, and it carried a trace of warmth. Lin Xian's mouth curved slightly, satisfied as she licked her lips. Still unconscious, I was suddenly awakened by an electronic sound. The host has been bitten by Lin Xian. All attributes increase by 1, the system detected. And you have obtained a chance to draw a prize. In my half-awake state, I suddenly felt hot all over, and at the same time, my head became clearer. My thoughts were much more clear. The most obvious change was in my muscles, which became stronger. But since I had just woken up, I was still a little confused. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, Lin Xian's beautiful side appeared in front of me, making me somewhat intoxicated. I almost kissed her. After shaking my head, I slowly spoke, "You're done sucking." My voice wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderbolt, instantly making Lin Xian completely alert. She sat up in panic. "How did you wake up?" You should know, a human who has been hypnotized can't wake up no matter what stimulation they receive. Lin Xian looked at me in disbelief. For a moment, she felt a bit confused. I slowly sat up. "When you finished sucking my blood, I woke up." Lin Xian was still at a loss. Meanwhile, she also became more cautious. Seeing this, I laughed and asked why she was so nervous. "It should be me who is nervous, after all, you are a legendary vampire, and I am just a normal college student." Lin Xian, upon hearing this, no longer panicked. A murderous intent rose in her eyes. Since you know my true identity, Sue, I will try to make your death painless, and I will also give your family a large sum of money to completely settle this matter. Feeling Lin Qian's murderous intent, I calmly said, Lin Qian, don't you like my blood? From now on, you can freely drink my blood. You can drink as much as you want, and I won't reveal your identity to anyone. After hearing my words, Lin Qian fell into deep thought. The comfortable feeling of drinking blood surged within her. As a normal adult vampire, she had a strong desire for high-quality blood. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Qian nodded and said, if I don't kill you, you can stay with me, but you must live in my house. Don't go out casually. Stay here until death. Upon hearing Lin Qian's words, I couldn't help but hesitate. Is this considered cohabiting? Or is it the kind of cohabitation until death? At present, I had no reason to refuse. Lin Qian's house was large and well-equipped. It was comfortable to live in. Moreover, I needed Lin Qian to continuously drink my blood in order to trigger mission rewards. After thinking for a moment, I nodded. Your proposal seems feasible, I said. Hearing my agreement, Lin Qian seemed surprised. She said, since you agreed, I have a question for you. Since you will stay with me from now on, I don't need you to go to school anymore. I'll let Yi, the housekeeper, inform the school. This caught me off guard. If I don't go to school, what about my education? I worked hard for 3 years to get into a top university. Lin Qian casually responded, your education is for finding a job, right? I'll just give you some pocket money every month. I suddenly brightened up. How much pocket money? I asked. Okay, then you can stay until you die here, Lin Qian said. Hearing Lin Qian's words, I felt a bit hesitant, but I thought that with just one bloodsucking by Lin Qian, my strength could skyrocket within a year. With strength, it would be easy for me to leave here. After a brief worry, my mood calmed down. That's fine. But tomorrow I have classes, so I still need to go to school, I said. Lin Qian waved her hand and said, it's okay. You don't have to go to class anymore. I'll let housekeeper inform the school. Confused, I asked, if I don't go to school, will I still have a degree? It took me 3 years to get into this top university. Lin Qian casually said, anyway, you will always stay by my side in the future, so you won't need a degree. A degree is only for finding a job. Why don't I give you some pocket money every month instead? Lin Qian suggested. My eyes immediately lit up. How much pocket money? As a test, Lin Qian asked tentatively, is 100,000 enough? You really are a rich woman. She's really generous. I forcefully suppressed my excitement and said, I think you're going to bleed me dry every month. My body will also be affected, and who knows if my mental state will be harmed, I added. So it needs to be more money. Lin Qian frowned and said, 30,000 is the most I can give, not a penny more. I quickly agreed. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room. Lin Qian waved her hand nonchalantly and said, you can go back, but remember to wake up at 4 o'clock tomorrow. Surprised, I asked, didn't you say I don't have to go to school anymore? Why do I have to wake up so early? Lin Qian quickly walked towards me and said, I want you to jog with me in the morning. You should know that I kept you because of your blood. If the quality of your blood decreases, I won't need you anymore. So you need to follow my training plan, exercise well, and maintain the quality of your blood. After hearing this, I was dumbfounded and said, you just drank my blood tonight, and now you want me to jog in the morning? What if I die from exhaustion? Lin Qian smiled and took out a small bottle containing red liquid. She said, drink this, it's a blood tonic. It will accelerate the regeneration of your blood overnight. Drink it later, and you'll be completely recovered by tomorrow morning. I had a horrified expression on my face. Lin Qian was determined to put me through devil training. After tossing the blood potion to me, Lin Qian turned and left. When she was gone, I didn't immediately drink the blood potion since I already had a fast healing ability. Drinking the blood potion wouldn't be very effective. Instead, I decided to save it for later when I needed more energy. The most important thing was to use the lottery reward from the system. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and I eagerly looked at the screen. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the time stop skill, novice. As the system's prompt sounded, I felt intense pain all over my body. Black impurities were expelled from my body. After the intense pain subsided, I felt incredibly light, and my muscles were filled with explosive power. Now, my overall strength was equivalent to 3 adults. Feeling drowsy, I quickly fell asleep. The next morning at 4 o'clock, Lin Qian knocked on my door. Seeing Lin Qian in sportswear, I quickly put on my clothes and followed her for a run. Thanks to the attribute boost from the system, my various attributes have greatly improved, and the scent of my blood has become stronger. This makes Lin Qian even more obsessed with me. She smiled and looked at me, saying, "Rest well during the day, and come with me to do something at night." I looked at Lin Qian in confusion and asked, "What's the matter?" Lin Qian mysteriously smiled and said, "You'll know at night." After she consumed my blood, she developed some inexplicable feelings for me. Even the people who used to bully me felt a sense of disgust from her. So at night, Lin Qian drove me to a bar. "I heard that Wu Ting used to bully you, and even your ex-girlfriend got together with her. Tonight, let me help you vent your anger." At this time, Wu Ting was celebrating her birthday. She was very happy because her father gave her a McLaren, which cost about 14 million. She felt like she was floating in the air. Just then, a graceful figure approached Wu Ting. "I said to you, we have something to discuss outside." In the noisy music, Lin Qian's voice sounded strangely clear. Wu Ting looked up in surprise at the beautiful woman in front of her. She immediately got excited and asked, "Beauty, do you want to have a drink with me? Today is my birthday." Lin Qian's cold voice sounded, "I don't want to repeat it." A sense of anger inexplicably rose in Wu Ting's heart. This woman was so arrogant, but it was precisely because of her arrogance that she had a strong desire to conquer her. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Ting followed Lin Qian and Qin to a secluded alley outside. She looked puzzled and asked, "What's the matter?" Lin Qian snorted coldly and said, "Of course it's a good thing." Then her eyes turned red in an instant, looking very scary. Immediately, a cold air surged from Wu Ting's feet to the back of her head. "Ghost!" Before Wu Ting could speak, Lin Qian lifted her neck with one hand and said, "You have to pay for your previous actions." With these words, she hit Wu Ting's heart heavily. Lin Qian didn't want to drink her blood. What she wanted to do was make her mentally confused. Since she consumed my blood, she had no appetite for any other inferior blood. Compared to my blood, Wu Ting's blood was like a pile of poop. As the red light in Lin Qian's eyes flickered, Wu Ting's eyes gradually became dull. At the next moment, her body began to twitch uncontrollably. Soon, she lost consciousness completely. Her brain was severely damaged, leaving only the intelligence level of a 3 or 4-year-old child. Lin Qian threw Wu Ting aside and said, "You, who used to harm others, are now stupid. It's good that you can't cause trouble anymore." After investigating by the night butler, Wu Ting had threatened many girls before, and even forced them to take some unspeakable photos. Faced with such an evil and notorious second-generation wealthy person, Lin Qian showed no mercy, and I had already seen it from a distance. Lin Qian's strength was more terrifying than I had imagined. At this time, Lin Qian came to my side. After using her mental impact just now, she was quite tired. A desire for blood slowly rose in her heart. "Su Wei, I want to drink blood. When you wake up." I quickly looked around. "Didn't you just drink blood yesterday? And this is the downtown area. It's not suitable to drink blood in public." Lin Qian's eyes flashed with red light, and I quickly said, "Calm down. We need to find a place." Lin Qian snorted and said, "I can't wait. I don't care anymore." She quickly hugged me and used her fangs to approach my neck. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain on my neck. It was the first time I had been bitten while fully conscious. It felt a bit exciting, but at least I could endure it. This time, Lin Qian seemed a little out of control. She pushed me into the car and her strength was a bit strong. She also sucked blood faster. After more than 10 minutes, Lin Qian finally let go of me. At this time, her eyes were no longer flickering with red light and returned to normal. She closed her eyes and lay beside me, feeling extremely happy. After she wiped the remaining blood from the corners of her mouth, she suddenly realized that she might have sucked too much blood. This time, she could feel my aura and frowned. "Su Wei, why is your vitality so strong? It doesn't make sense." I scratched my head and said, "People have different constitutions. Maybe I naturally recover quickly." Lin Qian snorted and said, "It's impossible for it to recover so quickly. After drinking at least a lifetime's worth of blood, you don't even have a trace of aura. Instead, your blood becomes even stronger. Actually, I don't want it to be like this. The enhancement from increasing all attributes by 1 has improved my physical condition. But now, because of the ambiguous posture with Lin Qian, I was ignited with impulse." Lin Qian also felt that something was wrong. She asked, "Su Wei, do you have a gun?" But then she seemed to understand something. Her icy self couldn't help but blush. She sat back in the driver's seat and said in a cold voice, "Su Wei, how dare you not be surprised by me?" I coughed twice and explained, No, that's my respect for you." Lin Qian's brows furrowed, and killing intent began to surge. "What nonsense are you talking about?" I quickly explained, "Men only get impulsive with very beautiful women. My lack of respect for you earlier was actually the greatest form of respect." After hearing my explanation, Lin Qian had a black line on her face but decided not to pursue it anymore. "However," she said, you have to be more restrained in the future. If there's a similar situation again, I'll cut you. I broke out in cold sweat and said, don't. If you do that, my blood quality will definitely decrease significantly. Lin Xian snorted and said, if it really affects the quality of your blood, then forget it. After all, there are other ways to punish you besides that. Then she started the car and prepared to go back home. After returning home, I immediately went to my room and prepared to use the lottery function after being sucked so much blood just now. As a result, congratulations, host, you have obtained the time stop skill at the basic level. I was shocked as I looked at the introduction of the skill. This skill is undoubtedly very powerful, because in a battle, the outcome is often determined in an instant. I don't know how long I can stop time. At the same time, Lin Xian was also puzzled. She found that the blood in her body had become a bit purer, which surprised her. Normally, the bloodline of vampires is fixed, and it's difficult to improve it. She could only think of one reason, perhaps it was because she drank my blood, which made her bloodline even purer. Lin Xian couldn't help but wonder what secret I was hiding. The next morning, the butler brought the phone to Lin Xian and advised her to reduce her outings to avoid being discovered by Western vampires. Lin Xian looked at the hot search on her phone. Without a doubt, it was about her turning Wu Ting into an imbecile. Lin Xian nodded and said, I understand. I will stay at home more recently. What she was most curious about now was my physical condition. In the past 2 days, she had consumed 1.5 liters of my blood, which was equivalent to 1/3 of an adult's blood volume. But I seemed completely fine, like nothing had happened. Lin Xian became more and more annoyed, and in a fit of anger, she said to Su Wei, prepare yourself for today's bloodsucking in the morning. I widened my eyes in surprise and replied, didn't you take it the day before yesterday and yesterday? You still want it today? Are you trying to drain me? Lin Xian squinted her eyes and said, from what I can see, you seem to be fine. I want to test your limits and study your special physique. I have never met a human who, after losing 1.5 liters of blood in just 2 days, can still bounce around as if nothing happened. And I can feel that your vitality is increasing instead of decreasing. Your condition is simply unbelievable to me. Nervously, I explained, don't you remember the bottle of blood elixir you gave me? It helped alleviate the excessive blood loss. Lin Xian snorted and said, don't take me for a fool. No matter how strong that elixir is, it can't possibly achieve this level. Today, I want to see how much blood I need to suck before your mysterious vitality decreases. Lin Xian looked at me seriously, but I was distracted by Lin Xian's attire. She was dressed quite provocatively today, and suddenly my nose felt hot. I was having a nosebleed. Lin Xian frowned slightly at the sight. Although vampires get excited by blood, they wouldn't be aroused by blood flowing from their noses. You still have excess blood to cause a nosebleed? Su Wei, your physique is truly interesting, she said. After breakfast, Lin Xian would officially begin her experiment. Today, she would try to dilute my blood continuously until my vitality visibly decreases. Either she will be drained dry, or she will give up. For me, this is also a great opportunity to become stronger. But I have always had a doubt, does sucking 1 milliliter of blood count as one time? If it does, then I can ask Lin Xian to stop after every milliliter she sucks, and exploit the system bug to gain endless rewards. To test my idea, I asked Lin Xian, who was preparing to suck my blood beside me, can you stop after each milliliter you suck? Just try it once. After that, you can freely feed on me. How about it? Seeing my sincere expression, Lin Xian agreed. As she fed on me, I confirmed my theory, the blood-sucking volume had to reach a certain threshold to trigger the reward. Then I looked at Lin Xian and said, now you can feed to your heart's content. Stop when I tell you to. Hearing my words, Lin Xian felt a bit strange but still followed my instructions. In the next 2 days, she sucked 1.5 liters of my blood, causing an imbalance in her own blood. The butler had always warned her not to dilute her blood excessively, but today she decided to go all out. Over the next 30 minutes, Lin Xian sucked my blood 3 times, taking 500 milliliters each time. Her belly even swelled up. Actually, during the last blood-sucking session, she was already struggling, but she refused to believe that my vitality was still strong. It was clear that she had lost, losing miserably. I looked at Lin Xian, who had a black expression on her face. I couldn't help but smile triumphantly. After 3 blood-suckings, all my attributes increased by 3 points. I also gained 3 chances to draw rewards. I should be able to get some good stuff. Lin Xian looked angrier the more she thought about it. She turned around, took out a dagger from the drawer, and immediately made a cut on my wrist. Seeing her actions, I realized that she was going to drain her own blood. However, I didn't resist, because I was also curious about my miraculous physique. I wanted to see where my limits were. But after an hour, Lin Xian, who was looking at me still full of vitality, was completely stunned. She even started to believe that given enough time, my blood could submerge the entire blue star. After everything was sorted out, Lin Xian and I sat together. I looked at her and asked, "Are you done? Are we not continuing?" With a blank look in her eyes, Lin Xian shook her head and said, "I don't think there's any need to try again. Su Wei, your physique is unprecedentedly powerful." After having a good meal, she fell into a deep sleep. While Lin Xian was asleep, I used all 3 chances to draw rewards, gaining 26 points in all attributes and the ability to transform into a vampire. I instantly felt that my body had become even stronger. I could easily take on 10 opponents, and the ability to transform into a vampire would allow me to better integrate into the vampire society. Satisfied, I nodded. Little did I know that a conspiracy against Lin Xian and the Eastern bloodline was about to unfold. The next day, without Lin Xian calling him to wake up, Su Wei felt a bit uncomfortable. He had been waking up and running at 6 o'clock for 2 consecutive days, and surprisingly, he was starting to adapt. Was it because his attributes had improved rapidly, allowing his adaptability to also make a qualitative leap? He couldn't say for sure, but he felt there should be some connection. What was even more important was that now, after arriving at West Point, he couldn't even muster a bit of sleepiness. It was as if every cell in his body was reminding him to go outside and run. The power of habit is truly strong, Su Wei sighed. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well go out for a few laps. With his strength and speed both surpassing 40, he also wanted to see how much his speed had improved. Just as he walked out the door, Yi Hui suddenly appeared in front of him. His sudden appearance startled Su Wei. "Mr. Yi, how did you appear out of nowhere?" "You scared me," Su Wei said with lingering fear. "What are you going to do? Go for a run." Yi Hui's expression was somewhat strange. He felt that he was becoming more and more unable to understand this kid in front of him. Despite being 100 years old, he seemed to be living like a dog. This kid really doesn't play by the rules. "I'll ask you again about last night's matter. There's still time now, otherwise, once Lin Xian wakes up, you won't be able to leave anymore. Tell me, what is your answer?" After tossing and turning all night, Yi Hui still couldn't accept the tragedy that had occurred. So early in the morning, he came to ask Su Wei again, intending to give him another chance. Su Wei decisively shook his head. "Mr. Yi, even if you ask 100 times, my answer won't change. You stubborn kid, you will regret it." After saying this, Yi Hui turned around and left. It seemed like he was really angry. Su Wei stared at his back and secretly thought to himself. Regardless of what Yi Hui said, he was still a good person. He didn't want to follow in his footsteps, so he tried to persuade him several times. But what he absolutely couldn't have imagined was that Su Wei had something that could stand undefeated: the system. He had taken note of all the help Yi Hui had given him, and if he became powerful in the future, Su Wei would definitely lend him a hand and kill the little Lin sister who had turned him. Once the master of the blood servant died, the blood servant would regain its freedom and embrace a new future. Killing the little Lin sister also meant that Yi Hui would become the master of his own body and regain a new life. It was still early, the sun hadn't risen yet, and Su Wei's figure kept shuttling through the forest path. His speed was very fast. He planned to test his fastest speed. Taking a deep breath, he exerted force with his legs, coordinating his waist and abdomen, and shot out like an arrow, extremely fast. The sound of whistling wind echoed in his ears, and Su Wei felt like he was about to fly. In about 5 seconds, he had actually run over 100 meters. Su Wei thought he would be fast, but he didn't expect to be this fast. The standard for a second-level athlete's 100-meter speed is 11.5 seconds, and his time was half of that standard. It was increasingly difficult to increase speed, and a 5-second 100-meter speed was impossible for humans to achieve. This meant that his strength had already surpassed the realm of humans, at least for now. The peak 100-meter speed for humans was 9.58 seconds, and Su Wei's speed was nearly 5 seconds faster. And within those 5 seconds, there was still a certain amount of acceleration time. If the acceleration time at the start was subtracted, his time would be even shorter. Looking at his hands, Su Wei was filled with shock. But it was within reason for him to achieve this with his attributes being 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. He didn't run for too long today, just tested his speed and ran 2 laps before turning back. Finally, he had a chance to rest. There was no need to push himself so hard. On the way back, he happened to run into Yi Hui, who was going out. "There's food in the fridge, help yourself, I'll be out for a while," Yi Hui instructed, then hurriedly left. Watching Yi Hui's car gradually disappear, Su Wei felt relieved. In the next moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have not been to school for several days. Going to school was not enjoyable, so after some thought, he decided to continue skipping classes. It seemed like there was a class with Zhu Menjing today. Last time he didn't attend, and she was furious. If she couldn't see him again this time, he wondered how she would react. His behavior undoubtedly crossed her red line with such a strict teacher. But what did it matter? Only the weak would follow the rules, while the strong would trample on them. Su Wei shook his head and walked into the villa. He hadn't paid much attention before, but there were actually groups of trees surrounding Lin Xian's villa, providing concealment and security. To discover this place, one would need prior knowledge, otherwise they would be confused by the trees outside. Passing through the hall and entering the kitchen, Su Wei followed Yi Hui's method and began preparing a classic sandwich. Making a sandwich was not difficult, the only thing to note was to toast the bread slices just right, as they could easily burn if not controlled properly. With the food ready, Su Wei enjoyed a hearty meal, feeling every cell in his body jumping with joy. A sense of exhaustion followed. Su Wei yawned. He had planned to go to sleep, but before that, he had to try the skill he won in the lottery yesterday, vampire transformation. Before he met Lin Xian, he thought vampires only existed in legends. He was curious about their powers. Coincidentally, there was no one in the villa at the moment, and Lin Xian was still asleep. Now was the perfect time to test the skill, without her noticing. Walking up 13 steps of black crystal, Su Wei arrived on the second floor. He gently pushed open the door to Lin Xian's room and saw that the figure on the bed was still there, curled up like a baby in its mother's womb. Her tender and fair arms were wrapped around each other, with slightly furrowed eyebrows. This sleeping position showed a lack of security. In the corner, Little Pink noticed the movement at the door, and after seeing it was Su Wei, it relaxed. Lin Xian, she's not as powerful as she appears, Su Wei whispered. Seeing that Lin Xian was still asleep, Su Wei closed the door and returned to his own room downstairs. He was ready to prepare to use the skill. Vampire transformation, Su Wei muttered to himself, attempting to use the skill. In the next moment, he felt a strange sensation coming from deep within his body. But this feeling didn't last long, as a sharp pain quickly spread throughout his body. The pain was bearable, so Su Wei persevered while observing the changes in his body. His mouth felt a slight sting, and when Su Wei touched it, he realized that fangs were growing. Sharp, white fangs were rapidly growing, already touching his lips. He quickly opened his mouth to avoid the fangs piercing his lips. He suddenly felt his heart gradually stop beating. The slower and slower beats made his whole body turn cold, and his blood gradually stopped flowing. To better observe his changes, Su Wei walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the full-length mirror. A slightly thin, but with well-defined muscle lines, young man appeared in the mirror. One thing that Su Wei is very satisfied with is that although his attribute values are constantly improving, the size of his muscles has not multiplied several times like the attribute points, but the density and strength have increased significantly. Honestly, Su Wei is not interested in becoming a muscle-bound guy. Moderate muscles attract the opposite sex, but excessive muscles may only attract the same sex. He has seen some truly obsessed muscle-bound guys, with such huge bodies that even Su Wei feels scared just looking at them. It's not that they lack beauty, but they are just not aesthetically pleasing. Perhaps this is his own aesthetic preference. Maybe in the eyes of some people, such huge muscles are even more attractive. The intense pain didn't last too long. After 5 minutes, the pain receded like a tide. Looking at himself in the mirror, Su Wei noticed that he had become much paler. At the same time, his eyes were flickering with an unpredictable red light. Meanwhile, in his lower abdomen, about 5 centimeters above his navel, a strange energy seemed to be born. He tried to mobilize the energy in his lower abdomen and saw a faint red energy spreading on his fingertips. He recognized this energy. Wasn't it the blood red energy that Lin Xian used to help him heal his wounds every time she sucked his blood? However, this was his first time transforming into a vampire, so he didn't know how to manipulate this energy. Currently, he could only rely on a subconscious feeling to guide the energy from his lower abdomen to his fingertips. Once the energy appeared, he could no longer control it and could only watch it dissipate into thin air. He tried for a long time, but made no progress. Because of his repeated attempts, he could feel the energy in his body decreasing continuously, and at the same time, a wave of exhaustion surged over him. The depletion of the blood-red energy forced Su Wei to temporarily stop. He then used his skill again and transformed back into a human. It must be said that this attempt was quite rewarding for him. Transforming into a vampire indeed allowed him to see a different world. From the perspective of a vampire, the whole world became much clearer, with a hazy blood color. He felt that if he experienced it a few more times, he might fall in love with that feeling. If he could fully utilize the blood-red energy, his strength would undergo a qualitative improvement. However, it would definitely take some time to fully control it. He opened his phone and saw that it was already 8:20 in the morning. Just after transforming into a human, he felt completely drained, so he lay down on the bed. According to Su Wei's speculation, it was probably because he had consumed too much blood-red energy that his stamina was depleted. Sleeping was undoubtedly a good way to replenish energy, so he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Zhang Zilin sent a message. "What are you up to? You haven't come to class for 2 days. Do you really not want your graduation certificate? The other teachers are fine, they didn't take attendance, but let me remind you, the first class today is Zhu Menjing's class. Are you sure you're not coming? If you don't come again, there will be no turning back. Are you doing so well that you've struck it rich? Did your family get demolished?" Su Wei glanced at the messages and then put down his phone. The first class was taught by Zhu Menjing, the strictest math teacher in his major. But even if it was the class of the emperor, it couldn't stop him from sleeping. Although Su Wei wanted to reply to the messages, the overwhelming fatigue in his body made him give up. Before long, he fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, in Linghai Building in Binhai City, Yi Hui was earnestly dealing with various reports. As the butler, his professional abilities were naturally top-notch. He had gone abroad more than 20 years ago and pursued an MBA on the other side of the ocean, earning a master's degree with nearly perfect grades. Combined with his years of experience managing companies, Yi Hui was adept at managing the vast Lin Group. The entire company has been continuously developing under his overall arrangement and has now become a huge company with thousands of employees. He hurriedly came in the morning to handle some business and after a busy half-day, finally got everything arranged properly. "Xiao Zhou, come here, let me tell you about my schedule for the next period of time, convey my intentions to every department," Yi Hui said to a woman at the door wearing a professional pencil skirt and a pristine white work shirt. Zhou Xueming has a hot figure and a beautiful and generous appearance. What's more important is that she is very capable and always completes the tasks arranged by Yi Hui very well, making her his right-hand woman. After giving some instructions, Yi Hui added, "In the next week or even month, I have some matters to attend to and may not come to the company. You will temporarily make all the decisions. If there is something you feel unable to decide, try to contact me. If you can't reach me, then postpone it temporarily. You have been my assistant for so long, you should know what to do." Zhou Xueming nodded and her crisp voice followed, "I understand, Mr. Yi. Well, in that case, I can rest assured." Yi Hui then let Zhou Xueming leave and sat in his seat, sighing. He received a summons from Lin Meng this morning. It seems that there are some troubles in the clan's territory, and they, as blood servants managing the industry outside, also need to be called back to protect the safety of the clan's territory. Lin Xian's father, Lin Xiaohua, also called him, basically meaning that only he should go back. The situation this time is quite dangerous. If Lin Xian also goes back, her strength is too weak to even protect herself, undoubtedly a burden. It's better to let Lin Xian stay outside, which is safer. I wonder if Miss is awake now. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Yi Hui sent a message to Lin Xian. "Miss, I have received a summons from the clan and need to temporarily return to the clan's territory. You don't need to worry. Also, the current situation is a bit tense. You and Su Wei should stay in the villa and avoid going out to prevent being discovered by the Western Blood Clan. This message should be seen by Lin Xian after she wakes up. It's time to go back. The clan's territory is far away. If they set off now, they probably won't arrive until dawn." Yi Hui took a final look at his office, then opened the door and walked out quickly. "I hacked into the traffic surveillance system. Based on the surveillance at the intersection, I found that Yi Hui's vehicle first appeared 500 meters outside Shilin Villa. From this, it can be inferred that the Eastern Blood Clan's lair is most likely in Shilin Villa. On Kasha's computer, there were 16 surveillance screens, showing busy traffic with vehicles passing by constantly. Standing beside Kasha was Kevin, the two of them being the Western Blood Clan members who had jumped from Jinding Building earlier. "I didn't expect your hacking skills to come in handy at this time. Well done, you've really helped us a lot." Kevin looked satisfied and nodded. "When it's dark, we can go to Shilin Villa. There, we will definitely find what we're looking for." Kasha was already looking forward to it. "I just don't know how many Eastern Blood Clan members there will be. It would be great if there were more. This is the East, and it's very difficult to find Blood Clan members here. It's good to have more, but it will also bring great risks. Let's try not to cause too much commotion tonight. Otherwise, if there are many Eastern Blood Clan members, we will become the prey instead," Kasha said rationally. "You're right, being cautious is always the right thing to do. Although we have the help of the Master, this is still the home ground of the Eastern Blood Clan, so we must be careful here." Kevin agreed and nodded. The ancestral land is located in a secluded valley, making it extremely difficult to find without accurate coordinates. Yihui had to transfer between 3 modes of transportation: airplane, ship, and car, before finally contacting the family's guide at the foot of the mountain, who would then take him to the ancestral land. At this moment, Yihui had already boarded the plane. As he reached the final boarding step, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Subconsciously, he turned around and glanced back. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease creeping into his heart. "Sir, please hurry up, there are passengers behind you," the flight attendant's gentle voice snapped Yihui back to reality. He nodded and walked into the cabin. That sense of unease must have been just an illusion. Yes, it must be. Sui woke up from his sleep and slowly opened his eyes. Ah! He quickly sat up in bed and exclaimed to Lin Xian, who was also getting up slowly, "Lin Xian, why did you get so close to my face? You scared me." Sui had just woken up and saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him, almost causing him to fall off the bed in fright. "You seem exhausted, and your vitality has decreased significantly. It seems that the bloodletting I did this morning had an effect. I told you, your blood is not infinite, and your vitality shouldn't be without any fluctuations," Lin Xian said absent-mindedly. Sui knew deep down that the decrease in vitality and physical strength was not caused by the bloodletting, but rather the result of excessive consumption of blood-red energy after he transformed into a blood clan. However, on the surface, he still obediently nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Xian had woken up 2 hours earlier. She had already digested more than half of the blood she had consumed yesterday morning. After digesting that blood, she could clearly feel a significant improvement in her strength. This was something she had never experienced before when drinking blood bags. Her blood purity had also increased to a certain extent. Although the increase was not significant, it was still remarkable. Now, her blood purity could not be compared to the 12th generation blood clan, but among the 13th generation blood clan, she was definitely outstanding. She had a feeling that she only needed to drink Suwei's blood a few more times, and she would be able to break through to the end of the Western Stage blood clan. The changes that Suwei's blood brought to her were simply unbelievable. Even advanced magic potions might not have such effects. There's one thing, my strength has suddenly increased at a much faster rate recently, and my blood purity has also noticeably improved. Suwei, it's all thanks to your blood. Lin Xian stared at Suwei with a complex expression. Suwei was taken aback by her words and secretly thought that his rapid increase in attribute points seemed to have helped improve the quality of his blood, and the improvement in the quality of his blood could also enhance Lin Xian's strength and bloodline. This created a cycle. First, after being bitten by Lin Xian, Suwei's attribute points would increase, and he would also gain some attribute points from the lottery. The increase in attribute points would lead to an improvement in blood quality, and when Lin Xian consumed higher quality blood, her strength would also increase. Lin Xian continued to drink Suwei's blood, and the more she drank, the higher the quality of Suwei's blood, which in turn would further enhance Lin Xian's strength. Continuing like this would ultimately result in both of their strengths increasing together. It was undoubtedly a win-win situation. "It's a good thing that your strength has improved. Congratulations," Suwei nodded and said. "Suwei, your constitution is truly miraculous. If things continue like this, my strength will definitely improve significantly." Lin Xian sat down on the edge of the bed, lost in thought. "Also, there's something I need to tell you. Yihui has returned to the ancestral land, and he's probably going to be away for a while. So recently, you need to stay at home with me and avoid any accidents." Suwei's expression changed. "In the morning, I happened to meet Butler Yi on his way out, and he seemed very rushed at the time." "What happened to the clan?" Lin Xian shook her head. "I don't know either. There must be some outsiders who are hostile. They have probably launched some attacks. This is not the first time. Whenever the clan faces danger, the clan members outside must return to the clan as soon as possible to protect the safety of the clan." "You are also a clan member. Aren't you going back?" Suwei couldn't help but ask. "My strength is still too weak to protect myself. Going back to the clan will only add trouble. It's better to stay outside, it's safer," Lin Xian replied with a sigh. "I hope the clan can successfully overcome this disaster, and I hope my parents and Uncle Yi will return safely. They will definitely be fine," Suwei comforted. The two suddenly didn't know what to say. The empty bedroom fell into silence for a while. Lin Xian lowered her head slightly, and a trace of worry appeared on her delicate profile. "Ding-ling-ling. It's been too long, has it been too long?" A magnetic male voice accompanied by music rang out. It was Suwei's phone ringing. He quickly walked to the bedside and picked up the phone. Who would call him at this time? He unlocked the phone with some confusion and saw the words "mother" on the top of the screen. He glanced at Lin Xian, who seemed to have no intention of leaving. She looked at Suwei as if to say, What are you waiting for? Answer the phone. Sue looked embarrassed, coughed, and explained, I'll take the call. Okay, Lin Qian nodded, her expression unchanged. Seeing that Lin Qian still didn't get up, Sue didn't try to persuade her and let her stay. As a vampire, her senses were sharp. Even if she went out, she could still hear what he was saying. He clicked to answer and saw his mother's face appear on the screen. Xiaowei, Zhang Xuan happily said when she saw her son on the other side of the screen. How have you been lately? It's been a long time since I called you. Are you studying well over there? Don't just waste your time every day. I heard from your Aunt Lee next door that undergraduate degrees are not worth much now. It's hard to find a good job. You'd better consider taking a postgraduate exam. You're already in your second year, you should think about it, you know? Upon hearing his mother's words, Sue responded, I know, don't worry. Don't just promise without doing anything, you know? If you need money, tell mom. At your age, it's okay to have a proper relationship, but it shouldn't interfere with your studies, Zhang Xuan continued to advise. But why is it so dark over there? It's already dark at this time? Zhang Xuan wondered. There was only one desk lamp on in the room, making it a bit dim inside. It was only 6 o'clock now, so it shouldn't be dark in Binjiang at this time. It's just that Sue had pulled the curtains when he was sleeping in the morning, so the sunlight couldn't come in. Sue replied, I've already closed the curtains. It shouldn't be dark yet. Why did you close the curtains? Did you sleep until now? Zhang Xuan asked alertly. Like mother, like son. Sue couldn't help but sigh in his heart. You stay up late at home all the time, and now you're still like this when you go to school. It's not good for your health. Why don't you listen to me? Zhang Xuan said angrily. Sue helplessly said, I didn't, how could I just wake up now? It's almost evening. Sharp-witted Su Mom quickly observed an important clue. Look at your hair, it's all messy. Are you saying you just woke up? Xiaowei, if you keep staying up like this, your dad and I will have to reduce your living expenses. You must have a regular schedule, do you hear me? Sue quickly agreed and felt that his phone was a bit slippery, so he adjusted the position in his hand. As his thumb moved, preparing to swipe the screen, the flip camera button suddenly flashed. Sue was dumbfounded. He never expected that he accidentally touched it while adjusting the position of his phone. He happened to click the flip camera button just right. Now he was using the front camera, and after flipping the camera, the rear camera immediately activated. The rear camera was facing Lin Qian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Sue quickly tried to flip the camera back, but Zhang Xuan saw everything clearly. Xiaowei, why is there a girl hiding in your room? What are you doing? Zhang Xuan quickly said, feeling that she had discovered a big secret. Her son found a partner and they are living together? Mom, there's no girl, you must have seen it wrong, Sue replied casually, feeling anxious inside. Nonsense, I clearly saw it just now. Tell me honestly, are you dating someone and bringing the girl home? Sue was a bit flustered. Just when he didn't know how to explain, a cold female voice suddenly came from behind. Hello, Auntie, I'm Lin Qian, Sue's classmate. Lin Qian suddenly appeared behind him, and Zhang Xuan was stunned when she saw Lin Qian on the screen. Sue had opened the rear camera just now and quickly closed it, so Lin Qian's figure flashed by and Zhang Xuan didn't see it clearly. But at this moment, Lin Qian's face appeared clearly on the screen. What a beautiful girl. That was Zhang Xujuan's first impression. Fair and tender skin, delicate features in just the right proportion. Her son had made progress? He found such a beautiful girlfriend? Sue turned his head and looked at Lin Qian, who was smiling beside him, feeling a bit helpless. His mother must have misunderstood. Hello, Zhang Xuan quickly greeted. Auntie, I'm discussing studying with Sue, don't worry, I will encourage him to study. Lin Qian showed an innocent smile. That's good then. Xiaowei needs someone to encourage him, otherwise he won't study. I feel more at ease with you studying together. By the way, classmate, what's your name? I'm Lin Qian, you can call me Xiaolin. Sue listened and secretly thought, Mom, there's something I don't know if I should say or not. According to age, you can't even call her great-grandmother. One is 180 years old, the other is in her 40s. The 180-year-old calls the 40-year-old aunt. The situation is a bit chaotic. Xiaolin, since you're studying, I won't disturb you anymore. Xiaowei needs your care over there. Okay. Lin Qian showed a polite smile. Zhang Xuan was happy but also a bit worried. Although Lin Qian said she was a classmate on the surface, it didn't seem like a simple classmate when a man and a woman were sharing a bedroom. In this case, even if Lin Qian wasn't her son's girlfriend, they weren't far off. This girl was indeed beautiful, but having a beautiful girlfriend wasn't necessarily a good thing. They say the prettier the girl, the more she plays around. Her son hasn't had much dating experience, and she was afraid he wouldn't be a match for such a beautiful girl. Suma suddenly became worried. But looking at the girl's appearance, she didn't seem like a bad girl. No, she must ask Xiaowei carefully later, see how they met. Also, ask about the girl's basic information to prevent Xiaowei from being deceived in a relationship again. Last time, that senior sister Su Ro, she was two-faced, playing around with multiple guys, and hurt Xiaowei badly. He didn't eat much for a month and lost weight. Boys have to be careful when they go out. Zhang Xuan agreed with a nod, then said, Xiaowei, I'll hang up now. I'll call you later. After the video call ended, Su Wei turned to look at Lin Xian. Miss Lin, do you walk silently? How did you come over so quickly, just like a ghost? Lin Xian shrugged. I only took a few steps. But by the way, your mother looks quite young. Yes, although my mother is in her 40s, she takes good care of herself. Of course, she can't compare to your vampire clan, but compared to others her age, she looks at least 10 years younger, Su Wei proudly said. Appearance is a dominant gene, and the appearance of children is largely influenced by their parents. Su Wei's parents have good looks, so his features are definitely not bad. Actually, sometimes I think being human is not bad. Being a vampire is not necessarily a good thing, Lin Xian said. Why? Su Wei asked in confusion. Are you complaining? Having eternal life, strong power, and never aging, always staying young, isn't that what many humans pursue? Why wouldn't it be a good thing? Experiencing life, aging, and death, trying to do everything you want in a limited time, rushing through life, and then entering reincarnation. It's more fulfilling. But I was born 180 years ago, living in the border between the vampire territory and the city, feeling only emptiness and boredom. In human society, there are many things I can't do. I still need to hide my identity, be cautious, and I can't even get to know new people. Only Xiaofan accompanies me. This kind of life is meaningless, Su Wei said proudly. Lin Xian's expression became complicated. I can tell that you have a good relationship with your parents, but I can only see my parents a few times a year. Maybe it's because there are many things in the vampire territory, I can understand them. In the time without their company, Uncle Yi is often busy with company matters, and I'm alone at home. Sometimes I can just sit there and daydream for hours. I want someone to talk to, but I can't let them know that I'm a vampire, so I can never make real friends. Sometimes I really feel that being a vampire is not something to be proud of, but a chilling curse. Lin Xian's body softened. Just now, when Su Wei and his mother were video calling, many images of her and her parents came to Lin Xian's mind. But those images were all from a long time ago. It's been a long time since she last saw them. Su Wei suddenly remembered the figure curled up on the bed in the morning. In Lin Xian's cold shell, there was a fragile heart. In the next moment, he hugged Lin Xian. Two bodies, one cold and one warm. Su Wei held Lin Xian in his arms, feeling her slight trembling. It's okay, I'll be with you from now on, so you won't be alone. When Lin Xian recalled the feeling of being in Su Wei's embrace just now, she felt like she was going crazy. She was holding a teddy bear in her arms, with Xiaofan on her shoulder, and her expression was somewhat unnatural. It was just a moment of impulse. Was she being taken advantage of by Su Wei? But she didn't seem to dislike his embrace. It was warm and comforting. She couldn't help but admit that she was becoming more and more dependent on him. His blood, his company, his voice. According to the information she found online, it was highly likely that she had fallen for Su Wei. But how could that be possible? She didn't believe it. What's so good about that human? Just being with him makes me happy, but that doesn't mean I like him. It must be like this. Lin Xian's expression returned to its usual coldness. Ding-ling-ling. The phone suddenly rang. Lin Xian answered with doubt. Hello, is this Miss Lin? I am Zhou Xueming, assistant to Mr. Yi. We have met before, do you remember? Zhou Xueming? Lin Xian recalled that she had seen someone like that when she went to the company before. I think I do. What's up? Is there something you need? Well, Mr. Yi asked me 2 days ago to find some information about someone and send it to you once I found it. I've already sent it to your email. You can take a look and let me know if there's anything missing. Zhou Xueming said. 2 days ago, the day she went to Su Wei's rental house, she saw a photo of Su Wei and an unknown girl on the wall. In order to further understand Su Wei, Lin Xian asked Uncle Yi to investigate that girl. She didn't expect to have some leads so quickly. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xian opened her email. Zhou Xueming's email had just arrived, so she immediately clicked on it. Su Ro, from Jiangzhou City, Jiangling Province, a third-year student at Binhai University. Her relationship with the guy in the photo is ex-girlfriend. Based on the information crawled from the school forum and inquiries with some students, it can be basically confirmed that Su-ro was dating several guys at the same time, and Su-wei found out and they officially broke up. High-frequency keywords related to Su-ro on the forum: green tea, beautiful, bus, plaything of the rich, average quality. Many of the information about Su-ro was found on the online forum of Binhai University. Like many universities, Binhai University also has its own online forum where students post various things like gossip, course help, flea market. There is relevant content on the forum. On the internet, everyone wears a mask and no one knows who the other person is, so many people speak freely without any concerns. The most popular section on the forum is the exposing section, where people publicly expose those with bad behavior. Some of it is baseless, but most of it is based on real situations. 21st century college students are not pure and innocent, living in an ivory tower on campus, experiencing a huge gap between their spiritual and material lives, which can give rise to some disgusting things. Su-ro was exposed 2 months ago. Because of her good looks and figure, Su-ro had contact with many male students on campus, and she managed her time well, so none of her boyfriends knew about each other. Su-ro was indeed a sea queen and a master of time management. She could go on 3 dates in one night without batting an eye, telling all sorts of lies to cover her tracks. Su-ro hid it well, but the truth cannot be hidden forever. One of her boyfriends eventually discovered some clues and, after some investigation, gathered evidence of Su-ro's infidelity. This evidence included videos of Su-ro taken during surveillance and some recordings. Faced with this evidence, Su-ro had no chance to defend herself. With a head full of green hair, that boyfriend, full of anger, posted the whole story on the forum, along with detailed evidence, instantly causing an explosion on the forum. After this incident, Su-ro's reputation in school was ruined. So, Su-wei broke up with Su-ro because she cheated on him, Lin Xian said thoughtfully. She continued reading. After further investigation, Su-ro is currently dating Lu Zifeng, a third-year student at Binhai University. Lu Zifeng is the eldest son of the director of Failing Group, so he is financially well off, which is why he became Su-ro's prey. Despite the negative reputation Su-ro has at school due to the forum posts, her beautiful appearance and attractive figure still attract many wealthy young men who want to play with her. Su-ro's only criterion for finding a partner is wealth. She is a textbook example of a gold digger and she is still chatting with several people as before. If it's just for fun, many rich young men are willing to pay a little money to spend time with Su-ro and a few nights. At the same time, these rich young men will introduce Su-ro to friends from other schools, calling it sharing. But it's actually just a different exchange. Before the forum incident, Su-ro still pretended to be a faithful and innocent person, but now she's too lazy to pretend and instead gets involved with more rich second-generation individuals. What's the difference between this and selling oneself? Lin Xian shook her head, feeling sorry for Su-wei. But this woman taught Su-wei a lesson, which can be considered as an experience. After going through this, Su-wei will probably become more sensitive and cautious in dealing with relationships in the future. This woman is truly despicable, shamelessly climbing up the social ladder, just for a better materialistic life. Su-ro and those rich second-generation individuals, if both parties are willing, there's nothing wrong with it. What truly disgusts Lin Xian is how she deceived Su-wei, an inexperienced lover, and her lack of commitment in relationships. She is truly a cheap woman. Suddenly, Lin Xian felt the urge to help Su-wei vent his anger. She wanted to teach that bad woman a lesson. But how exactly should she do it? Looking at the computer screen, Lin Xian fell into deep thought. This is it, Shilin Villa. Kasha, dressed in black, looked at the ancient-style residential area in front of her and gradually confirmed that this was the place she was looking for. Kevin, standing next to Kasha, glanced at the information on his phone and nodded. It should be correct. According to the map, this is the only possible place where Yi Hui could live. There is also a high probability that this is the stronghold of the Eastern Blood Clan. The two Western Blood Clan members couldn't wait to feast on fresh blood. In their eyes, these Eastern Blood Clan members were a rare and delicious meal. According to the previous plan, it's best for us to sneak in first and see how many Eastern Blood Clan members there are. If there are too many people, then we should retreat, Kasha said in a low voice. I know, but we are both 6th-generation Blood Clan members. We shouldn't be too afraid in the East. Didn't the Master already say that the truly powerful Eastern Blood Clan members are in those remote areas? The Blood Clan members living in the outskirts of the city are generally not that strong. If it was just one of us, it might be difficult, but with the two of us working together, even a 7th-generation member might not be able to defeat us. Kasha nodded in agreement. What you said makes sense, but it's always better to be cautious. Kasha and Kevin were dressed in thick black outfits, wearing caps on their heads and masks and sunglasses covering most of their faces. Whether from a close or far distance, their facial features couldn't be seen, only their body shapes. Surveillance is everywhere nowadays, so it's necessary to disguise themselves to avoid unnecessary trouble. Kevin walked ahead, followed closely by Kasha, and they arrived at the entrance of Shilin Villa. "Hello, do you have the contact number of the homeowner? If you do, please call the homeowner and get their permission. Without the homeowner's consent, you cannot enter." Seeing the sinister-looking duo, the security guard instinctively felt that they were up to no good and stepped forward, blocking the entrance. The security guard was tall and had graduated from the sports academy. Coupled with his 1.9-meter height, Kasha and Kevin appeared much weaker in front of him. Several other security guards nearby also approached after seeing the situation. They stood in front of Kevin and Kasha like a tall wall, their actions seemingly saying, "Give up, you can't get past here." Kevin felt nothing but disdain in his heart. There's an idiom that comes to mind, yes, it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The few humans in front of him are like big mantises, how can they stop them? Kevin slowly took off his glasses, a hint of crimson jumping in his pupils. A strange fluctuation began to spread, and the security guards became weak and their vision blurred. In an instant, the security guards fell to the ground, their pupils dilated, deeply unconscious. The fluctuation caused by Kevin's mental impact was much stronger than Lin Qian's, and it seems that Kevin hasn't even exerted his full strength, maybe not even 1/10 of his power. The gap between the 3rd and 6th levels is huge, and when they meet, the former can only be crushed. In the world of vampires, unlike human cultivation, there are not many things like cultivation techniques, martial arts, or methods. There are only some spells that activate the blood-red energy. Most of the time, spells have little impact on the battle situation, unless they are extremely powerful spells. But in the realm of the last generation of vampires, it is impossible to activate any overly powerful spells. That's why Kevin is so confident. In the face of absolute strength, any struggle is futile. "Have you smelled a scent? The unique smell of vampires seems to be coming from the southwest direction." Kevin sniffed a few times and said to Kasha beside him. With the improvement of his strength, Kevin's sense of smell has also made great progress. Being naturally sensitive to the smell of blood, he quickly found a clue floating in the air. "It seems so. In that case, as long as we head in that direction, we will definitely find the lair of those eastern vampires." After speaking, Kasha's face became excited. This is not their first time hunting eastern vampires. In the past 2 years, they have hunted more than 20 eastern vampires in the coastal cities around them. When they first came to the country of Shenzhou, their level was only the 5th stage, but after these 2 years of struggle, their level has improved significantly. Although a 2-stage improvement may not sound like much, in such an era of vampire decline and bloodline extinction, it is already a great progress. If they rely solely on their daily cultivation, even breaking through the 6th stage would be a problem. Devouring the blood of their own kind is indeed a shortcut, but since it is a shortcut, it naturally comes with risks. If they happen to encounter a strong opponent, they are likely to be killed. They are grateful for the help of the master. In these 2 years, the master has provided them with a lot of information, guiding them and helping them avoid many dangers. As for who the master is, they are not sure, but they know that it must be an extremely powerful existence. Following the drifting blood aura, Kevin and Kasha gradually approached Lin Qian's Gothic-style villa. Kasha's brows suddenly furrowed. According to the blood aura, it seems that there is only one weak eastern vampire. Its strength should not exceed the western stage. Isn't it disappointing that there is only one, and it's such a weak vampire? Kasha said disappointedly. Such a weak vampire has low-quality blood, which doesn't provide much help for their breakthrough. To help them make progress, they need at least the strength of the 5th stage. Kevin was also a bit dumbfounded. With reluctance, he checked his senses several times, but still didn't find any other presence. It seems that there really is only one weak eastern vampire. We wasted nearly half a month's time, thinking we caught a big fish, but it turns out to be like this, Kevin said in a low voice. After pondering for a moment, Kasha said, "Perhaps it's because of the people from the 7 major families recently. Many of them have come to the east and attacked the territories of many eastern vampires. Although they suffered some losses, the gains are huge. I heard that several 12th-generation vampires have broken through to the 9th stage by devouring blood. In such a turbulent situation, those eastern families should have called their members back, so we missed out this time." Kevin's eyes changed as he nodded. "That's possible. So, should we go?" Kasha asked. "Why not? Even if they are weak, they can still help us improve. We have no reason to let them go. As the saying goes, even a small fly is meat." "You've learned a lot of strange words in the East," Kasha teased, then walked ahead. The two of them were much more relaxed now. Facing a blood clan weaker than the Western Order, they couldn't feel nervous. The purple-black walls of the forest were hidden not far away. They took a few quick steps, their eyes revealing a desire for blood. When Lin Xian saw the two unexpected guests in black through the surveillance, it was already late. Those guys from the west actually found their way here. Lin Xian panicked a bit, trying to calm herself down. There were many surveillance cameras within a range of about 1 kilometer around the villa. According to real-time monitoring, they were already 800 meters away from the villa. Fortunately, they didn't come at full speed, just walking slowly. They would arrive at the door in about 3 minutes. The most crucial thing now is to quickly hide in the underground secret room and activate the defense system. Lin Xian took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This villa was built more than 10 years ago, and during its construction, a defense system was designed for the situation of enemy invasion. She had hoped that the defense system would never be used, but she didn't expect that this day would come so soon. It was useless to ask for help from anyone now. Time was too tight, she could only rely on herself. Clenching her teeth, she put Xiaofan on her shoulder and quickly went downstairs. Su Wei, come with me quickly. She pulled the bewildered Su Wei, and the two of them hurried towards the underground secret room. What's going on? Su Wei saw Lin Xian so panicked for the first time. There was nothing unusual in the Western Zhou dynasty, and he couldn't figure out the situation. Those Western blood clans I mentioned before, they are about to arrive. We must hide in a safe place quickly. The entrance to the underground secret room was behind the stairs. There was a bookshelf behind the stairs, filled with books, and on the second level of the bookshelf, behind a book called The Secret History of the Blood Clan, there was a dial. As long as it was turned in the correct order and number of circles, the entrance could be opened. Lin Xian felt lucky that those two Western blood clans seemed to be underestimating the situation, giving her a chance to catch her breath. If they had rushed over at full speed, she would have had no chance to resist. She had already felt the dense and restrained blood aura, which became more terrifying as they approached. According to comparison, even Uncle Yi would definitely not be their match. This meant that their strength was at least at the 6th order, or even stronger. In a hurry, she turned the dial, silently reciting clockwise 1, clockwise 3, counterclockwise 5, clockwise 2, counterclockwise 7. In a highly tense situation, Lin Xian turned the dial a total of 18 times, and the door to the safe room opened with a sound. This mechanical lock was indeed not very convenient, requiring more time to open compared to electronic locks. But what needs to be known is that these cumbersome clockwise and counterclockwise turning processes provide higher security while avoiding the frequent malfunctions of electronic locks. This is also why nuclear missile launch systems are generally mechanical. If they were electronic, the consequences of a misfire would be unimaginable. Unlocking the entrance took half a minute in total, and the next moment, Lin Xian pulled Su Wei and they quickly entered. After the two entered, the entrance door quickly closed without leaving a trace. At the moment when Lin Xian and Su Wei entered, Kevin, who was 500 meters away, suddenly frowned. No, the blood fluctuation of that eastern vampire suddenly dropped a lot. She must have hidden in a relatively sealed space. Kasha was taken aback and felt it herself. Sure enough, the originally obvious fluctuation decreased rapidly and was about to disappear. A faint crimson flame suddenly ignited all over Kevin's body. His speed skyrocketed as he glided across the ground and quickly rushed towards the villa. Kasha's situation was similar to his, with a crimson aura enveloping her entire body, but her fluctuation was weaker than Kevin's and her speed was slower. Under the moonlight, they looked enchanting and ferocious, staining the dark mountains and forests red. Inside the underground secret room, there was a musty smell. Su Wei was surrounded by the Western Zhou dynasty, and there was a cabinet in his right hand. In the center of the room, there was a coffin and a bed. On the left side was a chair and a table. On the table was a dusty lever. Lin Xian walked up and pulled it. Click, click. The continuous sound of gears turning echoed. Su Wei felt like he was in the heart of a steel behemoth, surrounded by intricate mechanical structures that were making noise. At the entrance of the villa, the secret silver spikes were ready to be launched. Once the enemy stepped on the nearby pressure plate, they would shoot out and take the enemy's life. In every corner of the room, well-installed secret silver crossbows quietly emerged. In addition to these cold weapons, there were also some modern firearms, activated laser beams, and a filament electric net. Cold weapons made of secret silver could maximize damage. After scratching a vampire, the wound would not heal for a short period of time and would cause the skin to gradually decay. Firearms were a supplement to cold weapons. After all, they were all carbon-based organisms, and the damage caused by firearms was also considerable. But the premise was that these mechanisms could hit their targets. The mechanisms in the villa were hidden in the darkness, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. This is the villa's defense system, but this time, the enemy is too powerful. It's probably impossible to stop them. Lin Qian's face darkened. Last time you mentioned the realm of the vampires, are those enemies stronger than you, Shijie? Su Wei guessed. Lin Qian shook her head. If it's Shijie, that would be fine. They are at least at the 6th level, even stronger than Uncle Yi. Su Wei couldn't help but become serious. The situation seemed to be worse than he had imagined. Be careful, although it's just a weak eastern vampire, we can't be careless. Do you remember the incident in Guangcheng? There was a secret silver crossbow mechanism there, which almost caused me serious injury. Kasha and Kevin were already standing at the entrance of the villa. Because of the previous lesson, they were much more cautious. Kevin squinted his eyes and then extended his right hand, gradually condensing a ball of blood-red energy in his palm. Let's blast it open. In the East, this is called one force breaking 10,000 methods. In the face of absolute power, any trickery is just a cloud. You're becoming more and more Eastern in your speech. I really doubt if you still know how to speak Italian, Kasha said speechlessly. To be honest, many Eastern languages and cultures are indeed interesting. Sometimes, I feel that my previous views on the East were too narrow. The blood-red energy ball in Kevin's hand was about the size of a soccer ball. He swung his arm and the energy ball exploded at the entrance. Bang! The door was blasted open, and the broken pieces of steel scattered on the ground. The crimson energy dispersed in the air like a dazzling firework, gradually disappearing. Look at the exposed secret silver spikes on the ground. This mechanism should not be underestimated. After the bombing just now, the spikes that were originally used as defensive mechanisms were overturned and in disarray. This kind of mechanism may fool inexperienced people, but for me, it's just child's play, Kevin said disdainfully, then walked into the villa. His footsteps were bold and steady, carefully observing the surroundings. Nothing could escape his perception. Kasha followed closely behind. With their cooperation, the so-called defense system didn't prove to be very effective. Whether it was the fierce mithril arrows or the laser weapons, they were all destroyed by Kevin's energy balls. Explosions continued to sound, and the entire villa became a scene of devastation. The Eastern Blood Clan's presence is underground, it should be nearby, Kevin called out to Kasha. I feel it too, Kasha nodded. The commotion caused by the two of them was significant, but Kevin had already made preparations. The residents of the surrounding villas had all been hypnotized by him, and within a radius of 8 kilometers, there were no conscious humans. He wouldn't let the situation escalate and attract the attention of the authorities or more people. Just imagine, if a nearby resident noticed something abnormal and called the police, then the police would come here, and things would become very complicated. They could kill those police officers, but that would undoubtedly bring a lot of trouble. After all, they still had to live in the human city. Once they were targeted by the police, it would be difficult to live a peaceful life. Of course, Lin Qian would not do something foolish like calling for help. Using human laws and security systems to restrain the Blood Clan was a joke in itself. On one hand, even if ordinary police officers were armed, they were no match for Kevin and Kasha. In front of powerful 6th-generation Blood Clan members, only deploying a large number of troops or the top human combatants, the Transcendents, had a chance of subduing them. Kevin began to bombard the villa's floor, and the raging blood-red energy balls were about to turn the place into ruins. The crumbling floor, scattered wood chips, and the cracking of reinforced concrete accompanied the chaos. The soil had already started to roll, and it wouldn't be long before they discovered the underground secret room. Feeling the turmoil, Lin Qian's expression became increasingly serious. Although the underground secret room was very sturdy, encased in hard steel, under such an attack, it was only a matter of time before it broke. Lin Qian, I have a method that might help us get through this difficult situation. Su Wei stood up, his eyes shining in the dim secret room. What method? Lin Qian was taken aback. She had reached a dead end and had even considered writing her will. She didn't have any hope for what Su Wei, a human, could come up with. I have a skill, a special ability to pause time, but I don't know if this skill would work on those Western Blood Clan members. Instead of sitting here waiting to die, it's better to go out and try to break the deadlock. Su Wei then demonstrated the time-stop skill to Lin Qian, his most powerful skill at the moment. In order to conserve mental energy, he only activated it for an instant. The next moment, Lin Qian felt as if an invisible net tightly wrapped around her, to the point where she couldn't even move her fingers. Kevin and Kasha, who were on the ground, also sensed something unusual. They were also affected by the time-stop skill just now. Do you have a feeling that we just froze for a moment? Kevin wondered. In that split second, I felt like I couldn't move at all. Really? I had the same feeling just now. I thought it was just my imagination, Kasha agreed, nodding. Never mind, it shouldn't be anything serious. I have a feeling that we will find that Eastern Blood Clan member soon. Kevin didn't pay much attention to what happened just now and continued to throw his blood-red energy balls. The enormous impact generated by the explosion sent soil flying, creating a large pit. Kasha and Kevin started working together. After continuous bombing, they finally saw a glimpse of silver, which was the outer wall of the underground chamber. Kevin's face lit up with joy. It's right here. Seeing the outer wall of the underground chamber meant that success was not far away for them. As long as they broke through the outer wall, they would be able to see that Eastern Blood Clan. Kevin and Kasha felt that all this effort was somewhat unworthy, just for a bit of essence blood. But they had come this far, and if they chose to give up now, all their previous efforts would be in vain. So they decided to continue. Kevin took out a small glass bottle from his pocket and poured the liquid inside into his mouth. He drank the dark red liquid in one gulp, and a warm current spread throughout his body. The blood-red energy within him began to recover, little by little. A new round of bombing began immediately. Click! Was that the sound of a twisting lock? Kevin and Kasha turned around and were surprised to see two figures appearing at the entrance of the secret chamber. They stood 30 meters away, a man and a woman, with serious expressions. Kevin showed a strange smile. Not hiding inside anymore? Well, that's good. Saves me the effort of breaking through this iron lump. The girl should be from the Eastern Blood Clan, as indicated by the blood aura flowing around her. As for the boy, he should be just an ordinary human, posing no threat. Kevin licked his lips, wanting to approach them. He wanted to press the female Blood Clan to the ground, tear her clothes, open her chest, and take out her crystal-clear heart. Such a young and beautiful Blood Clan was rare, which further aroused Kevin's twisted desire. Sue took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Lin Qian, nodding. Time stop. His voice softly echoed, like the whisper of an ancient god. In the next moment, the airborne dust, scattered soil, falling debris, and chunks of concrete all froze in midair. It was as if someone had suddenly pressed the pause button, freezing the scene forever. In this frozen scene, a swiftly moving slender figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Qian. In her hand, she held a pure white dagger that shimmered with a faint silver light under the moonlight. Swish! In an instant, the dagger pierced Kevin's heart, then was pulled out and stabbed again. Blood immediately gushed out. A small figure appeared alongside Lin Qian. That was Xiaofun. Its 8 legs turned into blades, cutting countless wounds on Kevin's neck. The wounds crisscrossed and eventually formed a large hole, a mess of flesh and blood. The Blood Clan and the spider worked in perfect harmony, ensuring that Kevin had no chance of survival. Afterward, they approached Kasha. As the silver light flickered in Lin Qian's hand, she repeated the same actions, while Xiaofun skillfully wielded its blades. Whoosh! Debris fell, dust scattered, and the play button was pressed. Everything started moving again, and countless sounds echoed in their ears. No, I can't go on. Sue's forehead was covered in tiny beads of sweat, which gathered into a river and flowed down his skin. He had just used the time stop skill. This skill could be targeted at a specific individual, and he was responsible for locking onto the 2 Western Blood Clan members, while Lin Qian and Xiaofun went forward to kill them. During the process of using the skill, perhaps because Kasha and Kevin were too powerful, Sue found it extremely difficult to control them. But he persisted. After maintaining it for 8 seconds, his mental power was completely drained, and his head throbbed with pain. In fact, he had already exhausted himself after maintaining it for 6 seconds, but when he saw that Lin Qian and Xiaofun hadn't completely finished off the 2, he gritted his teeth and persisted for 2 more seconds. The end result was good, and that was enough. The whole world seemed to be crumbling, and Sue's vision became blurry. It's up to you next. Sue whispered. Fainting caused by mental exhaustion shouldn't be fatal, right? Sue fell to the ground, surrounded by soft soil, which cushioned his fall. Lin Qian held a silver dagger and quickly stepped back, with Xiaofun by her side, following her every move. Gasping for breath, she looked at Kevin and Kasha. In the 10 seconds that had just passed, she had exerted all her strength and maximized the damage to the hearts of the 2 Western vampires. Xiaofun had also tried to harm them. For vampires, heart injuries were the most severe. Coupled with the erosion of silver and poison on the dagger, Kevin and Kasha were undoubtedly doomed. After time resumed its normal flow, Kevin and Kasha fell to the ground, dark red blood gushing from their chests, blood dripping from their necks. If observed closely, one could see that the skin around their hearts had begun to rot and turn black, a result of the silver and poison's erosion. The 2 Western vampires had lost their ability to resist. Lin Qian felt a sense of joy in her heart, then turned her head to find Sue, wanting to share this good news with him. But why was Sue lying on the ground? Why was his face so pale? Lin Xian trembled, and immediately a crimson mist rose around her, covering a distance of tens of meters, and she arrived at Su Wei's side. Su Wei, are you okay? Lin Xian said anxiously. She anxiously checked Su Wei's breath and found that he was still breathing. This relieved her a little, but she still felt uneasy. She shook Su Wei's body, holding his face. Su Wei, how do you feel? Are you injured? Although her blood-red energy had healing effects, it was only effective for external injuries. It was difficult to heal internal injuries. Su Wei heard a faint call in his ear and forced his eyelids open. I just had a mental exhaustion. Are those two Western vampires really dead? You better go and stab them a few more times to prevent them from playing possum. Su Wei's voice was weak and feeble. Lin Xian quickly looked at Kevin and Kasha. They showed no signs of movement, obviously dead. The silver dagger was coated with a deadly poison, not to mention that the dagger itself was made of silver, which has a strong corrosive effect on vampires. Those two Western vampires are definitely dead. We are safe now. Su Wei nodded weakly, then closed his eyes. Lin Xian stood up, and there was a raging fire around her. The once spacious villa had turned into ruins, everything was gone. Xiaofan quietly climbed onto Lin Xian's shoulder. In the fiery red night, Lin Xian walked towards the two Western vampires. It was a pity for their pure blood, which had turned into a deadly poison after being corroded by silver and poison. Lin Xian had to deal with the bodies. If these two bodies were discovered by humans, it would cause a lot of trouble. Two blood-red energies shot out from her fingertips, one towards Kevin and one towards Kasha. After coming into contact with their bodies, the blood-red energy began to burn a deep red, even slightly purple, ethereal flame. In no time, only two piles of black ashes remained. After dealing with the bodies, Lin Xian returned to Su Wei's side and lifted him up from the ground. Looking at his pale face, Lin Xian felt a pang of heartache. You must not have any accidents. Smoke filled the air, and flames soared into the sky. The villa was located in a remote area, and no one had noticed anything unusual yet. Should I report a fire? Lin Xian frowned slightly. Su Wei was still unconscious in her arms, and she planned to find a hospital first to give him necessary treatment. But everything at the moment needed to be dealt with. After thinking for a moment, Lin Xian took out her phone from her pocket and dialed Zhou Xueming's number. Uncle Yi had told her to contact Zhou Xueming if anything happened. Currently, she was the only one who could handle the situation. As Uncle Yi's assistant, Zhou Xueming was definitely capable of handling things, and Lin Xian trusted her. In a high-end apartment in the center of the city, Zhou Xueming was wearing a silk camisole and purple shorts, already asleep. The quiet room was filled with her steady breathing. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of the phone shattered the darkness, causing Zhou Xueming to furrow her brows. She lazily extended her delicate right hand from under the silk blanket and picked up her phone. Being woken up by a phone call in the middle of the night was truly annoying. Squinting her eyes, she looked at the screen. After seeing the three words Lin Xian, she immediately became alert. Zhou Xueming sat up and shook off her sleepiness. Mr. Yi held Lin Xian in high regard, and considering her surname was Lin, it was possible that the entire Lin family group belonged to her. As a small assistant, she definitely had to serve this young lady well. Hello, Miss Lin, Zhou Xueming answered the call and said. Assistant Zhou, there's something that might trouble you, Lin Xian said as she looked at the burning ruins of her villa. You might not believe it, but my house exploded. What? I don't understand. Exploded? What does that mean? Is it the kind of explosion she's thinking of? I'll send you a picture, and then you'll understand. As she spoke, Lin Xian sent a close-up photo of her villa. After seeing the photo, Zhou Xueming was dumbfounded. How could a perfectly fine house end up like this? It must have suffered some kind of terrorist attack. What I need you to do now is find some people to handle this situation. We mustn't let the outside world know about it. Also, I need someone to be taken to the hospital. Find a car to pick them up. Remember, it has to be fast. Alright, I'll go right away. Zhou Xueming was very efficient in her work. She informed the company's emergency response department in 3 minutes. The department was responsible for handling such emergencies. After understanding the general situation, they would immediately send someone over. She then quickly got dressed and went downstairs, arriving at Shilin Villa in 15 minutes. Her car was parked on a small path in the woods outside the villa. After getting out of the car, she walked straight to the villa. The fire had already subsided, leaving only scattered flames that couldn't form a big fire. The previous events hadn't caused a forest fire, and the fire was no longer spreading. The surrounding woods were very quiet, like silent onlookers. As she got closer, Zhou Xueming's face was illuminated by the flickering firelight. she saw Lin Xian holding a young man, his face pale and in pain. What was even stranger was that despite his young appearance, he had white hair. Zhou Xueming walked over quickly. Miss Lin. Assistant Zhou, you're here. Lin Xian's face showed a hint of weariness, but also some relief. The company's people will be here soon. They will seal off the scene and handle everything. The news won't leak, so you can rest assured. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Su Wei in her arms. That's good. You came by car, right? Take me to the nearest hospital. As you can see, his body is experiencing some issues and needs urgent treatment. Lin Xian had considered walking to the hospital with Su Wei or taking a taxi. However, her appearance would inevitably attract trouble and unnecessary attention. A young girl carrying her sick boyfriend to the hospital at midnight? Some sensationalist media would definitely not let go of such news. In the past 18 minutes, Su Wei's hair had gradually turned white. Lin Xian wanted to stop the trend, but she couldn't think of any way to do so. She could only watch helplessly. However, Su Wei's breathing remained steady, which gave her some comfort. As long as the basic signs of life were still there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhou Xueming brought Lin Xian to the nearest third hospital of Binhai City and successfully arranged for his hospitalization. However, after various examinations, the doctor did not find any illness in Su Wei. The whitening of the hair may be due to excessive mental exhaustion. From all the indicators of his body, he is very healthy, without any problems. If he rests well for a few days, he will definitely recover. Remember, don't let him overwork recently. He can go out for a walk and relax. After a period of relaxation, his hair will turn black again. After the doctor finished his instructions, he left. Zhou Xueming stood at the door, smiling as she saw the doctor off, but a storm was brewing in her heart. Is that boy Lin Mrs. Boyfriend? What happened tonight? Ding ling ling. The phone suddenly rang, and Zhou Xueming immediately answered the call. Hello? Assistant Zhou, the scene has been sealed off. I am ready to start processing the scene. Everything is going smoothly so far. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Chen. No problem, this is my duty. The most important thing is to make sure your subordinates keep their mouths shut. If the news gets out, neither of us will be in a good position. Zhou Xueming lowered her voice and warned. I understand. Chen Guangxing immediately agreed. As the manager of the emergency handling department of the Lin Group, Chen Guangxing has dealt with thousands of various incidents. In the business world, there are always some special situations that arise, and it is his job to come in and clean up and handle them. But honestly, tonight's incident really puzzled him. There were traces of explosions everywhere on the ground, but no fragments could be seen. And such a large-scale explosion did not cause a more serious fire. Only some electrical wires caught fire. This does not conform to the logic of explosive detonation. What kind of new weapon could it be? Chen Guangxing speculated to himself. This is already an extremely malignant incident, but Assistant Zhou didn't call the police, so he naturally wouldn't make things worse. Lin Xian in the hospital room looked at Su Wei, feeling a bit dazed. Although the doctor said there was nothing wrong, she still felt uneasy. The skill of stopping time that defies common sense, the miraculous ability to recover health. Su Wei, what secrets are you hiding? Lin Xian sat by the bed, the cold-toned light shining on Su Wei's face, making his complexion even paler. After finishing the call, Zhou Xueming pushed the door open and walked in. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiaofan immediately stood up, always alert to the newcomer. Although she had seen this giant spider many times before, Zhou Xueming couldn't help but feel a shiver. She didn't know how Miss Lin managed to tame such a spider. She was truly a mysterious and strange person. Miss Lin, the situation at your villa has been taken care of. It will be properly handled, so you can rest assured. Zhou Xueming stood by and said softly, I know. There's nothing else for you to do. You can go back and rest. If there's anything else, I will contact you again. Lin Xian said calmly. Zhou Xueming nodded. Okay, Miss Lin. If there's anything, please call me, and I will come right away. After speaking, Zhou Xueming walked out of the room. The ward where Su Wei was located was the top VIP ward of the third hospital, with exceptionally luxurious decoration. Various medical equipment was readily available, and there was even a bathroom and dedicated caregivers. Staying in such a ward for a day would cost 10,000 yuan. The more money, the better the service. Lin Xian didn't ask for a caregiver to take care of Su Wei. She decided to stay here with him alone. After all, tonight's incident was caused because of her. However, what she didn't know was why those Western blood clans could find her. But now, thinking about those things was meaningless. The key was to take good care of Su Wei and help him recover as soon as possible. As time passed, Lin Chen felt exhaustion washing over her like a tide. Although she didn't exert too much physical energy tonight, under the effect of the 8-second time stop, she burned some of her essence and blood to barely kill 2 Western vampires. The essence and blood she burned were the essence within Lin Qian's body. Once consumed, it would take a long time to condense again, a lengthy process. Lin Qian became increasingly exhausted and collapsed onto Su Wei's blanket, quickly falling asleep. When Su Wei woke up, his first feeling was thirst. Extreme thirst. Like the feeling after waking up from a hangover. Dry mouth, parched throat. After using the time stop skill and depleting his mental power, his memory became fragmented. He only remembered collapsing in the ruins of the villa. He knew nothing about what happened afterwards. But if he was safe now, it meant that everything had been resolved successfully. Opening his eyes and looking around, Su Wei realized that he was in a hospital. The surrounding medical facilities indicated that. Wait, why did he feel something pressing on his stomach? Su Wei slowly lifted his head, ready to find out. A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Lin Qian clearly hadn't woken up yet, her eyes closed tightly, her eyelashes curved, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Was she having a nightmare? Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that they were indeed safe. The 2 Western vampires should have been killed as planned. Plop! Xiaofan jumped onto Su Wei's blanket, showing a friendly gesture. Su Wei was startled at first, but then smiled and began to stroke Xiaofan's little head with his right hand. He increasingly felt that he, Lin Qian, and Xiaofan had become a family. They supported each other like a spider and finally overcame the difficulties. They had won. Originally, Su Wei thought that Xiaofan's combat power wouldn't be too strong. But after seeing Xiaofan's brave figure in battle last night, he completely changed his view. The blades formed by its 8 spider legs were extremely lethal. In addition to its astonishing combat power, Xiaofan was also very agile and fast, making it impossible to catch easily. Xiaofan played a big role in killing the 2 Western vampires last night. Su Wei continued to stroke Xiaofan's head as before, feeling peaceful in his heart. It was good to have survived the disaster. It seemed that Lin Qian also sensed Su Wei waking up and opened her eyes. "You're awake," Lin Qian rubbed her eyes and said with some surprise. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just depleted my mental power." "Mental power is something that can quickly recover as long as you rest well," Su Wei said casually. "Your skill is indeed powerful. It controlled the 2 Western vampires for a full 8 seconds, which allowed me to kill them successfully." "Su Wei, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have died last night," Lin Qian said gratefully. Su Wei was taken aback, then shook his head. "It's the same for me. Without you, this skill of mine would be useless. Killing the 2 Western vampires was the result of our joint efforts. It wouldn't have worked without either of us. Almost forgot about Xiaofan, it also contributed to our success." Speaking of which, Su Wei felt even thirstier. Can you pour me some water? I feel like I'm dying of thirst." Lin Qian nodded and got up to pour a glass of water for Su Wei. Taking the water, Su Wei drank it all in one go. Lin Qian sat down by the bed and spoke softly. "Su Wei, I want to ask you something. What exactly is the deal with your skill?" Lin Qian looked into Su Wei's eyes, hoping to see something. But those 2 eyes were deep and black, revealing nothing, as if shrouded in a thick fog. Upon hearing Lin Qian's question, Su Wei fell into deep contemplation. Should he tell her or not? If he did, should he tell the truth or lie? If he doesn't speak, how will he face Lin Qian's persistent questioning? Scenes flashed before his eyes. Last night, when the 2 blood clans arrived, Lin Qian grabbed his hand and took him to the underground secret room. If Lin Qian had only thought of herself, he would have been a corpse by now. In such an urgent situation, she really wanted to protect herself. Thinking of this, Su Wei was moved. Lin Qian, in the end, is still cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She wouldn't let her emotions show on the surface. When Su Wei woke up from his coma, he saw a fleeting joy in Lin Qian's eyes. And the first thing that appeared in Su Wei's mind was the image of Lin Qian curled up in the darkroom that night. The smile that appeared on Lin Qian's lips when he played the piano. The warmth and tenderness that showed in Lin Qian's expression when he touched her head. Going back to the rental house together and being mistaken for a couple by Su Hongmei. As the days went by, Lin Qian became more cheerful. Lin Qian didn't say a word, but Su Wei knew that she was actually very lonely. She wanted someone to accompany her through the days to come. During this time, they have experienced both laughter and sadness. Lin Qian and Su Wei unexpectedly entered each other's lives and gradually became familiar with each other. Everything kept playing in Su Wei's mind. Su Wei put down his cup and looked at Lin Qian. His gaze was unusually calm. Lin Qian took him to the hospital and stayed by his side all night, which was enough to prove that she could be trusted. It seems that it's also possible to tell the truth. This is the smoothest transition. If he chooses to deceive and fabricate lies, more skills will be required. Can lies really cover everything up? Lies are lies after all, and they are bound to be exposed. Moreover, there is something suspicious about the tasks of this system. It is limited to Lin Xian being able to suck blood in order to complete the mission. Perhaps the mysterious and supreme existence that the system gave to Su Wei is intentionally trying to bring him and Lin Xian together. With countless thoughts in his mind, Su Wei made up his mind and slowly spoke. To understand my abilities, I have to start from the first time we met. Do you remember the first time we met? Lin Xian was taken aback, and in her mind, she saw that somewhat dim and cloudy day. She was in the cafe at Binhai University, ordering a cup of coffee, when she was suddenly attracted by a fragrant and fresh scent of blood. It was her first encounter with Su Wei. At that time, Lin Xian happened to be selecting a target for her first adult feeding ceremony. She had already investigated many male and even female students in the school, but their blood did not meet the standards. It was just too difficult. Higher blood quality not only requires talent, but also requires self-discipline. But nowadays, how many young people can resist indulgence? And just when Lin Xian was feeling disheartened, Su Wei appeared like an unexpected surprise, unexpectedly entering Lin Xian's field of vision. Well, I was attracted to you at that time, so I asked for your WeChat, and then we started chatting on WeChat. It was 3 days after we met that I invited you to my house, and that's where it all started. Memories are so long. They have experienced many things in their time together. Perhaps even couples who have been together for a year don't have as many experiences and ups and downs as they have had in these few days. It was on the day you invited me to your house that I awakened the system. Su Wei recalled. Have you read online novels? If you have, then you must know what kind of existence the system represents. Lin Xian's face froze. System? She had only read some romance novels and knew very little about online novels. She didn't know what the term system represented or meant. Seeing Lin Xian's puzzled expression, Su Wei continued to explain. You can understand system as a kind of reward-giving entity, like a treasure chest with many treasures inside. And my skills time stop and bloodline transformation are two of those treasures. You haven't heard of the system, but you must have come across online games, right? In many online games, there are usually quests that give rewards upon completion. My system, on the other hand, gives me a chance to draw prizes and boosts all my attributes after completing a quest. Lin Xian nodded, seemingly understanding. So what is your quest? To be sucked by you. Every time you suck my blood, I complete a quest. You were wondering why my blood couldn't be completely sucked before. That's because the system has given me the ability to regenerate blood infinitely. This ability helps me quickly recover my blood. As long as you don't completely drain my blood in one go, the lost blood will replenish in a short period of time. Lin Xian looked astonished. Although I don't know exactly what it is, the system you mentioned is indeed powerful. Su Wei smiled faintly. You mentioned before that my blood quality improves rapidly, and the higher the blood quality, the better for your breakthrough and bloodline purity. Through my analysis, it's the growth of my attributes that drives the improvement of blood quality. This has formed a cycle. The first step, you suck my blood, my attributes grow and blood quality improves. The second step, you consume my blood, your strength and bloodline purity increase. After you consume my blood, I have the opportunity to grow my attributes and blood quality again. This way, our strengths will snowball. Lin Xian fell silent for a moment, needing time to digest such astonishing information. Su Wei felt relieved after revealing everything. Confessing about the system was a result of careful consideration. It was indeed risky, as revealing one's secrets to another person can only result in trust or betrayal. But if he didn't confess about the system, many things wouldn't make sense. A mysterious human with a miraculous regenerative ability, powerful skills, but what is the reason behind all of this? Carrying numerous mysteries would naturally make Lin Xian suspicious of Su Wei. Lin Xian appeared cold on the outside, but Su Wei knew her heart was soft, longing for someone to accompany and warm her. Furthermore, confessing about the system would also help Su Wei in completing future quests. For example, trying to exploit a bug by consuming 500 milliliters of blood and then spitting it out, to see if it would trigger a quest reward. And by increasing the frequency of blood consumption, such as accelerating Lin Xian's digestion speed, they could maximize their chances of obtaining quest rewards. The system compelled him and Lin Xian to form a bond, making it difficult to separate them as long as the system existed. Sooner or later, he would have to come clean, so why not do it now? If there was no system, he would have only been sucked a certain amount of blood on the night of their date, and nothing else would have happened. You just mentioned that you have a skill called bloodline transformation. Can you show it to me? I'm curious how a human can transform into a vampire, it goes against common sense. After a long silence, Lin Qian asked. Su Wei nodded and activated the skill. It was time to demonstrate. In the next moment, a faint crimson aura covered Su Wei's body like a thin veil. His pupils turned red, fangs grew, and his heart stopped beating. It was 8 o'clock in the morning, the curtains in the hospital room were tightly closed, making the room dim. In such dim lighting, the crimson on Su Wei's body flickered faintly, mysterious and eerie. Upon closer observation, one could see that the crimson on his body was exactly the same as the crimson on Lin Qian and the two Western vampires from last night. It really is the aura of a vampire. Lin Qian said incredulously, my mental strength hasn't fully recovered yet, and on top of that, I used up all the blood-red energy in my body from my previous attempts. It's a bit difficult to suddenly use this skill, Su Wei explained. After a day of recovery, only 1/3 of the blood-red energy in Su Wei's body had been restored. With such a slow recovery rate, he would definitely not waste blood-red energy in the future. After witnessing Su Wei transform into a blood clan, Lin Qian was shaken. She remained silent for a long time, her thoughts in disarray. Was she dreaming? The last time she was this shocked was when she drew blood from Su Wei. She filled a large basin with his blood, but Su Wei remained unharmed, almost shattering her worldview. Su Wei suddenly remembered that he still had some things to ask Lin Qian. After using the blood clan transformation skill yesterday, he still hadn't learned how to control the blood-red energy. He wanted to ask Lin Qian if there were any techniques involved. How exactly could he manipulate the blood-red energy, causing it to condense and gather into energy balls or heal wounds? A qualified blood clan definitely needed to learn how to use blood-red energy, and that would be Su Wei's focus in the future. Lin Qian, I have something I want to ask you. Do you know how to manipulate this blood-red energy? Although I can transform into a blood clan now, I still can't control the blood-red energy as I please, Su Wei suddenly asked. Lin Qian looked at Su Wei with a complex expression and then answered, the blood-red energy you mentioned should refer to blood energy. This peculiar energy is one of the main attack methods of the blood clan, often used to condense into energy balls and cause damage. Additionally, blood energy has a good effect on healing wounds. For example, after I sucked your blood before, I covered your wounds with some blood energy, and your wounds quickly healed. As for how to manipulate blood energy, I don't really know how to explain it. It's something you have to figure out on your own. I remember when the first strand of blood energy was born in me, I naturally knew how to manipulate it, like an instinctive action. But when Yi Zi comes back, you can ask him. His situation is similar to yours, having transformed from a human to a blood clan, so he might have some insights on how to manipulate blood energy. Su Wei felt a bit regretful that he didn't get any techniques from Lin Qian. But upon careful consideration, it made sense. It's like a baby sucking milk, it's an instinct imprinted in their genes. With a blood clan heritage of thousands of years, manipulating blood energy has become their instinct. As a human, it would definitely take some time to adapt to manipulating blood energy. It seems that there is still a long way to go to fully control blood energy. However, according to Su Wei's estimation, after a few more attempts, he should be able to have a basic grasp of blood energy. Once he gets the hang of it, it will be easier. I have a question. Since you can switch between being a human and a blood clan, will you also have a lifespan of thousands of years like the blood clan? Su Wei was taken aback. He really didn't know how to answer that question. I don't know either. Maybe in a few decades, there might be an answer. Su Wei shook his head. He had limited information about the getting stronger by being sucked system, but based on his speculation, as his strength grows, he should be able to learn more information. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the ward suddenly sounded. Is it convenient to do rounds now? A steady male voice followed. Lin Qian recognized it as the voice of the attending physician, Xiao Guosun. He had examined Su Wei's condition last night, and during Su Wei's hospitalization, he was mainly in charge. Come in, Lin Qian said as she made Little Fin hide in the nearby cabinet. If Xiao Guosun saw such a big spider, he would definitely be scared half to death. Xiao Guosun was a middle-aged man with a slightly balding head. He is in his 30s and graduated from a top medical school. He became an attending physician a year ago and has a promising future. His appearance makes him more trustworthy to patients and their families. Just by looking at his bald head, you can tell that he is definitely skilled in medicine. It has become a consensus that the more hair a person has, the worse their medical skills are. With Lin Qian's permission, Xiao Guosun pushed open the door and walked to the bedside. He lowered his head and looked at the various values on the multifunction electrocardiogram monitor. The values of blood pressure, blood oxygen, and heart rate were normal, and the electrocardiogram showed normal fluctuations within the normal range. There should be no problem. Xiao Guosen nodded to himself, then looked at Su Wei. Do you have any other discomfort? Su Wei checked himself, and after a night of rest, he no longer felt any pain in his body, just a slight heaviness in his head. Just a slight discomfort in my head, everything else is fine. The doctor nodded and wrote down basically no problem in his notebook. All the indicators are normal, so you can consider being discharged. Lin Xian said, Doctor, I noticed that his hair is still white and there doesn't seem to be any trend of it turning black. Is that okay? There should be no problem. I don't know if you've heard of the idiom overnight white hair. In some extreme cases of exhaustion or low mood, a person's hair can turn white overnight. The patient is still young and has good recovery ability, so even if his hair turns white, it will surely recover soon. Xiao Guosen patiently explained. Those who can stay in the top VIP ward are not ordinary people, so their attitude must be good. Of course, if you still feel uncomfortable, you can continue to stay in the hospital for further observation, which would be more prudent. Xiao Guosen added. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Guosen was very busy with work, so when he saw that there was nothing else to do, he left. Lin Xian, can you contact Butler Yi? We can't tell him everything about last night. Su Wei's eyes flickered. Ha! Lin Xian was taken aback, but in the next moment, she understood what Su Wei meant. The secrets about the mysterious person and other things should not be known by others. Su Wei was willing to tell her this secret because he trusted her. But Butler Yi, telling him would only cause trouble. And it's better to keep the secret of Su Wei known to as few people as possible. It would be best if only the two of them knew. In an instant, Lin Xian said, I understand what you mean. I won't tell anyone about everything you told me unless you give me permission. Otherwise, I won't tell anyone about this. Su Wei's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled. His intentions completely coincided with what Lin Xian said. His choice was correct. The cabinet next to them suddenly opened, followed by a rustling sound. It was the little powder that had been hidden in the cabinet. It crawled out of the cabinet and onto the bed. After crawling onto the bed, it stretched out its little legs and lay completely still on the blanket. Su Wei suddenly remembered that the little powder hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. When Yi Hui was here, he was responsible for preparing food for the little powder, once a day. It seems like the little powder is hungry? Lin Xian also noticed the listless little powder. She nodded, it seems so, but its food is over at the villa, and now the villa is in ruins, so it's unlikely to find that food. I see, but what does the little powder eat? If it's available for purchase, we can go buy some now. Lin Xian shook her head. No, the little powder eats some poisonous insects, which are carefully cultivated by the family. They can't be bought on the market. If there's really no other way, let's go to the flower and bird market first. There should be some bugs or something there. We'll make do for now and then contact Butler Yi to get some food from the clan. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I'll go to the flower and bird market later. The matter with Xiaofen was temporarily put aside. There was another urgent matter to discuss. Let me ask you, have you figured out how to explain what happened last night to Butler Yi? Su Wei stared at Lin Xian's brown eyes and asked. Lin Xian looked thoughtful. She hadn't figured it out yet. I don't know, mainly because I don't know how to explain how I killed those two Western bloodsuckers. Everything can't mention you, since we have to lie. It has to be meticulous and not show any doubts. In my opinion, why don't you just say that the strength of those two Western bloodsuckers was weak, and you ended up killing them? Is that feasible? I'm afraid not. Even if the strength of the Western bloodsuckers is weak, they are probably still stronger than me. My third-tier strength is basically at the bottom of the entire vampire world. If those Western bloodsuckers are weaker than me and choose to come to the east, it's not hunting, it's just offering themselves as prey. Su Wei pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. Did you forget about the defense system you activated last night? You can explain that the defense system severely injured those two Western bloodsuckers, and then you finished them off by a hair's breadth. Those two Western bloodsuckers have already turned to ashes, right? There's no evidence of their death. As long as your words have some logic, it won't arouse suspicion. Lin Xian pondered for a moment and couldn't think of any loopholes. This explanation indeed had no problem. If that's the case, it should work. The current Lin Xian and Su Wei were like two young birds with immature wings. They couldn't leave the protection of the clan, so they definitely had to do some necessary disguises. But as time accumulated and their strength grew, the clan became dispensable, and there was no need to explain anything. Stabilize their development, strive to become stronger, and then they could control their own lives. The Western bloodsuckers were watching closely, and it wasn't safe in the country either. Su Wei was certain that if those two Western bloodsuckers were even slightly stronger last night, his time-stop ability would have been even shorter, and Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to kill them. At that time, death would have awaited them. Su Wei looked at Lin Xian with a gentle gaze. She understood that in the future, they would have to rely on each other. They boarded a small boat and were sailing towards an unknown future together. Night fell, but the city center of Binhai City was still brightly lit. The Will Hotel, the only 5-star hotel in the city center. On the 24th floor, Su Wei stood by the window, enjoying the excellent night view. If it was a week ago, he definitely wouldn't have been able to stay in such a top luxury hotel for 30,000 a night. This was Su Wei and Lin Xian's temporary resting place. After spending a morning in the hospital, Su Wei couldn't stand it anymore. The smell of disinfectant was too strong and made him uncomfortable. Plus, he wasn't injured in the first place, he just needed to recover his mental strength. So there was no need to stay in the hospital. At noon, Zhou Shuiming came to the hospital and brought some strange bugs as food for Xiaofan. Lin Xian also asked Zhou Shuiming to find a place to stay. Except for the Gothic villa in Shilin Mountain Villa, Lin Xian's other properties were either not renovated or covered in dust for a long time. After discussing it, Zhou Shuiming contacted a hotel for them, which was where Su Wei was now. With white hair floating, I look like a hermit from the world. Su Wei looked at his reflection on the floor-to-ceiling window and muttered to himself. Tonight wasn't idle, he and Lin Xian had some things to do. These things required the cooperation of both of them. At noon, when it came to how many rooms to open, Su Wei and Lin Xian coincidentally asked Zhou Shuiming to open a room from the beginning until now. Su Wei still remembers the gossip in Zhou Shuiming's eyes when she heard them talking about getting a room together. In her mind, she probably already thought that Su Wei and Lin Xian were a couple. A good-looking guy like him becoming the boyfriend of a wealthy heiress in a listed company. He really saved himself from taking a detour for many years. Lin Xian's idea of getting a room together was to protect Su Wei more conveniently, in case something dangerous happened to him. Su Wei's explanation was very simple, they wanted to do something together. Of course, for someone like him, a gentleman, it definitely didn't involve anything inappropriate with Lin Xian. In simple terms, they were trying to exploit a bug. The getting stronger by being sucked system did not provide a detailed definition of sucking blood once. The specific criteria for judgment were not explained either. Previously, when Lin Xian didn't know about the existence of the system, Su Wei conducted an experiment. The result of that experiment was that the minimum requirement for sucking blood once was 500 milliliters. If the blood sucked did not reach 500 milliliters, it would not be considered as sucking blood once and the corresponding reward would not be obtained. This method was blocked, so Su Wei thought of another loophole. That was to let Lin Xian spit out the blood after she had sucked 500 milliliters and the task reward had been given. Su Wei consulted Lin Xian about the feasibility of doing this, and she told him that as long as a layer of blood was formed in the stomach to act as a barrier, preventing Su Wei's blood from coming into contact with her own blood, then after the feeding was over, she could freely spit it out without harming herself. If this was feasible, Su Wei and Lin Xian could almost infinitely brush for task rewards. Although he felt that the system might not give out task rewards for doing this, how could he know the final result without trying? The night was long, and there was plenty of time. Su Wei was wearing a white bathrobe, having just finished taking a shower. The sound of water flowing in the bathroom echoed in the quiet room. That was Lin Xian taking a bath. According to Lin Xian, sucking blood was a sacred thing. As a noble vampire, it definitely couldn't be done in a dirty environment. Taking a bath before sucking blood was also a necessary step. Su Wei silently gazed at the bustling traffic on the street, thinking that he should try driving. It would be best to drive a sports car, it should be very cool. Thinking of this, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a video he saw on the school forum. It was the post exposing his ex-girlfriend Su Ro for dating multiple guys at the same time. At the entrance of a flashy nightclub, Su Ro was dressed provocatively, getting out of a Ferrari F8, her face full of flattery. A rich second-generation guy with a burly build hugged her, like a Beauty and the Beast. A feeling of disgust welled up in his heart, and Su Wei's gaze turned cold. Thinking back to his ex-girlfriend, he really felt like he was eating flies. But it couldn't be denied that she really understood men and what they wanted. During the few months they were together, as a love novice, Su Wei was completely under her control. He was no match for her at all. If you only looked at her appearance, most people would be amazed by her beauty, but what they didn't know was that beneath that glamorous facade, she had a dirty soul reeking of copper. If she only sought a sugar daddy, Su Wei wouldn't say anything. If both parties were willing, there would be no problem. But she deceived his feelings and acted like a sea queen. That was her mistake. In the future, don't be so naive when it comes to relationships. Su Wei muttered softly, letting out a sigh of relief. Just as he was reminiscing, the sound of flowing water in the bathroom behind him suddenly stopped, followed by the sound of the door opening. Click! The sound of gentle footsteps echoed, and Sue slowly turned around. In the corner, the well-fed little spider had already fallen into a deep sleep. Sue felt fortunate. He no longer had to worry about this oversized spider ruining the atmosphere tonight and affecting the progress of the experiment. Lin Xian's body was wet. Her clothes are over there in the villa, because the villa has collapsed and her clothes have mostly been damaged. Some of them may still be salvageable, according to Zhou Xueming, as the villa has been cleaned up and many of the previous items have been saved. The news about the villa becoming a ruin has been kept confidential, and a cordon has been set up around it, so no one will break in and discover it. In a few days, the villa will be cleared and the relevant repair work will begin. The Lin Group itself is involved in real estate and has many construction teams. Restoring the villa to its original state should not be a problem. However, whether to return to live there has not yet been decided. After all, it has already been attacked by the Western Blood Clan once, and there is no guarantee that there won't be a second time. The collapse of the villa has not been leaked, but another piece of news has spread like wildfire. Last night, after Kevin, a member of the Western Blood Clan, entered Shilin Manor, he used blood power to hypnotize all the nearby residents. The next day, when the surrounding residents woke up, they exchanged messages and realized that they had all entered a sleep state suddenly and without warning, and they had slept for the same amount of time. This was very unusual and difficult to understand. One of the residents posted a message online, which happened to be seen by a journalist who quickly came to Shilin Manor and conducted an interview in a serious manner, and then released the news. Unexpectedly, this matter quickly became a hot topic. Various experts also began to analyze the possible causes of this incident. Most experts believe that it was caused by a special type of electromagnetic wave. However, this explanation is too far-fetched and too official, and not many people believe it. Netizens have been discussing and speculating about this matter. Some say it was done by aliens, while others say it was done by a piao or ghosts. There is a lot of chaos online, with all kinds of opinions, but no one suspects vampires. The comments from these netizens are amusing, and Sue finds great joy in reading them, becoming his source of happiness today. They certainly can't imagine that all of this is the work of vampires. Vampires do exist in the world, and they never expected it, did they? As someone who knows everything, Sue feels a strange sense of satisfaction. The sound of footsteps brings him back to reality, and he looks ahead. Lin Xian walks towards him, wiping her hair. What are you looking at? Lin Xian notices Sue's gaze and feels a bit strange. She can't say she rejects it, but she feels somewhat uncomfortable. Oh, nothing, Sue shakes his head. The pure white bathrobe covers her beautiful figure quite well, which makes him somewhat regretful. Lin Xian gathers her hair and lets it fall on her shoulders. In the dimly lit room, he can only see the contours of her face and her eyes, which are like water and slightly bright. Have you been able to contact Butler Yi? Sue asks. Yeah, I'm wondering if something happened on the clan side. It's hard to say, Lin Xian sighs. I'm still too weak now, I can't change anything. The struggle between the Eastern and Western blood clans has a long history. It is said that in the early days of the appearance of the blood clans, there were over 300 Eastern individuals among the third-generation blood clan. These 300 Eastern individuals probably traveled from Asia to Europe, and then, in a mysterious environment, established some connections with the third-generation blood clan and were turned into vampires. In the early days of the blood clans, their numbers were scarce, and the methods of expanding their clan members were limited to natural reproduction. The advantage of natural reproduction is to reduce the loss of blood purity, but there were only 13 members of the third-generation blood clan, and the number of male and female vampires was uneven, so there were only a few offspring from each pairing. In addition, the time it takes for vampires to conceive offspring is extremely long, often several decades. It seems that all powerful races in the world require a considerable amount of time to reproduce, such as the Dragon Clan, which also has a high time cost in this context. The third generation of vampires began to experiment with the method of creating new members through the initial embrace. Although this resulted in a decrease in the purity of the bloodline of the newborn vampires, it also brought about a qualitative leap in efficiency. According to some records, the third generation embraced over 2,000 humans. With the birth of the fourth generation of vampires, these 2,000 newborn vampires became a powerful force, establishing an empire and ruling over humans in that distant era. After more than 300 Easterners became part of the fourth generation of vampires, they mated with other fourth-generation vampires, giving birth to the fifth generation. As time passed, the activities of the vampires were no longer limited to the West. Their presence spread throughout the Blue Star. According to some rare rumors, Columbus was a vampire, and to this day, he is still alive. Sometimes, the true nature of the world may deviate greatly from what one believes. In the eyes of the Western vampires, they are the true and supreme, and the Eastern vampires should not exist. This conflict has been ongoing for thousands of years. What Lin Xian wants to do is to protect her family and her clan. Why should the Eastern vampires be slaughtered by the Western vampires? Maybe Butler Yi is busy. Don't worry, just wait a little longer. Perhaps he will contact you on his own. Su Wei comforted. Lin Xian nodded. She also knew that no matter how worried she was, it wouldn't help. Are you ready? Yes, lie down on the bed. I'll begin. Su Wei prepared to start the experiment. The goal of this experiment, to suck blood but spit it out, and see if it can obtain a mission reward. Lying on the soft bed was quite comfortable. Su Wei looked up at Lin Xian not far away. The moonlight and neon lights intertwined, making the girl's figure appear dreamlike. As she approached slowly, a fragrant aroma wafted into Su Wei's nose. After a few previous attempts, Lin Xian's technique had become much more skilled, without any hesitation. Suck! Su Wei frowned slightly. The pain was bearable. The blood was sucked in thread by thread, and Lin Xian's throat moved. Waves of heat dissipated within her body. Soon, she had sucked in 500 milliliters of blood and then stood up. 500 milliliters was an approximate quantity. Without measuring tools, she couldn't be very precise. But what could be determined was that the margin of error wouldn't be large, not exceeding 50 milliliters. Finished sucking? Su Wei looked at Lin Xian with a faint gaze. Yes, the blood is now in my stomach, separated by a layer of blood energy. I won't absorb it, I can spit it out at any time. Just as Su Wei was about to say that the system might be experiencing a delay, he heard a familiar mechanical electronic sound in his ear. Ding! The host has completed the mission, granting mission rewards, +1 to all attributes, +1 lottery chance. A surge of power came, and his physical abilities were slightly enhanced. In the next moment, Su Wei looked at his UI interface. Host, Su Wei, Strength, 41, Spirit, 43, Speed, 42, Defense, 39, Skills, Time Stop, Primary, Vampire Transformation. All attributes had indeed increased by a bit, and he also gained an extra chance to draw from the lottery. It seemed that this approach was truly feasible. Su Wei felt a surge of excitement. With this, he could infinitely obtain mission rewards. Wait, he shouldn't get too excited too soon. He suddenly realized something. He and Lin Xian hadn't completed the final step of the experiment yet. You can spit out the blood now. Su Wei looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian nodded in response, then turned and went to the bathroom. She spat out all the blood she had just sucked. The blood energy effectively isolated the inner wall of her stomach from Su Wei's blood, so Lin Xian didn't have to worry about spitting out her own blood as well. At the moment when Lin Xian spat out the blood, Su Wei suddenly heard a voice in his ear. Ding! The host's mission has been detected as a failure. The previously granted rewards are now revoked. In the next moment, Su Wei clearly felt a surge of power inexplicably disappearing. The original number of lottery draws disappeared without a trace. It seems that the card bug won't work, Su Wei sighed bitterly. The system seemed like an all-knowing and all-powerful entity. It was impossible to deceive it. Lin Xian finished cleaning up and returned to the bedroom. She looked at Su Wei curiously. Did it work? Su Wei shook his head helplessly. No, I understand now. I can only receive the task rewards when you start absorbing the blood and can't spit it out. Otherwise, even if I receive the task rewards, they will be taken back. Lin Xian felt a little disappointed at the news, but then she felt relieved. It's okay, if we fail, then so be it. It's not easy to achieve great success in one step. We have plenty of time. Stay for a few years. No, 1 year is enough. In 1 year, I can absorb blood at least 100 times, or even more. By then, your 100 lottery chances will definitely bring surprises. Lin Xian's words quickly lifted Su Wei's spirits from the disappointment of the failed experiment. Also, I want to tell you something, Lin Xian said mysteriously. Su Wei looked at her and felt that she was being mischievous for some reason. What is it? Of course, I'm hungry, Lin Xian said, baring her teeth and claws like a big bad wolf. She had expended a lot of energy last night, and now it was a good time to replenish it by sucking blood. The vampire is going to suck your blood, human, tremble. Watching Lin Xian pretend to be fierce, Su Wei burst into laughter. At the same time, he felt a bit excited. Was this role-playing? Wait, I seem to have a new idea, Su Wei interrupted Lin Xian, his face revealing a hint of mystery. If sucking blood and then spitting it out would result in the rewards being taken back, then what if he tried to draw the lottery before spitting out the blood? If it was a good reward, he would keep it, and if it was not good, he would spit out the blood and start over. Could this guarantee that he would always get the best rewards? Thinking of this, Su Wei's eyes lit up. After telling Lin Xian about this method, she also became excited. The two of them then began a new round of experiments. 20 minutes later, Sue drew the lottery twice and didn't get anything good, so he had Lin Xian spit out all the blood. This exhausted Lin Xian. But she still cooperated. After all, if Sue could become powerful, she would also benefit greatly. Just as Sue was about to proceed with the third draw, the system's prompt sounded in his ear, ding. Host has failed too many times. Please be aware that in the future, if the number of failures exceeds 50% of the host's attributes will be deducted. Please avoid failure to prevent a decrease in attribute points. Well, this method won't work either. It seems that this bug is not so easy to exploit. Sue was speechless. Afterwards, Lin Xian began to suck blood normally. If the bug couldn't be exploited, then they would just have to complete the tasks properly. Sue carefully considered that in his future life, he would need to be sucked blood countless times. Although the pain was always uncomfortable, he had to try to accept it. It was like those few days every month when girls couldn't eat ice cream. It was very uncomfortable. Instead of resisting something that had to be experienced, it was better to choose acceptance, even enjoyment. After resolving the psychological barrier to pain, Sue could even selectively ignore the radiating stinging sensation on his neck. As Lin Xian slowly consumed the blood on his neck, elegant piano music played in Sue's mind. Each note flowed ethereally, and he savored the faint fragrance emanating from Lin Xian. When his attention was no longer focused on the pain, all the sensations became faint. 6 minutes later, Lin Xian finished, ending the brief blood-sucking session. Just like the nearly 10 times before, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and slowly turned over, lying next to Sue. There was a crystal chandelier on the ceiling, with meticulously carved patterns from the Western Zhou dynasty, very beautiful, Sue thought to himself. The two remained silent, as Lin Xian slowly digested the blood she had just consumed, revealing a satisfied smile. Clearing his mind, Sue began to ponder something. The rewards for completing the bloodsucking had already been distributed, his attribute points were regained, along with a chance to draw a lottery. He was still about 10 points away from reaching an average attribute value of 50 points, which would give him the opportunity to unlock the second-level prize pool. Lin Xian told him that her digestion capacity was about 500 milliliters every 2 to 3 days. Sometimes, after engaging in activities that consumed a lot of energy, she would consume more blood to make up for the energy deficit. However, it takes time for the consumed blood to be converted into stamina and energy, which is why Lin Xian would enter a deep sleep after consuming a large amount of Sue's blood. Based on this calculation, Lin Xian could consume blood once every 2 days at the earliest. This means that Sue could gain 15 attribute points and have 15 chances to draw a lottery in a month. Through several previous lottery experiences, Sue discovered that the efficiency of obtaining attribute points through the lottery was quite high, often getting 5 or 10 points, but there were also times when luck was not good and he only got 1 point. The probability of extremely bad luck and extremely good luck was the same, so he wasn't worried about always getting the worst reward. He decided to take an average value, assuming that each lottery draw could get him 5 or more attribute points. With 15 chances to draw a lottery in a month, it would bring a total improvement of 75 points to all attributes. This assumption was made under the condition of not having the lucky god effect. In case of a critical hit, gaining 10 or 20 attribute points at once, his strength would experience a leap. In addition, he would soon be able to unlock the second-level prize pool, which would undoubtedly offer much richer rewards compared to the first-level prize pool. Perhaps he could even obtain more attribute points. Besides attribute points, Sue also hoped to draw some other skills. Skills clearly had a powerful impact on personal strength. But one must be strong themselves. In last night's battle with the Western Blood Clan, if Sue had higher mental attribute points, the time stop he imposed on them would have been longer, and everything would have been more relaxed. He wouldn't have exhausted his mental energy and his hair wouldn't have turned white. Attribute points were the foundation of everything. If one only had powerful skills without attribute points as support, it would be like a tree without roots, with limited effectiveness. Ding-ling-ling. The sound of a ringing phone broke the silence of the night. Lin Xian got up and picked up the phone from the bedside table. Surprisingly, it was Uncle Ye's phone number. "Hello, Uncle Ye, is everything okay at the clan?" Lin Xian said excitedly. Since she received the call, it should mean that everything was safe over there. "I'm your father, Xiao Chang. Is everything okay on your end? I saw that you made a lot of calls." There have been a lot of things happening at the clan these past few days, and I didn't have time to open my phone." "Dad, why is it you? What happened at the clan?" Lin Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. "Those bastards from the west killed a lot of clan members, but we made it through, we won. Now it's safe at the clan, and I was thinking you could come back soon. Also, Yi Hui might be executed." "What?" Lin Xian's face suddenly changed. Why would they kill Uncle Yi? He couldn't have done anything wrong. He didn't do anything wrong. In this battle, he did his best and helped the family kill several Western Blood clan members. His contributions were significant. But as you know, once the Blood Master dies, the Blood Slave will be executed. Lin Meng died in this battle, so Yi Hui lost the Blood Master's control over him. Without constraints, the family cannot guarantee that he will not make some outrageous moves. Killing him is for the safety of the family. Lin Xian's body began to tremble. She bit her lip and said word by word, I disagree. Uncle Yi should not be killed. He has always been good to me. But killing a blood slave who has lost their blood master is a strict rule of the family, and Dad, please save Uncle Yi. I beg you. Lin Xian's voice was mixed with a faint sob. Yi Hui is temporarily safe. He is trapped in the blood prison. You come back first, and we'll talk when you're back. By the way, Yi Hui said you captured a human. Remember to bring that human to the family. According to Yi Hui, their blood quality seems to be very high, and the clan members will like it. After a pause, Su Xiaohua continued, I have some things to take care of. You should remember the way back to the clan territory. Someone will meet you. Beep, beep. The call was hung up. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with confusion. She tried to digest the mixed information her father had just mentioned. The room was quiet, and Su Wei heard every word of the conversation clearly. He was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the clan territory to also be under attack by the Western Blood clan. What a group of reckless people. He also felt some sympathy for Yi Hui, but before sympathizing with Yi Hui, he should sympathize with himself. If he went to the clan territory as a human, he would undoubtedly be permanently confined and become a blood-making machine without freedom. But he couldn't just leave, as he was bound to Lin Xian. Wait a minute. Su Wei looked at the vampire transformation skill in his skill bar in his mind. If he pretended to be initially embraced by Lin Xian, then even if he returned to the clan territory with her, he would not be sucked by other vampires. As long as he became a vampire, no one would doubt the authenticity of this matter. He thought of other methods, but without exception, they all had many loopholes and were not feasible. The best way was to become a vampire, pretend to be Lin Xian's blood slave, and return to the clan territory together. At the same time, he could also integrate into the vampire world and learn more about this magical community. Blood slave. Although this name didn't sound good, Su Wei didn't mind. After all, he was a fake blood slave. If he became a real blood slave like Yi Hui, his state of mind would be completely different. Being controlled in thoughts and actions, completely becoming a puppet. That was a terrifying abyss. Did you hear the conversation just now, Su Wei? You should leave first, find a place to hide, and wait for me to come back in a while. If you come back to the clan territory with me, your fate will be miserable, and I don't have the ability to protect you at all. You will become the family's food, lose your freedom, and you will never be able to come back. Lin Xian's face showed a determined expression. I will explain to my father that because you didn't cooperate, I killed you. Also, if you need money, I can give you another sum. Stay well in Binhai and wait for me, okay? Listening to Lin Xian's words, Su Wei was moved. Even in such a moment, Lin Xian was the first to come up with a method that would ensure his absolute safety. No, I will go back to the clan territory with you. Su Wei shook his head and said. Why? Lin Xian frowned. You are a human. Going alone into the vampire clan territory, aren't you going to die? But what if I am a vampire? As Su Wei spoke, a hint of red appeared in his pupils. A wave exclusive to vampires reverberated in the room. From now on, I am your blood slave, and you are my blood master. We can go back to the clan territory together. Su Wei's magnetic voice sounded. Perhaps because he had become a vampire, his voice became even more elegant and pleasant. In the past moments, Su Wei had thought through all the possible situations. In the end, he discovered that the probability of death upon entering the clan's territory was less than 1%. Becoming Lin Xian's blood slave meant that he would not be coveted by other clan members. Attacking a blood slave of the same clan was considered a provocation and absolutely not allowed. It would also violate the rules and result in being besieged by other clan members. Lin Xian and her parents seemed to hold a relatively high position within their clan, so Su Wei felt safe under their protection. Of course, Su Wei could have stayed in the coastal area, as Lin Xian suggested, which would have been much safer. However, if he wanted to step into the world of the Blood Clan in the future, it would become difficult. Becoming a half-member of an Eastern vampire family would be helpful for his future and would allow Su Wei to establish a preliminary worldview of the vampire world. A young person should dare to think and act, not just follow their heart. Su Wei was filled with anticipation upon hearing about the clan's territory from Lin Xian. What kind of place would it be? Would it be filled with Gothic castles, like in movies, exuding an eerie and enchanting atmosphere? Or would it be a traditional Eastern mansion, with numerous courtyards arranged in an orderly manner, mysterious and ancient? He was eager to find out. After hearing Su Wei's words, Lin Qian's expression changed several times. She had no choice but to agree with Su Wei's idea. Lin Qian knew that even if she opposed it, Su Wei would not change his mind. Early the next morning, Su Wei and Lin Qian boarded a plane to the clan's territory. The plane tickets were arranged and purchased by Zhou Xueming, the assistant to the CEO of a listed company. As a result, she had top-tier membership cards for major airlines. Although the time was tight, she managed to secure 2 first-class tickets to Hu Mountain, the location of Lin Qian's family's clan territory. Hu Mountain was a prefecture-level city surrounded by hills and mountains with an elevation of around 300 meters. These undeveloped hills and mountains still retained their original appearance. Despite the leadership of Hu Mountain City repeatedly wanting to develop the surrounding mountains and forests and promote tourism, there was always an invisible hand preventing it. The development plans for the mountains and forests were repeatedly shelved and never started. The leaders certainly couldn't imagine that the origin of the plan's failure lay with the vampire family, the Lin family, located deep in the mountains. With thousands of years of reproduction and development, the Lin family had deeply rooted themselves in this land. Coupled with the connections and wealth their members had established outside, it was simple for them to obstruct a small development plan. As Su Wei sat on the plane and looked out the window at the ground, he couldn't help but feel a sense of impending doom, as if the plane he was on would malfunction and crash into the ground, turning into debris and flames. He had seen a psychologist before and shared this feeling with them. They said it was a manifestation of pessimism and caution. Upon careful consideration, Su Wei found some truth in it. Every time he made up his mind to do something, he would always think of the worst possible outcome and make plans accordingly. The worst outcome for this trip to Lin Qian's clan territory would be death. He had recorded a farewell message in advance and stored it in a cloud storage. As for the password to the cloud storage, his parents knew it. If Su Wei remained missing for too long, they would eventually discover the farewell message in the cloud storage. In addition to the farewell message, Su Wei also transferred all the money Lin Qian had given him to his parents' known bank account. The total amount was 1,332,700 yuan. This included the first month's allowance from Lin Qian, the tuition for piano lessons, and a sum of money specifically given by Lin Qian to prevent any accidents before he left. Su Wei had taken so many precautions that he couldn't help but find it amusing, as if he was embarking on a journey of certain death. However, the probability of death was extremely low, no different from being hit by a car while going out. If the death rate was too high, he definitely wouldn't have embarked on this journey. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Su Wei muttered as he rubbed his temples and lay back in the comfortable seat. As a first-class cabin, not only was the service excellent, but the space was also spacious. On the right-hand side is a window, on the left-hand side is a curtain, and in front is a small table with a steaming cup of coffee. With the curtain drawn, the space is private enough. Each first-class passenger is separated in their own compartment. Whatever they do here won't be seen. Lin Qian's seat is behind her, and she is feeling uneasy about Yi Hui's situation. Someone who has been with her since childhood, they have developed a deep bond. If Yi Hui is really executed, Lin Qian feels that she will become dark. The plane lands at the Fushan City Airport, and once they arrive, Lin Qian and Su Wei are picked up by a Mercedes S500. Fushan City is surrounded by many mountains, and the tribe is located in the area of the Silver Moon Mountain. The location of the tribe is extremely hidden, rarely visited by people. The Silver Moon Mountain is not steep, and the altitude is not high, but there are many ferocious beasts in the surrounding area. Even the top domestic exploration teams dare not enter at will. Su Wei and Lin Qian are in the car, feeling a slight bumpiness. They will travel from the airport all the way to the Silver Moon town at the foot of the mountain, and then follow the tribe stationed in the town to the tribe's location. Lin Qian doesn't say much in the car, she just looks out the window, not knowing what she's thinking. During this time, Su Wei notices that he still has one more chance to draw a prize. With the long car journey ahead, he decides to draw a prize and test his luck. When Su Wei decides to click the draw button, he suddenly feels like something is missing. After thinking for a moment, he realizes that he missed the step of playing background music for this draw. Looking around, is it inappropriate to have good luck playing in this quiet carriage? So he takes out the remote control earphones from his pocket, puts them on, and starts playing. "Good luck, I wish you good luck." The festive voice echoes in his ears, full of ceremony, and the familiar feeling returns. Just as Su Wei is about to click the draw button, Lin Qian suddenly leans over. "What music are you listening to? I want to listen too." In Lin Xian's mind, Su Wei is capable of playing many beautiful piano pieces, so he must be a musical genius. The music that he listens to must be some melodious and pleasant tunes. She is feeling a bit down and hopes to listen to some music to improve her mood. Su Wei is taken aback by her words, and then hands her one side of the earphones. What song is this? Lin Xian is a bit surprised. The high-pitched female voice sounds like she is on a big stage in the countryside. It's Good Luck, haven't you heard it? Lin Xian doesn't quite understand, but tries to appreciate the rich emotions contained in Good Luck. It has to be said that her mood has indeed improved a lot. She squints her eyes slightly. This song is a bit addictive. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly outstanding about it, but you just want to keep listening. It's really catchy. Su Wei didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually like this song. It seems that popular and elegant can coexist. Lin Xian not only likes those elegant piano pieces, but also enjoys this kind of rustic masterpiece. Without hesitation, Su Wei clicks the draw button. Ding, draw successful, -1 draw chance. Congratulations to the host for gaining +10 to all attributes. Ding, the average value of the host's attributes has exceeded 50, the second level prize pool is open. The host can obtain even more generous rewards through the draw. A surge of power fills Su Wei's body, and he hums softly. The muscles all over his body seem to have encountered a long-awaited rain after a long drought, and they begin to grow and develop frantically. The size of the muscles hasn't increased, but the density has taken another leap. Su Wei is very satisfied with his current physique. The muscle lines are clearly defined without being overly distorted. He doesn't want to become a muscle-bound freak. He doesn't have a strong obsession with bodybuilding, he just hopes to maintain a relatively coordinated physique while having a strong body. Good Luck is still playing in his ears. The reward he drew this time can be considered as being very lucky. Does playing BGM really improve luck? Su Wei finally understood why the anchors would play BGM during the lottery when watching the premiere. A festive BGM can indeed increase the chances of winning and make it easier to obtain rewards. It's not good to always rely on the minimum guarantee. He looked at his personal UI interface. Host, Su Wei, Power, 51, Spirit, 53, Speed, 52, Defense, 49, Skills, Time Stop, Novice, Transformation into a Vampire. Although the defense attribute hasn't reached 50 points yet, all the other attribute values have exceeded 50, and the average has reached over 51 points. What will be in the second level prize pool? He doesn't know yet, but according to the information revealed by the system just now, there should be some unexpected surprises. Other people's systems are wholeheartedly helping the host solve problems and difficulties, but you, on the other hand, besides giving out task rewards, you don't respond to me no matter how I try to contact you. It's really frustrating when comparing systems. Su Wei secretly complained to himself. His system is good in every aspect, but it's just unresponsive. He has to figure out all the rules by himself. But having his system is already good enough, so he feels content. Nearly 2 hours later, Su Wei and Lin Xian arrived at Silver Moon Town. Arriving at Silver Moon Town is just the beginning. This is the foot of the mountain, and the real time-consuming part is entering the territory of the clan. There is about 30 kilometers of mountain road to travel, with rugged terrain and ferocious beasts. It will take at least 5 to 6 hours to reach the location of the clan. Lin Xian is not returning to the clan for the first time, but it has been a long time since she last came back. They got off the car, and Lin Xian was a little surprised. It has been 10 years since she left, and during these 10 years, Silver Moon Town has undergone significant changes. Among the hustle and bustle of the crowd, Silver Moon Mountain produces various herbs, making Silver Moon Town a herb market where many herbal merchants come to make purchases. The herbal business in the town is also part of the Lin family's involvement, but the herbal business is just a cover. Behind the scenes, they deceive young and strong laborers with high salaries and then confine them in the clan, regularly extracting their blood. The main source of food for vampires is human blood. Over the centuries, the Lin family has shed countless amounts of blood for this matter. But it's like humans hunting animals. In the eyes of most vampires, humans are just food and do not generate any additional emotions. There have been cases in history where vampires and humans have formed relationships, but in the eyes of vampires, this behavior is a manifestation of decadence and self-destruction. Miss Lin, you can get off the car now. Someone will take you into the mountains. The driver turned his head and said in a calm voice. Lin Xian nodded in response and then got off the car with Su Wei. The infrastructure of Silver Moon Town is quite good, with various hotels and guest houses. In the eyes of the locals, this is a good place to make money. But in the eyes of the Lin family, it is just a feeding ground. At the beginning of each month, there are always a few missing persons cases in Silver Moon Town, but because they are all outsiders, it doesn't attract much attention. Even if the police want to investigate, it usually ends without any results. Behind the scenes, the Lin family forcefully suppresses the matter. On the surface, the Lin family presents themselves as generous and kind-hearted, providing many job opportunities and having a good reputation locally. Using benefits to win people's hearts is the consistent style of the Lin family. Su-wei got off the car and observed his surroundings. He realized that he was now in a parking lot. Outside the parking lot, there were two 20-story buildings, one of which should be a hotel, and the other should be used for offices and commercial purposes. Xiao Chang. A male voice came from a distance, attracting the attention of Su-wei and Lin Xian. It was a middle-aged man with yellowish-white skin and a stubble beard. He opened his arms and revealed a cheerful smile. Uncle Tai. Lin Xian's face immediately lit up and she ran towards the middle-aged man. Su-wei had heard Lin Xian introduce him before. This middle-aged man should be Lin Tai, Lin Xian's uncle who had taken care of her since she was young. Xiaoqing, it's been 10 years since we last saw each other, right? Your dad told me that you've reached adulthood, and sure enough, you've grown into a young lady. The two of them embraced like long-lost friends, although in the timescale of the vampire clan, 10 years was not considered long, only equivalent to 3 months for humans. Su-wei didn't approach them, he stood at a distance, silently watching their conversation. He was analyzing Lin Tai. From a person's appearance, you could generally tell what kind of person they were. Lin Tai was not well-groomed, his appearance somewhat weathered, but his smile was very friendly. He didn't seem to have any ulterior motives. Based on this preliminary analysis, he should be a straightforward guy. This was Su-wei's first impression of him. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that he was pretending. Su-wei would have to further analyze Lin Tai based on his words and actions. Knowing oneself and the enemy, 100 battles without danger, Su-wei was treading on thin ice in the Lin clan. It was always better to be cautious. After chatting for a few moments, Lin Tai noticed Su-wei not far away. Who is this? Lin Tai looked hesitant and glanced at Lin Xian. He sensed the vampire's aura from Su-wei, but it was obvious that Su-wei was not a member of the family. Was he from an external vampire clan? Thoughts surged through Lin Tai's mind, his eyes flickering. Uncle Tai, this is Su-wei, my blood slave. Lin Xian looked at Su-wei and introduced him. Blood slave? Lin Tai looked surprised. When did you first embrace him? Your dad never mentioned it to me, and besides, you just reached adulthood, embracing it this time, have you really thought it through? Embracing was not an easy matter. It required the vampire to inject their own blood into a human's body in order to complete the embrace. The amount of blood consumed during the embrace was not a small number, and it could even cause a certain degree of regression in strength. Uncle Tai, embracing is my own business. I haven't told my father yet, but I will explain it to him after we return to the clan territory, Lin Xian explained. You, Sai, you're too impulsive. Embracing at such a young age, it will affect your future potential. Lin Tai clearly felt that Lin Xian's aura was somewhat weak. This should be the aftermath of the embrace. What he didn't know was that Lin Xian's weakened aura was caused by the two Western vampires the night before, not the embrace. This was also part of the plan. The impact of the embrace on the body was significant. If Lin Xian appeared completely fine, it would be difficult to convince others that she had embraced Su-wei. To make people believe in something that didn't actually happen, logic and details had to be taken into account. Before coming to Silver Moon Town, Su-wei had already rehearsed the whole thing countless times in his mind, filling in many loopholes and adding many new variables. Since he's your blood slave, then let him come back to the clan territory with us, but I can guarantee that your dad will be very angry. Lin Tai shook his head and tacitly accepted Su-wei's presence. In Silver Moon Town, there were two herbal companies, both owned by the Lin family. Lin Tai was the general manager of one of the herbal companies, Shintai Pharmaceutical. In addition to being responsible for some herbal business, he was also mainly responsible for hunting humans and dealing with troublesome people. The herbal business of Shintai Pharmaceutical was just a front. All the high-level executives of this company were vampires. They worked together to do many things that couldn't see the light of day for the Lin family. When Lin Tai came over, he drove a brand new Maybach S480, the latest model of this year. The black body shimmered with a golden glow under the setting sun. We'll leave at 9 o'clock tonight. It will take 2 to 3 hours to return to the clan territory. We may encounter some fierce beasts along the way. I'll take care of it. Xiaoqing, you and your blood slave stick close to me. When Su-wei and Lin Xian settled into the car, Lin Tai solemnly reminded them of the details of returning to the clan tonight. Lin Xian nodded as she listened. After finishing talking about returning to the clan, Lin Xian couldn't help but ask about the recent attack by the Western Blood Clan. Uncle Tai, my dad said that those Western Blood Clan members have come again. How is the situation in the clan this time? Lin Tai fell silent for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed. Over 10 clan members died. Those Western Blood clan members are all lunatics. They attacked recklessly, and we did our best to stop them. The clan territory is temporarily secure. Among the over 10 deceased clan members is your Aunt Lin Meng. She used to love you the most. She even had her blood slave take care of you. It's been almost 200 years now, right? Su Wei's mind stirred. The blood slave that Uncle Tai mentioned, Lin Meng's blood slave, should be referring to Yi Hui. Uncle Tai, I heard from my dad that Lin Meng's blood slave, Yi Hui, who took care of me, is going to be executed, right? Yes, once the blood master dies, the blood slave must be killed. It's a rule that the clan has followed for thousands of years. No, Uncle Yi Hui has made so many contributions to the clan. Why do they have to kill him? It's not fair, Lin Xian said excitedly. Uncle Tai, please talk to the elders of the clan. They will consider sparing Uncle Yi Hui. Xiao Chang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this is the rule. Do you understand what a rule is? No one can break the rules, Lin Tai shook his head. It has always been like this, hasn't it? Lin Xian said each word deliberately. Lin Tai was momentarily speechless. I don't know if it's right or not, but there is a reason for executing the blood slave. Without the control of the blood master, they are likely to cause chaos. The clan is also considering safety. Lin Xian stopped speaking and leaned back in her seat, feeling powerless. Su Wei didn't say anything either. He wanted to be an obedient blood slave and not draw attention to himself. It would be suicidal to act recklessly without sufficient strength. He immediately shifted his attention to the window, observing the situation in the entire Silver Moon town. Among the various crowds, there were many tourists. As a tourist attraction, Silver Moon Town was qualified. It had many local ghost houses and scenic spots, as well as numerous specialty restaurants and shops. Lin Tai's car drove on the main road of Silver Moon Town. Because it was the weekend, there was heavy traffic, causing the car to constantly stop and go, unable to pick up speed. Silver Moon Town was not big, and at a speed of less than 30 kilometers per hour, it didn't take half an hour for Lin Tai's car to reach the outskirts on the other side. They would rest temporarily and set off again at night. The night was the domain of the Blood Clan. Under the moonlight, no matter what ferocious beasts there were, they wouldn't pose a threat. It made sense for the Lin family to establish their clan territory in the Silver Moon Mountains where ferocious beasts roamed. It would be difficult for anyone to easily reach the depths, which would reduce a lot of trouble. Nowadays, with the development of online media, if one day the clan territory was broadcasted by outdoor live streamers, it would be difficult to control the situation. Let's go eat something first. Traveling at night consumes a lot of energy. Xiao Qing, you just completed your initial embrace, and your condition is not good. Remember to rest well later, Lin Tai reminded. The Lin family had built a villa near the entrance to the mountains in Silver Moon Town as a resting place for clan members. Outside this residential area, there was a black steel fence with an electric grid. The villa area was filled with locust trees, and from the outside, only a few dark walls could be seen. Xiao Cheng, a group of strong-blooded slaves, has arrived recently. Their blood tastes good. You should try it later. You will definitely like it, Lin Tai said with a smile. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Su Wei. Her gaze seemed to say, even if it tastes good, can it compare to yours? 3 people arrived outside a villa, and Lin Tai took out the key from his pocket and opened the door. The villa was located to the west, with no trace of the Lin family nearby. It was dark inside the villa, and nothing could be seen from the outside. In the next moment, Su Wei's eyes flickered with a blood-red light, activating his vampire vision. A blood-red haze covered his vision, making everything clear. Vampire vision is particularly sensitive to objects in the dark, like night vision goggles. However, objects seen through vampire vision are tinged with a faint blood-red color, which slightly affects perception but doesn't cause significant visual distortion. Su Wei observed everything inside the villa. The interior decoration of the villa was simple, with a marble staircase in front and wide corridors on both sides, leading to the living room. The ceiling lights were off, probably because no one had lived there for a long time. As soon as Lin Tai opened the door, dust surged inside the villa. Lin Tai frowned slightly and then extended his right hand. Whoosh! A blood-red energy rapidly expanded in his palm until it was the size of a dinner plate, and he swung his hand, releasing it. The blood energy turned into a large net with tiny gaps, covering all the dust. The entrance hall in front of them instantly became clean. Su Wei was amazed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that blood energy could be used in such a way. Blood energy is versatile and has various uses in any situation. Reflecting on it, isn't it similar to the spiritual power in cultivation novels? In many cultivation novels, as long as you can think of something, you can achieve it by activating your spiritual power. Blood energy is like a miraculous elixir. Sweeping away the dust in the villa, Lin Tai smiled with satisfaction. Xiaoqing, you can rest here for now. I'll go get you some fresh blood and be back soon. After speaking, Lin Tai patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Okay. Lin Xian had been feeling down because of Yi Hui's situation, but at this moment, she managed to force a smile. Your uncle is really kind. Watching Lin Tai's figure disappear at the end of the woods, Su Wei said thoughtfully. He has always been like this. Lin Xian nodded. Uncle Tai has been good to me. When I was young, he would often spread his blood wings and take me through the mountains. Blood wings? Su Wei was taken aback. Uncle Tai reached the rank of Baron a long time ago, so he can activate his blood energy and grow a pair of blood wings. With blood wings, he can freely travel between heaven and earth. Only when you reach the rank of Baron can you fly. I really hope that one day I can become a Baron too, Lin Xian said with anticipation. Just like in movies, soaring in the sky. Just thinking about it, Su Wei could already feel the wind of freedom on his face. Su Wei nodded and suddenly remembered something he wanted to ask Lin Xian. By the way, I have something to ask you. Although I know the general classification of your vampire ranks, are there any specific signs that distinguish between these ranks? You said I am the last generation of vampires, but what rank am I? Su Wei felt the blood energy surging in his abdomen. Another day had passed, and his blood energy had recovered 1/3. Combined with the previous recovery, he now had more than half of his blood energy stored in his body. He was well aware that the quality and quantity of his blood energy were inferior to Lin Xian's, but in which rank did he belong? First rank or second rank? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and answered. I thought you knew how to check it yourself. To know for sure, you have to learn inner vision. Others can only roughly judge your strength based on the fluctuations of your blood energy, but they can't accurately determine your rank. And there are methods to suppress the fluctuations of blood energy, which can also lead to misjudgment. I just sensed your blood fluctuations, and your strength should be at the early stage of the first rank. However, because your blood energy has not fully recovered, this result is not absolutely accurate and may fluctuate. In my opinion, your actual strength should be at the middle or even later stage of the first rank. Lin Xian's words made Su Wei nod slightly. What do you mean by inner vision that you mentioned, and what should I do? You can practice it yourself, but that would be too slow. Well, let me guide you to learn inner vision. Inner vision, as the name suggests, is to feel the situation inside your own body. You need to focus your attention on a certain part of your body to achieve a state of seeing and observing. The place where blood energy is stored, called the blood source or blood dan in the Eastern terminology, is located in the lower abdomen. If you can observe your blood dan through inner vision, you will see a crescent moon-shaped blood moon symbol above it. The last generation of the blood clan has 1 cycle of waning moon at the first rank, 9 cycles of waning moon at the 9th rank, and when the 9 cycles merge into one, it becomes the crescent moon, marking the breakthrough to the Baron realm. Su Wei listened attentively, feeling overwhelmed by the vast amount of information. I can activate my blood energy and guide you to gradually practice inner vision, starting with being able to see your own blood dan. As she spoke, Lin Xian naturally took Su Wei's hand. Su Wei was taken aback and subconsciously followed Lin Xian's footsteps. Lin Xian's hand was cold and smooth, causing Su Wei to lose focus for a moment. Was this the first time she had taken the initiative to hold his hand? The two walked through a dark corridor, past a slightly musty living room, and arrived at the bedroom. The bedroom was very simple, with no extra decorations or items, only a bed and a coffin. The coffin was dark brown in color and made of cedar wood. The nearby bed seemed to have not been slept in for a long time and was covered in dust. Take off your clothes now, Lin Xian said calmly. Ha! Lin Xian's words shocked Su Wei, leaving him momentarily stunned. Just take off the top, as for the bottom, you can leave it on. Lin Xian realized something and added. Aren't we here to practice inner vision? Why do I have to take off my clothes? Su Wei asked, puzzled. You're so clueless. I need to infuse my blood energy into your body, so I have to have skin contact with you. Otherwise, can my blood energy transfer to you out of thin air? As Su Wei listened to Lin Xian's words, he imagined the scene and suddenly felt that it resembled a scene from a martial arts novel, where one person places their hands on another person's back to transmit internal energy. So you mean, you put your hands on my back and transmit blood energy to guide me in learning inner vision? Not on your back, but on your left chest, where your heart is, Lin Xian corrected. As Su Wei listened to Lin Xian's words, the corresponding image immediately appeared in his mind. If the genders were reversed, this kind of operation would definitely not be appropriate. Nevertheless, without hesitation, Su Wei took off his t-shirt. After all, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Looking at Su Wei in front of her, although Lin Xian appeared calm on the surface, her heart was stirred up with waves. His muscles were well defined, and his physique was just right, causing Lin Xian to lose focus for a moment. Strictly speaking, this was the first time she had seen an adult man shirtless. But after living for 180 years, her life experience was no longer that of a young girl, and her emotions quickly calmed down. Lie down on the bed. It seems there's a bit too much dust here, let's go to the living room instead. Lin Chen looked at the dirty and messy bed, furrowing her brows slightly. The sofa in the living room was made of leather and easier to clean. She decided to use her blood energy to sweep away the dust and make it clean, but the bed sheets in the bedroom are made of cotton, and it is difficult to clean them completely with blood. The two immediately changed their location and came to the living room. Lin Xian activated a little blood energy and swept away all the dust. Su Wei sat on the sofa, and Lin Xian sat next to him, about 20 centimeters away. Then I'll start. Lin Chen reached out her hand. For some reason, she was a little nervous. Although Su Wei was a man, he also felt a little embarrassed in the face of such a scene. He involuntarily exerted force, and the left pectoral muscle suddenly jumped. Ah! Lin Xian was surprised to see this. What's going on? Why is it still moving? Although she had lived for 180 years, she knew very little about human anatomy and had no idea that a man's pectoral muscle could be manipulated to jump. Ahem, I accidentally used a little force just now. You can start now, I won't use force anymore. Su Wei explained awkwardly. Lin Xian felt surprised and reached out her hand again. She placed it on Su Wei's left chest and felt that it was a bit hard, completely different from her own. What a magical feeling. In the next moment, she activated the blood energy in her body and injected it into Su Wei's heart. Follow my blood energy and gradually try to feel an introspective sensation in your body. Close your eyes and focus all your attention on my blood energy. Su Wei closed his eyes and began to feel. He quickly found the technique. His consciousness slowly sank and finally settled in the lower abdomen. In the darkness, a blood-red light suddenly appeared. It was the blood Dan. I see the blood Dan. There are intricate patterns on it, just as you said. There is indeed a crescent moon shape on it. In addition to the crescent moon, there is also a new moon that is about to take shape. A crescent moon plus an almost formed new moon indicates that my strength is about to reach the second stage, at the peak of the first stage. Lin Xian was surprised. She didn't expect to achieve such results so quickly in guiding Su Wei's introspection for the first time. Although introspection is not difficult, achieving it in one go is quite challenging. Why didn't this child close the door? But it's also good, it's a good opportunity to ventilate and get rid of the stale smell in this room. Lin Tai muttered to himself as he walked into the villa. He walked slowly through the corridor and arrived at the living room. The scene in front of him petrified him on the spot. Xiao Qing was grabbing the left chest of that blood slave. What is she doing? I dare not look, I dare not look. Ahem. The sudden cough made Lin Xian instantly come back to her senses. In a panic, she withdrew her right hand and also withdrew the blood energy from Su Wei's body. Uncle Tai, why did you suddenly come over? Lin Xian knew without thinking that Uncle Tai must have seen the scene just now, so she simply stopped explaining. What do you mean suddenly? I just said that I would bring you some blood, did you forget? After speaking, Lin Tai looked at Su Wei, feeling a bit complicated. His physique was indeed good, and his appearance was also handsome. No wonder Xiao Qing liked him so much. His niece, everything about her was good, except that she was too impulsive. Looking for a blood slave not only depends on the appearance, but also on the potential. According to Lin Tai's observation, Su Wei's blood energy fluctuation was not strong, and his future achievements would not be very high. It was not a cost-effective deal to spend precious blood to make him a blood slave. But since it was already done, there was nothing he could do about it. After seeing Lin Tai, Su Wei quickly put on his clothes and stood up. Lin Tai held a glass bottle in his right hand, and through the bottle, he could see about 600 to 700 milliliters of dark red blood inside. In his left hand was a suitcase containing several highball glasses. Xiao Qing, this is the top quality blood I mentioned. Come and taste it. Lin Tai walked to the dining table and poured a glass of blood for Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over and sniffed it lightly. The taste was just okay. Maybe Su Wei's blood has already spoiled her taste. Even though it's considered top quality blood, it still doesn't interest her. Lin Tai was puzzled by Lin Xian's lack of reaction. The quality of this blood exceeded his expectations. He drank over a liter yesterday and could have had more if his body could handle it. Lin Xian has been with him since childhood, and he knows everything about her. From her expression, Lin Tai could tell that Lin Xian had no interest in this so-called top-quality blood, and she even seemed a little disgusted. Don't you like this flavor? Should I add some sugar? Knowing that Lin Xian likes sweet things, Lin Tai thought that maybe the blood wasn't sweet enough this time, which is why she didn't like it. It's not about the sugar, I just don't have much of an appetite right now. Lin Xian quickly waved her hand. Oh, I see. Well then, Lin Tai nodded helplessly, then looked at Su Wei. It wouldn't be appropriate to pour the blood back into the cup. He could only give it to the blood slave. He picked up the cup and walked over to Su Wei. Normally, blood slaves aren't qualified to enjoy such high-quality blood, but today I can make an exception and let you taste this exquisite blood. I guarantee you'll be hooked. Lin Tai handed the tall glass filled with blood to Su Wei. The bloody smell had already reached Su Wei's nostrils. Lin Xian, who was standing beside them, noticed Su Wei's hesitation. After all, he wasn't a true vampire, but rather a blood vampire created through skills. In essence, he was still human. It was natural for him to have some reservations about drinking blood. Lin Xian had originally wanted to intervene, but before she could speak, Su Wei's voice rang out. Thank you, Uncle Tai. He took the cup of blood. The dark red liquid swirled in the cup, crystal clear without any impurities. True high-quality blood is absolutely pure and not sticky or thick. Drinking this kind of blood is an absolute pleasure, of course, for vampires. Most humans find it difficult to accept drinking blood. Without hesitation, Su Wei finished the drink. He didn't really need blood, but since he had become a vampire, he had to adapt to the customs and drink some. The taste was somewhat like aged red wine, with a faint hint of blood. It slid down his throat quickly, without any discomfort, just like drinking water. When the blood reached his stomach, Su Wei found that he was actually digesting the blood. The blood was gradually being transformed and absorbed into his blood core in his abdomen. After finishing the cup of blood, Su Wei noticed that his blood core was gradually replenishing, and his blood energy was recovering much faster. It seemed that he could consider using drinking blood as a way to quickly restore his blood energy in the future. Su Wei didn't have much resistance to drinking blood. In his eyes, that blood was just like a beverage. Taking the empty cup from Su Wei's hand, Lin Tai put it in the briefcase. We'll call you at 9 tonight, so rest for now, Lin Tai said with a meaningful look at Su Wei, then walked out, leaving the hall quiet once again. As soon as he left the villa, Lin Tai called Lin Xian's father, Lin Xiaohua. Xiaohua, there's something I have to tell you. Your daughter has taken a man's virginity. What? Lin Xiaohua's voice was filled with confusion and shock. Are you joking? In the clan, Lin Xiaohua had been busy with Yi Hui's matter for a long time, but there had been no progress. The Elder Council's response was to handle it according to the original laws, which meant they had no intention of sparing Yi Hui's life. Exhausted, he sat at his desk, never expecting to receive a call from Lin Tai. Is this something to joke about? Originally, I was planning to talk to you in the clan territory, but guess what I just saw? I saw Xiaoqing placing her hand on that man's chest. Furthermore, that man was shirtless. I couldn't bear to look at that scene. Xiaoqing's first embrace partner should be the one you mentioned, the human she completed the adult initiation with. What? Xiaoqing never mentioned anything about the first embrace to me. How did this suddenly? Lin Xiaohua's voice trembled slightly, and she even acted so contemptuously. Well, it's actually understandable. Xiaoqing is so young and easily deceived by sweet words. As a father, you should guide her back on the right path sooner. She didn't tell anyone about the first embrace, so it must have happened just a few days ago. Xiaoqing's blood fluctuations are clearly weakened, which is definitely a consequence of the first embrace. Xiaoqing most likely has developed feelings for that human, and this is not acceptable. When we arrive at the clan territory in the early morning, you must have a good talk with Xiaoqing. Hasn't the clan already arranged for Lin Xian to be Xiaoqing's husband? You should let them spend more time together, cultivate their relationship, and help Xiaoqing break away from the idea of continuing with that blood thrall. Combining with a blood thrall would undoubtedly waste her bloodline. The clan still needs her to give birth to the 10th generation of the bloodline. Many clan members died in this battle, and for the clan to prosper, we need more powerful clan members. Lin Tai said a lot, but Lin Xiaohua only heard 10 words. Xiaoqing has fallen for a blood thrall. This can't happen. Lin Xiaohua furrowed his brow. Dealing with Yi Hui's situation had already caused him a lot of distress, and now his daughter was causing trouble at such a time. He couldn't bear to see Yi Hui being executed either. After all, Yi Hui had been his blood thrall for over 100 years. But many things were beyond his control, and he felt powerless. Now hearing the news that his daughter had fallen for a blood thrall, Lin Xiaohua's mind was filled with countless thoughts. As a relatively open-minded father, he could accept some of Lin Xian's willful behavior to a certain extent. But developing feelings with a blood thrall casually was something he would never allow. The union of a blood clan and a blood thrall was a purely selfish act. For the bloodline to continue, blood clan members needed to mate with members of the opposite sex within their own clan and then reproduce. Unlike humans, marrying close relatives would result in deformities, but for blood clans, children born from close relatives would be even stronger. Marrying within the same clan ensured the maximization of bloodline purity, and the newly born blood clan members would have stronger combat talents. On the other hand, the bloodline of a blood thrall was already impure. If they were to mate and reproduce with a blood thrall, the purity of the bloodline in the future offspring would be greatly reduced, and their talents would be much lower. The generations of clan members passing on the torch couldn't end with Lin Xian. As Lin Tai said, the Lin family had already arranged Lin Xian's marriage. It was a unified arranged marriage. Brother, I understand. When I come back, I will have a good talk with Xiaoqing. I will definitely not allow her to be with a blood thrall, Lin Xiaohua said in a deep voice. Resolve it as soon as possible, and don't forget about Lin Xian. His grandfather is an elder in the clan and highly respected. Being able to marry Lin Xian is what many 13th generation female blood clan members dream of. You must seize this opportunity, Lin Tai added. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lin Xiaohua's face looked grim. Just as he hung up the phone, a plump figure approached him from behind. Lao Lin, what's wrong? It was Lin Wen, Lin Xian's mother. She married Lin Xiaohua 300 years ago and together they gave birth to Lin Xian. Xiaoqing has embraced a human and developed feelings for him. Lin Xiaohua pinched the bridge of his nose and said in a low voice. What? Lin Wen couldn't believe it for a moment. Why is Xiaoqing so confused, this child? Lin Wen's face showed a worried expression, her beautiful eyes lowered. Fortunately, it's not too late now. As long as we persuade her well, we should be able to salvage the situation. Tonight, in the early morning, Lin Tai will take her and that blood slave to the clan's territory. At that time, we'll call Xiaoqing aside and clarify the situation. Besides, I want to see which human gave Xiaoqing some kind of love potion. Lin Xiaohua's eyes flashed with anger, his voice filled with fury. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Tai arrived as scheduled and knocked on the door of the villa. Xiaoqing, it's time to leave. Apart from Lin Tai, there were a total of 7 clan members on this trip. These vampires were not from the same bloodline as Lin Xian and were not familiar with each other. They all held certain positions in the Divine Tai Pharmaceutical Company and could be considered as the backbone. Coming. Lin Xian and Su Wei were also ready, and the two quickly walked out of the villa. In the past few hours, they had rested well. Su Wei's blood energy had recovered quite a bit, and Lin Xian's condition had also improved a lot. In the dark night, a group of 10 people set off from the village towards the entrance of Silver Moon Mountain. Tonight was the waning moon, and the bright moonlight poured down on the earth, creating a peaceful atmosphere. At the entrance of the mountain, there was a mountain road that meandered gradually deeper into the forest. Su Wei and Lin Xian walked at the front of the group, with Lin Tai behind them. Be careful, there are ferocious beasts nearby. Although they are not particularly powerful, they are still very dangerous when they launch a sudden attack, Lin Tai reminded. The ferocious beasts in Silver Moon Mountain were different from those in other places. They were exceptionally fierce, with physical strength and attack power comparable to vampires. As for the exact reason, perhaps it was because this had been the ancestral land of the Lin bloodline for thousands of years. The wild beasts were influenced by the surging blood energy of the ancestral land, resulting in some mutations. In addition, this place had never been developed and maintained its original ecological appearance, providing a fertile ground for the reproduction of ferocious beasts. Lin Xian grew up in the ancestral land and had seen these so-called ferocious beasts: gray bears, wild wolves, tigers, lions, cheetahs. Many ferocious beasts that were originally impossible to gather in one area miraculously appeared near Silver Moon Mountain. Because of this, some biologists even formed research teams to investigate why these animals with vastly different survival habits appeared together in this place, but in the end, they didn't find anything and even lost several team members. The specific reason for the simultaneous appearance of these ferocious beasts should be traced back to when the Lin bloodline chose this ancestral land, thousands of years ago. The topography and biological population here were quite different from the present. According to records, at that time, someone from the Lin bloodline conducted a crazy experiment. Sucking human blood was no longer enough for them, so some clan members turned their attention to wild beasts. They wanted to know if consuming the blood of these beasts would have a positive effect on enhancing their strength. The Lin bloodline began to capture wild beasts from all over the world and brought them back to Silver Moon Mountain. The clan members collected their blood and conducted a series of experiments to see if consuming their blood could enhance their strength and blood purity. But the final result was disappointing. The blood of the wild beasts was far inferior to human blood, and consuming their blood would only make their own blood impure, hindering the enhancement of their strength. The clan members learned from their failures and finally realized that humans were the most superior beings. Although the combat power of humans might not be comparable to that of large carnivorous animals, humans would use and invent tools to ultimately kill those powerful animals one by one. Humans were the pinnacle of biological evolution on this planet. They overcame obstacles and created a brilliant civilization. That's why the value of human blood is difficult to surpass by the blood of other animals. After the experiment failed, those fierce beasts were released at will. They settled and established their camps around the Silver Moon Mountain, constantly evolving and eventually adapting to the local environment, thriving to this day. This is the origin of the ferocious beasts near Silver Moon Mountain, with a long history. Often, seemingly insignificant actions can lead to unexpected results over the course of time. The Lin family has the ability to kill the surrounding ferocious beasts, but they choose not to do so. The ferocious beasts effectively prevent humans from entering and disturbing the operation of their territory. They also pose a certain obstacle to the invading Western bloodline. On the mountain road, Sue held his breath, his eyes revealing a hint of red light, attentively observing the Western Zhou. He could see everything in the darkness, and he spotted a python slithering through the forest, chasing a panicked monkey. Upon witnessing this scene, Sue felt no pity. In fact, he even cheered for the python. Perhaps it was the monkeys on Mount Ame that had given him a bad impression of the species. If he were to see a monkey, he would not only refrain from feeding it, but might even kick it a few times. Squeak! Squeak! The unlucky monkey was caught up by the python and quickly coiled around. Under the python's powerful force, the sound of bones cracking faintly echoed as the monkey's bones were completely shattered. Soon, it lost its ability to resist and could only let out a few cries of despair in its final moments. Sue silently watched it all unfold, and Lin Shen beside him also noticed the scene, but she clearly didn't have a bleeding heart. She had seen this kind of situation too many times, the law of the jungle, where such scenes played out in the mountains and forests every day. There was nothing worth caring about. Lin Tai, as the guide for this journey, maintained a steady pace, his gaze scanning the west, observing any unexpected situations that might arise. Soon, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Roar! A grizzly bear pounded its chest and roared angrily, appearing in the forest about 100 meters to the west. Howl! A pack of wild wolves howled at the moon, appearing on a small hill about 800 meters away. It seemed like they were about to engage in a fight to the death. Sue watched with great interest. These two animals rarely crossed paths. Grizzly bears generally lived in the North American plains and coniferous forests, while wild wolves were more commonly found in northern Asia. Here, they confronted each other, creating a fascinating and rare spectacle of animal combat. The battle was about to begin. A group of wild wolves swiftly moved through the jungle and arrived next to the grizzly bear. The wolves, numbering about 5 or 6, had the advantage in numbers and acted in unison, forming an encirclement and launching their attack. The grizzly bear was quite clumsy, but its strength was astonishing. Although it was difficult for it to land a hit with its swinging arms, once it did, it would deliver a deadly blow to the wolves. Sue felt as if he were watching a scene from the animal kingdom, observing with great interest. Lin Tai turned his head and said to those behind him, "Everyone, be careful. We will quickly pass through the combat zone and avoid lingering." Everyone nodded and increased their speed. As vampires, they naturally had stronger physical abilities, and their running speed was not slow. They once again accelerated, running through the mountains and forests at a speed of about 30 kilometers per hour. Although it wasn't particularly fast, considering the difficult terrain, this speed was already quite impressive. Sue felt a bit strained after increasing his speed, while the others seemed much more at ease. Sue realized that his own strength was still too weak and that he needed to find a way to improve it as soon as possible. Swish! Sue suddenly heard a faint sound of wind coming from the front right. He turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and saw a ghostly black shadow. Moreover, that black shadow was rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. And its target was none other than Lin Qian. Sue instinctively rushed forward and immediately tackled Lin Qian to the ground. There was a sharp pain in his back, and the sound of flesh tearing, crackling, followed. A large piece of flesh was torn off. But Sue didn't feel much pain. The pain of the blood clan is much lighter compared to humans. If a human had a piece of flesh this big torn off, they would probably scream in pain. Faced with this sudden situation, Lin Tai quickly reacted. In his urgency, a strong blood-red light flickered in his hand, and an energy ball was thrown out. Boom! The energy ball exploded where the black shadow was, the sound echoing through the mountains. Howl! Roar! The wild wolves and bears noticed the situation here. They sensed the danger in the previous disturbance and immediately stopped fighting, scattering and fleeing. Lin Tai walked forward with a dark expression. He never expected such a thing to happen while he was leading the team. Normally, these fierce beasts wouldn't dare to attack them. The Lin blood clan had previously carried out a wave of cleansing, and most of the fierce beasts were already scared to death. Once they sensed the blood clan's aura, they would immediately run away, let alone attack. Lin Tai walked to the side of the black shadow and activated his blood clan vision to assess the situation. It turned out to be a skinny cheetah. A skinny cheetah, on the verge of death, decided to make a desperate move and attack the blood clan that had once killed its mate and offspring. Dizzy on the road, Lin Tai, who should have noticed something, gave the cheetah an opportunity. This was his negligence. Although the blood clan was powerful, their defense was average. They didn't have the thick skin and sturdy body of a wild beast, so they could only rely on their agility to avoid various injuries. Under normal circumstances, the fierce beasts were absolutely unable to get close to the blood clan's speed, let alone cause harm. Lin Tai squinted his eyes. The cheetah hit by the energy ball was already dead, blood and limbs splattering everywhere. The cheetah didn't intend to survive the attack, it was like a commando, wanting to give the enemy a final blow with all its strength. There used to be many cheetahs in the Silver Moon Mountains, but under the blood clan's cleansing, their numbers had decreased significantly, disrupting the balance between species. With the decrease in population, the cheetah's hunting actions were constantly being blocked. The grizzly bears that could have been surrounded and attacked by the cheetahs in the past were no longer opponents. Moreover, the cheetahs were also being attacked by other fierce beasts, making their situation even more difficult. In a desperate situation, this cheetah was determined to seek revenge. Unfortunately, it was still too weak. Although this attack was unexpected, it still couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Su Wei's wound behind him throbbed faintly, blood continuously surging, and the pain in the wound weakened. However, for some reason, the healing speed of the wound seemed to have slowed down, and even the healing power of the blood seemed somewhat ineffective. If he forcefully used the blood's healing power on the wound, it might speed up the healing process, but it would undoubtedly consume a lot of blood energy. Su Wei was currently only a first-tier blood clan member, and his blood energy was already limited. Coupled with the peculiar nature of this wound, the healing effect was not good. Even if he used all of his blood energy to heal the wound, it probably wouldn't have a particularly good effect. After a moment of daze, Lin Qian gradually came back to her senses and looked at Su Wei, who had a somewhat painful expression, and quickly approached him. "What's wrong with you?" In the next moment, she saw the bloody wound on Su Wei's back, and she was shocked and filled with heartache. "Su Wei, why are you so foolish?" Su Wei had protected her and threw himself to the ground, suffering such a serious injury. Seeing his white hair, Lin Qian felt even more uncomfortable. Su Wei had already saved her twice. In a panic, she quickly activated her blood power and began to heal Su Wei's injuries. The blood-red light shimmered in the forest, and the other clan members looked on with astonishment, finding the scene before them somewhat puzzling. Su Wei was just a blood servant, why did Lin Qian care so much? Even if the blood servant died, what difference would it make? As long as their own safety was ensured, it would be fine. In their eyes, a blood servant was like an object, and for an object, there should be no emotional attachment at all. Su Wei looked at the anxious girl under the blood glow and smiled slightly. "It's okay, just some superficial injuries. There is not a single intact piece of skin on your entire back, and you call it superficial injuries? Give me a break," Lin Qian said, accelerating the activation of her blood power, wanting to help Su Wei heal quickly. Lin Tai walked over at this moment. That cheetah is not an ordinary cheetah. It has already undergone mutation. The toxins contained in its claws can corrode the wounds, making healing difficult. As Lin Tai said, Lin Qian found that the blood power attached to the wound was not making any progress in healing. The wound is deep enough to see the bone, it's difficult to restore it to its original state. "Xiaoqing, why don't you just leave him here and find another human to join us later? Blood servants are everywhere, it's not worth consuming resources to heal him." Lin Qian frowned after hearing Lin Tai's words. "Uncle Tai, what are you saying? Su Wei saved my life just now, and you want me to leave him here to be devoured by the savage beasts?" Su Wei's face also turned cold in an instant. He suddenly realized that he had been too naive before. Going deep into the tiger's den is not that easy. Although the tribe members would not openly attack him, with the variable of savage beasts, they could easily use them as a scapegoat. For example, in the current situation, he was seriously injured, and if they didn't lend a helping hand, he could report to the other side of hell and start over. Fortunately, Lin Qian would definitely protect him and prevent him from falling into a dead end. Lin Tai helplessly looked at Lin Qian. In his eyes, blood servants were just pawns, to be discarded decisively when necessary, to cut losses in time. The next moment, Lin Qian squatted down with her back to Su Wei. Climb up, I'll carry you back to the tribe. I'll have my father treat your injuries, don't worry, I'll make sure you're fine. Sue felt warm in his heart when he heard Lin Xian's words. Lin Xian was his biggest confidence in venturing into this place. Okay. Sue only had injuries on his back, not completely losing his ability to move, so he slowly climbed onto Lin Xian's back. His legs were held by Lin Xian, and a man over 1.8 meters tall was firmly carried on the back of a young girl. What's this strange thing on his back, and why does it feel a bit prickly? A blush flashed across Lin Xian's face. She guessed what that thing was, and then she felt relieved. It was just something that every boy would have. Now was not the time to be embarrassed. Her only goal now was to bring Sue back to the tribe as soon as possible and have her father treat him. Her father was a baron, his blood power was strong and condensed, with even more powerful healing abilities. He would definitely be able to help Sue recover. Looking at Lin Xian's determined figure, Lin Tai didn't know what to do. Forget it, let Xiaohua handle this matter. It's his younger brother's family affair, he shouldn't interfere. After this episode, the group of 10 set off again. Lin Xian had strong physical strength. Carrying Sue was quite easy for her. Her steps were deep and shallow, revealing impatience. Uncle Tai, can we go faster? Lin Xian urged. Let's hurry back to the tribe, Sue's injuries can't be delayed. Lin Tai looked at Sue with complicated eyes. It seemed that his niece was deeply attached to this blood servant. He sighed and agreed to Lin Xian's request. Turning his head, Lin Tai shouted to the remaining tribe members, everyone, let's go faster and try to reach the tribe by 10:30. Speeding up their pace, Lin Xian felt a little more at ease amidst the bumps. Sue, on the other hand, was still pondering how to heal his wounds. He tried to guide the blood power from the blood beads to his back, but the healing effect was mediocre, with minimal results. If this continued, the edges of his wounds would also be affected, and his intact skin would become ulcerated. Sue, don't worry, my father is very powerful, he will definitely find a way to cure you, so just relax. Lin Xian said firmly. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I know, Sue replied softly. After a journey of over half an hour, Sue's gaze gradually settled on a distant building. Is that the clan territory? The architecture combines elements of both the east and the west, with eastern-style courtyards made of rubble bricks and western-style castle towers. It is surrounded by a tall wall, enclosing the entire clan territory. In the thick darkness of the night, it looks like a mirage, not blending in with the surrounding environment, as if it doesn't really exist. Lights flicker, and the clan territory is also brightly lit. It resembles a fortress, more like a giant beast, lurking in the basin between the mountains. We're almost there, do you see those lights? That's where the clan territory is, Lin Xian introduced to Sue. It's magnificent, Sue exclaimed. He had been to the Great Wall, the Forbidden City, and many other famous historical sites, but compared to the Lin clan territory in front of him, they all seem to be lacking something. The architecture here is naturally formed, exuding a sense of craftsmanship and grandeur, with a unique sense of weight. Perhaps it's because the existing famous historical sites in the country cannot compare to the Lin clan territory in terms of time. The gates of the clan territory were open, with 2 guard towers beside them. They had already noticed Lin Tai and his group. Lin Tai waved to the guards and greeted them, then led his group into the clan territory. In the center of the clan territory was a main road, leading to every corner of the territory, like the trunk of a tree with its branches surrounding it. Taiga, take care, Taiga, goodbye. The other vampires on this trip bid farewell to Lin Tai and left, each returning home. Only Lin Tai and Lin Xian, who was carrying Sue on her back, remained. The 3 of them headed to Lin Xian's house. Lin Xian's house was a Western-style castle, divided into 3 floors, located in the southwest. Being able to live in a castle was enough to show that Lin Xian's branch was prominent in the entire Lin vampire clan. Lin Xiaohua had been waiting at the door for his daughter and the blood servant who had enchanted her. Lin Wen stood on his left, with a worried expression on her face. From her husband's expression, she knew he was definitely going to be angry. They got along very well at home, but the main affairs of the household were taken care of by Su Xiaohua. Lin Wen mainly took care of the household chores and some daily matters. She wanted to persuade her husband not to get so angry, but she hesitated several times. After being married to her husband for 300 years, she was very familiar with his temper. If he was really angry, no matter who tried to persuade him, it would be useless. In the distance, 2 figures appeared, and Lin Xiaohua, who was standing at the door, suddenly became alert. Why was his daughter carrying someone on her back? Upon closer inspection, he saw that it was a young man with white hair. Could it be that this young man was the blood servant that Lin Tai had mentioned? How could his daughter be carrying a blood servant on her back? He hadn't even allowed his daughter to carry him before, so why did this blood servant have the privilege? Lin Xiaohua's anger intensified, and his face became very unpleasant. Lin Tai stepped forward and pulled Lin Xiaohua aside. Xiaohua, something unexpected happened just now, let me explain. In his words, he recounted the situation he had encountered earlier. The anger in Lin Xiaohua's heart slowly dissipated. So it turned out that this blood servant was injured while protecting his daughter, which was why she was carrying him on her back. He had originally thought that this human was just good with words, but he didn't expect that he would go to such lengths to protect his daughter in a critical moment. This made Lin Xiaohua's impression of Su Wei change greatly. While Lin Tai and Lin Xiaohua were talking, Lin Qian let go of Su Wei and supported him towards the door. Lin Wen immediately went up to greet them. Su Wei looked at Lin Wen and pondered for a moment, realizing that this should be Lin Qian's mother. From her appearance, she looked very young, a beautiful woman with a graceful figure, like a ripe fruit that could burst with juice when squeezed. Xiao Chang, are you okay? Lin Wen asked with concern. Of course I'm fine, it's Su Wei who has a problem. I forgot to introduce him to you. Su Wei, he's the one I first embraced, my good friend. What good friend? Isn't he just a blood servant? Xiao Qing, why are you so foolish? Didn't I tell you before that you can't casually embrace someone? It depletes your vital blood and harms your body. Why don't you listen? Lin Wen said angrily. Lin Qian shook her head. Mom, let me correct one thing. In my heart, Su Wei is my close friend. He is not a blood servant. Our relationship is equal. Besides, a lot has happened in Binhai these days, and I will explain it to you in detail later. After speaking, Lin Qian tightly supported Su Wei and held onto his right arm. Seeing this scene, Lin Wen couldn't help but frown. Her daughter has always been obedient, so why can't she distinguish right from wrong in this matter? Su Wei was seriously injured and needs my father to treat him. He was injured because he saved me. Lin Qian slowly turned Su Wei around, showing her mother the gruesome wound on his back. Seeing the wound on Su Wei's body, Lin Wen covered her mouth in astonishment. What happened? How did he get such a serious injury? We encountered a cheetah on our way back to the clan. The cheetah was originally going to attack me, but Su Wei discovered it in advance. In order to protect me, he was torn apart by the cheetah and ended up like this. Uncle Tai said that this cheetah has undergone mutation, and its claws contain toxins that make the wounds difficult to heal. I tried to activate my blood power to help Su Wei heal, but the effect was minimal. To make Su Wei recover, we probably need some medicine and the pure blood power of a baron from my father. After listening to Lin Qian's account, Lin Wen was amazed at Su Wei's bravery. According to her husband's description, Su Wei was a human who deceived Lin Qian with sweet words, so she had a negative impression of him. But at this moment, Lin Wen was somewhat shaken. Being able to risk his life to save her daughter definitely made him a trustworthy person. He was not just a pretty face who only knew how to sweet talk. By the way, Mom, why don't you try activating your blood power to see if you can help Su Wei heal? Lin Qian suddenly said. Lin Wen was a 9th-generation blood clan, and although her strength was not weak, she was still far behind her barren husband. The gap between different realms was like a chasm, with a huge difference in the quality and quantity of blood power. However, compared to Lin Qian, Lin Wen was obviously much stronger, and her blood power might be able to help heal Su Wei's wounds. Alright, I'll give it a try. Lin Wen was a sentimental person. Su Wei was injured because he protected her daughter, regardless of what he had done in the past. She was grateful to him for this matter and was willing to try to help him heal. In addition, since the situation had already developed to this point and her daughter had already embraced him, it wouldn't hurt to keep him around. But the premise was that he had to be a good person and not have any other ulterior motives. Thoughts surged in Lin Wen's mind, but she calmed down and walked behind Su Wei. Most of his back was already devoid of skin, with wounds crisscrossing, and the deepest parts revealed bone. She extended her right hand, and a trace of blood power appeared in her palm. This fluctuation was hundreds or even thousands of times stronger than Lin Qian's. This gave Lin Qian confidence that her mother might be able to heal Su Wei's wounds and restore his back to its original state. When Lin Wen's blood power covered Su Wei's back, a miracle happened. The originally rotten and torn flesh and blood miraculously regenerated at this moment, growing strands of fresh flesh and blood. That's great! Lin Qian had a happy expression on her face. Su Wei, on the other hand, felt a tingling sensation on his back, as if a professional masseur was giving him a massage, and it was slightly itchy, as if he could feel some blood and flesh growing. Stop, Xiaowen, what are you doing? Lin Xiaohua's voice suddenly rang out, and Lin Wen paused, instinctively stopping her actions. Wait a moment. Don't be in such a hurry to treat the injury until we have clarified the situation. Lin Xiaohua's voice was unquestionable. Just now, he learned a lot of information from Lin Tai. In addition to the situation they encountered on the mountain road, there were also things that happened in Inua town. Lin Xiaohua had rich experience and had lived in the clan for many years, so he had a much broader perspective. Naturally, he couldn't trust Su Wei so quickly. Lin Tai was ready to leave, and he had told Lin Xiaohua all the information he knew. As for how to handle it, let Lin Xiaohua decide for himself. As Lin Tai gradually moved away, Lin Xiaohua coughed, "Come in, don't let others see the joke outside the door." Although they belonged to the same clan, the entire clan was like a small society, and there was also competition between different lineages. As for blood being thicker than water, after thousands of years, if they were not from the same lineage, those from other lineages could only be considered as strangers with a blood relationship. It was like distant relatives. The Lin clan had a large population and complex lineages, so the situation was even more complicated. Discussing family matters on the street would definitely become a topic of conversation for other lineages. They would love to see you in a miserable state. Lin Xian never left Su Wei's side. She had been with him from beginning to end, supporting him and taking care of him. Walking into the room, Su Wei saw that the front yard was very large. The carpet was dark red, adorned with mysterious and strange patterns. As they went deeper, they could see a hall. The hall was empty, with the flames of the candles flickering. Due to the limited brightness, the whole hall was somewhat dim. Lin Xiaohua originally wanted to press Su Wei against the wall and interrogate him, forcing him to reveal how he deceived his daughter. But after thinking for a moment, he believed that Su Wei had just saved his daughter. Although his daughter had been deceived, Su Wei had made up for it and had made a significant contribution. Lin Xiaohua ultimately decided to let him go for now, but the necessary interrogation process was definitely unavoidable. Su Wei's initial analysis of Lin Xiaohua was that he was a very rational man who cared a lot about his daughter, and his attitude towards himself had not reached the point of no return. However, Su Wei still had some concerns. In the situation where he was completely unaware, his daughter had been abducted. He didn't know how Lin Xiaohua would treat him. "Su Wei, right? I have some questions for you, and you must answer honestly. If you try to deceive me, I will throw you outside and let those ferocious beasts eat you up, not even leaving your bones behind. I mean what I say." Lin Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a sharp edge as he spoke coldly. Was this a show of force? "Xiaoqing, step aside, I need to talk to him." Lin Xiaohua looked at his daughter. "Dad, Su Wei is still injured. Can't you treat his injuries first and talk about other things later?" Lin Xian frowned and said dissatisfiedly. "No, there are some things that must be clarified first." Lin Xiaohua shook his head. "But rest assured, since he saved you, I won't do anything to him, as long as he answers honestly." Lin Xian wanted to say something more, but she was stopped by her mother beside her. "Xiaoqing, let your dad ask him first. You're still young and inexperienced, you can't distinguish between good and bad people. Your dad and I are just worried that you might be deceived." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian quickly retorted, "I haven't been deceived. Su Wei is a good person. He has saved me more than once." Su Wei spoke up, "Xian, let me talk to your uncle for a moment, it's okay." Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. "You dare to call her Qian, you really have no fear of death. Taking away my daughter right in front of me, it's the first time in centuries. Kid, I'm starting to admire your courage more and more." Hearing Su Wei's words, Lin Qian nodded helplessly. "Alright, Su Wei, if my dad wants to harm you, just call me immediately, I will protect you." Su Wei smiled slightly and nodded. It's good that Lin Xian has this intention, but if Lin Xiaohua really wants to kill him, he won't even have a chance to speak up, he would already be game over. Lin Wen and Lin Xian walked to the side guest room, leaving only Su Wei and Lin Xiaohua in the spacious living room. "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Lin Xiaohua gradually approached. "Uncle, if you really wanted to kill me, you would have done it already, wouldn't you?" Su Wei's voice was calm and confident, revealing a sense of calmness in his words. This made Lin Xiaohua curious. This human's courage was indeed not small. He had prepared himself to see Su Wei kneel down in front of him and beg for mercy. But the reality was completely different. "I have to admit, you're very brave." Lin Xiaohua circled around Su Wei. "Sometimes, foolish bravery only brings death closer." "Uncle, actually I'm not that brave, but at this moment, even if I begged you to spare my life, it wouldn't make any difference." Su Wei endured the pain and tried to straighten his body. Lin Xiaohua sneered, "Indeed, you're the human who managed to deceive my daughter and captivate her heart. Your mental strength is indeed strong." "I didn't deceive her, we are friends, I willingly let her embrace me, and I will do everything in my power to ensure her safety," Su Wei said calmly. Lin Xiaohua stared into Su Wei's eyes, those black pupils were calm and emotionless, revealing nothing. He felt strange and at the same time, surprised. This young man was truly beyond his expectations. he had to change his strategy. How did you two meet? What happened afterwards? Tell me everything. I am a student at Binhai University. More than half a month ago, Xian and I added each other on WeChat. We chatted on WeChat, and later she invited me to her house as a guest, but in reality, she wanted to drink my blood. I woke up in the middle of the night and unexpectedly discovered that she was a vampire. She originally planned to kill me, but in the end, she spared my life, but I had to stay by her side. During the time we spent together, we formed a deep friendship, and in the end, she embraced me. 2 days ago, we encountered 2 Western vampires who attacked the villa. Fortunately, the villa's defense mechanism worked and killed those 2 Western vampires. We deepened our friendship in the face of danger, and in the end, she decided to take me back to her clan. Looking back, we gradually understood each other and got along well. I am willing to be the one to accompany her as she lives alone and spends little time with you and Aunt. She is lonely and hopes to have someone by her side, and I am willing to be that person. After finishing his words, Su Wei closed his eyes. Uncle, if you want to kill me, go ahead, I won't resist. Lin Xiaohua fell silent for a moment and asked in a low voice, do you really think I won't do it? No, I have no regrets if you do. Are you giving up resistance like this? Su Wei shook his head, my strength is so weak, there is no need for any resistance in front of you. Lin Xiaohua stood beside Su Wei, his back facing him. His mind was filled with countless thoughts, and he realized that he didn't seem to have any reason to kill Su Wei anymore. Su Wei's words were very sincere, and he couldn't sense any deception. If all of this was a lie, then Su Wei would undoubtedly be the greatest actor in history. What Su Wei didn't know was that he had rehearsed this set of arguments in his mind thousands of times. Although the part about being embraced by Lin Xianxu was false, the rest was true. The mixture of truth and falsehood made the small part of the lie more credible and convincing. Lin Xiaohua looked at Su Wei, scrutinizing him. Su Wei had never done anything harmful to Lin Xianxu. In fact, he had accompanied her and provided her with warmth. As Su Wei said, he had spent too little time with Lin Xianxu. To be honest, Lin Xiaohua felt guilty, but there was nothing he could do about it. The matters within the clan were complicated, and he had very little free time. Letting Lin Xianxu live by the coast was also his hope that his daughter could find some happiness in the human world, rather than being confined to the clan. As for the attack on the villa by the Western Blood clan, it was the first time he had heard of it. It seemed that his long absence had almost cost his daughter her life. The incident that had just happened on the mountain road also deeply moved Lin Xiaohua. After silently looking at Su Wei for a while, Lin Xiaohua nodded and said, "All right, I've decided to spare your life for now. But you must promise me one thing." Su Wei's eyes widened, and his heart, which had just been put down, was lifted again. "But you cannot develop any feelings beyond friendship with Lin Xianxu. If I find that you have crossed that line, you will bear the consequences," Lin Xiaohua said in a deep voice. Lin Xianxu is already engaged to another 13th generation blood clan member. It is impossible for her to be with a blood servant. Get rid of this idea as soon as possible. Your task from now on is to protect Lin Xianxu's safety. Don't think about anything else. This is my bottom line. Lin Xiaohua was conflicted in his heart. He couldn't accept the feelings between Su Wei and Lin Xianxu calmly. In the hundreds of years of the clan's existence, there had never been a case of a blood master and blood servant falling in love. He considered such a situation to be a disgrace. But on the other hand, he hoped that his daughter could pursue her own happiness instead of being forced to marry someone she didn't like. Since he was young, from the moment he first saw Linwen, he had entrusted his whole heart to her. Over the decades, he had intentionally or unintentionally talked to her, invited her to parties, and went out together to complete tasks assigned by the clan. In the daily interactions, Lin Xiaohua and Linwen gradually developed a different kind of affection, and they promised to be together forever. Originally, the clan had arranged another female clan member as his fiancée. When he learned of this, he decided to resist. After a long struggle, he finally succeeded in marrying Linwen. But his situation was different from Su Wei's. Both he and Linwen were 12th generation blood clan members, and their union could be considered a match. But Su Wei and Lin Xianxu, one was a blood master and the other a blood servant, their union would only invite countless ridicule. Lin Xiaohua understood the happiness of being with the person you love, and he also understood that an arranged marriage was only superficial, and the taste of unrequited love could only be tasted alone. His eyes flickered, and he sighed silently in his heart. Forget it, he decided to follow his own heart. He hoped that his daughter could pursue her own happiness, and let her make her own decisions. Although Su Wei was a blood servant, he did genuinely care for his daughter, and that couldn't be denied. As for Lin Xian, if his daughter really didn't want to be with him, Lin Xiaohua would also support her. As for why Lin Xiaohua's attitude just now was so harsh and carried a hint of intimidation, it was because Su Wei had almost kidnapped his daughter without his knowledge. If Lin Xiaohua doesn't show his strength, he won't be able to know what Su Wei is thinking. Only under severe intimidation can he get Su Wei's true answer. And just a few months after returning to the ethnic group, his daughter was stolen, which is unbearable for anyone. Looking at Su Wei, the wounds on his back were painful and festering, looking very agonizing. But Su Wei's eyes were as firm as ever. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but nod in approval. This kind of perseverance is truly admirable. Unfortunately, he is ultimately a blood servant. Lin Xiaohua sighed softly, and suddenly there was a knock on the door. He couldn't help but pause, then quickly walked to the entrance and opened the door. Brother Hua, there's a breakthrough in Yi Hui's situation. Just now, the elders have loosened their stance and said they can make an exception, but they need you to agree to some conditions. I'm not sure about the specifics. The elders want to meet with you, so come with me. The visitor was a middle-aged man of the blood clan, of average build, with a joyful expression on his face. Is that so? Lin Xiaohua was overjoyed and said incredulously, "Alright, wait for me, I'll take care of some family matters and be right there." After speaking, he quickly walked to the living room. Su Wei was still standing upright, like a sharp sword, piercing into the ground. If you observe carefully, you can see that he is trembling slightly, and his body is swaying. The wounds on his back were throbbing with pain. Even though they had just been healed by Lin Wen, the newly grown flesh and blood were torn apart again, making the back even more gruesome with fresh blood. Despite this, Su Wei never thought of bowing down and surrendering. Lin Xiaohua patted Su Wei's shoulder and whispered, "Remember what I told you." After speaking, he walked quickly towards the guest room. "Xiaowen, treat Su Wei's wounds, I have to go to the elders' meeting immediately. I probably won't be back early, remember to arrange Su Wei's accommodation later." Lin Xiaohua's voice was magnetic, with a deep and dignified tone, exuding the aura of a superior. Lin Wen and Lin Xian quickly came out of the guest room when they heard the commotion outside. "I got it, you go quickly, don't delay things," Lin Wen urged repeatedly. Although she didn't know what was going on, judging from her husband's appearance, it should be something urgent. Lin Xiaohua left quickly, and at the moment he walked out of the door, Su Wei could no longer support himself and almost fell. The wounds on his back became even more horrifying, with blood flowing along his spine, soaking the upper half of his pants. Su Wei clenched his teeth and tried his best to stabilize himself. Seeing this scene, Lin Qian's heart was about to break. She quickly walked to Su Wei's side and helped him to the sofa. "Lie down on the sofa, it's all my dad's fault, insisting on talking to you about irrelevant things, which worsened your wounds." Lin Qian felt regretful amidst her concern. "If I had known, I would have been more firm earlier and not let my dad talk to you." "It's okay." Su Wei smiled and shook his head, "The wounds don't hurt much." "Don't give me that nonsense. I don't believe it. Look at your wounds, how terrible they've become. You must be in a lot of pain." The once aloof Lin Xian became talkative, and Su Wei felt a warm flow in his heart, and the pain from his wounds faded a bit. "Mom, please help Su Wei treat his wounds quickly. Look at what his wounds have become." Lin Xian looked at Lin Wen and urged. "I know, don't worry," Lin Wen said as she walked towards Su Wei. Suddenly, Su Wei smelled a completely different fragrance from Lin Xian, like a well-aged red wine, intoxicating in its freshness. Is this the scent of a mature blood clan? In the next moment, Su Wei realized that Lin Wen should be around 500 years old this year. After 500 years of precipitation, it's unbelievable. In contrast, mature women in their 30s in reality are really weak. However, Su Wei has no interest in being a homewrecker. In his opinion, it goes against moral principles. If a couple has a good relationship, what right does he have to interfere? Being a homewrecker is not something to be taken lightly. Perhaps it can only be accepted in necessary situations, such as when the original couple's relationship is not good. Not to mention, she is his mother-in-law. If he still has thoughts about her, that would be too beastly. Sitting on a chair, Lin Wen began to heal Su Wei. Su Wei lay on the sofa, facing up, with his eyes closed. Now it's up to Lin Wen's skills. Lin Wen raised her right hand, and a pure stream of blood gathered in her palm. It was a soft blood-red beam of light that covered Su Wei's wound. It was the pro version of Lin Qian's healing technique after she had sucked Su Wei's blood. As time passed, the wound quickly healed, flesh and blood continuously reformed, and vitality was restored. Seeing Su Wei's injuries gradually improving, Lin Qian finally felt relieved. While Lin Wen poured her blood energy into healing, her eyes slightly slanted, staring at Su Wei's profile. Just now in the room, she learned many things about Su Wei from Lin Qian. He played the piano well and was a brave and righteous person. He always stepped forward in critical moments, doing his utmost to protect his daughter's safety. Su Wei brought a lot of warmth to his daughter, and the two of them developed a deep bond through their interactions. Lin Wen gradually let go of her guard against this young man. Perhaps she and her husband were overly sensitive. Su Wei himself is a good person, he did not deceive their daughter, nor did he use any sweet words. The reason he protected Xiao Qing and accompanied her for a long time had only one answer: he liked Lin Xian. Lin Wen felt that she had seen through everything. In the dark and damp dungeon, the air was filled with a musty smell. A hunched figure huddled in a corner, with a desolate expression. Yi Hui looked ahead with lifeless eyes, waiting for his fate. He still remembered the night 5 days ago, when dozens of Western blood clans launched an attack, staining the sky red. During the battle, blood energy fluctuations spread, energy balls scattered and flew, and countless craters appeared on the ground. As a member of the clan defending their territory, he stepped forward and led 5 Western blood slaves to attack and kill a Western blood clan member, injuring 3 others. But just as the battle was about to end, an accident occurred. A Western blood clan member burned all the remaining essence of their blood, delivering a fatal blow to the nearest Eastern blood clan member. And that unlucky Eastern blood clan member was Lin Meng. She was pierced through the heart by a massive energy beam and died on the spot. Everything happened so quickly, no one had time to react. It was at the moment when Lin Meng died that Yi Hui suddenly realized that his spirit, suppressed for 200 or 300 years, was instantly liberated. He was free. After the death of the Blood Master, the blood slaves would regain their freedom. But when Yi Hui realized that he had regained his freedom, there was no excitement in his heart. Instead, his face turned pale. He had been with the Lin blood clan for hundreds of years. How could he not know that once the Blood Master died, all the blood slaves under his control would be executed? And he, as Lin Meng's only blood slave, would definitely not escape death. After that, he was predictably thrown into the dungeon, waiting for the final judgment. In this gloomy dungeon, he often thought of Lin Meng, the one who had been intimate with him, but only to deceive him as little Lin's sister. Her voice and smile lingered in his mind, and Yi Hui suddenly realized that when he saw her being pierced by the beam of light, he didn't feel the expected pleasure of revenge. Instead, he felt numb and everything in front of him felt like a dream. He felt like he might have Stockholm Syndrome. Lin Meng had caused him so much suffering, but at the moment of her death, he didn't feel any sense of relief. Instead, he felt a bit nostalgic. He would never see her again, and that made him feel a bit uneasy. Shouldn't he be excited? Like in a hero movie, when the villain gets their deserved punishment and justice is served, everything should be good and people should cheer for the hero. Shaking his head, Yi Hui felt confused. Well, it seemed like he didn't hate Lin Meng that much after all. Maybe it was because it had been such a long time, and he had long accepted being controlled by her. The fact was, Yi Hui chuckled self-deprecatingly, he had become a servant from the inside out. That was the truth. Yi Hui calmly prepared to wait for death. Death, a word that he had once thought was so distant. As it approached, he felt a sense of relief. He remembered that night when he was 18, the flickering candlelight, holding Lin Meng in his arms, making vows of eternal love. Lin Meng's body was cold, and he wanted to warm her with his passionate heart. Lin Meng had a pair of crescent-shaped eyes, and she looked adorable when she smiled. Whenever he thought of her, he couldn't help but smile. Even though she had deceived him and turned him into a blood slave, Yi Hui still wanted to say that he loved Lin Meng. How foolish. Yes, it was foolish, but sometimes, that's just how emotions are. Foolishly giving everything, knowing that you won't get anything in return, but still wanting to do it. Oh well, everything was over now. The smell of decay filled his nostrils, and Yi Hui didn't want to think about anything anymore. He was tired. As he closed his eyes, his thoughts quickly became scattered, and endless darkness swallowed him. The Elders Club was located in the central tower of the clan's territory. It was a Gothic-style tower with more than 40 meters in height and 13 floors. On the tower's body, there were some Eastern elements blended in, with many ancient Eastern symbols engraved on it, giving it a mysterious and obscure aura. The tower was built with purple giant stones, and its top was sharp and towering, making it the highest point of the entire clan's territory. On the 3rd floor, the conference hall, the elders of the Lin blood clan gathered here. Their faces showed subtle signs of aging, with deep and shallow wrinkles, making them look more dignified. Most of these elders were from the 10th generation of the blood clan, with the strongest among them being a 9th-rank baron. Although these elders were highly respected within the clan, they were not the strongest members of the Lin blood clan. The truly powerful beings were some ancient monsters, mostly from the 9th and 8th generations of the blood clan. The 8th and 9th generations of the blood clan had been alive for nearly 3,000 years and were nearing the end of their lives. Although the lifespan of the blood clan was long, it still had its limits. Bound by the laws of heaven and earth, time passed, and one day they would turn to dust. In order to continue living, they, as viscounts, had to break through to become earls, which would grant them a longer life. In order to break through their boundaries as quickly as possible, they secluded themselves within the clan's territory and rarely went out. The daily affairs were left to the 10th generation of the Blood Clan, the elders in the conference hall. Beside the long table in the conference hall, there were 9 elders, and across from them, Lin Xiaohua had a serious expression on his face. Lin Xiaohua, after our discussion, we have decided to make an exception. As for why, Yi Hui made great contributions in the previous defense battle of the clan's territory, and you also assisted in killing 2 Western Blood Clan members. The entire clan admires your honorable actions. Because of this, we have decided to set a precedent. Yi Hui can live, but Elder Lin Macheng, who was sitting in the center, suddenly stopped speaking. Lin Xiaohua understood that the crucial part was yet to come. He didn't know what conditions the elder wanted him to agree to this time, but as long as it wasn't too excessive, he could accept it. Yi Hui had been the steward in his family for over 200 years, and during this long period of time, he had developed a deep affection for Yi Hui. They were more like family to each other. If he can save him, Lin Xiaohua is willing to pay a high price. Yi Hui used to handle the affairs of the Lin group, right? Lin Macheng suddenly changed the subject. Yes, he has been the CEO of the group for over 20 years, Lin Xiaohua replied, recalling the various scenes of the past 20 years. 20 years ago, the family sent Yi Hui to manage the Lin group in Binhai, and the profits of the Lin group skyrocketed year after year. 10 years ago, Lin Xiaohua saw that Lin Qian was too isolated in the ancestral land and Yingyue town, so he sent her to Binhai to live temporarily. Later, he arranged for her to go to university, but as a vampire, she naturally had a barrier with humans and still had no friends. Because of the many affairs in the ancestral land, Lin Xiaohua didn't have much time to accompany Lin Qian, and time passed by. Time flies, everything seems like yesterday. Feeling a slight sigh in his heart, he looked at Lin Macheng again. Our intention is to let him take charge of the Lin group in Binhai in the future, but he can never return to the ancestral land. If possible, the ancestral land will spare his life, and he must drink the Salmagundi potion. Lin Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew what the Salmagundi potion was. It was a highly toxic potion that needed to be taken every 3 months with an antidote, otherwise, death would occur. This potion was often used by the Lin vampire clan to control influential humans, such as wealthy businessmen or officials. When the Lin vampire clan engaged in some illicit transactions, the Salmagundi potion always played a decisive role. With this potion, the clan could easily manipulate a large number of humans for their own use. Without the antidote, death was certain. So, the humans who drank this potion had to work for the Lin vampire clan in order to survive. Unexpectedly, this tactic was now being used on Yi Hui. Yi Hui had great business talent, which was recognized by the elders. In the human world, money was a powerful tool, and they needed Yi Hui to continue working for them and amass more wealth. In other words, it wasn't because they were merciful, but because Yi Hui still had value to exploit. As for why Yi Hui couldn't return to the ancestral land, it was because they were afraid he would try to expose their secrets and pose a threat to the safety of the ancestral land. As long as he was far away in Binhai, there would be no need to worry about security issues. Lin Xiaohua's eyes changed several times, and his anger was about to erupt. Taking a deep breath, he felt even more powerless. He understood that this was the elder's final concession. If he didn't agree, Yi Hui would undoubtedly be executed, with no other possibility. Lin Xiaohua, think carefully. If you can accept it, then do as we say. Once Yi Hui drinks the Salmagundi potion, you must immediately take him to Binhai. Also, remember to remind him not to play any tricks. If the profits of the Lin group decrease and it is found that he did it intentionally, then the subsequent antidote. He will only have one way to go, death. Lin Macheng's voice sounded emotionless, echoing in the conference hall. When Lin Xiaohua left the conference hall, it was already 2 a.m. He felt heavy-headed and light-footed. In his right hand, there was a bottle of potion with a vibrant green color, the Salmagundi potion. Executioner, they want me to do it myself, ha! He agreed to the elder's request and saved Yi Hui's life. It was a reluctant act, as he had no other choice. Lin Xiaohua now had to go to the dungeon and personally hand the Salmagundi potion to Yi Hui, and make him drink it. In the endless years to come, as long as Yi Hui was alive, the clan would continue to exploit the value he created, like leeches. Lin Xiaohua didn't have blood slaves. He didn't see them as mere objects to be discarded. He believed that blood slaves were more like companions, rather than a simple master-slave relationship. Very few members of the Lin family think like him. Lin Xiaohua believes that it may be related to the Marxist books he has inadvertently read. The idea of equality has been planted in his heart, and the master-slave relationship is the dregs of the times. Shaking his head in disappointment, Lin Xiaohua feels like he is trying to cover up his own mistakes. As a member of the blood clan, there is no equality with humans. The blood he drinks every day is extracted from humans, and the wealth he gains is stained with blood and hidden in the dark. Indeed, there is no fairness in the world. The ones who often protest with force are the victims. If one day they have a higher status, they can also exert their power over others, and they will immediately stop protesting and start consciously protecting their own status. Humans, inherently selfish and dirty. Lin Xiaohua is also selfish, he admits it. Yi Hui has been working diligently in his family and taking care of his daughter for so many years, so he wants to protect Yi Hui and let him live. Over the years, the Lin family has killed more than 10 blood slaves, but Lin Xiaohua never interferes. The key is that it has nothing to do with him, so he turns a blind eye. He is not a saint, he can only uphold what he believes to be reasonable justice within his capabilities. It's a pity, Xiaoyi, I can only do this much. Lin Xiaohua's father died in battle more than 100 years ago, and his grandfather is still alive. He is a member of the Elder Council, which is perhaps why the Elder Council eventually made an exception. The most powerful in his lineage is his great-grandfather, the 9th generation of the blood clan, who has reached the rank of Viscount. However, his great-grandfather's lifespan has already exceeded 2,900 years and he is about to die. If he can break through to the rank of Earl, his lifespan can increase by another 1,000 years, but that is obviously impossible. His great-grandfather's strength has only reached the 6th rank of Viscount, and it is like a fool's dream to break through 3 small realms and 1 big realm in the last 100 years of his life and reach the rank of Earl. After his great-grandfather dies, a big tree will collapse, and his lineage will suffer greatly. With countless thoughts in his mind, Lin Xiaohua feels the weight on his shoulders. It is not easy to survive in such a large and complicated family with conflicting interests. The dungeon is located in the southeast corner of the clan's territory. There is often a foul smell near the dungeon, which the clan members find repulsive and rarely come here. This is the second time Lin Xiaohua has come here. In the past 100 years, the only time he came here was when he was assigned to guard and prevent the prisoners in the dungeon from escaping and causing trouble. When the unpleasant smell hit him, Lin Xiaohua knew that he was not far from the dungeon, and his footsteps slowed down. He was thinking about how to tell Yi Hui about this matter. He might not be able to bear it and choose to end his life. At this point in life, being oppressed and seemingly meaningless, there is no point in living. Suddenly, Lin Xiaohua thought of something. Yi Hui seems to have never been in a relationship before. Why not introduce him to some female blood slaves or even humans? Having a partner would bring hope to his life and make him want to continue living. Although the Salmagundi potion also restricts Yi Hui to some extent, compared to the Blood Master's complete suppression of the blood slave, it is much easier. He just needs to follow the family's instructions, manage the Lin group well, and drink the antidote once every 3 months. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaohua's face looked slightly better. With the permission of the guards, he walked into a dark corridor and descended the stairs step by step until he reached the dungeon. Yi Hui's cell was in the corner, and although it was called a cell, it was actually a small dilapidated hut with a few tattered straw mats and iron grills. When Lin Xiaohua saw the figure leaning against the wall, looking dejected, he quickened his pace into the living room of the Lin family. Sui Wei closed his eyes slightly. By now, his back wound had already healed for the most part, with only a few small scars remaining. Lin Wen furrowed her brows behind him, as Sui Wei's injuries were quite severe, which put a heavy burden on her and depleted nearly half of her blood energy. Lin Xian's face was filled with joy as she saw Sui Wei regain his health, and a big weight was immediately lifted off her heart. Phew! 3 minutes later, Lin Wen let out a sigh of relief. The flowing blood energy in her hands gradually dissipated, and the healing process finally came to an end. Sui Wei felt a warm sensation behind him, an indescribable comfort, just like when he was in his freshman year and went to a massage parlor with his classmates, and the masseur used essential oils to give him a thorough massage. Of course, he only received a legitimate massage and no other services. Lin Wen's body trembled slightly as she sat on the nearby sofa. This healing process had encountered quite a bit of resistance. She couldn't understand how the nearby ferocious beasts had evolved to the point where their toxins were so potent. According to common sense, even if injured, it shouldn't take much blood energy to heal the wounds completely. Feeling a bit puzzled, Lin Wen stopped thinking about it after failing to come up with an answer. She looked at Sui Wei. You've just recovered, so you still need some time to recuperate. You can go rest now. The room on the right side of the second floor, towards the inside, is a guest room. You can rest there. Su Wei also stood up from the sofa, taking the opportunity to get a good look at Linwen. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, her eyes sparkling and clear, her hair soft and flowing, and her nose petite and straight. It's no wonder Lin Qian is so good-looking. With a mother like this, it would be strange if she wasn't. Linwen gently touched her slightly warm cheek, feeling a bit overheated. Perhaps it was because she had consumed too much blood energy just now, making her feel a bit uncomfortable. A sense of emptiness swept over her lower abdomen. With such a large consumption this time, it seems she needs to replenish her blood energy. Alright, Auntie, I'll go rest now. Su Wei stood up and respectfully said. Lin Qian held onto Su Wei's hand beside her. I'll take you there. My house is quite big, and if you go alone, you might get lost. After speaking, she pulled Su Wei towards the stairs. As they left, Su Wei nodded to Lin Wen and gave her a smile. The latter also smiled slightly, a smile that made Su Wei unable to help but be stunned. So gentle and tender. She truly is a perfect lady in every aspect. Growing up in such a family environment, Linwen was quite happy, the only downside being that she spent very little time with her parents. Although Linwen didn't have many tasks on a regular basis, she still had some responsibilities within the family and often had to go out. Watching the two figures walk away, the smile on Linwen's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of worry. Falling in love with a blood slave, Shaoqing, you will suffer in the future. Su Wei followed Lin Qian to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was long, and when looking from the middle to the sides, the dim lights flickered. The walls of the corridor were adorned with intricate symbols and carvings. Su Wei and Lin Qian walked on the wooden floor, and the faint creaking sound accompanied their footsteps. This is the guest room, but it seems a bit dirty. I'll get you a new set of sheets and bedding. After Lin Qian finished speaking, she turned around and went to the storage room to get the bedding. The guest room hadn't been occupied for a long time, and under long-term vacancy, many places were covered in dust. Seeing this scene, Su Wei wanted to try using his blood energy to clean the dust, just like Lin Tai had done before, but he failed once again. The blood energy that had just gathered in his hands dissipated in an instant, and the faint red glow gradually disappeared. He realized that he still lacked control over his blood energy and would have to try more in the future. Lin Qian brought clean bedding from the next room and happened to see Su Wei's failure. She quickly comforted him. It's okay, you'll definitely be able to do it next time. Controlling blood energy is not difficult at all, it's very simple. Su Wei looked at Lin Qian with a touch of resentment. You say it's simple, but why do I feel even more useless? Lin Qian's lips curled up slightly on the right side. What's the big deal if you can't control the blood? It's okay, even if you never learn, I'll take care of it. I'll protect you, although you saved me again this time, it's because I didn't react in time. As long as I react, I can definitely protect you well. Lin Qian's eyes were innocent and radiant, and Su Wei felt purified in an instant. Lin Qian placed the bedding on the bed and waved her arm. Blood energy quickly formed in the palm of her hand, converging into a web that swept away all the dust. After gathering almost all the dust together, a blood-red ball the size of a crumpled paper flew out of the window at a fast speed, instantly refreshing the entire room. Alright, you can rest now, Lin Qian clapped her hands and said satisfactorily. To be honest, Su Wei didn't feel that tired. Even if he rested now, he wouldn't be able to fall asleep at all. After becoming a blood clan, he found that his sleep patterns were greatly affected. When he was human, he was always energetic during the day, and around 11 or 12 at night, he would feel drowsy and quickly fall asleep once he lay in bed. But as a blood clan, he didn't feel particularly drowsy during the day or night, and even felt more drowsy during the day. In the quiet of the night, he was unusually alert, and even if he lay in bed, he wouldn't feel the slightest drowsiness. I can't sleep very well, Su Wei shook his head. After your mother healed me, I actually feel more energetic. The wound is warm and comfortable now, as if it was never injured. I see, I thought you would rest well, Lin Qian nodded. So, what do you want to do now? What do I want to do? Su Wei was taken aback. This question actually stumped him. What should he do? Right, he needed to drink blood. In his blood essence, the blood energy had already stored up to 5%, just a little more to fill it up. The cup of blood that Lin Tai gave him earlier had basically been digested by him, and that blood had greatly accelerated his blood energy recovery. If he drank some more blood, it should restore his blood energy to its peak, and he could continue to try to manipulate it. The process of experimentation consumed a lot of blood energy. Does your family still have any blood? I want to drink some, Su Wei asked. Lin Qian was a little surprised. What's wrong? After Uncle Tai let you drink some, you got addicted? I thought you would resist drinking blood, but it turns out to be the opposite. Su Wei replied, not really, it's just that after I drink blood, my blood energy recovers much faster, giving me more opportunities to try to manipulate it. In the western part of the clan's territory, there was an abundance of blood energy flowing. It was the place where blood was brewed every day. Over 100 years ago, the members of the Lin blood clan discovered that by adding herbs and filtering, the blood became purer and provided more energy to the body. It was also easier to absorb than untreated blood. There were only two raw materials for brewing blood extracted from humans and herbs. The former was easily obtained as the Lin blood clan kept many human slaves who underwent rigorous training and had a diet that ensured the quality of their blood. They were also given blood-enriching food, ensuring a sufficient supply of blood. The latter was readily available in the nearby Silver Moon Mountain, which had a variety of herbs. In addition, there was a medicinal garden in the open space at the western border of the clan's territory, where an abundance of herbs were grown. The cup of blood in Lin Xian's hand is the premium product from the blood brewing factory in the west. Only the blood clan with a certain status within the clan is worthy of tasting it. Although Lin Xian's family doesn't have much, she still insisted on giving some to Su Wei. She wanted Su Wei to have something good to eat. When they arrived in the bedroom, Su Wei was already trying to control his blood power. It must be said that he made progress quickly. He was able to maintain the blood power in his hand for more than 10 seconds without dissipating. However, to completely control it, he would probably need to put in more effort. Here, this is the blood you wanted. It's the top-notch blood in our clan. It should help you recover your physical strength faster. Lin Xian handed the glass to Su Wei. Su Wei smiled and said, "Thank you then. It's no problem. Besides, no one in my family drinks it anyway," Lin Xian said casually. Little did she know that this top-quality blood was her father Lin Xiaohua's treasure. If he found out that his daughter had given her own treasure to Su Wei, he would probably faint from anger. The blood in the cup was clear, and even when the cup was held up close, no impurities could be seen floating in it. Su Wei drank it in one gulp, and soon he felt a slight warmth in his lower abdomen. Then the blood began to dissolve, and his blood power increased. Unexpectedly, this blood accelerated his recovery of blood power. Soon, his blood power reached its peak, and the blood pill turned into a dazzling red color. With Lin Xian's help, he began to manipulate his blood power. They practiced until the early morning of the next day. As the sun gradually rose, a trace of blood power appeared in Su Wei's palm. Under his control, the blood power quickly turned into a stream of light and struck towards Lin Xian, who was not far away. A hint of surprise appeared in Lin Xian's eyes, and then she waved her right hand and swallowed Su Wei's blood power. "I didn't expect you to be able to control your blood power in just one night. Your talent is really strong," Lin Xian said in astonishment. "It's probably because my spiritual power is relatively high," Su Wei smiled and said. Indeed, his spiritual power allowed him to comprehend many things much faster. Currently, he could use his blood power to create small energy balls. The power of these energy balls had not been tested, but they were probably about 1/10 as powerful as Lin Xian's energy balls. If Su Wei reached Lin Xian's level, his energy balls would probably be just as powerful. In addition, he could release his blood power on his own body to increase his movement speed, and he could also use his blood power to clean the room and perform other small tricks. Just as Su Wei was feeling fortunate, a distinguished guest arrived at Lin Xian's house. This guest had an imposing presence and a strong appearance. He was Lin Xian's fiancé, Lin Xian. Upon hearing that Lin Xian had returned, Lin Xian wanted to visit her. In a few months, the blood clan members who were 180 years old would begin their marriage ceremony, and Lin Xian wanted to see what his so-called fiancé would look like. He held 99 roses in his hands and knocked on Lin Xian's door. Most blood clan members liked roses, and Lin Xian should be no exception. Thinking this way, Lin Xian personally selected these flowers. After all, it was not appropriate to visit his future in-law's house for the first time empty-handed. His parents were currently on a mission outside and were not in the clan territory. Otherwise, they would definitely be here today. Lin Xian couldn't wait to see what his fiancé looked like, so he went alone without waiting for his parents. In the house, Lin Wen had not slept all night. She was paying close attention to the other side of Su Wei's room, worried that there might be some strange sounds, such as gasping. As someone who had been through it, she naturally knew that when emotions ran deep, Lin Xian and Su Wei might not be able to resist doing something out of the ordinary. What put her at ease was that last night, apart from hearing a few bang sounds, she didn't hear any other noises coming from Su Wei's room when Lin Xian knocked on the door. Lin Wen was lying on her side in the room. She thought it was her husband coming back when she heard the knocking sound. She hurriedly got up and dressed, but was surprised to see that it was Lin Xian. Lin Xian? As the talented 13th generation of the family, Lin Xian's reputation within the clan was well known. Lin Wen had seen him a few times and could recognize him. A few months ago, Lin Wen learned from the leaked list of marriage arrangements for the new generation of bloodline from within the Elder Council that her daughter's fiancé was Lin Xian. After seeing the 99 roses in Lin Xian's hand, she immediately understood that he must have known about the arranged marriage, and he had come to see Lin Xian. Sure enough, after nodding, Lin Xian asked, "Aunt, I wanted to visit Lin Xian today. Is she at home? Is she available now?" For the bloodline, they generally didn't need to rest for more than 20 hours a day, only needing to sleep for a while regularly. So visiting in the early morning was not a disadvantage. Lin Xian had been drinking with some friends at the tavern in the clan territory last night. When he heard that Lin Xian had returned to the clan territory, he couldn't wait. "Yes, she should be available. Let me call her, please wait a moment." Lin Wen invited Lin Xian into the house. She was somewhat anxious and didn't know how Lin Xian would react. Su Wei was still here, and having Lin Xian come in would surely create tension between them. Thinking about it, she regretted letting Lin Xian in. But it didn't matter. Lin Xian would eventually find out about Su Wei's existence, and Lin Xian would also know about her supposed fiancé, Lin Xian. Let Lin Xian make the decision. Let things take their natural course. Although her husband would surely be anxious and angry if he found out about this. "Xiao Qing, come out for a moment. There's a visitor looking for you. My mom is calling me, I'll go down first." After hearing her mother's voice, Lin Xian said to Su Wei. Su Wei nodded. "Okay, I've been practicing all night and I'm exhausted. I'll rest for a while." "Okay." Lin Xian opened the door and went downstairs. At the same time, she was somewhat puzzled as to why her mother was calling her down in the early morning. Lin Xian sat up straight and looked at Lin Wen across from him. "Aunt, you look really young." Lin Xian sincerely praised, with a hint of flattery in his words. "Oh, come on. I'm already 500 years old. How can I still be young?" As a woman, Lin Wen was quite pleased with such compliments, and a happy smile appeared on her face. "Aunt is like the gentle and beautiful spring water by the Seine River." Lin Xian remembered a few beautiful sentences he had seen on his phone last night, which seemed appropriate to use here. Little did he know, as soon as he said that, Lin Wen immediately felt embarrassed and forced out a couple of dry laughs. Wasn't this a cheesy pickup line? Lin Xian didn't know what to say for a moment either. He suddenly noticed footsteps coming from the stairs. It should be Lin Xian coming downstairs. Lin Xian stood up very familiarly and looked at the figure on the stairs. "Qian." Lin Xian heard someone calling her and immediately looked towards the hall. There was a man of average appearance, about 1.75 meters tall, standing there, looking at her. In her heart, Lin Xian silently compared him to Su Wei. She eventually found that Su Wei's looks and height were far superior to this man's. She frowned. Did this person just call her Qian? Can any random stranger call her that? Lin Xian's first impression of this man immediately dropped. "Who are you? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm also your fiancé." Lin Xian confidently smiled. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, his confident smile seemed full of arrogance. "Fiancé? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lin Xian became even more confused. Although she knew that the family would arrange a marriage partner for her when she reached the appropriate age, she shouldn't have a fiancé at this time. "The family hasn't officially announced it yet, but our engagement is almost certain," Lin Xian said. He picked up the 99 roses next to him and looked at Lin Xian in satisfaction. She was a beautiful girl, exceeding his expectations. If he could marry her, their future bloodline would surely be adorable. Although it was only their first meeting, Lin Xian had already imagined the scene of their wedding and even thought of names for their children. "Xian, these 99 roses were specially chosen for you. Although I don't know if you like roses, I believe they can express my feelings for you." Lin Xian remained unaffected by his actions and felt even more disgusted with Lin Xian. "Lin Xian, I have to make it clear to you that I don't like what you're doing. We just met, and your behavior is making me feel embarrassed." Lin Xian continued to smile. Feeling good about himself, he thought Lin Xian was just being reserved. She must be feeling shy, and her heart was probably already blooming with joy, right? "Although we just met, I feel like I've known you in a past life. As the saying goes, 500 glances in a past life lead to a missed encounter in this life, and 500 missed encounters lead to a meeting, and 500 meetings lead to a romance. Qian, we will get married and have cute little babies. I look forward to that day." Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Xian's face darkened. "What's wrong with you? What cheesy romantic lines?" It's not just Lin Wen who finds it cringeworthy now, Lin Xian is starting to feel the same. If it were Su Wei saying this to her, she would be happy. But coming from Lin Xian, it just made her feel disgusted. Lin Wen noticed that Lin Xian's expression was off and quickly approached her. Little sister, she hasn't been feeling well lately. You should go first. Lin Xian felt a bit regretful at her words and nodded. Alright then, I've achieved my goal of seeing Qian today, so I'll leave first. He looked at the roses in his hand and realized he hadn't given them to Lin Xian yet, so he walked over and handed them to her. I won't accept the roses, you can take them. Lin Xian flatly refused. Lin Xian was taken aback, thinking she was just being reserved. Xian, I know you're just feeling shy. Lin Xian smiled inwardly and placed the roses on the nearby coffee table. I won't disturb you any longer, goodbye. After Lin Xian left, Lin Xian immediately asked, Mom, what's going on? The family has already started arranging marriages, but they didn't tell you. This Lin Xian, some of the things he said were indeed embarrassing, her mother replied. More than embarrassing, he almost made me cringe to death. I can't stand someone so ordinary and confident. Lin Xian rolled her eyes and got goosebumps all over her body. Lin Wen chuckled and said, but Lin Xian's grandfather, Lin Yuntian, is a highly respected figure in the family. Their lineage is quite prominent. If our family marries into theirs, it wouldn't be a loss. Lin Xian quickly shook her head. No way, Mom. Even though Lin Xian looks so average, and his bloodline is only at the western stage. I don't like him. I don't want to marry him. Just a few words from Lin Xian were enough to make Lin Xian feel repulsed. All she saw in him was arrogance and mediocrity. Xiaoqing, if the family really comes up with a list of arranged marriages, you will have to marry Lin Xian. It's not up to you to decide. Although your father and I didn't obey the arrangement at first, our respective lineages in the family were a good match, so we were able to reconcile in the end. If you don't like Lin Xian, then choose someone else from the younger generation within the family. Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Xian immediately wanted to say something, but when the words reached her lips, she couldn't say them. She wanted to experience the feeling of being in love with Su Wei. When her mother mentioned marriage just now, she immediately thought of Su Wei, and her face turned slightly red. But she was certain that she wasn't in love with him, she just had a good impression of him. Yes, Lin Xian would never admit that she liked Su Wei, otherwise, if she was rejected, how embarrassing would that be? She wanted Su Wei to pursue her, that would be more appropriate. I've just entered adulthood, I don't want to get married so early. After saying this, Lin Xian immediately went upstairs. Su Wei, who had become a vampire, had enhanced hearing and could easily hear the voices downstairs from his bedroom. He had heard their conversation downstairs loud and clear. Lin Xian went upstairs and walked straight into Su Wei's room. That Lin Xian really infuriated me. Lin Xian said angrily, and then explained the whole story. Why, don't you like him? Su Wei asked knowingly. I don't like people who are so full of themselves. Then what kind of person do you like? I like. Lin Xian swallowed the second half of the sentence. I like someone like you. When Lin Xiaohua and Yi Hui returned home, it was noon. Yi Hui ultimately chose to drink the Salmagundi potion, which meant that he submitted to the Lin vampire clan and would continue to manage the Lin group for them. In order to help Yi Hui find his true love sooner, Lin Xiaohua contacted a few female blood slaves within the clan. 2 or 3 of them were quite interested in Yi Hui. He thought that maybe he could play matchmaker, it would be a kind of compensation. Yi Hui would definitely be taken care of by him in the future. Lin Xiaohua's grandfather was a viscount, and his branch had some influence within the clan. With Lin Xiaohua's care, Yi Hui's life would definitely not be bad. In addition, Yi Hui himself had considerable abilities, so it was normal for female blood slaves to be interested in him. One of them was named Bai Ying. This female blood slave had outstanding qualifications. She was 370 years old, at the end of the western stage, and her blood purity was about 13 generations. Moreover, Bai Ying had a good relationship with Lin Feng and Lin Xiaohua's blood master. At Lin Xiaohua's request, he had agreed to let Bai Ying meet Yi Hui and allowed Bai Ying to accompany him to Binhai. This was a favor owed, and Lin Xiaohua could only repay Lin Feng in the future. Xiao 1. Lin Xiaohua called as soon as he entered the door. Lin Wen immediately walked out of the room and was surprised to see Yi Hui. Yi Hui, you're here? Yi Hui's face couldn't hide his exhaustion. He smiled slightly and said, Madam, I'm back. Husband, what's going on? Yi Hui was supposed to be executed. How did he suddenly get released? The Elder Council has relented, but Yi Hui had to drink the Salmagundi potion. As you know, this potion is actually meant to make Yi Hui continue to serve the clan, but there was no other choice. If he didn't comply with the Elder Council's wishes, they wouldn't have relented. Lin Wen's face froze, and she looked at Yi Hui with great pity. Yi Hui, you've suffered. No, master, madam, I'm already grateful that you saved my life. In our clan, when a blood master dies, the blood slaves are usually executed. It's extremely lucky for me to be alive. It's good that you can think like that. I'm just afraid that you might not be able to accept it. Lin Xiaohua felt relieved. Also, later on, I'll introduce you to someone new. You can handle the affairs in Binhai together. Yi Hui was surprised by this. Really? Actually, I can handle it alone. Isn't it to lighten your burden? I've seen everything you've done for the family. Now that the crisis with the Western bloodline has been temporarily resolved, you should go to the coast and enjoy life. You don't have to work so hard anymore. Lin Xiaohua patted Yi Hui on the shoulder. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. We have a guest. Lin Xiaohua smiled and walked to the door, opening it. A sweet-looking, well-proportioned woman stood at the door. Bai Ying, is that you? Lin Xiaohua smiled and said, I've only seen your photos before, but seeing you in person, you're even more beautiful than in the pictures. Bai Ying tidied her hair and smiled sweetly. No, Fenggu told me that you have extraordinary grace, and now that I see you in person, it's true. Ha ha. Lin Xiaohua laughed. Bai Ying's words were really sweet. Such a blood slave can usually do well in the family. Emotional intelligence is really necessary. And Lin Xiaohua also learned that Bai Ying seems to have never been in a relationship before. She should still be a pure girl. This is similar to Yi Hui. If he were to find a blood slave who is promiscuous, Lin Xiaohua would find it inappropriate. Bai Ying's appearance matches Yi Hui's, so they can consider getting together. But it still depends on Yi Hui's attitude. Come in, Bai Ying. The one inside with double eyelids, high nose, and thin face is Yi Hui. You should have seen his photos. Yes, Fenggu showed me. Bai Ying walked into the hall and immediately greeted Yi Hui. Yi Hui, I'm Bai Ying. Nice to meet you. Bai Ying smiled and extended her fair and delicate hand. Yi Hui looked at Bai Ying in front of him and was momentarily stunned. He thought the family head was looking for a male blood slave to help, but he didn't expect it to be a female blood slave, and such a beautiful one at that. Yi Hui had very little contact with other people in the family, so he became nervous after meeting Bai Ying. Hello, I'm Yi Hui. Nice to meet you. Yi Hui nodded and shook hands with Bai Ying. His nervousness increased as he held her soft and tender hand. He didn't care if people laughed at him, he was still a complete novice in love. The incident with Lin Meng 100 years ago ended with him becoming a blood slave. Apart from Lin Meng, he had never held anyone else's hand. When he was in the coast, many subordinates of the Lin group would privately say that he was either a monk or sexually incompetent. Yi Hui didn't care about these rumors. After all, he had lived for hundreds of years and wouldn't let these trivial matters affect his state of mind. And who is this? After Bai Ying and Yi Hui shook hands, she looked at Lin Wen. This is my wife, Lin Wen. Lin Xiaohua introduced from behind. Hello, Mrs. Lin. Bai Ying quickly nodded in greeting. Hello. Lin Wen was still wondering where her husband found such a beautiful blood slave. Yi Hui, you should get to know Bai Ying. When we return to the coast this afternoon, you two will need to work together to manage the Lin group and the steward's work. Lin Xiaohua said. Okay, Huage. Yi Hui nodded. Since you've agreed, why don't you go and chat with Miss Bai for a while? Why are you so awkward? Lin Xiaohua's words made Yi Hui understand. Bai Ying is probably the person the family head wants to match him with. In the dungeon, the family head had already mentioned to him about starting a family and career. He didn't expect to find a candidate so quickly. Yi Hui looked at Lin Xiaohua with a complicated expression. He had saved him and even found him such a beautiful partner. He felt indebted. Bai Ying extended her hand and waved it in front of Yi Hui. What are you daydreaming about? What are you thinking? Looking at the puzzled and delicate Bai Ying in front of him, Yi Hui came back to his senses and quickly shook his head. It's nothing. He felt a bit at a loss, feeling like he was on a blind date and had met someone he liked, afraid of leaving a bad impression, so he became nervous. Has anyone ever told you that you look like Wu Yanzu? Bai Ying suddenly asked. Yi Hui was stunned for a moment, then quickly waved his hand. How is that possible? I'm not as handsome as him. As everyone knows, Wu Yanzu is an adjective, and Yi Hui doesn't think he is that handsome. You really look alike, look at your nose, and your eyebrows and eyes. Bai Ying laughed, her two eyes crescent-shaped, very cute. Yi Hui was infected by Bai Ying's smile, and he laughed along with her. The atmosphere between the two also eased a lot, no longer so awkward. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Lin Xiaohua had already taken Lin Wen to the side long ago, creating a private environment for the two. Yi Hui, you have to seize the opportunity. Don't hesitate. Yi Hui's matter came to an end, and Lin Wen talked to her husband about Lin Xian and Su Wei in the adjacent bedroom. I feel that the relationship between Xiao Cheng and Su Wei is not ordinary. It's very likely that they have started dating, Lin Wen said confidently. Lin Xiaohua frowned and replied, Now Xiao Qing and him are just friends and master-servant relationship. Where does dating come from? You don't know, in the morning, the family designated Lin Xian as Xiaoqing's fiancé. He brought 99 roses, but Xiaoqing's attitude towards Lin Xian was average. It seems that she is not interested in him at all. I think her heart is filled with Su Wei. And last night, they were in the same room all night. What? A man and a woman alone in a room, and stayed all night, why didn't you stop them? Lin Xiaohua suddenly became anxious, afraid that his daughter had already been taken by Su Wei. No, of course I can tell. If something really happened, I would definitely stop it. I was listening downstairs, and I only heard the two of them trying to control their blood power. It's probably Su Wei. He just became a blood servant, and it's still difficult for him to control his blood power. He needs to practice for a while. Lin Wen recalled the look in her daughter's eyes when she looked at Su Wei, full of enthusiasm and indulgence, which actually explained the problem. It's not good to fall in love with anyone, but she happens to fall in love with a blood servant. I really can't do anything about her. Lin Xiaohua had hoped to scare Su Wei away with his intimidation, but in the end, it didn't work. However, he ended up having a higher opinion of Su Wei. This kid, at least he's not afraid. Lin Xiaohua disliked people who were timid and had no opinions, who would easily back down. His daughter's happiness should be her own choice, and no one can interfere. Lin Xiaohua's gaze changed several times, feeling a bit bitter, but he had to experience it himself to understand. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Xiaohua and his wife, Su Wei, Lin Xian, Yehui, and Beiying, the 6 of them were preparing to return to Binhai. Before leaving, Yehui called Zhou Xueming to confirm the situation of the villa. The reconstruction work of the villa had already begun, but it would still take more than half a month to complete. So Zhou Xueming arranged another property, which was located in the eastern part of Binhai, close to the city center, with a good surrounding scenery. This property belonged to the Lin Group and was previously in an abandoned state. Now, after cleaning, it was completely renewed and suitable for living. The most important thing was that the area was spacious, with about 1,000 square meters. There were 8 spacious bedrooms, more than enough for living. Yehui was very satisfied with Zhou Xueming's arrangement. After all, she had been his assistant for a long time, and her work ability was indeed outstanding. This time, when he returned, he would definitely give her a raise. Arriving at the semi-mountain villa arranged by Zhou Xueming was already 10 o'clock in the morning of the second day. The 6 of them traveled day and night, changing several modes of transportation, and it took a lot of effort to get there. Zhou Xueming also specially equipped 3 nannies. These nannies can take good care of the family's daily life and keep the hygiene well. Su Wei chose a room on the first floor, and Lin Xian lived next to his room. Lin Xiaohua had some objections to this choice, thinking that Lin Xian should not live in a neighboring room with Su Wei. But after Lin Xian's persuasion, Lin Xiaohua reluctantly agreed. At the same time, he became more convinced in his heart that his daughter must have taken a liking to Su Wei. It would be difficult to change her mind in the future. Yi Hui and Beiying also lived next to each other, in another corner on the first floor. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen lived on the second floor. Beiying heard that Yi Hui was going to deal with matters at the Lin Group, so she followed him to familiarize herself with the company's affairs in advance. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were preparing to go to their previous villa to check the specific situation and see if they could retrieve some of their previous belongings. Whether intentional or unintentional, in the spacious house, only Su Wei, Lin Xian, and Lin Xian's pet spider Xiaofun were left. During this period of time, Xiaofun was entrusted to Zhou Xueming. Zhou Xueming had lingering fears about this spider, but she finally agreed. Xiaofun would not attack familiar people, so Zhou Xueming's safety was guaranteed. Seeing everyone coming back, Xiaofun was very excited. Zhou Xueming was also happy, she could finally send this big spider back. God knows how she spent these days. Every night, when she got up to go to the bathroom, she could always see Xiaofun's eyes shining red. This scene was particularly terrifying, which made her want to shut herself off. Even though she knew Xiaofun wouldn't attack her, she still had to be afraid. Lin Xian looked at the empty villa and the nannies had already left. Cleaning could be done with blood. There was no need to worry about meals either, they were vampires, and vampires didn't need to cook. This time, Lin Xiaohua brought several large boxes of craft blood, which could be stored for a long time after refrigeration. Lin Xian and Su Wei inadvertently glanced at each other, and they both understood each other's intentions. However, Su Wei was still a vampire now. If he wanted to drink blood, he had to transform into a human first. So he used his skills to transform into a human, his heart started beating again, and his blood began to flow. After his body temperature returned to normal, Su Wei looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also looked at him. Su Wei, shall we begin? Okay. It was another ordinary but exciting blood-sucking session for Su Wei. After Lin Chen finished sucking blood, she licked the wound with her small tongue and healed it. From Su Wei's perspective, this scene was somewhat bittersweet. After this bloodsucking, Su Wei's attributes increased slightly again. But the increase in attribute points was no longer the key was the chance to draw prizes. What could he draw this time? The second level prize pool should be much better than the first level prize pool. Maybe he could draw some good things. Although Su Wei knew that his luck was not particularly good at this moment, he still wanted to believe that he was a lucky person. Lin Qian cheered Su Wei on the side. Come on, you will definitely get something good this time. Su Wei smiled and nodded, then clicked the draw button. Show me the goods. When Su Wei saw the golden light, he felt confident that he had one. In general, when nothing good is drawn, there won't be any light, and most of the time it's just white light. But golden light indicates that the highest reward has been drawn. He has witnessed 2 instances of golden light, one when he drew the bloodline transformation skill and the other when he drew the time stop skill. This indicates that the reward he drew this time is either a large amount of attribute points or an advanced skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining all attributes plus 50. Su Wei's eyes widened. Before he could even be happy, he began to feel intense pain all over his body. This pain was similar to when he drew 10 attribute points for the first time, but this time with an increase of 50 in all attributes. The agony was obviously much stronger. Damn, why does it hurt so much? Su Wei curled up on the bed like a shrimp. Every cell in his body was undergoing intense changes, crazily absorbing nutrients, and then dividing and strengthening. After this transformation, his overall attributes had basically surpassed 100. Compared to an ordinary person, he was now the combined strength of more than 10 ordinary people. The full force of an average man's punch is about 100 to 150 kilograms, taking an average value of 125 kilograms. So now, Su Wei's punch probably had a force of at least 1.5 tons. It's hard to imagine what would happen if such a punch hit a person. The full force impact of a yak is only about 1 ton, and under such an impact, no one can survive. Internal organs would rupture upon impact, and most of the bones would break. Moreover, the impact area of a yak is larger, while Su Wei's punch is concentrated on one point, so the pressure would be much more terrifying, basically capable of piercing through a person. Tearing apart a devil with his bare hands would be a piece of cake, right? Although this kind of strength is exceptionally powerful, it is not that important for vampires in terms of physical damage. What is important is magical damage. Vampires have strong regenerative abilities, so even if a punch hits, the injuries can be quickly healed by blood energy. Although Su Wei is now a humanoid tank, he still doesn't have much advantage when facing vampires. The intense pain in Su Wei's body continued to spread, and he groaned a few times. Lin Qian, who was beside him, became very nervous and asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do I look okay like this?" Su Wei gritted his teeth and said with all his might. A foul smell emanated from his body, making Lin Qian feel nauseous. "Su Wei, did you poop on yourself? Why does it smell so bad?" Lin Qian said helplessly, but she didn't distance herself because she knew that Su Wei needed her now. So despite the stench, Lin Qian persuaded herself and suppressed the urge to vomit. "That's impurities on my body, quickly go to the bathroom and fill the bathtub with cold water." Su Wei trembled and said weakly, "This is really something. System, you're really good to me." Upon hearing this, Lin Qian immediately ran to the nearby bathroom and filled the bathtub with water. "Su Wei, the water is ready, I'll take you there." Ignoring the stickiness and foul smell on Su Wei's body, Lin Qian resolutely carried him on her back and walked to the bathroom, placing him in the bathtub. Lin Qian's back turned black, covered in the sludge that Su Wei had just expelled. The water in the bathtub was instantly dyed black, with greasy and dark impurities floating on the surface. After entering the bathtub, Su Wei felt the intense pain on his body lighten instantly. Lin Qian reached out her right hand and held Su Wei's hand. She squatted beside the bathtub, looking concerned. She still hadn't figured out the situation, thinking that Su Wei's body must have encountered some extremely adverse conditions, as if he had suddenly fallen seriously ill. "Su Wei, how are you? Does it still hurt?" Su Wei forced a smile and shook his head. "It doesn't hurt anymore, don't worry, I'll be fine soon." 30 minutes later, the pain on Su Wei's body gradually disappeared, and he felt much more relaxed. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Lin Qian, who was close by. "I have successfully gone through this transformation." Su Wei had a smile on his face. "I was really lucky this time. I made a huge leap in all my attributes, doubling my strength. But because of this rapid improvement in my abilities, my body couldn't handle it for a while, resulting in the expulsion of so many impurities and the accompanying intense pain. Now, everything is over." After listening to Su Wei's words, Lin Chen finally let go of her worries. That's great, I thought something happened to you. She tightly hugged Su Wei. Su Wei's hands hung in the air, feeling overwhelmed by Lin Qian's warm embrace. Perhaps the intense stench coming from Su Wei made Lin Qian snap back to reality, and she let go of him. You really stink. If I stink, why did you hug me? I just did, what's wrong with that? Sure, why not? Su Wei's lips curled slightly, and Lin Qian's clothes were already stained with black stains. She needed to take a shower now. You need to take a shower too, you're all dirty in the front and back, Su Wei reminded her. It's all your fault. Lin Qian glared at Su Wei and pouted. Then let's take a couple's bath? Lin Qian's face immediately turned red. She hit Su Wei and said, what are you always thinking about? Forget it, you dare to suggest a couple's bath. With that, she immediately stood up. I'm going to take a shower first, and you better not peek. Su Wei shrugged, whatever, I won't look. But in his heart, he thought, you say you won't look? After Lin Qian returned to the room to take a shower, Su Wei turned on the shower and began to wash away the dirt on his body. A sense of power filled his whole body, and his mind was clearer than ever before. He had a feeling that if he were to play a first-person shooter or MOBA game now, he would be invincible. It wasn't just empty boasting, these types of online games tested reaction speed, and if your reaction was fast enough, you basically had the upper hand. In addition to the rapid improvement in his mental power, his brain's processing speed had also increased significantly. Playing these games and easily defeating ordinary players was a piece of cake. That's also why Lin Qian rarely played online games. Her reaction speed and calculation ability were already strong, and with these abnormal attributes, reaching a higher rank was as easy as eating and drinking for her. Even when facing so-called top players, it was a one-sided battle. Being invincible was indeed lonely, just like cheating. It became boring to constantly crush opponents with such a huge advantage. Sometimes, you really didn't know what kind of opponent you would face. One day, you could be beaten like a dog, and the strongest MVP on the other side might actually be a vampire who was bored and decided to play the game, killing people effortlessly. In such a situation, it would be strange not to lose. With these thoughts in mind, Su Wei opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Su Wei, Strength, 101, Mental Power, 103, Speed, 102, Defense, 99, Skills, Time Stop, Basic, Transformation into a Vampire, Lin Group Building. As soon as Yi Hui got out of the car, he saw Zhou Shuiming standing at the entrance of the first floor with a smile on her face. Mr. Yi, you're finally back. These past few days, Zhou Shuiming had temporarily taken over Yi Hui's work in the company and was feeling a bit exhausted. Without Yi Hui around, Zhou Shuiming felt like she had lost her direction in her work. Looking at the empty office, she missed that tall figure. Xiao Zhou, I've troubled you during this time. A smile appeared on Yi Hui's face as he spoke. His condition had improved a lot now, perhaps because of Bai Ying's influence. With Bai Ying by his side, he felt well taken care of and had been comforted for a long time. The unpleasant memories from before had also faded away. The impact of the Salmagundi potion wasn't as great as before. It was a temporary poison that only had adverse effects if not taken with the antidote regularly. Bai Ying got off the car with Yi Hui, and her beautiful figure immediately caught the attention of many people as soon as she appeared at the entrance. With fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs, it's hard not to attract attention. Zhou Shuiming's eyes froze when she saw Bai Ying. Mr. Yi, who is this? Oh, this is Miss Bai Ying. She will be the vice president of our group in the future, assisting me in managing the entire company, Yi Hui introduced to Zhou Shuiming. On the way here, Yi Hui had already introduced Zhou Shuiming's situation to Bai Ying, which gave her a preliminary impression of the young girl in front of her. She skillfully smiled and greeted, "Hello, I'm Bai Ying." "Hello, MS." By Zhou Shuiming's expression changed, silently guessing in her heart, could this unexpected vice president be Mr. Ye's wife? But it's possible, considering Mr. Ye's appearance, he must be in his 30s and it's normal to be married and successful. But why does my heart feel empty? Zhou Shuiming walked ahead, followed by Yi Hui and Bai Ying. Mr. Yi and MS. Bai, there hasn't been much happening in the company these days, so let's continue working according to the previous plan. A few points worth noting are the renovation of the old neighborhood in the west of the city, and the sales situation of Kongshin homes. Zhou Shuiming reported her work absent-mindedly, occasionally glancing at Bai Ying, trying to find some clues from her. Taking the elevator to the top floor from the first floor, Zhou Shuiming happened to finish reporting on the recent work focus. Just follow your ideas, your methods are fine, it seems that I can trust you to handle problems in the future. Yi Hui nodded in approval. Zhou Shuiming smiled and tidied up her stray hair. Thank you for your praise, Mr. Yi. In the office, Yi Hui let Zhou Shueming leave and continue working, while he had something to discuss with Bai Ying. Bai Ying is a bit similar to Lin Xian, she also likes desserts and sweeter drinks. She held a cup of herbal jelly in her hand. As a vampire, she doesn't have to worry about gaining weight, she can enjoy it to her heart's content, and her figure won't be affected at all. After taking a sip, Bai Ying looked at Yi Hui with a mysterious expression. Although it's my first time coming to the company, I feel like I've discovered a secret. Yi Hui looked at Bai Ying in confusion. What secret? That girl named Zhou Shueming seems to like you. Bai Ying smiled, revealing her white teeth. Ha! You men are so careless. Didn't you notice that she was secretly looking at me just now? I can also feel a hint of jealousy in her eyes, Bai Ying analyzed. No way, I have a mentor-like relationship with Xiao Zhou. When she graduated from the university, I had her start as a clerk in the company. I taught her a lot of things, and sometimes we would take walks and chat together. She should see me as a friend. It's normal to have feelings between friends, but there shouldn't be any romantic feelings between opposite sexes. Yi Hui shook his head. Young girls usually have a filter when it comes to their superiors, let alone you being the CEO. After spending so much time together, it's normal for her to develop some feelings. Bai Ying shrugged. Bai Ying, your analysis makes sense, but you also know that we are no longer considered human beings. Even if she likes me, it doesn't matter, I can't be with her, Yi Hui said. Bai Ying raised her eyebrows. I was just analyzing casually. Besides, according to the family head's intention, we should be together. So, when do you think we should get married? As she spoke, Bai Ying leaned closer. Her beautiful and cute face was just inches away, her watery eyes twinkling, causing Yi Hui to lose focus. Ahem, there's no rush for that. Yi Hui quickly avoided eye contact. It's been a long time since he had such close contact with the opposite sex. The fragrance from Bai Ying's body reached his nose. Why are you acting like a little boy? Bai Ying giggled. Faced with such teasing, Yi Hui admitted that he was indeed unable to resist. With a helpless smile, he turned on the computer. Let's talk about work first. On the other side, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen had already arrived at Shilin Villa, the former mansion. After giving prior notice, Chen Guanxing, who was in charge of the villa restoration work, immediately walked over when he saw Mr. and Mrs. Lin Xiaohua. Mr. Lin, Mrs. Lin, hello. Lin Xiaohua nodded slightly and then asked, how much of the items in the villa can be salvaged? Well, about 1/3, mainly because the villa collapsed and many items were crushed. However, many of the items stored in the cabinets are still intact. There aren't many large items that are intact, but many small items have been salvaged. Chen Guanxing had many doubts about this repair. For example, how could there be a coffin in the villa, and some bottled blood? Is it human blood or animal blood? There were many strange things like this, but he knew that these were all secrets. He had no right to ask, let alone leak them. His subordinates understood this as well. They were only responsible for the work and would never speak out of turn. They were well aware of the influence of the Lin group in the coastal area, and the consequences of speaking too much would only be death. Don't talk about the rule of law society. In the face of such a powerful and influential large company, making a person disappear from the world is as simple as can be. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen nodded, looked around, and found traces of the villa's defense system being activated. It seemed that the invasion of the Western Blood Clan almost cost their daughter her life. Fortunately, their daughter was unharmed. Otherwise, Lin Xiaohua would never forgive himself. Mr. Lin, do you have any further instructions? Chen Guanxing asked enthusiastically. You can send the intact items to this address. Lin Xiaohua told Chen Guanxing the address of their new home. Okay, we will definitely do that. In addition, the villa restoration work should be completed as soon as possible, preferably within a month. Lin Xiaohua instructed. A month? It's a bit difficult. Chen Guanxing muttered to himself, but still nodded. Okay, we will definitely complete it within a month. After taking a shower, Su Wei wiped his body while focusing on feeling the energy contained within him. Doubling the attribute points this time had indeed brought him great improvement. Just from his initial perception, he could sense the surging power within his body. He just didn't know how the average attribute points of 100 corresponded to the Blood Clan's realm. This was a question worth pondering. How are attribute points converted into Blood Clan realms? He still didn't have a definite conclusion. After a while, he would activate his skills and check for himself. One round of waning moon is the first level, and the following round of new moon is the peak. Su Wei recalled what Lin Xian had said to him before, the method of determining the realm. As long as he focused and looked inward at the blood bead in his lower abdomen, he would know his specific realm. He immediately activated the Blood Clan transformation skill. Fangs grew, the heart stopped, blood coagulated, and the skin turned pale. All the changes happened in an instant. The pupils also took on a faint blood red color. He hurriedly looked inward at the blood bead. Plunging his consciousness into his own body, he swayed slowly. Not far away, a blood-red round bead, resembling a ripe fruit, surged with strands of blood energy. That was the location of the blood bead. And on it, there were already 3 rounds of waning moon. The 4th round of new moon had not yet formed. This meant that his strength had already reached the 3rd level of the blood clan, and the absence of a new moon meant that he was in the early stage of the 3rd level. The 3rd level of the blood clan was already not far from Lin Xian's strength. And based on this, Su Wei roughly understood the conversion between attribute points and blood clan realms. Every 50 attribute points corresponded to the realm of a first-level blood clan. In this way, when his average attribute points exceed 150, he will be promoted to the Western tier bloodline. 1 to 50, first-generation bloodline. 51 to 100, second-generation bloodline. 101 to 150, third-generation bloodline. And so on. It's just not clear whether the attribute points for the Baron's rank are still 50. But it's unlikely. After all, the higher the realm, the harder it is to cultivate. The higher realms after the Baron will also have a certain multiple increase in attribute points. Thinking about this, Su Wei felt relieved. According to the current progress, he would soon be able to break through to the 9th generation bloodline. And the attribute points corresponding to the 9th generation bloodline are only 401 to 450. That's for sure. Even if he doesn't get a critical hit in the lottery, the increase in attribute points should be at least 10 to 20 points at a time. This is a second-level prize pool, so it's definitely better. He still needs to let Lin Xian drink his blood a dozen times to promote to the 9th generation bloodline, which would take about a little over a month if it's done every 2 to 3 days. Su Wei's heart was filled with determination. He was tired of feeling powerless. Whether it was before facing the invasion of the 2 Western bloodline, or bowing his head in front of Lin Xian's father, Lin Xiaohua, it made him feel uncomfortable. After suppression, there will be an outburst. The latter can be understood. After all, he did run away with Lin Xian, so it's understandable for his father-in-law to vent his anger. The key is the threat from those potential Western bloodline, which makes Su Wei feel uneasy. This world is still not peaceful. Rapidly improving his strength is what he should do, and it is also the most important thing. In the adjacent bathroom, a beautiful body was wiping itself. Lin Xian frowned slightly. She felt a bit hot. This heat started after she drank Su Wei's blood, which puzzled her. At the same time, she saw a great change happening in the blood pearl in her lower abdomen. The new moon after the 3 remaining crescents was transforming towards the remaining crescent. The blood was absorbed and digested, then turned into threads of blood energy that entered the blood pearl. Is she about to break through? A joyful smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. She had been stuck in the 3rd generation bloodline realm for 20 years, and she didn't expect to finally break through. The breakthrough was mostly thanks to Su Wei's blood. During these days of drinking Su Wei's blood, she felt that her progress was much better than in the past several years. Originally, it would take her more than 10 years to break through to the Western tier bloodline, but now, she achieved it much earlier. Su Wei's blood really contributed a lot to her improvement. Lin Xian closed her eyes and felt the transformation of the blood pearl in her body. It felt very comfortable. Breaking through the realm, isn't it a kind of evolution? Cold water sprayed from the shower, slightly cooling Lin Xian's hot body. 20 minutes passed, and Lin Xian saw the Western crescent moon on her blood pearl, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. She was now a Western tier bloodline. After drying herself, she wanted to immediately tell Su Wei the good news. But just as she walked out of the bathroom, she sensed the aura of a 3rd generation bloodline in the next room. Who is it? Lin Xian's face changed drastically. In an instant, she became cold again. She was no longer the previous 3rd generation bloodline. If she encountered an invader 1 rank lower than herself, she didn't think she would lose. Raising an eyebrow, she wrapped herself in a bathrobe and walked out of the room. Is Su Wei okay? He should be. If there was a battle, she would have sensed it long ago. The key is that the aura of the 3rd generation bloodline came too fast, and she was immersed in the breakthrough just now, so she didn't notice it immediately. Die! The blood energy transformed into a blood blade as Lin Xian broke through the door and aimed for the enemy's heart. Ahaha! Su Wei looked at the imposing Lin Xian and was dumbfounded. He quickly dodged to the side. He never expected to be assassinated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also confused. In that instant when she saw Su Wei's face, she quickly wanted to retract her blood blade. But it was too late. Su Wei quickly activated a brief time stop and dodged to the side. The blood blade didn't manage to attack him in the end. Crack! The blood blade shattered the glass behind him, and glass shards fell to the ground. What are you doing? Su Wei was stunned. No, I sensed the aura of a third-order blood clan descendant, so I hurried over to kill the intruder, but I didn't expect it to be you, Lin Qian explained hastily, with a hint of grievance in her words. Luckily, I still have the time-stop skill, otherwise I would have been seriously injured or killed, Su Wei said helplessly. I was trying to rescue you, I'm sorry, Lin Qian said apologetically. Su Wei stepped forward and patted her head. It's alright, don't blame yourself. Although you were a bit reckless just now. You're the reckless one. Lin Qian waved her small fist and then looked at Su Wei in disbelief. So you've reached the third order now? Of course, I'm amazing, Su Wei said with a smirk, feeling like a crooked-mouthed dragon king. Impressive, truly impressive. Your system is really powerful, Lin Qian sincerely said. Going from the first order to the third order so easily. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. But at this moment, Su Wei suddenly heard a familiar mechanical electronic sound in his ear. Ding, the system is happy to sense Lin Qian's admiration for it, and rewards the host with a 20-point increase in all attributes. The system gave an additional reward of 20 points? This was an unexpected joy. Su Wei showed a satisfied smile. 20 points was quite a lot, equivalent to a 2/5 increase in a small realm. It would take several years for a blood clan to achieve such progress through normal accumulation. Feeling the system's gift, Su Wei's body felt somewhat painful to a certain extent, but this pain was much lighter than before. Hey, why do you smell bad again? Lin Qian exclaimed. Su Wei's body once again had a lot of black impurities, emitting a foul smell. But this foul smell was much lighter than before. Su Wei had already noticed that if the increase in attributes was less than 10, there wouldn't be any obvious impurities appearing on the skin. But if it exceeded 10, the increase would be somewhat noticeable, bringing with it many foul-smelling impurities. Perhaps it was because he was still too weak. If he were stronger, this kind of increase wouldn't produce much impurities. To expel the impurities from the body was to welcome a more glorious evolution. You won't know until you expel them, and you'll be startled when you do. Su Wei didn't know that there was so much dirt accumulated in his body. I just increased my strength a bit, so I expelled some impurities again. It's really annoying, Su Wei said helplessly. He had to take another shower. Lin Qian suddenly said, wait, with such a significant increase in your strength, your blood quality should have also improved a lot, right? Su Wei was momentarily stunned, then nodded. That's for sure, after all, with the enhancement of physique, blood quality will also correspondingly increase. Lin Qian was now a bit curious about how terrifying Su Wei's blood quality would become. But it wasn't the right time yet. Smelling the continuous foul smell emanating from Su Wei, she expressed her disapproval. It would be better to wait for Su Wei to clean up before discussing the matter of bloodsucking. Although she was very curious now, Su Wei went to the bathroom and cleaned himself again. He threw away 2 sets of clothes in the nearby trash can. Both sets of clothes were stained with a lot of black impurities, and the stench was too strong, so he decided to throw them away. Although it was a bit wasteful, Su Wei had over 1,000,000 yuan in his hands, so he didn't need to be frugal at all. Thinking back to when he went to the clan's territory, he decided to leave a farewell letter in the cloud storage, but now it seems unnecessary to keep it. He opened the cloud storage and deleted the letter. Then he opened the banking app. The string of numbers on it made Su Wei's eyes change. Over 1,130,000, that's how long it would take to earn this money if he worked a normal job? But for wealthy people, this amount of money is nothing. As long as they have tens of millions, simply putting the funds in the bank can yield several million in annual returns. That's why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. In Lin Qian's eyes, money is not something extraordinary. It would have been extremely important to Su Wei just half a month ago. But now, having money is not a difficult thing for him. He relaxed while taking a shower. Su Wei's life was undergoing a new change. However, he still didn't know where the end point would be. After finishing his shower and opening the bathroom door, he saw Lin Qian sitting on the edge of the bed. What are you doing here? Su Wei was puzzled. I came to see you, is that not allowed? Lin Qian's expression was full of coquettishness. I thought you wanted to suck again? Lin Qian looked at Su Wei at this moment, her eyes glowing red. As for why, it was difficult to describe in words the tempting scent of blood emanating from Su Wei's body. Didn't you just feed? Su Wei was confused. Yes, but I just broke through a realm and the consumption of blood energy was quite high. The blood in my body has basically been digested. Lin Qian said. I see. Su Wei didn't resist the idea of being fed on. After all, it was beneficial to him. Next time he draws a lottery, he might get a critical attribute point increase and break through to the next level. He lay down on the bed, forming a big shape. Come on, be gentle. Su Wei's seemingly resigned appearance was somewhat funny, making Lin Qian unable to hold back her laughter. I thought you were about to be beheaded. She licked her lips and couldn't help herself. She climbed on top. She was fed on again, but this time Su Wei's luck wasn't good. He only drew an all attribute points plus 10, but he was already quite satisfied. Above the blood pill in his body, a new moon slowly condensed, approaching the peak of the late stage of the third-rank blood clan. Let's stop here. Perhaps due to frequent blood feeding, Lin Qian was a bit tired. She closed her eyes and fell asleep next to Su Wei. Looking at the cute face so close, Su Wei couldn't resist. He lightly pecked her face like a chick pecking at rice. Su Wei raised his head, feeling as if he had committed a crime, feeling a bit guilty. The tender face felt really good to kiss. In his mind, he recalled a classic expression from teacher Luo, "Do you know you're committing a crime?" He became addicted to it, so he pecked her again. It's funny to say that Su Wei had been dating his ex-girlfriend, Su Ro, the Sea Queen, for several months, but they hadn't even kissed, and the most intimate thing they did was hold hands. On the other hand, she had already gone to the next base with other wealthy men. This was another thing that made Su Wei feel disgusted. His girlfriend, who he thought he could trust, turned out to be someone who would do anything for money. Only a Minotaur would be ecstatic about that, right? It was really hard for Su Wei, a pure love warrior, to accept. He almost turned dark. He secretly caressed Lin Qian's face a few more times. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, beautiful and pure. He felt his torn heart slowly healing. This time, he kissed Lin Qian's forehead, and softly said, "Meeting you is truly a lucky thing." Unfortunately, Lin Qian didn't wake up. She was still asleep. In typical TV dramas or movies, the female lead would be awake at this moment and hear everything. But this is reality, and in reality, things like that don't happen. When you're sleeping deeply, you don't notice if someone kisses your face a few times or the faint sounds around you. Haven't there been news reports about women being subjected to unspeakable things while they were asleep? As long as you don't make any big movements during sleep, it's hard to wake up. Su Wei tidied up Lin Qian's stray hair, his thoughts wandering, entering a state of trance. Just then, Su Wei suddenly heard chaotic footsteps at the door. At the same time, there was a strong surge of blood energy. Such a powerful surge could only mean that Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen had returned. Su Wei's eyes widened as he realized a serious problem. Lin Xiaohua was back and he would see his daughter in his room. This is bad. Just thinking about it is frustrating. But now it's too late to try to fix it. It's his own fault for not realizing that Lin Xiaohua was almost home. But he couldn't blame him either. After all, Lin Xiaohua usually suppresses his blood energy fluctuations when he's outside. Otherwise, just these fluctuations alone could kill the people around him. For vampires, releasing blood energy fluctuations would create a powerful pressure and cause significant harm. This kind of pressure doesn't have much effect on other vampires, but it is severe for ordinary people. After returning home, Lin Xiaohua relaxed, so he no longer suppressed his blood energy fluctuations. This is what made Su Wei aware of his approach. Lin Xiaohua's footsteps grew closer and closer, and Su Wei resigned himself to his fate, ready to start over if necessary. He straightened his clothes and stood up, opening the door first. The figures of Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen appeared in his line of sight. They had just returned from Shilin Villa. As soon as they reached the ground floor, Lin Xiaohua sensed his daughter's blood energy fluctuations in Su Wei's room. What surprised him was that his daughter's fluctuations had become much stronger, indicating a breakthrough. He couldn't believe that his daughter had become the last bloodline of the West stage so quickly. But he was quickly consumed by anger. Why was his daughter in Su Wei's room? Damn it, he went out for a while and the house got robbed? With a gloomy face, Lin Xiaohua looked at Su Wei standing at the door. Why is Xiaoqing in your room? What have you two been doing? We haven't done anything, she just fell asleep. She probably needs to sleep for a while, Su Wei answered truthfully. Have you done that thing with her? Lin Xiaohua's face grew even darker. You better think carefully before you answer, don't try to deceive me. What thing? Su Wei was taken aback. Lin Wen, who was standing beside them, understood her husband's meaning. Naturally, it's about having a baby. You two haven't, right? She muttered to herself in her heart, if they really did it, I'm afraid my husband would tear Su Wei apart. Ah, of course not, Su Wei said confidently. He had only kissed her cheeks a couple of times, plus her forehead. He hadn't done that. It would be really crossing the line if he had done something unspeakable. Su Wei considered himself someone who doesn't think with his lower body. He wouldn't do something like that without Lin Qian's permission. As for kissing her face a few times, that wasn't a big problem. Everything has its limits. From Su Wei's eyes, Lin Xiaohua saw sincerity, and he felt relieved. They probably hadn't done it yet. Vampires have an especially sensitive sense, they can be called walking lie detectors. Ordinary people can tell if someone is lying or not by their tone, actions, and expressions when they answer. But Su Wei was different, his acting skills had improved a lot since his spiritual power increased. Then why were you in the same room? Lin Xiaohua asked further. Xian had a little blood, and then she felt a bit sleepy. Since she drank it in my room, she fell asleep on my bed, Su Wei explained. You didn't do anything else bad, did you? Lin Xiaohua suddenly asked. Did you really do it? Kissed her cheeks twice and her forehead once. But Su Wei obviously couldn't say it foolishly. No, he said. Lin Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. After a moment, all right, I believe you this time. Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief, his expression flawless, not arousing any suspicion from Lin Xiaohua. Don't let Xiaoqing sleep here anymore. Be mindful, you are a blood slave, she is your master. Where does the master sleep? In the servants' room. Okay, Su Wei nodded. He didn't have strong power yet, so being sly was his top priority. Once he had the power, Lin Xiaohua would definitely have a different view of him, and eventually accept his union with Lin Xian. At the current rate, it wouldn't take too long. Patience was key. Then go rest in another room for now, and come back to your room after Xiaoqing wakes up, Lin Xiaohua said. Alright. Su Wei nodded. On the third day, the sun rose as usual. Today, Su Wei and Lin Xian needed to go to school. The reason was that Lin Xian said she wanted to go to the library to find a few books. Su Wei didn't know what Lin Xian was up to, so he agreed. After a day of rest and sleep yesterday, Lin Xian had fully recovered and was full of energy. Thinking back on these days, Su Wei hadn't been to school at all. His good friend Zhang Zilin from the same major had asked him several times why he hadn't come. He didn't reply much. Seeing that he didn't receive many replies, Zhang Zilin thought that Su Wei had been killed, so he hurriedly called Su Wei. The final result was naturally finding out that Su Wei was still alive, but still puzzled by his long-term absence from class. Su Wei didn't explain much. He couldn't possibly say that he had become a vampire now and had a system. The dining room on the first floor had its windows tightly closed and heavy black curtains drawn. Only a few dim candle lights flickered, providing a faint light. Lin Xian and Su Wei sat at the dining table. There were a total of 6 people at the table: Yi Hui, Baiying, Lin Xiaohua, Lin Wen, Lin Xian, and Su Wei. On the table were more than a dozen tall glasses, filled with clear blood. Just as Lin Xian sat down, her mother Lin Wen said, "This is the top-grade blood that was just delivered. It tastes very good. Try it, it's still fresh." Lin Xian nodded and took a sip. It was indeed good. She drank 2 glasses of blood in a row, thoroughly enjoying it. Yi Hui walked into the kitchen and brought out a piece of cream cheesecake. Knowing that Lin Xian liked sweets, he had prepared it in advance. "Thank you, Uncle Yi," Lin Xian said happily. "Aunt Beiying and I made it together. She contributed more than me. I'm not very good at making cakes. She taught me a lot of steps. She's really good at making desserts. You'll be lucky in the future," Yi Hui said with a smile. Yesterday afternoon, Beiying and Yi Hui worked together to make the cake, and their distance had become closer because of this collaboration. As the saying goes, men and women working together make the work easier. This was indeed true. Between chatting and laughing, Yi Hui and Beiying made the cake without feeling like they had expended much energy. Beiying's baking skills were very good, which was great news for Lin Xian, who loved sweets. Seeing that Beiying and Yi Hui were getting along well, Lin Xiaohua's mouth slightly curled up, feeling pleased. It seemed that his matchmaking between the two was starting to show results. Lin Wen also had a smile on her face, already thinking about how to prepare a wedding for the two. The atmosphere at the dining table was harmonious, and Su Wei felt like he had become part of a big family. "Is 1 glass enough? Or would you like some more?" Lin Xian asked with concern. Su Wei smiled and shook his head. "It's alright, I've had enough. If I drink too much, I'm afraid I'll have indigestion." "Alright then, would you like some of my cake?" Lin Xian asked again. Lin Xiaohua coughed when he saw the situation. "Just drink blood, say less." Lin Xian glanced at her father when she heard his words. "I'm just talking to Su Wei. Dad, when we drink blood before, I also talk, why don't you allow it this time?" Lin Xiaohua was speechless. Su Wei quickly said, "Xian, I won't eat cake anymore, you eat it." Lin Xiaohua looked at Su Wei and gritted his teeth. This kid almost stole his crystal. Ah, it's fate. As a father, he is really powerless. Baiying and Yi Hui watched this scene with interest. Baiying had a romantic mind and she really hoped that Su Wei and Lin Xian could be together. This would be the first case in the Lin bloodline for thousands of years where the blood master and blood slave fell in love. It has a groundbreaking significance. And Su Wei and Lin Xian are both good-looking, a perfect match. She loves to ship couples with high visual appeal like them. Breakfast time ended, and Yi Hui drove Su Wei and Lin Xian to school. After the extended version of the Rolls-Royce was damaged, Yihui temporarily switched to a G-Wagon. The space inside the car was still spacious, and it had tinted windows, so the sunlight couldn't shine through. I have to attend the first class this morning. It's my favorite teacher. She teaches ancient poetry, which I really like. Don't you have class too? You should go to class, and after it's over, I'll come find you. Oh, by the way, I'll bring a few good friends. Lin Qian thought for a moment and then said, You have friends at school? Su Wei was surprised. Lin Qian glanced at Su Wei. What do you mean still? Can't I have friends? I basically sponsor the Han Dance Club, the Cosplay Club, and the Anime Club at our school. I'm their benefactor. The presidents of those clubs have a good relationship with me. Su Wei was dumbfounded. At the same time, he remembered something. Those clubs that Lin Qian mentioned hold large-scale performances several times a year, with extravagant costumes and props. It seemed like they never ran out of funds. Su Wei was puzzled before, but now he seemed to know where all that money came from. You're amazing. Su Wei had seen the presidents of those clubs in the auditorium during the evening party. Shui Xiaoxi, the president of the Han Dance Club, was 175 meters tall, imposing, with long legs and no excess fat. When she danced, she was cool and sexy. The president of the Cosplay Club and the Anime Club were best friends. Both of them were into the otaku culture. However, their styles were completely different. Yi Xiner, the president of the Cosplay Club, was a cute and adorable girl. She usually dressed in a cute style, and with her 156-meter height, she looked very youthful. As for Gu Shuyi, the president of the Anime Club, she had a mature and imposing image, standing at over 17 meters tall. Her whole aura was strong, but those who knew her well knew that she may appear as a cool beauty on the outside, but she was actually a Chinibu girl who loved anime. These three girls were influential figures at Binhai University. Every year during the club recruitment, many people signed up for their respective clubs. They were all very good-looking, and when a film crew came to the school to shoot, they accidentally saw them and wanted to discover them as stars. This indirectly proved that their looks were indeed of a celebrity level. There are plenty of beautiful women in China, and there are also many ordinary people who are more beautiful than those so-called celebrities. It's just that the entertainment industry is too complicated, so these three girls politely declined the director's offer and continued their studies at school. This incident caused quite a stir on the forums. There were a total of 5 campus beauties at the school, but it was just a private ranking. Lin Qian and these 3 club presidents were among them. The last campus beauty was an old acquaintance of Su Wei's, his ex-girlfriend Su Rou. Su Rou's appearance was impeccable. When they arrived at the school, Yihui parked the car at the entrance. Miss, we've arrived. Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you inside? No, I can go in by myself. Lin Qian waved her hand and said, By the way, miss, remember to take the umbrella. Yihui reminded her. Umbrella? Is it raining today? Su Wei looked and saw a black umbrella on the right side. That's for shading from the sun. Lin Qian explained. Su Wei suddenly realized and almost forgot that Lin Qian was a vampire. From her appearance, it's really hard to tell that she's a vampire. There's no difference from a normal person at all. Then the two got out of the car. The morning sun shone through the leaves and fell on Lin Qian. This made her furrow her brows. But the sunlight didn't cause any harm to her body, it just made her slightly uncomfortable. In addition, if she were exposed to sunlight, her strength would be greatly reduced. Lin Qian opened her black umbrella and stood by the car. Su Wei then got out of the car as well. Some students who were up to no good saw Lin Qian and quickly raised their phones to take pictures. Lin Qian didn't come to school often, and every time she did, she would attract a lot of attention. Many students in the school were interested in this rich and beautiful young lady who rarely attended classes but still scored high marks. Lin Qian frowned when she saw someone taking pictures. Then she looked in the direction of the crowd. It seemed that those students who were taking pictures felt her cold gaze and quickly put away their phones. It has to be said that Lin Qian really had a strong presence. Just with a single glance, she had a considerable amount of power. Let's go. Su Wei walked over and said, Lin Qian said lightly, and then walked into the school with Su Wei. Less than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the teaching building. Because they were studying different majors, their classrooms were on different floors. Su Wei studied computer science, while Lin Qian studied ancient literature. The subjects they were studying were quite different. Su Wei's major was chosen by his family, who said that he would be able to get a good salary after graduation. In fact, it was true. The starting salary for a programmer was indeed high. It's just that it's easy to lose hair and be extremely smart at a young age. The two entered the teaching building and went to their respective classrooms. They would meet again in the second class. Su-wei looked at the students coming and going in front of him, feeling like he had traveled to another world. It had been a long time since he had been to school, and he felt a bit nostalgic for this familiar feeling. Su-wei's first class in the morning was calculus. Calculus was not difficult to say, but it was not easy either. The key was to make good use of class time and master the content taught by the teacher. In university, the exams were mostly set by the teachers themselves, so the key points mentioned in class were very likely to appear on the exam. Once you mastered the key points, passing the exam would be easy. Even if you couldn't get a high score, it would still be easy to pass. As soon as Su-wei entered the classroom, he saw Zhang Zilin. Zhang Zilin was a friend he was quite familiar with in class. In university, even if you were in the same major, it didn't necessarily mean you were close. Most of the time, you could only be considered acquaintances. There were many classmates from all over the country, and Su-wei had taken several semesters of classes with them without even knowing their names. Zhang Zilin was a bit chubby and liked to play an open-world game called Genshin Impact. In addition to playing Genshin Impact, he also liked to watch anime. He could be considered a fan of various things. In short, he was a bit of an otaku. Several times before, Su-wei wanted to invite him to participate in some group activities, but he was always rejected. According to him, how could those 3D girls compare to his 2D waifu? Sure enough, when Su-wei walked behind Zhang Zilin and took a look, he was indeed playing Genshin Impact. Although he had already reached the burnout phase and had basically graduated from the current version's content, the daily commission tasks still kept him entertained. You're still playing? Is this game really that fun? Su-wei honestly didn't understand. Maybe he wasn't the target audience for this game. When Zhang Zilin heard Su-wei's voice, he was startled and quickly turned around. Su-wei, you finally came back. After half a month apart, for some reason, Zhang Zilin felt that Su-wei had become even more handsome. His figure was more agile, and his muscles seemed to have grown a bit. Was this an illusion? Long time no see. Su-wei sat down next to Zhang Zilin. I thought you were dead. You haven't come to class for so long. Su-wei glanced at Zhang Zilin helplessly. Can't you look forward to my return? Alright, I guess you were taken care of by a rich woman, so you've avoided years of detours, and now it doesn't matter whether you come to school or not. Am I right? Su-wei was taken aback. Zhang Zilin actually guessed it, although not completely accurate. Damn, did I really hit the mark? Zhang Zilin exclaimed, hugging Su-wei's arm. My good brother, now that you've achieved success, don't forget about me. Stop guessing randomly. These past few days, I've been going on dates with vampires, Su-wei said in a deep voice. TSK, you might as well say you've been cultivating immortality. Zhang Zilin scoffed. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Su-wei shrugged. That's just how the world is sometimes, even when you tell the truth, no one believes you. Zhang Zilin continued to look at his phone screen, playing Yuanshin. Su-wei couldn't help but ask, is this game really fun? I personally find it quite enjoyable. Zhang Zilin answered while tapping the screen. By the way, there's something. Zhang Zilin suddenly said. Su-wei looked at Zhang Zilin with a wary expression. Whenever someone says there's something, it's never something good. Could it be that you want to borrow money? Su-wei guessed. Whenever there's something, 99% of the time it's about borrowing money. Yes. Zhang Zilin said with a pained expression, my luck has been really bad this time. I've had several consecutive failures, and most of my living expenses for this month have been spent. You can't just stand by and watch. Can you lend me some money? Zhang Zilin pleaded pitifully. You're really something. You've actually spent all your living expenses on gacha. I really admire you. I'll lend you 1,000, is that enough? Although Su-wei has a lot of money now, he still keeps track of debts with his close friends. He can't just throw a stack of money at someone like a nouveau riche. Before this, Zhang Zilin often borrowed money from Su-wei due to bankruptcy caused by spending on gacha, but he always repaid the debt. So whenever Zhang Zilin asks, Su-wei will lend him without hesitation. Thanks, Wei Ge, you're my savior. After receiving the money, Zhang Zilin picked up his phone again and immersed himself in the world of Yuanshin. There was still some time before class, so Su-wei, with nothing to do, opened the school forum. The school forum had many sections, and students from the school liked to post on it. Unexpectedly, he saw his own photo in a post. In the photo, he was standing next to the Big G, and Lin Qian was holding a black umbrella in front of him. It was the scene from that morning. With this photo, it's likely that many people will gossip again. But this was also within Su-wei's expectations. After all, Lin Qian was the school beauty, and having a more intimate relationship with her would naturally lead to some rumors. By the way, Su-wei, the first class is definitely going to be a disaster for you. You've skipped so many classes, she's definitely going to give you a hard time, Zhang Zilin said sympathetically. Su-wei remained non-committal. The calculus teacher, Xu Menjing, was the one who had called him before and got hung up on. When Xu Menjing was hung up on, she was so angry that she went into a rage. Among the teachers, she had the worst temper, so the students jokingly called her Miaju Shi Tai, the exterminating teacher. Su-wei didn't really care. Yihui should have already informed the school, so he wasn't worried about what Xu Menjing would do to him. He showed no panic at all, and even seemed a little excited. How many people in the whole school can stand up to the teacher like him? Ding ling ling. The bell rang and Xu Menjing walked into the classroom. When she saw Su-wei at the back of the classroom, her pupils began to shake. In her mind, a scene from a week ago when the head of the department found her quickly appeared. The head of the department told her not to make things difficult for Su-wei. Su-wei has a relationship with the school's biggest director. If she continues to pursue Su-wei, even he won't be able to protect Xu Menjing. Xu Menjing was completely dumbfounded. As an older teacher with responsibilities, losing this job would have a significant impact on her life. She could only endure it. Sighing in her heart, Xu Menjing lowered her head and pretended not to see Su-wei. Despite her stubbornness, she eventually lowered her head. Next, let's talk about the general solution of second-order constant coefficient homogeneous linear differential equations, and the steps to solve equations like y plus I plus by equals 0. Seeing that Xu Menjing didn't come to find Su-wei, Zhang Zilin started teaching, feeling particularly shocked. What's going on? You're actually fine. Zhang Zilin looked at Su-wei as if he had seen a ghost. Keep it low-key. Su-wei's mouth curled up slightly, without explaining. I don't believe it. She'll probably come find you after class. Zhang Zilin refused to believe it. Maybe she didn't even notice you. Well, you're still stubborn. Su-wei smiled and shook his head, feeling confident. Xu Menjing's teaching ability was average. As an older teacher, she had struggled to adapt to the development of the times in recent years. Her teaching methods were outdated and her classes were extremely boring. Listening to her classes was like falling asleep. Su-wei slept well last night, even though he was a vampire and shouldn't have felt sleepy. But at this moment, he still felt drowsy and almost fell asleep. Calculus was indeed quite dull. However, with the improvement of his attributes, his learning efficiency had increased significantly. Just by listening to a few sentences, he completely understood a knowledge point. Su-wei couldn't help but think that if he could go back to his senior year and prepare for the college entrance examination with his current mental abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get into Peking University or Tsinghua University. In the classroom, most of the students were playing with their phones. In addition, there were many couples sitting together, occasionally holding hands and whispering to each other. In such situations, Xu Menjing usually turned a blind eye. Unless the students went too far or their actions were too obvious, she would reprimand them. There were too many students in the lecture hall, and if she insisted on enforcing discipline, she would spend most of the class time on it. That would be exhausting. Although Xu Menjing was strict, she wasn't foolish. She would check attendance at most and punish those who blatantly played with their phones to set an example. As for Su-wei, he had indeed gone too far, openly provoking her and hanging up on her, which made her angry. At this moment, in classroom 302 of the teaching building during break time, Lin Xian was sitting with three beautiful girls, each with their own unique characteristics. They were Lin Xian's best friends in school, and they could be called the bestie group. They were Cui Xiaoxi, the president of the Han Dance Club, Gu Shuyi, the president of the Anime Club, and Yi Shiner, the president of the dance club. When the three of them sat together, they attracted a lot of attention. Many male students in the same class quickly took photos and told their friends to come over. After all, it was not common to see them all together like this. It was pleasing to the eye just to look at them. Xiao Qingqing, I haven't seen you for so long. I really missed you. Yi Shiner, the president of the dance club, had a baby face, but unexpectedly had a well-endowed figure, even reaching a D cup. She hugged Lin Xian's arm and rubbed against her, making Lin Xian speechless. What's wrong with you? I thought I was big, but I feel a little inferior compared to you. Lin Xian is quite confident about her figure, but she knows she's no match for Yi Shiner. Come on, Xiao Qingqing, you're also great. Yi Shiner's soft and cute voice could even be a voice actor. If it were an ordinary guy, he would have given up long ago. Cui Xiaoxi and Gu Shu asked, by the way, Xian, you haven't been to school lately. What have you been up to? Lin Xian replied, actually, I haven't been up to much, just went back to my hometown. By the way, how are you and that Su-wei? We've all heard about it. You got his WeChat half a month ago, so how far have you guys gone? Yi Shiner leaned in, gossiping. Lin Qian didn't hesitate to give Yi Shiner a scolding. It's none of your business, kids shouldn't pry. Yi Shiner's eyes instantly filled with tears, matching her cute face and lowly figure, making her look pitiful. But Lin Qian wasn't buying it and added, stop with the tears. Yi Shiner pouted, Xiaoqingqing, I don't like you anymore. Lin Qian cleared her throat and said, ahem, the reason I called you all here today is actually to introduce you to someone who will be joining us in the future. Well, he's like a male best friend. A male best friend? Yi Shiner's eyes widened. Cui Xiaoxi and Gu Shu were also surprised. You actually found a male best friend? Let me guess, is it Su Wei? They had all seen Su Wei before, especially when he became popular on short videos. Although he's not as popular now, they would still recognize him if they saw him on the street. Gu Shu rubbed her eyes and said, in my opinion, this male best friend is like a ray of light for you. It reminds me of the anime Welcome to the NHK, which tells the story of the male protagonist's redemption of the female protagonist. It's really touching. Cui Xiaoxi, speechless, said, you really live up to being in the anime club. You can relate everything to anime. Lin Qian used to be more introverted, but after getting to know them, she became more lively. Gu Shu believed that Lin Qian belonged to the type of rich girl who lacked love, even until now. And Lin Qian has never been in a relationship, although Gu Shu hasn't either. She intentionally avoids it because she prefers her 2D husband, which is somewhat similar to Zhang Zilin. Although Yi Shiner is in the dance club and appears cute, she can only be considered half 2D. She doesn't watch many anime and prefers real-life guys, not interested in 2D characters. Cui Xiaoxi is a typical top student, very disciplined. Although she dances Korean dance, she is very pure and never goes to nightclubs or other bad places. There are many guys who have pursued her in school, but she doesn't like any of them. Her ideal type is a senior student who is already a doctoral student at the school, very mature. Cui Xiaoxi is a typical sapiosexual, very interested in guys with high intelligence and also appreciates more mature people. She had a relationship in high school, but it's all ancient history now, and that experience has almost faded from her memory. In short, among the four of them, except for Yi Shiner who has a partner, the other three are still single. As for Yi Shiner's partner, it seems to be a member of the dance club, a junior student, and the other three haven't met him. They all really want to meet Yi Shiner's partner, but Yi Shiner keeps making excuses, which frustrates them. Faced with the speculation of her three best friends, Lin Qian neither confirmed nor denied, just smiled mysteriously. After class, I'll take you guys there and you'll know who it is. As the bell rang, a group of Westerners led by Lin Qian walked towards room 410, which was Su Wei's classroom. When they reached the entrance of Su Wei's classroom, Lin Qian quickly spotted Su Wei. After just one class apart, she actually missed him a little. This puzzled Lin Qian a bit. Could it be that she really liked Su Wei? Her thoughts were all over the place, and Lin Qian felt herself gradually falling. After seeing Su Wei, the three girlfriends immediately smiled knowingly. They guessed right. Zhang Zilin, who was next to Su Wei, suddenly paused as his gaze wandered. He saw a familiar person. Club president. He stood up and waved to Gu Shuyi. Gu Shuyi also looked surprised when he saw Zhang Zilin. When the six of them met, Gu Shuyi asked, Zhang Zilin, what are you doing here? Of course, I'm here for class, president. What about you? Aren't you in the Department of Literature? Zhang Zilin smiled and then chuckled. Su Wei looked at the two of them chatting happily and was not surprised. During the club recruitment, Zhang Zilin chose the anime club as his first choice and got to know Gu Shuyi that way. Because they were both into anime, they had a lot of topics to talk about, from the latest popular anime series to games like Escalating, Genshin Impact, and Bungo Stray Dogs. The two of them gradually became good partners. Zhang Zilin had also become a pillar of the anime club and would go to promote it every year during club recruitment. Lin Qian asked Gu Shuyi, do you guys know each other? Gu Shuyi nodded, yeah, his name is Zhang Zilin. He's in our club. We've known each other since my freshman year. We're quite familiar with each other. Su Wei had met Gu Shuyi a few times with Zhang Zilin before. To be honest, he had a good impression of this kind of girl, but he knew he wasn't the type who was obsessed with anime, so he never thought about getting to know Gu Shuyi. It would be awkward to force a conversation when they had no common topics and different interests. Lin Qian nodded and then said to her three sisters, this is Su Wei. You should all know him, right? Su Wei looked at these three girls, or it would be more appropriate to call them Lin Qian's girl squad, and they were indeed of high quality. Most of the most beautiful girls in the school were here. Su Wei, let me introduce you. This is Yi Shiner, the president of the dance club, and this is Cui Xiaoxi, the president of the Korean dance club. As for Gu Shuyi, you should know him, right? He's quite familiar with your friend. After a brief introduction between the two sides, Su Wei simply greeted them. He suddenly understood that Lin Xian came to the school to meet her girl squad, right? But it made sense. It had been more than half a month since they last met, so it was normal to come and catch up. Since the 6 of them met, they split into 2 groups. One group was Su Wei and Lin Xian, along with Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Xiner. The other group was Zhang Zilin and his club president, Gu Shuyi. Hey, have you watched the latest anime? It's really good. Although the male lead had a tragic background, he eventually got revenge on everyone who had bullied him. It's such a satisfying series, Zhang Zilin said excitedly. Gu Shuyi looked puzzled. But don't you like those more explicit anime? Why suddenly like this kind of satisfying series? Ahem, President, don't make baseless accusations. I am a gentleman. I only watched Reply Sorcerer occasionally because someone recommended it to me. I don't usually watch that kind of anime. Zhang Zilin quickly defended himself. Su Wei helplessly watched the 2 of them chat enthusiastically. If someone didn't know, they would think they were discussing medical conditions. Both of them were quite obsessed. Cui Xiaoxi blinked and looked at Su Wei. I've only seen you on short videos before, and today is the first time I've seen you in person. Indeed, you look much better in person than in the videos. Before Su Wei became a vampire, his skin was average, with large pores. But as he became a vampire and his attributes increased, his skin became much smoother. Any woman would envy such skin. Coupled with the current mainstream aesthetic of being fair, young, and slim, Su Wei possessed 2 of these qualities, fair and slim, making him likable and eye-catching. Thank you, Su Wei nodded and smiled. Yi Xiner enviedly said, Xiaoqing, I wish my boyfriend was as handsome as yours. Lin Xian was taken aback by Yi Xiner's words and quickly defended, Su Wei and I are just friends, don't make things up. Yi Xiner and Cui Xiaoxi both looked at Lin Xian, their eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Xian turned her head to look at Su Wei in silence. Alright, let's get back to business. Tonight is a collaborative event for several dance clubs in the school. The originally scheduled pianist had something come up and couldn't make it, so Su Wei, it's time for you to take the stage, Lin Xian explained. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Wei was a bit confused. Although he played the piano well, he had never performed in front of a large audience before. It seemed inappropriate to have him perform. Wait, if it's a dance, can't they just use pre-recorded background music? Is it necessary to specially invite a pianist? Su Wei asked with some doubt. That's true, but in order to achieve a better performance, the entire event will have a live band accompanying. In addition to the piano, there will be drums, guitar, bass, violin, and cello, Yi Xiner explained. That's quite professional, Su Wei exclaimed in surprise. Of course, this is a meticulously planned event that must be done to perfection. In addition to the Korean dance club, the Otaku dance club, there are also classical dance clubs, ethnic dance clubs, and several other types of dance clubs, Yi Xiner added. I see, so I'm just a tool after all. But Su Wei couldn't refuse, so he said, I'll give it a try then. If I don't play well, please don't mind. No problem, Cui Xiaoxi quickly said. She silently recalled the message Lin Xian had sent her 2 days ago. Lin Xian asked her to organize a dance event and sponsored a large sum of money, but with one condition, there should be an accompanying band with all the necessary instruments except for the piano. She said she had specially invited a master pianist. Now, looking at Su Wei in front of her, she suddenly understood everything. It turns out that Lin Xian did all this for Su Wei, specifically arranging for everyone to collaborate with him in the accompaniment and dance. Ah, it seems that Lin Xian really likes Su Wei. But it seems like Lin Xian's secret crush? They haven't officially become a couple yet. Well, things have become interesting. The group didn't have lunch together, but agreed to meet at the rehearsal hall in the afternoon and do some coordination. Lin Xian's 3 best friends were also puzzled because since they met Lin Xian, they had never had a meal together. Whenever they invited her, she would never accept. But perhaps this was just the quirk of a wealthy person? They truly didn't understand the world of the wealthy. Su Wei and Lin Xian chose a private cinema room for lunch, ordered a comedy, and sat together eating popcorn. Honestly, I've never performed on stage before, so suddenly being asked to perform is quite challenging, Su Wei said helplessly. Lin Xian looked at Su Wei upon hearing his words. Actually, you play the piano really well. It would be a shame if you didn't perform on stage. Lin Xian still has high hopes for Su Wei. The scene of Su Wei playing the piano for her last time is still vivid in her mind. As for why she wanted Su Wei to accompany her on stage, she wanted to find a legitimate reason to listen to him play the piano. Most importantly, the dance music for this evening's party was all chosen by Lin Xian, and they were mostly piano dance music. This means that other instruments would only serve as embellishments, and it was mainly up to Su Wei to play. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed to ask Su Wei to play the piano, as it seemed like she had developed a liking for listening to him play. Well, although that was indeed the case, but her inner self wouldn't allow her to do that. She would rather find a reason to listen to Su Wei play the piano. She didn't want to express her feelings for Su Wei too actively, otherwise, if she was rejected, it would be so awkward. Of course, she believed that Su Wei would not reject her, right? Lin Xian, who had not yet experienced love, turned her head and looked at Su Wei's profile. When will you express your feelings to me? If you confess to me, I can be reserved for a few days at most, and I will definitely accept you. Ah, but we've only known each other for half a month. Is it too early for us to be together? Does it make me seem too easy to pursue? Lin Xian was conflicted again. Whatever, it's good to be able to listen to him play the piano tonight. Su Wei was completely unaware of Lin Xian's inner thoughts. He was fully focused on the movie in front of him and occasionally burst into laughter. This comedy is really interesting. In the afternoon, Su Wei and Lin Xian went to the rehearsal hall together. In fact, Chui Xiaoxi, Yi Xiner, and Gu Shu had long noticed their inseparable state. They didn't accompany Lin Xian at noon, only Su Wei stayed by her side. This already indicated a big problem. Xiao Qingqing, you're here. Yi Xiner gave Lin Xian a big hug. Although Lin Xian pretended to be disgusted, she still responded with a gentle hug. This little girl is really likable. Do we have all the dance music for tonight? I need to practice in advance. Su Wei asked Chui Xiaoxi. Chui Xiaoxi had already prepared the sheet music for the dance music and handed it to Su Wei. There are a total of 17 dance music pieces, 15 of which are piano dance music, leaning towards the classical style. Take a look. Su Wei asked in surprise, isn't it Korean or otaku dance music? Why are they mostly piano dance music? Well, the main theme of this dance party is piano dance music, so, Chui Xiaoxi explained somewhat reluctantly. She couldn't say that it was specifically requested by Lin Xian, who was the sponsor, she just wanted to listen to you play the piano. Su Wei was a bit speechless. Now his workload has really increased. The performance hall was large, and the stage space was ample. Su Wei looked around and saw many people preparing for the evening's performance. Chui Xiaoxi thought to herself that Lin Xian's actions were like wanting to feel a little jealous, so she specially arranged a feast of dumplings. Going to such great lengths just to listen to Su Wei play the piano, not only hiring a professional performance group but also having a group of girls from the dance academy as backup dancers, there's really no one like her. Perhaps the life of a wealthy person is simple, plain, and boring. Kong Hao? Su Wei looked at the guitarist in surprise. In his freshman year, Su Wei joined the school's music club and met many like-minded friends. Kong Hao was one of them. He played the guitar very well and even won the fingerstyle championship in Binhai City. Su Wei? Kong Hao also recognized Su Wei at a glance. He stood up, about 1.75 meters tall, with a somewhat artistic appearance. His medium-length hair was soft and flowing, carrying a faint fragrance. When they were in the music club, many girls liked this type of guy, and they would secretly send him flirtatious glances. But after 3 years of college, he was still single and had never had a girlfriend. Long time no see. Su Wei patted Kong Hao on the shoulder. He didn't expect to meet him here. Long time no see. Kong Hao nodded with a smile. Lin Xian noticed the scene and walked over. Su Wei, is this your friend? Lin Xian asked. Yes, this is Kong Hao. He plays the guitar very well. We met in our freshman year, Su Wei introduced to Lin Xian. So that's how it is. Kong Hao looked at Lin Xian, with her long golden hair, fair complexion, and elegant noble aura. He definitely knew Lin Xian. She was the popular and aloof beauty on the school forum, and many people would take photos of her. Hello, Lin Xian, Kong Hao greeted openly. At the same time, he wondered in his heart if Lin Xian was Su Wei's girlfriend. It was hard to say. He had just talked to Su Wei for a few minutes, and she came over. This meant that their relationship must be good. You know me? Lin Xian exclaimed. Is there anyone in our school who doesn't know you? Kong Hao laughed. Su Wei chimed in, indeed, Xian, you're quite popular on our school forum. Whenever you come to school, there are always many photos of you being posted. Lin Xian helplessly said, I'm so fed up. Every time I come to school, there are always people secretly taking photos of me. I don't know why. What else could it be? Being a wealthy heiress and the school beauty, it's normal to attract attention, Su Wei analyzed. The nature of human beings is boredom. When they're bored, they want to peek into other people's lives. That's why many people enjoy celebrity gossip. Kong Hao felt like he had discovered something incredible when Su Wei called Lin Xian Xian. These two people have an extraordinary relationship. By the way, Su Wei, could it be that you are the master pianist today? We were just discussing it earlier, saying that a master pianist was coming to play, and I thought, could it be you? In our freshman year, many girls were looking for you to learn piano. Sue humbly replied, what master? If I were a master, then you would be the master of masters. Lin Qian listened on the side, unable to help but feel doubtful. Kang Hao just said that many girls were looking for Sue to learn piano? This won't do. Sue can only teach himself to play the piano. Frowning slightly, Lin Qian planned to find an opportunity later to ask for clarification. In an orchestra, the most important instrument is not the king of instruments, the piano, but the string instruments. Among the string instruments, the violin is particularly high-pitched and has a high frequency. Therefore, in this performance, the violinist is crucial. Although most of the dances in this performance are piano dances, they still require other instruments as embellishments. One instrument alone would be too monotonous. It's like singing solo without any accompaniment. The effect will definitely not be too good. Under Kang Hao's leadership, Sue and the musicians of the orchestra greeted each other. Kang Hao has a deep love for the guitar. He wanted to further his studies in a piece, so when he was in the music club, he participated in many activities of orchestras outside of school and eventually officially joined an orchestra as a guitarist. Compared to Kang Hao, Sue is like a salted fish. He is not very interested in improving his piano skills. Maintaining his current level, being able to read sheet music and play some pieces is enough. There is no need to make things difficult for himself and strive for perfection. He never intended to become a pianist in the future. Playing some tunes to cultivate his sentiment is sufficient. Sue believes in one saying, that if you turn a hobby into a profession, your interest in that hobby will gradually fade away, or even become disgusted. Making a living is painful. When a hobby is pursued for the purpose of making money, it is no longer pure. Kang Hao comes from a wealthy family. He joined the orchestra just to play music. He doesn't care about the meager salary at all. Sue's family is not well off. He used to have to consider his future job prospects, and under the heavy workload of his studies, he had to give up the piano. But everything quietly changed from the moment he awakened the system. This is the violinist, Lu Churan, Kang Hao introduced. Sue's eyes lit up. It's not because Lu Churan is beautiful, but because Sue has seen her before. But it was just a passing glance from a distance. Lu Churan looks like the milk tea sister, who was quite popular on the school forum at that time. Many boys even posted confessions, but in the end, they didn't receive any replies. Hello, Sue greeted. Lu Churan nodded, hello. Although Lin Qian was standing far away, chatting with Yi Xiner and Shui Xiaoxi, she was actually daydreaming. She pretended to casually look towards Sue. Ha, why is he talking to a beautiful girl? How can this be allowed? When Shui Xiaoxi noticed this scene, she couldn't help but smile. She coughed and said, Shen, if you're thinking about your Sue, just go over there. If you keep looking at him like that for a long time, you might develop a squint. Lin Qian, who was caught, quickly retorted, Xiaoxi, I was just casually glancing, don't make assumptions. Shui Xiaoxi, observing from the perspective of a bystander, saw that Lin Qian's jealousy had reached its peak. But it's understandable, when you love someone, the most obvious expression is wanting to possess them. The presence of any opposite or even same-sex person around them will cause jealousy. Sue and the other musicians briefly interacted and then began rehearsing with the dancers. The performance is only a few hours away, so they must make good use of their time. Everything has a first time. As long as you take the first step, the rest will be much simpler. Sue had a deep understanding. At the beginning, he felt unfamiliar when working with the other musicians in the accompaniment group. However, after half an hour of getting to know each other, they had already developed a lot of tacit understanding. The dancers for this evening's party had also rehearsed in advance, using pre-recorded accompaniment for simulated training. Most of the dancers were girls from the dance department of Binhai University. They had been practicing since childhood and could handle various styles of dance. Sue's fingers tapped on the piano keys, while the drums and guitar provided seamless accompaniment. Modern dance music often likes to use drums and electric guitars as the main melody, just missing a DJ with electronic music. Honestly, Sue wasn't very interested in this kind of noisy music. He preferred the gentle and dreamy beauty of a graceful piano piece. This was also what motivated him to practice the piano. With his solid piano skills, Sue's performance was effortless. As the melodious sound of the piano intertwined with the other instruments, the girls on stage began to dance, displaying their graceful movements. The most important requirement to become a dancer was not to be too short. If they were too short, their body proportions would look awkward. Therefore, the girls dancing on stage were at least 1.7 meters tall, a height that would make many boys feel inferior. Additionally, girls generally have smaller heads, so their body proportions would be better. When looking at a man and a woman who are both 1.7 meters tall, people tend to think that the girl is taller at first glance. Su-wei had no interest in appreciating their dance moves. He focused solely on accurately playing each note according to the sheet music. However, accuracy alone was not enough. Those who have studied piano know that piano scores even include dynamics, tempo, and expression markings. For example, pianissimo indicates the softest touch, while adagio indicates a slow tempo. It's quite complicated. Lin Xian sat in the audience and her gaze suddenly fixed on Su-wei. Even though there was no spotlight on him, she felt that Su-wei was shining brightly. The spotlight was all on the dancing dancers, and their dazzling light made their movements more eye-catching. In that moment, Lin Xian felt that these dancing girls were stealing the show. She came to listen to Su-wei play the piano, not to watch them dance. She frowned slightly and patted Shui Xiaoxi's shoulder. "Xiaoxi, go tell the lighting technician to focus more of the spotlight on the accompaniment group, especially on the piano." Shui Xiaoxi was momentarily stunned, but quickly understood what Lin Xian meant and nodded with a smile. "Okay, I'll go right away." With Shui Xiaoxi's urging, the lighting technician dispersed the lights, making the accompaniment group brighter. Su-wei's piano was in the center of the accompaniment group. The spotlight shining down on him surprised him. Wasn't the spotlight for the dancers? Why was it on the accompaniment? Lin Xian, on the other hand, was happy. She watched as the light shone on Su-wei, her gaze fixed on him. Although the dancing girls were a bit strange, she didn't mind. The reason was simple: she paid them enough money. This performance was not for charity. When Lin Xian hired them to dance, she had promised to pay each person 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan was not a small amount for a university student with little stage experience to rehearse and perform in a program. So these girls were also putting in their best effort in rehearsal. At the same time, they were also gaining some enjoyment from dancing. Stretching their bodies, sweat sliding down their fragrant shoulders, exercise itself can make people happy. As long as they were paid, they could do whatever they were asked to do. During this hour, Su-wei's fingers flew across the piano keys. Because these dance music pieces all have piano parts, unlike other musicians who can take a break from time to time. For example, a dance music piece may have some guitar and drum parts mixed in, so the musicians who control these instruments have to rehearse together. But the next dance music piece may only involve violin and bass, so the guitar and drum musicians from before can take a break. Only Su-wei, he didn't rest for a single piece. He had a feeling that it was like his own piano solo performance, and everyone else was just accompaniment. Finally, he could take a break. Su-wei stood up and sat on the piano chair, his body feeling a bit stiff. Violinist Lu Churen's eyes sparkled as she walked over. "Senior Su, you play the piano really well." She meant it sincerely. She had worked part-time in many orchestras before and knew many pianists. But without exception, none of them could match Su-wei in terms of pitch and rhythm. Su-wei smiled slightly. "Come on, don't tease me like that." He said that on the surface, but he was actually quite pleased. Being praised like this by a beautiful girl, any guy would be moved. It must be said that Su-wei's piano skills have greatly improved compared to before. This is thanks to the significant improvement in all his attributes, especially his mental attribute. The most significant aspect of the mental attribute is that it allows Su-wei to multitask. With the support of the mental attribute, his brain has been updated and its processing speed has increased several times, making it easy for him to handle multiple tasks. His brain feels a bit itchy. It's growing. If it were before, Su-wei wouldn't dare to say that he could play all the dance music pieces without making any mistakes. "Senior Su, I'm serious. You're almost the most amazing pianist I've ever seen," Lu Churen said seriously, her eyes shining. "What about Lang Lang and Li Yundi? Where do you place them? They're different." "I haven't seen them, I've only seen you, so you're the most amazing pianist I've seen." Lu Churen smiled, her eyes forming crescents, very cute. Lin Xian, sitting in the audience, became restless as she watched Lu Churen and Su-wei chatting. She was still hesitating whether to go up. If she did, it would feel like she had a strong possessiveness, as if Su-wei was her personal belonging. But if she didn't, she would feel very uncomfortable. It seemed like Yi Shiner saw through Lin Xian's thoughts and gently patted her shoulder. "If you really like Su-wei, go for it. Otherwise, he might really be taken away by that girl. You'll regret it if you miss the chance." Lin Xian looked at Lu Churen's face, indeed beautiful. Of course, not as beautiful as herself. She had that confidence. But that girl was so proactive. Don't they say that when a man pursues a woman, there's a mountain between them, but when a woman pursues a man, there's only a layer of gauze? What if Su-wei couldn't resist the temptation and fell under that girl's spell? What would she do then? Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. But she didn't know where this grievance came from. In fact, it was because she cared too much about Su Wei. With Lu Charan's praise, Su Wei felt a bit elated. Kang Hao, who was beside him, saw this and decided to add fuel to the fire. Charan, haven't you been single for a long time? Why don't you consider Su Wei, get to know each other more? Lu Charan had a very innocent look, like the first love every man encounters during their youth. Her eyes were watery and adorable. After hearing Kang Hao's words, a blush quickly spread across her cheeks. Senior, don't tease me like that. She nervously tidied up the stray hair by her ear and said apologetically. Su Wei quickly said, Kang Hao, stop making things up, calm down. Seeing Kang Hao's mischievous smile, he immediately understood that this guy was deliberately messing with him. Senior Su. Lu Charan looked up. Can I add you on WeChat? That way, if I have any piano questions I want to consult you about in the future, I can reach out to you. No. Before Su Wei could speak, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. Su Wei was stunned. The voice was very familiar, clearly Lin Xian's voice. Lin Xian was wearing a black low-cut dress today, with her fair long legs exposed under the swaying hem, looking exceptionally sexy. And at the knee, there was a touch of pink. Between the swaying of her figure, transparent gemstone earrings swung left and right. Lin Xian's face was frosty, exuding a powerful aura. Su Wei was a little dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of him, feeling a bit torn. Why did it feel like the main wife facing the mistress? Su Wei is already my boyfriend, so you can't add him on WeChat, Lin Xian said, as she held Su Wei's arm. Su Wei faintly felt that Lin Xian's body was trembling. Lu Charan looked a bit flustered. I'm sorry, Senior Su, I didn't know you had a girlfriend, I'm sorry. Lin Xian said lightly, now that you know, that's good. In this invisible game, Lin Xian achieved an overwhelming victory. Her momentum was truly formidable. The entire performance hall fell silent. All eyes were focused on Lin Xian, Lu Charan, and Su Wei. Lin Xian exerted a slight force. Su Wei snapped out of his daze and, under Lin Xian's pull, the two of them walked into a small room behind the stage. As they left, the entire performance hall gradually filled with voices. Are Lin Xian and Su Wei really together? Is there any doubt? Didn't they just announce it? I regret it so much, such an exciting scene wasn't recorded in time. Otherwise, if it was posted on the school forum, it would definitely be headline news. I have a friend who likes Lin Xian and was planning to pursue her, but she already has a boyfriend. Oh my god, are you kidding me? The friend you're talking about is yourself, right? Fabricating a non-existent friend. I need to quickly tell my friend, this is the biggest gossip I've heard this week. Meanwhile, Zhang Zilin and Gu Shuyi, who were discussing recent anime and games in the audience, were also dumbfounded. Oh my goodness, I've long suspected that something was off about Su Wei, but I didn't expect him to really be with Lin Xian. This guy, he really kept silent until he made a big splash. Zhang Zilin exclaimed. Gu Shuyi whispered, Suizhen hao shang lin shirching de guang ni lu yangda. It seems that Su Wei has truly become Lin Xian's light. Zhang Zilin, whose concentration on the second dimension was off the charts, immediately understood Gu Shuyi's Japanese. His expression changed instantly. After a moment, he said, Doncher wa diguang zai nali? But where is my light? As soon as the words were spoken, Gu Shuyi trembled and couldn't help but look at Zhang Zilin. The two locked eyes. At this moment, their gazes collided and clashed, and their feelings instantly became intertwined. In the small room behind the stage at this moment, as soon as Lin Xian entered the room, she immediately let go of Su Wei and walked to the side. Her eyes scanned back and forth, afraid to look at Su Wei. She was a vampire, her heart wouldn't beat, but in such a tense situation, she actually felt her heart starting to revive and beat. This is ridiculous. It's just like the scene just now. She had already forgotten how she had walked up and said those words. It felt like a surge of confidence had taken over, and she didn't remember what she had said. Impulsiveness is the devil. Su Wei couldn't help but smile at the sight. Why did Lin Xian suddenly seem timid? Ahem, don't misunderstand. I said those things just now to prevent anything inappropriate from happening between you and that girl. I have to remind you that you are a vampire now, no longer human. If you have too much contact with that girl, you are hurting her. In order to make that girl give up, I decided to temporarily pretend to be your girlfriend, so that she would back off. You should thank me. Is that so? But there's something I want to ask you, do your words count? Su Wei looked at Lin Xian, wanting to tease her. What is it? Of course, that you are my girlfriend. You wish. Am I that easy to become your girlfriend? Don't take it seriously. Lin Xian quickly said, her eyes flickering. In her heart, she thought to herself, if you confess to me, maybe I can agree to be your girlfriend. I don't want to chase after you, I would lose face. Su Wei laughed. So what you mean is, you don't want me to take it seriously, but you want everyone else to? Ha! Lin Xian was stunned, a hint of contemplation appearing on her face. That's about right. From now on, at school, you are my boyfriend, but privately, we are not in a romantic relationship. Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, Alright, then let's start acting from now on. Su Wei said, grabbing Lin Xian's soft hand. He then opened the door to the small room. What are you doing? Lin Xian asked in confusion, trying to pull her hand out of Su Wei's grasp. If we don't even hold hands, how can we make everyone else believe it? Su Wei said meticulously. After hearing Su Wei's words, Lin Xian actually felt that he made sense. So she stopped trying to pull her hand out and felt the warmth of Su Wei's large palm enveloping hers. No wonder Xiaofan likes it when Su Wei touches its head. Under the embrace of such a hand, there was indeed a sense of peace. Su Wei led Lin Xian onto the stage. The spotlight shone on the two of them perfectly. They were enveloped in a radiant glow. Su Wei smiled and tightly held Lin Xian's hand. Lin Xian, standing beside him, was being held by a boy's hand for the first time, in front of so many people. She felt a bit awkward and didn't know what expression to make. Her mind was in turmoil, but she continued to maintain her usual cold demeanor. Under the embrace of Su Wei's hand, she relaxed a lot. Many students who missed the opportunity to take photos earlier now raised their phones. Like a press conference, Su Wei and Lin Xian were photographed many times. Some of these photos were posted on forums, while others were shared in various school groups. Su Wei stood tall and handsome, while Lin Xian was graceful and stunning. They were handsome and beautiful from every angle. It was as if the prince and princess from a fairy tale had broken through the dimensional barrier and stood on the stage. Su Wei didn't care about the students' discussions. He deeply understood that ever since he had the system and became a vampire, and even in the distant future, he would spend it with one person. Besides Lin Xian, there was no other choice. As night fell, Su Wei felt much more comfortable. It was probably because there was no sun suppressing the energy in his body, and the surging blood energy flowed throughout his body. At this moment, he was behind the scenes. In half an hour, the evening party would begin. After Lin Xian's official announcement in the afternoon, the violinist, Lu Churan, who looked like Milk Tea Sister, didn't speak to Su Wei anymore. Su Wei glanced at her a few times during the afternoon rehearsal and found that she was absent-minded and her intonation when playing the violin was off. Perhaps she hadn't recovered from what happened in the afternoon. Kan Hao and Zhang Zilin were birds of a feather. They admired Su Wei, but they were also envious. After all, Lin Xian was not only beautiful, but also came from a wealthy family. She was the best choice to be a girlfriend. Zhang Zilin seemed to have good luck with love, or rather, Lin Xian and Su Wei's official announcement had also broken through a layer of window paper for him and Gu Shu, and their relationship had progressed rapidly. As avid fans of the same hobbies, their souls were compatible. So even though Zhang Zilin's appearance is average, a bit chubby and a bit silly looking, it doesn't affect Gu Shuyi's liking for him. Sometimes, love can overlook appearances. As long as Gu Shuyi expresses an opinion or makes a joke, Zhang Zilin can fully understand her. They have a lot in common and seem to have endless topics to talk about. When they see an ugly guy with a beautiful girl on the street, they always wonder where they went wrong. Actually, judging people solely based on appearances is not accurate. Either having a fat wallet or having similar interests and being soulmates, one of them must be present. During the second half of rehearsals, Su Wei noticed that Zhang Zilin and Gu Shuyi were missing. Only after asking Lin Xian did he find out that the two of them actually went to a private cinema outside to watch anime. These two might actually make it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zilin miraculously found a partner in the year before graduation. Originally, Su Wei had concluded that someone like Zhang Zilin, who only knew how to watch anime and play mobile games every day, was destined to be single in college. But unexpectedly, fate came so quickly. This guy really turned his luck around. However, after finding a real-life wife 3 times, Su Wei doubted whether he still had the money and the bond with his 2D wife. He held a skeptical attitude. In any case, having both a real-life and a 2D wife would definitely create conflicts. Besides providing a resting place for performers, the backstage of the theater also serves as a dressing room. Although Su Wei is a boy, he still put on a layer of makeup. However, his makeup is quite different from the girls'. His makeup is just a light layer, not obvious. It mainly brightens the skin. But in fact, this step is somewhat unnecessary because Su Wei's skin is really good. Even the makeup artist couldn't help but marvel. It is the most perfect skin she has ever seen. Before going on stage, Su Wei browsed through the posts on the forum. What he found interesting was that there were actually many love-brain girls shipping Su Wei and Lin Xian as a couple. They even formed a support group. Isn't this too outrageous? The name of the support group is Wei Qing's Love Support Group. In the support group, there are paparazzi who are mainly responsible for secretly taking photos of Lin Xian and Su Wei's daily interactions, there are financial backers who provide funds for the paparazzi, and there are funds to help organize fan meetings for Lin Xian and Su Wei. In addition to these two types, there is also the core operation, which is to organize various activities. Su Wei was a little overwhelmed. Isn't this the whole fan culture thing? On short video platforms, he has some understanding of fan culture. For example, classic remarks like, "My brother is the best, my brother works so hard, can't you see? You can hate all you want, but don't eat the eggs my brother lays." And that fan's voice, which is quite funny after being parroted in the entertainment industry, explaining is whitewashing, not explaining is accepting, who has the netizens spared. Can't dare to curse. Oh my, Su Wei is truly speechless about this whole fan culture thing. He decided not to pay attention to this so-called support group. After a while, they will feel bored and stop doing it. It's time to go on stage. Kang Hao patted Su Wei's shoulder. The time has already reached 7:55. The performance tonight will start at 8 o'clock. Lin Xian is not backstage, she is sitting in the center of the audience, with a wide view. Sitting next to her are Yi Shiner and Chui Xiaoxi. I didn't expect you to suddenly become single, it's a bit strange. Chui Xiaoxi laughed. Xiao Qingqing, you two are already together, you were hiding it in the morning, you're not being considerate enough. Yi Shiner said angrily. Lin Xian explained, I was planning to keep it a secret from you guys, after all, we just got together. I was planning to tell you when things stabilize. If it weren't for that girl asking for Su Wei's WeChat, I think you were planning to keep it a secret from us forever. Yi Shiner snorted. Chui Xiaoxi saw the situation and said, anyway, it's a good thing that Xian has a boyfriend. Yi Shiner also smiled and said, that's true. I've noticed that love has made Xiaoqing more charming. Lin Chen laughed and scolded, stop it, all this nonsense about being charming. The three sisters joked around, and soon it was 8 o'clock. The entire auditorium suddenly became dark. All the lights focused on the stage. The lights were divided into two parts, one for the accompaniment group and the other for the dancers. The audience below was crowded, and many students rushed over upon hearing the news. Among the students, a considerable number were boys, their eyes fixed on the stage, admiring the dancers' long legs. The first dance was a classical piano piece called Gavotte. It was a short and lively type of dance, lasting less than 2 minutes. Su Wei played the piano with full concentration. Today, he was wearing a white suit, and the spotlight shone on him, revealing his almost perfect profile. Many female classmates below couldn't help but admire Su Wei. The male classmates, on the other hand, focused on the dancing girls, occasionally adjusting their sitting positions because they felt uncomfortable. Lin Xian looked at Su Wei on the stage, feeling a sense of accomplishment. She was proud that Su Wei played so well, and it gave her face. Now the whole school knew about her and Su Wei's relationship. Having a talented boyfriend made her, as his girlfriend, bask in the envy of those female classmates. Lin Chen was 180 years old this year, so she shouldn't be so childish, still wanting to be envied by her fellow female students. There were two main reasons for this. On one hand, Lin Chen had spent most of her 180 years in a deep sleep, so her mental age was actually quite young, and her mindset was not overly mature. On the other hand, being in the whirlwind of love had made Lin Xian lose some of her intelligence. The saying that a woman's IQ is 0 when in love was fully demonstrated in Lin Xian. It had to be said that the atmosphere of this evening party was very good. The dancers stretched their bodies, the music was melodious and pleasant, and Su Wei played the piano with intense emotions. Lin Xian closed her eyes and smiled as she listened to Su Wei's music. Time passed second by second, and the last dance slowly came to an end. This also meant that the evening party was coming to a close. At this moment, Su Wei stood up. The host next to him handed him the microphone. The spotlight converged on Su Wei. The audience below was very puzzled, not knowing what Su Wei was going to do. Lin Xian furrowed her brows slightly, looking at Su Wei with confusion. Behind Su Wei, the other musicians of the orchestra and the dancers on stage instinctively moved backward, following Kang Hao's guidance, and stepped down from the stage one by one. They walked towards the backstage, leaving the spotlight for Su Wei. Kang Hao looked at Su Wei's tall and slender figure, his eyes filled with complexity. He remembered 3 years ago, when Su Wei had entered his sight with a sunny disposition during the club's recruitment. To say something shocking, before meeting Su Wei, Kang Hao had always considered himself a normal heterosexual, but after meeting Su Wei, he found himself somewhat uncertain. Meeting a rainbow, can you conquer it? But he knew very well that Su Wei was a genuine top male, an invincible Jinjin-level top male, so he would never reveal his feelings to Su Wei. Moreover, he was still unsure about the nature of his affection for Su-wei. Was it romantic love or brotherly love? Because of this, he had avoided contact with Su-wei for a long time. However, on social media platforms such as WeChat Moments, Douyin, Weibo, and many others, Kang Hao silently followed Su-wei's updates. I won't disturb your life, just watching you from afar is enough. This was also the reason why he hadn't found a girlfriend. Because he couldn't figure out his sexual orientation, he casually found a girlfriend, which is irresponsible to the girl. When he learned that Su-ro had betrayed Su-wei, he was very resentful, but he didn't have a good solution. Su-ro is a deceitful girl who deceived Su-wei's feelings, which made Kang Hao determined to avenge Su-wei. His original plan was to print the fact that Su-ro deceived others' feelings on flyers and distribute them to her hometown, causing her reputation to be ruined. After using some online methods such as doxing and other information searches, Kang Hao found a lot of information about Su-ro. But to his surprise, he eventually discovered that Su-ro was actually an orphan. She grew up in an orphanage, without parents since childhood, and had a difficult fate. Does this mean that there is always a pitiful side to someone we hate? However, even if life is difficult, it is not a reason to deceive others' feelings, right? In the end, Kang Hao couldn't bring himself to do it and went to the Jiangzhou Welfare Institute where Su-ro grew up, to spread the things she did for money. Being able to enter a top domestic university like Binhai University through her own efforts as an orphan is an especially inspiring thing. In the end, Su-ro still fell. With a sense of regret, Kang Hao let Su-ro go. Su-ro and Su-wei have already broken up, as long as Su-wei is doing well in the future. During the afternoon rehearsal, he saw Su-wei again and felt very happy. After a long separation, seeing Su-wei again in reality, he wanted to hug him a few times. But to be honest, two grown men hugging each other is quite awkward and abrupt. He has also changed his mindset now, as long as Su-wei is doing well in the future. If there is anything he needs help with, he will do his best to assist. From now on, they will be like brothers. Of course, until he figures out his sexual orientation, he will remain single. He will always remember the moments he spent with Su-wei in the first and second years of college in the music club. Kang Hao is happy for Su-wei now that he has a girlfriend. You must be happy. With a slight smile on his lips and a heart full of blessings, Kang Hao stepped back into the shadows and disappeared. On the stage at this moment, Su-wei held the microphone, feeling a bit nervous. He remembered a saying, when someone is nervous on stage, just imagine the audience as big radishes. Taking a moment to relax, Su-wei felt that the audience in front of him was filled with tall and short, fat and thin radishes. Only one person didn't turn into a radish. In a sea of white radishes, Lin Qian's figure appeared. Su-wei quietly looked at her, 1,000 thoughts running through his mind. Now he wasn't nervous at all. With so many radishes in the audience, why should he be nervous about just one person, Lin Qian? Hello everyone, I would like to end this evening's performance by dedicating a song to my girlfriend Lin Qian. The name of this song is Xiao Yu. Many students instantly became excited. This is the typical reaction of most people. When they see others showing affection and being sweet, even though they silently think, you're so annoying, they can't help but continue watching and sigh, wondering when they will be able to experience the same thing. Su-wei placed the microphone on the piano and began to sing. There are always some surprising encounters. For example, when I met you, your gentle and transparent eyes appeared in my dreams. In the audience, Lin Qian covered her mouth in surprise, her eyes trembling. Yi Xiner beside her clasped her hands in front of her chest, her face filled with envy. So romantic. Although Cui Xiaoxi advocates for sapiosexuality and is somewhat allergic to romance, she was still moved as a girl. After all, which girl doesn't hope to meet her own extraordinary hero, who will come to marry her on a rainbow cloud? Su-wei's voice is not very pleasant, and even a bit off-key, but that's just the way it is. After all, vocal music is not something that can be improved just by having a strong body. The voice doesn't change with attribute points. But the song Xiao Yu is still very simple, the pitch is not high, and it is not difficult to sing. In singing, emotions are the killer move, and technique is meant to serve the emotions. As long as the emotions are deep, even without great technique, it can still move people. Just like the popular news before, a song called 10 Years, I Made 8 KTV Girls Cry. Su-wei's voice has a magnetic quality to it, and it is not overly deep, giving off a youthful vibe. His fingers fly and leap on the piano keys, and the notes resonate in the performance hall. In the gaps between singing, Su-wei occasionally looks at Lin Qian in the audience, exchanging glances. Ah, this is so amazing. Quick, take a video, post it on the school forum, and it can be our fan club's treasure video. It's much better than those so-called celebrity CPs, right? I'm really crying. When can I have a boyfriend like Su-wei? It's more interesting to watch others fall in love. Many enthusiastic fans of the Wei Qing Love Support Club discuss in the audience. They raise their phones and capture moments of Su Wei and Lin Qian. Su Wei notices this scene, but he is not annoyed. He has to thank these fans for preserving this precious memory for him. As the performance ends and the last note still lingers, Su Wei stands up. Backstage, Kang Hao holds a large bouquet of roses and sees that Su Wei has finished performing, so he immediately approaches. Su Wei had asked Kang Hao to prepare this bouquet in advance. In the final stage, it is definitely necessary to give flowers to Lin Qian. If he doesn't give flowers, it feels like something is missing. Su Wei takes the roses handed to him by Kang Hao and walks towards Lin Qian. Lin Qian's eyes flicker, she covers her mouth, and her face is filled with disbelief. She feels so happy that she could cry. What is love? She has thought about it for many years, but still hasn't figured it out. With her vampire thinking, how could anyone besides family be willing to treat her well unconditionally? She has never encountered such a person before. The people of her clan, who are of the same age, only have superficial interactions. They belong to different branches, with conflicting interests, and their relationships are not pure. And the previous Lin Qian, the designated fiancé in the clan, only found her attractive and wanted to fulfill the engagement because of her beauty. Many humans she has met are attracted to her wealthy family background or her appearance and figure. Their intentions are never pure. But Su Wei, after this period of time spent together, she gradually realizes that she has fallen in love with him. Using time stop to reverse the situation, his hair turning white, suffering from mental exhaustion, taking a fatal attack for her in Silver Moon Mountain, almost losing his life. The two of them sitting together in the villa, playing the piano, and in Su Wei's warm embrace. There are also many funny moments, like Su Wei being scared away by Little Fan, the dirt in Su Wei's body being expelled through his pores after attribute points increase, smelling like a defense, and the unexpected video call with Su Wei's mother. Memories flow and time passes. Being able to connect on a soul level, supporting each other, that is true love. Desire may temporarily cloud one's judgment with dopamine, leading to thoughts of engaging in inappropriate activities. But after the initial excitement fades, what remains? Very few people can continue on. In a long life, there are many things that have more cohesion than just sex. Feeling happiness is the true meaning of pursuing love. In a corner, a boy clenches his fist. Rise, pure love war god. I will not tolerate the Minotaur. Su Wei stood next to Lin Qian's seat, and the lighting technician made every effort to adjust the spotlight on the two of them. Everyone in the hall was watching them at this moment. Many girls felt like they were watching a romantic drama. But this scene was obviously much more captivating and eye-catching than many awkward idol dramas. Su Wei slowly bent down and handed the flowers to Lin Qian. Lin Qian, I like you. Su Wei couldn't say any romantic words. In his scientific brain, he couldn't think of any moving and romantic phrases. So he chose to express his feelings straightforwardly. But these simple and short words were far more effective than long and sweet words. Lin Qian was deeply moved, and she held back tears of happiness. She raised her delicate hand and took the rose from Su Wei. Looking at Su Wei, who was so close, she thought to herself, this wooden-headed guy finally got it. Then, she wanted to stand up and hug Su Wei. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Bang! Lin Qian tripped on the steps and her ankle made a cracking sound before she fell forward. At this critical moment, she actually sprained her ankle. Su Wei reacted quickly and held her tightly. The two sisters beside them, Chui Xiaoxi and Yi Xiner, quickly stood up and supported Lin Qian. Xia Qingqing, are you okay? Did you sprain your ankle? Qian, look, your foot is swollen. As a vampire, the pain wasn't enough to make Lin Qian panic. When she stood up just now, her mind went blank, and she stood up too quickly, accidentally spraining her foot. A 180-year-old Western vampire sprained her foot. It would be embarrassing to say it out loud. Even at the moment when she was about to fall, she still tightly held the rose that Su Wei gave her. When she was in the vampire territory, the roses that Lin Qian gave her were not only more numerous, but each one was much more beautiful than the one Su Wei bought from the flower shop. But she didn't hesitate at that time and threw them all in the trash. Whether a rose is good or not doesn't depend on how bright and beautiful it looks when it blooms, or how full and vibrant its petals are. It depends on the person who gives the rose. The one Su Wei gave her was the most beautiful rose in the world. Su Wei, it seems that Qian did sprain her ankle. Carry her on your back and let's go to the hospital quickly, Chui Xiaoxi urged. Yi Xiner also agreed, yes, let's go to the hospital quickly. The sooner we go, the faster she'll recover. Su Wei nodded in response and said, okay. He bent down and carried Lin Qian on his back. Lin Qian exclaimed in surprise and held onto Su Wei's neck tightly. Along the stairs of the auditorium, Sue carried Lin Xian and quickly walked to the exit. The people present gradually came to their senses. Some enthusiastic female fans of the Wei Qingqing Love Support Club quickly stood up from their seats, wanting to catch up and continue shipping the couple. The entire auditorium instantly became chaotic. Cui Xiaoxi keenly observed this scene. She stopped at the door and pulled Yi Xiner along. At the same time, she closed and locked the door of the auditorium. Yi Xiner looked at her in surprise. "What are you doing? I should be asking you that. What are you trying to do? The couple is going to the hospital. Why are you trying to join in the fun?" Cui Xiaoxi said speechlessly. "Oh, right." Yi Xiner suddenly came to her senses. At this time, many enthusiastic female fans of the Wei Qingqing Love Support Club had already arrived at the door. "You can't go up there." Cui Xiaoxi, tall and imposing, said, "Let them be alone and don't go over to take pictures and disturb them." Cui Xiaoxi found it difficult to understand these so-called fans of the Wei Qingqing Love Support Club. How could there still be people like this in the world? But the world is big, and there are all kinds of people. Cui Xiaoxi was like a gatekeeper, blocking everyone. "Senior, do you have a serious illness or something? We took pictures of them. What's it to you? Mind your own business. How can there be someone like you, blocking the doorway and not letting people out? Even good dogs don't block the way." Despite the disrespectful remarks from these fanatics, Cui Xiaoxi remained calm and stood at the entrance. Yi Xiner, standing beside her, looked at Cui Xiaoxi with admiration. If it were her standing at the door, she definitely wouldn't be able to stop so many fanatics. In critical moments, "It's still my sister Cui." Seeing that there was no way to leave through the front door, these fanatics from the fan club turned and headed towards the back door. Cui Xiaoxi had no choice but to follow suit. Outside the performance hall at this moment, Sue had already escaped with Lin Xian on his back. With his physical strength, it was no difficulty to leave ordinary people behind. They ran all the way to outside the school, and Sue didn't even breathe heavily. This was also partly due to Lin Xian's low weight. She was only 1.68 meters tall and weighed less than 100 pounds. Although she was thin, she still had flesh where she should, and was thin where she should be. Feeling the soft and boneless Lin Xian on his back, the two soft masses constantly moved up and down, causing Sue's mind to sway. It has to be said that this feeling was really good. "Wait a minute, I am a gentleman, how can I have such thoughts? By the way, why did you sprain your foot just now?" An adult vampire actually sprained their foot. "It's really amusing." Sue laughed. Lin Xian, hearing this, said angrily, "It's all because you surprised me and sang to me. I was startled by you and sprained my foot. Then let me ask you, was my singing good just now?" Sue asked. Lin Xian tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said firmly, "No, it was not good at all, you sang very badly. So the tears in the corners of your eyes just now were because my singing was so bad that it made you cry?" Lin Xian's eyes sparkled and shimmered in the night. After being exposed, Lin Xian said angrily, "Yes. Your singing was so bad that it made me cry. Is there a problem?" Sue laughed. "Of course there's no problem. But I have another question, is the injury on your foot already healed? You can use blood to heal it a little, and the sprain will immediately recover." Lin Xian snorted, "It's already healed a long time ago, but I want you to carry me." "Ha! Just now, someone told me that they liked me, and now they don't even want to carry me? Of course I'm willing." He actually didn't say the second half of the sentence. Any man would probably be willing. Lin Xian was wearing a dress, with only safety shorts underneath, and her long legs were smooth and silky. Sue held her thighs in his hands, and the feeling was quite good, not to mention the soft touch on his back. Sue's little brother almost stood up, but this couldn't deny his character. He was still very upright, it's just that his physiological reaction couldn't be controlled. "This is about right," Lin Xian said satisfied. Sue carried Lin Xian on his back, and she let him walk into the park next to the school. Lin Xian didn't want to go back now, she wanted to play outside for a while, and conveniently, there was a park next to the school. Changlin Park was one of the largest parks in the entire Binhai city, with a large area and many entertainment facilities and landscapes. It was supposed to be crowded at this time of night, but for some reason tonight, there weren't many people in the park, it was even quite empty. Sue was happy to carry Lin Xian, his physical strength was strong, carrying 100 pounds was a piece of cake for him. As Sue walked, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck. "Hey, what are you doing?" Sue screamed in pain. A drop of blood rolled down from Lin Xian's fangs as she lifted her head. I'm sucking blood, to punish you for mocking me when I sprained my foot. Don't surprise attack me, it really hurts. If you are mentally prepared, the pain of being sucked is relatively easier to accept. But if you are not mentally prepared, it really hurts. Seeing Su Wei in pain, Lin Xian became a little panicked. Really? A touch of red blood appeared on her fingertips, covering Su Wei's wound. The wound quickly healed as before. Then she carefully massaged Su Wei. Does it feel better now? Lin Xian asked with concern, her voice usually cold but now softened. It was like a sweet little girl acting cute. Su Wei's heart melted. It's okay, if you want to suck, you can do it anytime, Su Wei said boldly. He was the type who responded better to softness than toughness. Lin Xian was so cute, she could suck as much as she wanted. Otherwise, why do they say that women who act cute have the best luck? Acting cute is a deadly skill for men. Hiss. You really have no manners. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, she took another bite. She took a small sip, and a sweet blood flowed between her lips and teeth. She really wanted to cling to his back for the rest of her life, sucking blood when she was hungry and sleeping soundly when she was tired. Su Wei carried Lin Xian on his back, his heart fluctuating. Did this mean that he and Lin Xian were officially in a relationship? It seemed not, because Lin Xian hadn't verbally agreed yet. Just then, hey, was what you said earlier true? Lin Xian suddenly asked. What did she mean? Su Wei was confused for a moment, thinking it was about the bloodsucking. Of course, you can suck as much as you want in the future. You idiot, it's not about that, Lin Xian said angrily. Why was this guy so clueless? Su Wei started to ponder, and suddenly had a flash of insight. Was Lin Xian referring to what he said to her in the theater when he gave her flowers? I really like you. Lin Xian trembled and paused. Okay, I know. Su Wei suddenly had an epiphany, and tentatively asked, so, can you be my girlfriend? Lin Xian fell silent. She had originally planned to test Su Wei for a while, but now she couldn't help but want to agree. It was all this guy's fault, he had moved her so much at night. A soft voice sounded in the silence, and Su Wei immediately stopped moving. Did she just agree? Oh no, he wasn't prepared for this. Then, wife, can you not be so cheesy right from the start? Lin Xian slapped Su Wei's shoulder speechlessly, buried her head in it, and blushed. Wife, wife, wife. Su Wei got excited and kept calling her several times. Lin Xian's face turned red from being called so many times, and she pinched Su Wei's flesh. I didn't ask you to do anything, but you still did it, right? What's the fun if I don't do it? You're really asking for it. Su Wei enjoyed this atmosphere, and the two of them continued to bicker along the way. Just as they were making a fuss, raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. Oops, I wonder why no one came to the park, turns out it's going to rain. Su Wei exclaimed in surprise. Don't worry, Su Wei, I have a test for you. Test? Su Wei's expression froze upon hearing Lin Xian's words. Oh boy, there's still a test? Of course, I only agreed to you preliminarily. If you think everything will be fine now, that's impossible. If I'm so easy to pursue, you won't cherish me. Lin Xian explained confidently. Tell me, as long as you don't ask me to pluck the moon from the sky, I will do my best to satisfy you. Su Wei replied. In the rain, carry me on your back all the way home. Su Wei was dumbfounded. What? It's more than 20 kilometers from here to the villa. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with 20 kilometers? Just say whether you're willing or not. And you can't sprint all the way, just maintain the current speed, Lin Xian continued. The raindrops had already started to pour, and their bodies were getting wet. Their clothes were gradually getting soaked. Su Wei expressed his confusion, he was greatly shocked. Are you having a problem with yourself, or with me? It doesn't feel good to be drenched like a drowned rat, right? I just wanted to stay on your back a little longer, Lin Xian said softly. Su Wei suddenly understood. What's wrong with Lin Xian? She just wanted to spend a little more time with him. As her boyfriend, he must fulfill her request. The Left Bank Western restaurant had a quiet interior with few customers, only some faint whispers. Yi Hui looked at the medium-rare steak in front of him, with some blood congealing on top. The presentation was average. He didn't understand why Bai Ying brought him to a place like this. They were both vampires, they didn't need to eat at all. Even if they ate this steak, they would just regurgitate it as it was. Lin Xian could digest the cakes and cream dessert she ate, but this kind of meat, the severely degenerated digestive system of a vampire couldn't handle it. But seeing Bai Ying calmly cut the steak in half on her plate, then fork a piece and chew it in her mouth, Yi Hui unexpectedly felt that she was enjoying the process. In the afternoon, after dealing with company matters, Yi Hui originally planned to go straight home, but Bai Ying suddenly suggested going to a Western restaurant to sit and eat something. And so, Yi Hui was brought to the Left Bank Western restaurant in a state of confusion. I don't understand, we can't digest this steak at all, why did you order it? Yi Hui finally couldn't help but ask. Bai Ying smiled at his words. Actually, I always feel that eating is a very joyful thing. Even though I've become a vampire, it doesn't mean I have to give up eating. But you'll just vomit it out, Yihui said. You're right, but when people eat, it's not just about taking in and not letting anything out, Bai casually retorted. Yihui frowned at her words, but humans have to eat, they eat to gain energy, you can't get any energy from these foods, you'll just vomit them out. So what? Bai asked in return, what's the core of your question? After thinking for a moment, Yihui organized his words, I want to ask you, what's the meaning of eating for you? Bai let out a sigh of relief, her lips slightly curled up. Another one who's obsessed with meaning. But where in the world can you find so much meaning? I eat purely for the sake of happiness. Happiness? Eating is just to please oneself. According to what you're saying, living doesn't have any meaning either, since we all have to die anyway. Yihui felt that he couldn't argue with Bai on this point, so he changed his perspective. Why do you still like to eat after becoming a vampire? In the early stages of becoming a vampire, Yihui also tried eating food. He unexpectedly felt that his appetite had dropped to zero. It was like humans seeing blood, they wouldn't have much appetite either. The race had changed, and the dietary habits had undergone a drastic change. This question is interesting. Indeed, among the vampires I know, it seems that I'm the only one who likes to eat human food. Maybe I haven't completely become a vampire, or there has been some mutation? When I was still human, I really enjoyed eating, and after becoming a vampire, this hobby continued, Bai said thoughtfully. It must be uncomfortable to vomit out those foods, right? Yihui asked further. He had eaten human food once before, but not long after, he vomited it out. The process of vomiting is indescribable, the pain is profound, to the point that Yihui hasn't eaten any human food in hundreds of years. Well, as long as you get used to it, everything will be fine. It's like that, with everything. When you first start trying to eat, you'll definitely feel uncomfortable and then spit it out. Bai looked at Yihui in front of her, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. Even in ancient times, he would be considered a unique and handsome man. Wearing a suit, he looked extraordinary and charming. But at this moment, his hands were a bit restless, constantly changing positions, not knowing where to place them. Just like you now, not used to being in contact with me, so you appear awkward, Bai shrugged. Is that so? Whenever you talk to me, you're always nervous. I feel like you're afraid of making mistakes. Yihui frowned. This woman in front of him is a bit scary, feels like she can read minds. He's afraid of making mistakes and tarnishing his image in front of Bai. After all, Lin Xiaohua introduced her, and he values this so-called blind date and wants to leave a good impression on Bai. Do you know why I brought you here today? Bai suddenly changed the subject. Why? Look around you, it's all couples. The Left Bank Western Restaurant is a must-visit place for many couples. Yihui, I want to ask you, do you want to get to know me better? Yihui was a bit stunned by Bai Ying's words, caught off guard. In this relationship, Bai Ying always takes the initiative. While it makes Yihui feel warm, he also often feels overwhelmed. Looking at Bai Ying, she looks beautiful today, the silver earrings shimmer slightly under the candlelight, her eyes are soft and watery, and her light red lipstick is cute and playful. Yes, I do. Yihui replied. If you want to, then we should spend more time together in the future, deepen our connection. We need to practice the feeling of being in love. Look at how the couples around us behave. Have a candlelit dinner on a weekend evening, listen to live piano music in the hall. That's the taste of love. Bai Ying smiled, her eyes resembling crescent moons. Okay, of course. But Bai Ying shook her head upon hearing his response. You're too tense. Your voice sounds stiff, as if I'm forcing you to answer. When you're with Zhou Xueming, the assistant at the company, you're relaxed. Have you noticed? Yihui was taken aback. That's the power of habit. If you get used to having me by your side, getting used to my likes and dislikes, my personality and mood, you will relax. Bai Ying said softly. Zhou Xueming, the assistant, has been with you for many years. By the time you've known and spent the same amount of time with me, you'll be used to me too. Let's go watch a movie together. I've bought the tickets. Tonight, let's find a hotel to stay outside. Isn't that too fast? Before Yihui could finish his sentence, Bai Ying took his arm and pulled him up. Just come with me. I've already arranged everything. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it had started drizzling. Yihui didn't bring an umbrella, so he decided to take off his coat and use it as a makeshift shelter for Bai Ying. They ran towards the parking lot together, with Bai Ying hiding under the roof created by the coat. Yihui's half-body was already soaked. Bai Ying felt warm inside. It seems that Yihui isn't the type who completely lacks charm. In critical moments, he can be quite useful. You're all wet. In that case, let's not go watch a movie today. Let's go to the hotel I booked. Bai Ying thought for a moment and then said, "It's okay, a little rainwater doesn't matter." Yi Hui said indifferently, "Be good, listen to me. It's not comfortable to have rain sticking to your body, I know." Bai Ying smiled gently, "Thank you just now for helping me block the wind and rain, I was touched." She then tiptoed and kissed Yi Hui on the face. Zhou Xueming looked out through the cafe window, across from which was the Left Bank Western restaurant. Suddenly, it started raining, and the raindrops scattered on the glass, making the lights and shadows of the night street become enchanting and chaotic. The most popular drink in the cafe was American coffee. Zhou Xueming, who had never drunk coffee before, followed the trend and ordered a cup. She didn't come here to drink coffee, though. When she absent-mindedly took a sip of the coffee the waiter brought, her mouth couldn't help but feel bitter, almost making her spit it out. It seems that she is not suitable for drinking coffee. The scenery became blurred, but Zhou Xueming still saw on the other side of the street that Yi Hui held up his coat, and under the coat, the deputy general manager named Bai Ying was well shielded, with no raindrops falling on her. She had been following Yi Hui and Bai Ying. When she finished work in the afternoon, she originally planned to go home, but at the company's entrance, she saw Yi Hui and Bai Ying getting into the same car, talking and laughing harmoniously. Several days of restlessness made Zhou Xueming urgently want to know the relationship between Yi Hui and Bai Ying. She didn't know if she liked Yi Hui or not. She wanted to avoid this question, but after thinking about it, she gave herself a definite answer. It was because she had a good impression of Yi Hui that she cared so much about his relationship with Bai Ying. So she hailed a taxi and had it follow behind Yi Hui and Bai Ying. Zhou Xueming followed them all the way here. Now that she saw Yi Hui helping Bai Ying block the wind and rain, Zhou Xueming, who should have been heartbroken, didn't feel too uncomfortable. She raised the cup of American coffee in front of her and took a sip. Why isn't the coffee as bitter as before? Absent-mindedly, Zhou Xueming beckoned the waiter, settled the bill, and prepared to leave the cafe. She felt like crying without tears, which seemed to describe her mood better. In the blink of an eye, so many years have passed. She is already 31 years old this year, considered a leftover woman. Her family has urged her to get married many times, but she has always managed to fend them off. As the assistant to the general manager of the Lin Group, her salary is indeed not low. She can earn nearly 30,000 yuan before tax per month, plus the year-end bonus, making it easy to have 15 months' salary in a year. Calculating like this, earning over 1 million yuan a year is quite comfortable. But this has been high, and the monthly rent expenses alone amount to about 5,000 yuan, which is 60,000 yuan a year. Adding in the bags at home, as well as the small Shiba Inu she raises, daily meals and shopping, she has to spend quite a bit of money. Since becoming the assistant to the general manager 3 years ago, she has been able to save over 200,000 yuan a year. After graduating from university, around the age of 22, she joined the Lin Group and started from the bottom as a junior clerk, step by step to where she is now. 9 years, almost 10 years of time, she has spent it all in the Lin Group. During this period, she has saved over 600,000 yuan, most of which was saved in the past few years after becoming the assistant to the general manager. This is not a small amount of money, but it is still not enough to settle down in Bin Hai. A house starts at tens of millions, too expensive. But Zhou Xueming is already very satisfied. After all, living alone with such a high salary, she is already quite well off. Thinking back to the first day she entered the company, she met Yi Hui. Speaking of the process of getting to know each other, it was quite strange. Zhou Xueming and Yi Hui took the same elevator, but the elevator broke down halfway. In the process of waiting for rescue, she was terrified and hugged Yi Hui, even wanting to say her last words. Yi Hui comforted her and gradually calmed her down. The experience at that time is still vivid in her mind, and Zhou Xueming couldn't help but laugh. She was really embarrassed back then. Afterwards, when she found out that she had been hugging the general manager, she worried for several days that she would be fired. Unexpectedly, after this chance encounter, Zhou Xueming and Yi Hui had some communication and would occasionally exchange words. Yi Hui was quite mysterious. During company dinners, he never made an appearance. Even the old employees didn't know the actual situation of Yi Hui's family, such as whether he was married or where he was from. He used to be single, but now he probably has a partner, right? Zhou Xueming sighed. She didn't have an umbrella, so she had to use her bag to shield herself from the rain and quickly ran to the bus stop on the side of the road. The scattered raindrops fell on her, bit by bit, feeling a bit chilly. When she arrived at the bus stop, there were no more buses. She waved her hand and hailed a taxi, then got in. Zhou Xueming started to daydream again. Bai Ying Jie is also good. She is so gentle and knowledgeable. If Yi Hui marries her, he must be doing well. At that time, she would eat more wedding candies at the wedding and move on from this matter. This unrequited love can just come to an end, which is also good. Some things have to be let go. Feeling quite lost, Jo Shueming returned home and she was already half drenched. As soon as she opened the door, the little Shiba Inu came running over, barking happily. Jo Shueming smiled and picked up the little Shiba Inu. You little guy, you're really cute. On the muddy street, Sue carried Lin Qian and the two continued to walk in the rain. Sue calculated in his heart that they were now on Tianshui Street, and after 2 more intersections, they would not be far from the villa. Pedestrians wearing raincoats and riding electric bikes were surprised to see Sue and Lin Qian, and couldn't help but sigh. These young people nowadays are getting more and more extravagant, this must be performance art. Sue and Lin Qian were already soaked, their clothes sticking to their skin. Under the washing of the rain, Sue tried his best to keep his eyes open. Lin Qian, who was on his back, hugged Sue's neck and didn't say a word, silently lying there, feeling the warmth from Sue's body and the sensation of the pouring rain washing over them. We're almost there, Sue sighed. So fast, Lin Qian exclaimed. This is fast? We've been walking for 5 hours. Sue was speechless. So, does that mean we've been a couple for 5 hours? If we count from the moment you agreed to be my girlfriend, then yes. Give a speech, how does it feel to be my boyfriend? Lin Qian became interested and asked, do you think it's appropriate for us to discuss this question in our current situation? In the pouring rain, 2 completely drenched individuals walked the streets at midnight, like 2 ghosts. In fact, they really were ghosts, vampires. Sue's hair was stuck to his scalp, and the rainwater flowed down from above, making it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Answer me, Lin Qian said softly, while hugging Sue tightly. She didn't care about the water soaking her body, as the feeling of happiness enveloped her. Now I'm a girl who is loved, cherished, and cared for. I no longer have to watch others show their affection, I can show it too. Sue wiped his face and said, the biggest feeling is that I can finally sleep while holding you. Lin Qian snorted, no way, you can forget about it. I can sleep by myself. If you sleep with me, who knows what bad thoughts you'll have. But if a boyfriend and girlfriend don't sleep together, what kind of boyfriend and girlfriend are they? Sue protested. Instead of directly answering Sue's question, Lin Qian asked, so, you really want to sleep with me? Sue was taken aback and thought for a moment. I really want to. Important things should be said 3 times. Lin Qian burst into laughter at his words. What the heck, saying it 3 times? I'm just expressing my desire to sleep together, Lin Qian said with a mischievous smile on her face. The more you want it, the less I'll agree. If you don't want it, I might consider it, Sue replied. Ha, what's going on? Sue couldn't understand. The easier something is to obtain, the less it will be cherished. That's why I want to keep you guessing, Lin Qian said as she pinched Sue's ear. Ah. Sue was speechless and tears welled up in his eyes. It's okay, as long as you're a good boyfriend to me, I will eventually agree, Lin Qian said softly. Really? Definitely, Sue's eyes flickered as he pondered. The intimacy of a relationship can be divided into 5 stages. The first stage is holding hands, which is the innocent and beautiful period of a new relationship. The second stage is hugging, where the physical contact between 2 people deepens the relationship. The third stage is cheek kissing, and the fourth stage is kissing on the lips. As for the fifth stage, it naturally involves a more intimate connection. Couples who can gradually progress through these 5 steps without rushing are more likely to have a deep and lasting relationship. But if things progress too quickly, such as knowing each other for only a few days or one night, and reaching the final stage, the relationship may come and go quickly. In this fast-paced era, everyone is too impatient. A short video can make someone fall in love within seconds, and a few seconds later, they can forget about that person. Relationships require time to develop, while desires do not. Desires can bring intense pleasure, but the emotional comfort that relationships can bring is far more profound and lasting. For example, when a man enters the wise man's time and still genuinely likes the girl by his side without any boredom, it means that he truly loves her. Although Sue occasionally has desires, deep down he is conservative and values purity. When he first met Suro 3 months ago, she had hinted many times that they could engage in some inappropriate activities. Sue didn't want things to progress so quickly, and he is now grateful for that decision. Suro was too promiscuous. Sue tentatively asked, so what are my privileges now? Lin Qian didn't understand. What privileges? Boyfriends and girlfriends usually have some intimate contact. How far do you think our contact can go? Sue added. Ah, Lin Qian was taken aback. She hadn't really thought about it. I need to think about it. Tilting her head, Lin Qian said, at most, we can hug each other. Ha? What's wrong? Do you want to go further? It's not that I can't. Humph, you're being too optimistic. Lin Qian blushed and her voice became softer. If you want to go further, it depends on your performance. Su Wei wasn't in a hurry. He was happy to take things slow with Lin Qian. Although they had already experienced a lot together, it couldn't be denied that they had only known each other for a little over a month. In the Lin family villa, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were in the living room. They were lying on the sofa, with Lin Xiaohua holding Lin Wen from behind. Lin Wen took good care of herself. On one hand, it was because she was a vampire and her cells aged extremely slowly. On the other hand, it was because she had been living a comfortable and stress-free life. Flowers in a greenhouse are indeed more vibrant and beautiful. Lin Xiaohua caressed his wife's skin, but Lin Wen stopped his hand. You dare to do this in the living room? Don't mess around. What's wrong? Can't my wife and I do something we love? Lin Wen said speechlessly, but this is the living room. What if Xiaoqing and the others come back later? If they come back, they come back. We haven't done anything wrong. Can you keep your hands to yourself? Lin Wen's face turned slightly red. She didn't expect to feel this way. But when it came to their daughter, Lin Xiaohua did start to worry again. You're right. Why hasn't Xiaoqing come back yet? It's already past 12. Is she really going to spend the night outside with that boy? What are you afraid of? Xiaoqing knows her limits. Didn't we talk to her before, telling her not to do anything inappropriate with Su Wei? Lin Xiaohua shook his head. That sounds nice, but when love is deep, it's like a raging fire. I don't think they can break in time. Lin Wen was still reassured. I know Xiaoqing very well. If she promises, she will keep it. Don't worry so much. Lin Xiaohua sighed. It's quite nostalgic to think about it. I didn't expect Xiaoqing to fall in love with a blood slave in the end. It's a bit uncomfortable, but in the end, I decided to let her go. As long as she's happy, that's all that matters. I just want Xiaoqing to live a peaceful and safe life. Lin Xiaohua wasn't short of money. In today's society, as long as you have money, you've solved 99% of your troubles. The remaining 1% of troubles might be because there's not enough money. As for Lin Qian falling in love with a blood slave, his family's status would probably be affected, but those are all illusions, not worth paying too much attention to. Through this period of contact, Lin Xiaohua had already eliminated much of his resentment towards Su Wei. The anger in his heart towards the person who silently took away his daughter had basically dissipated. Su Wei still cared for and took care of his daughter, even though he might not have much power, at least he could make his daughter happy. How about we create another character? Lin Xiaohua had a sudden idea. What are you talking about? Lin Wen was startled. The reproductive cycle of vampires is very long, often taking more than 10 years. It took 19 years for Lin Qian to be born. Giving birth to a child was too tiring. Xiaowen, don't worry. As long as you get pregnant, I won't let you do any work. I'll take care of you and make sure you don't suffer at all. Just focus on staying at home and taking care of the pregnancy. Lin Xiaohua reassured her. Well, all right. Lin Wen agreed. After all, she loved this man. The vampire reproductive cycle was long, and the chances of conceiving were low. It would take dozens or even hundreds of attempts to have a chance of success. Lin Xiaohua knew that since he decided to create another character, he would inevitably have a long and arduous battle ahead. It was still raining that night. On the dimly lit street, a figure could be seen leaning on another person's shoulder, walking slowly. It was Su Wei and Lin Qian. They were about to reach the Lin family villa. When they saw the outskirts of the villa area, Lin Qian patted Su Wei's shoulder. Let me down. We have to be quiet and sneak into the villa without my parents noticing. Lin Qian whispered. Su Wei was taken aback. But your father is a baron. His power is so strong. How could he not notice us? If they happen to be asleep, as long as we hide our blood fluctuations, they won't notice us. Lin Qian explained. Su Wei gently put Lin Qian down on the ground and looked at the girl who was so close to him. His attention couldn't help but shift downwards. Ahem, is this something I can see without spending money? Is she trying to tempt me with her wet clothes? It was already summer, and Lin Qian wasn't wearing much, so under the wet rain, her beautiful figure was inevitably revealed. Lin Qian noticed Su Wei's gaze and quickly crossed her arms, covering her chest. What are you looking at? Ahem, nothing. Su Wei quickly replied. At the same time, he took off his suit jacket and draped it over Lin Qian. There, that's better. Lin Qian felt a warmth in her heart and hugged Su Wei tightly. As they embraced, Su Wei felt like he was melting in front of her. Is she really this soft? I knew I didn't misjudge you, Lin Qian whispered as she held Su Wei. You're different from those who only care about my body. Of course, I am a true gentleman. Su Wei blushed as he said this. Just then, thunder rumbled and Su Wei nervously closed his eyes. Is the thunder coming for me? but the lightning passed without incident. Thankfully, it didn't strike him. Sue felt relieved, as if even the heavens recognized him as a true gentleman. He let go of Lin Xian and gently touched her head. Let's go inside. Okay. The two of them slowly entered the villa area, one after the other. Compared to Shilin Mountain Villa, this villa area was more modern, with a European-style design and Western-inspired decorations and landscapes. As they entered the villa area, Sue and Lin Xian concealed their aura. As long as they weren't thoroughly searched by powerful vampires, they wouldn't be discovered. At the entrance was a huge fountain, with water flowing quietly amidst the sound of rain. Sue and Lin Xian approached the villa, where a romantic scene was unfolding in the hall. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were being intimate. Completely absorbed in their activities, they didn't notice Sue and Lin Xian approaching. Unaware of the situation in the hall, Sue and Lin Xian chose to climb over the wall after reaching the villa's gate. The wall outside the villa wasn't very high, and while it might pose a challenge for ordinary people, it was an effortless leap for vampires. The sound of rain provided excellent cover. In such heavy rain, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen were even more passionate. They thought Sue and Lin Xian wouldn't come back tonight, but to their surprise, they returned just in time to witness their indiscretions. What's that strange sound? Lin Xian stopped in her tracks, her brows furrowing. Sue, equally puzzled, looked at her. Is that sound for real? Isn't it from some action movie? Is someone watching a movie in the villa? That can't be right. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen don't seem like those kind of people. They've lived for hundreds of years, so they probably have no interest in movies. But then again, you never know. After careful consideration, Sue felt that the sound was three-dimensional, immersive, and clear, unlike something that could come from a speaker. No way. Lin Xian had already glanced inside through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room. She only took a quick look before coming back. Her face turned red. She held Sue's hand and whispered, "Tonight, let's stay outside." Seeing this, Sue had a pretty good idea of what had happened. He pretended not to understand and didn't ask further. This is so awkward. Besides, although he was curious, he didn't dare to look inside through the glass. What if he got an eyeful? Also, if he saw, the image of Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen in his eyes would be completely shattered. It's better not to look. Being pulled by Lin Xian, the two of them left the villa area. Sue noticed that Lin Xian seemed like she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. There should be a hotel nearby, let's stay there for the night, Lin Xian suggested. Sue nodded, sure, but I'm not very tired. Are you tired? Since becoming a vampire, Sue found that he needed less and less sleep. Even staying up all night for several days in a row wouldn't be a problem. I'm not very tired either. After all, I slept for a whole day before, and my blood is quite abundant. But I want to find a hotel mainly to take a shower. It's uncomfortable being all wet. Let me find one. Sue reached into his pocket and felt something hard. It was his phone. The waterproof feature of this phone is pretty good. It's been pouring rain on it for so long and it's still fine. Sue couldn't help but sigh. He opened the map app and searched for nearby hotels. There's a budget hotel just 800 meters away from here. Shall we go there? Sue asked. Lin Xian nodded. Going back home was definitely not an option. The scene with her parents just now had been quite shocking for her. Even their image in her mind had crumbled a bit. But thinking about it carefully, it was just human nature, nothing to care about. She would have those kinds of moments too. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Sue. Her face couldn't help but blush. By the way, what kind of feeling was that exactly? Led by Sue, the two of them walked towards the budget hotel. The Dawn Budget Hotel was open 24 hours a day, and even in the rainy night, its sign still flickered with a faint light. Sue walked ahead and Lin Xian stepped up to the counter. The front desk clerk was a man in his 20s, with obvious signs of fatigue on his face due to working the night shift. When he saw Sue and Lin Xian walk in, he stood up and felt a bit surprised. How did these two get so thoroughly soaked, as if they were standing in the rain taking a shower? Their clothes kept dripping water onto the floor, drip, drip, drip. Strange customers and strange things always seemed to happen in the middle of the night. The clerk calmed his mind and asked, "Hello sir, how many rooms do you need?" Sue hesitated for a moment, then blinked frantically at the male clerk while extending one finger. The clerk should understand what he meant, right? The male clerk instantly understood the situation. Having worked at the budget hotel for so long and encountered many customers, he had seen and experienced a lot, so he naturally understood what Sue meant. "Ahem, I just checked for you, and there's only one double room left in the hotel." Upon hearing the man's words, Sue's eyebrows relaxed. Yes, that was indeed being practical. Lin Xian, who was behind him, kept glancing at the front desk. She was still wearing Suwei's suit jacket, and underneath the jacket, her curves were faintly visible. "Let me ask." He then turned and walked to Lin Xian's side. "There's only one double room left, is that okay?" Lin Xian hesitated a bit. "Are there no other rooms available? Are there any other hotels nearby?" "It seems like there aren't any. This is the only hotel within a few miles," Suwei replied. Lin Xian's mind was engaged in a fierce struggle. After thinking about it, wasn't she just here to take a shower at the hotel? There was no need to be nervous about doing anything inappropriate with Suwei. There was no need to worry at all, right? "Then let's stay here," Lin Xian said. Suwei nodded. "Okay, I'll go get the room." Fortunately, Suwei had his ID card with him, otherwise there would have been a problem with checking in. After getting the room, the price for tonight was 388 yuan, not too expensive. The male clerk handed Suwei the room card and casually glanced at Lin Xian. "Wow, she's so beautiful, this guy is really lucky tonight." Unlike himself, who was already 28 years old and still a virgin, he hadn't even held a girl's hand. The man felt a bit sad in his heart, his eyes watching Lin Xian and Suwei go upstairs together, imagining intimate scenes between the two of them. At this moment, his heart hurt even more. "When will someone arrange a girlfriend for me?" Upstairs, Suwei used the room card to open the door and then let Lin Xian go in first. The environment of this budget hotel is not bad, the room is tidy and clean, and the big bed is also clean. "You go take a shower first." Suwei sat on the chair in the room and said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and walked into the bathroom. Soon the sound of water came. She didn't take as long to shower as many girls do, usually 30 minutes to an hour. In less than 20 minutes, Lin Xian came out wearing a bathrobe. Her hair was wet, and she looked petite and lovely. Suwei couldn't help but lose interest in taking a shower when he saw her like this. He wanted to hug her, but Lin Xian pushed him away. "You're all wet, go take a shower." Lin Xian blinked her eyes. Suwei could only reply, "Okay." He walked into the bathroom, quickly took off his clothes, rinsed himself, and came out in less than 10 minutes. "It's just that the shampoo in this hotel smells bad. I wonder if it will make me go bald." Suwei looked at the big bed and was stunned. "What's this?" Lin Xian was lying on the bed, with a quilt separating them. The quilt turned the big bed into two halves. "Let's rest for a while, let's lie down and chat." Lin Xian patted the other side of the bed. Suwei lay down next to her. Everything was perfect, except for the annoying quilt in the middle. It really ruined the mood. But just lying down and talking made him quite happy. The Hampton Hotel in the city center. As one of the top 5-star hotels in the coastal city, the rooms inside are particularly luxurious. The magnificent decorations make people feel like they have entered a medieval royal palace. Yi Hui leaned against the bed, listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom. Everything just now felt so dreamlike, so unreal. Did he really sleep with Bai Ying? Did he, who had been a virgin for hundreds of years, just lose it like this? It seemed so. It was straightforward. As soon as they entered the room, Bai Ying pressed him against the wall and started moving up and down. Stirred up by desire, the urge to procreate surged in his heart. Yi Hui and Bai Ying engaged in a physically demanding activity. He was still savoring the aftertaste of just now. He lasted for 20 minutes. What level was that? It should be pretty good, judging by Bai Ying's appearance. She should be satisfied. That's enough. Yi Hui breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that he would be a quick shooter for his first time. That would be embarrassing. But the organ that hadn't been used for hundreds of years, at this moment, really performed exceptionally. The sound of water stopped, and the bathroom door was pushed open. Bai Ying, wearing a sleeping robe, seemed even more charming. Her fragrant shoulders and collarbone were exposed due to the unbuttoned buttons, revealing a lot of scenery. "Can I really look at this?" Yi Hui thought to himself, while saying, "The buttons on top, they're not fastened." "I know." Bai Ying shrugged. "So, do you like what you see?" Bai Ying suddenly leaned closer, bringing her face close to Yi Hui's. The fragrance was intoxicating, and Yi Hui touched his nose. Then don't be so shy, as if I'm forcing you." Bai Ying boldly hugged Yi Hui, and Yi Hui's head unexpectedly buried into her curves. "Sorry." Yi Hui quickly raised his head. The softness just now was a bit enchanting. "Yi Hui, I know that you're actually quite lonely, let me take care of you from now on." Bai Ying smiled, her smile as beautiful as flowers. "No matter what, since we've done it, you have to take responsibility for me in the future." Yi Hui's heart surged. Taking responsibility is actually the right thing to do. As a bloodsucker who has been alive since the Ming dynasty, he understands that after having a deep connection with a woman, he cannot let her down. Although several hundred years have passed, remnants of those ancient societal thoughts still exist. "You look so serious, actually, you can refuse me." Bai Ying half-jokingly said. I didn't mean to reject you, I just feel like everything is happening too fast and I haven't had time to process it yet. Sleeping with someone of the opposite sex who was around the same age within a week of knowing them had a strong impact on Yi Hui. I think you're just overthinking it. The world is fast-paced nowadays. If both parties feel it's okay, then there's no problem. I think I like you and I enjoy being with you. Bai Ying's straightforward words stirred up Yi Hui's emotions. He felt uncomfortable. It seemed like Bai Ying was used to doing things like this, having one-night stands and such. Can you really do that with someone you've only known for a short time? Yi Hui frowned, looking at Bai Ying, feeling conflicted. She seemed innocent on the surface, not like that kind of person, right? Doing it without an emotional foundation is just for pleasure and excitement. Is it really not dirty to be so casual about it? Have you done this with other men you've known a few times before? Yi Hui asked tentatively. It mainly depends on the mood. I'm quite open-minded about this. If it feels right, we can have a physical relationship quickly. But if I don't feel that way when I first see someone, I won't do it. As long as we're happy, it's fine. Also, if you want to do something with other girls, I won't mind. We're all adults, no need to be too concerned about these things. Bai Ying's words shattered Yi Hui's worldview. He felt like he had just eaten a dead fly, his face turned ugly. What's wrong with you? Bai Ying noticed Yi Hui's expression and asked curiously. Yi Hui regretted what happened with Bai Ying just now, but there was nothing he could do. Bai Ying was really something. In the past, he could reluctantly overlook Bai Ying's past and accept it, but what she just said was that even after they became a couple, they could still fool around with others. Isn't that a kind of bullheadedness? From the bottom of his heart, Yi Hui believed that love meant supporting each other, not fooling around outside. Faced with this situation, he felt more and more disgusted. Bai Ying, I think it's better if we keep our distance from now on. Yi Hui picked up his clothes from the side of the bed and started getting dressed. This scene felt like pulling up one's pants without recognizing the person. Bai Ying was puzzled and asked anxiously, why? Didn't you just say you would take responsibility for me? I absolutely cannot agree with your views. I can't accept casual flings and ambiguous relationships. It's better to end things now than to continue like this. Yi Hui shook his head and walked out of the room. On the bed, Bai Ying was in a daze. She thought Yi Hui would accept her way of thinking. In this life, shouldn't you do whatever you want? If you encounter something new, shouldn't you give it a try? She couldn't understand Yi Hui, just as Yi Hui couldn't understand her. Time passed, and the morning light shone brightly. A lot happened last night. Su Wei and Lin Xian were lying on the big bed, and they really didn't do anything. They just rested peacefully for the night. It's time to go back. Let's go. Lin Xian sat up, clapped her hands, and said to Su Wei, no, I'm tired. I need a kiss to get up. Su Wei acted like a spoiled child, lying on the bed with his eyes closed. Is a kiss some kind of magical remedy? Does it relieve fatigue with just one kiss? Lin Xian was speechless. She seriously doubted that Su Wei was talking nonsense, but she had no evidence. Other people's kisses might not work, but yours definitely will. Su Wei blinked his eyes. Like a little chick pecking at grains, Lin Xian pecked Su Wei's face. Why don't we kiss? Don't you want to? Su Wei asked. Don't push your luck. Lin Xian raised her small fist. Su Wei immediately perked up and sat up. 10 minutes later, Su Wei and Lin Xian went downstairs. At the front desk, Su Wei bought a black umbrella. He knew that Lin Xian didn't like the sunlight. Opening the umbrella, Su Wei covered Lin Xian underneath it. The two of them walked outside. Having someone to hold an umbrella for you is nice when you have a boyfriend, Lin Xian chuckled. The best is yet to come, Su Wei replied. The two of them bantered and laughed all the way back to the villa. The atmosphere between them was harmonious. Su Wei suddenly realized that Lin Xian had changed a lot since he first met her. She had become much more cheerful. He remembered how she used to have a cold expression on her face, but now she joked around with him without reservation. People do change. It was 8 o'clock at the moment, and it took them more than 10 minutes to get home. They coincidentally ran into Lin Xiaohua and his wife, who were sitting in the restaurant drinking blood. Finally, you're back, Lin Xiaohua glanced at Lin Xian and said calmly. It rained last night, so we stayed outside, Lin Xian explained, while involuntarily recalling what she saw her parents doing last night. Ah, it's not easy to completely let go of those memories. Alright, I won't oppose your relationship with Su Wei anymore, but you have to think it through, Lin Xiaohua said calmly. This is the path you've chosen, and you have to take responsibility for it. Dad, really? Lin Xian exclaimed in surprise. Her father used to dislike Su Wei so much, but now he suddenly agreed. It was unbelievable. In fact, after their intimate moment last night, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen had discussed it for a long time. They had decided not to interfere too much, as they planned to have another child, a smaller one, while Lin Chen remained the big one. Happiness was still important. In this lifetime, a mere 1,000 years, they had to follow their own hearts. The last generation of bloodline usually had a lifespan of 1,000 years, and their lifespan would double once they broke through to the rank of Baron. Lin Xian, as the 13th generation of the bloodline, had diluted blood, so it was not completely impossible for her to break through to the rank of Baron, but the probability was very low, unless she devoured some pure bloodlines or essence. But that was too difficult. There weren't many powerful bloodlines available for devouring. Of course it's true, Lin Xiaohua said, then looked at Su Wei. Su Wei, I temporarily agree to your relationship with her, but if I find out that you're not treating my daughter well, you will pay the price. Su Wei nodded. I will definitely treat Qian well. Well then, you two should get along well. If you need money, just let me know. As long as it doesn't exceed 10 million in a month, spend it as you please, Lin Xiaohua casually said. Our family is not lacking in money. The Lin Group was basically controlled by Lin Xiaohua's branch. As a listed real estate company, it also involved other industries and investments, with an annual net profit of tens of billions. Dad, I knew you were the best. Lin Qian walked up and held Lin Xiaohua's arm, looking happy. Hey, you should thank your mom. It was her persuasion that made me agree in the end. Lin Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Mom, thank you, Lin Qian said with a smile. Lin Wen helplessly said, You're just too stubborn, but after making this decision, you better not regret it. Lin Chen looked at Su Wei upon hearing this. Did you hear that? Don't make me regret it. Su Wei quickly said, Of course not. Lin Qian, just like him, was pure and innocent. Being able to date a bloodline miss who was both pure and liked him was enough for this lifetime. Su Wei, the pure love war god, was very happy. Starting today, Su Wei, you will learn combat skills from me. Although you are a blood servant and your strength limit won't be too high, learning some combat skills will be helpful for the future, Lin Xiaohua said in a deep voice. Su Wei's eyes lit up. It would be great to have a Baron-level bloodline called battle skills. His current weakness is indeed his lack of combat skills and experience. Having great power but no skills is not a long-term solution. What will he do when he encounters opponents of the same level? Just keep running away? Su Wei still wants to try and face challenges head-on. Running away is not his style. Alright, uncle, I will learn combat skills from you in the future, Su Wei replied. Still calling me uncle? Lin Xiaohua raised an eyebrow. Dad? Su Wei tentatively said. Lin Xiaohua responded calmly. Su Wei was a bit stunned. Wow, in just over half a month, he already has in-laws. Is that even possible? The following days were relatively calm. Su Wei and Lin Xian continued to skip classes as usual, sticking together and waiting for the cooldown of their blood-sucking ability. After the cooldown, Lin Xian would suck blood again, which would bring a chance for a lottery draw. Nowadays, a slight increase in overall attributes is almost negligible. The improvement is minimal. Perhaps becoming a baron will bring about some changes? Lin Xiaohua needed to go back because of matters concerning the clan's territory. The plan to teach Su Wei combat skills had to be put on hold temporarily, but he would be back within 3 days at most, and Su Wei's training plan would be put on the agenda. During these 3 days, Lin Wen temporarily took over and coached Su Wei in combat training. Although Lin Wen's strength was not comparable to Lin Xiaohua's, she was also a nearly 500-year-old vampire, and her cultivation had reached the 9th rank, so she had some understanding of combat skills. Nowadays, vampires generally don't need close combat, so the so-called fighting skills like boxing, Muay Thai, and Judo are not very useful. The most important thing is to help Su Wei familiarize himself with the vampire's magic skills and evasion techniques. Su Wei's biggest gain in these few days was that combat skills were more about anticipation and reaction. It's like playing a game. Vampires have a preparation action before casting magic. The main attack magic includes Blood Energy Ball, Blood Flame, and Blood Beam. As long as one masters the use of blood energy, these can be released without any particularly difficult techniques. However, there will be a period of charging before casting magic, and this time is a key point for making predictions in advance. But if it's a tracking type skill, it becomes difficult to predict and dodge, requiring higher agility. Reaction is crucial, and Su Wei was surprised to find that his mental attribute, after reaching 100, his reaction speed was even stronger than Lin Xian's. Lin Xian is a Western rank vampire, so if he is stronger than her, it means his reaction speed surpasses his original rank. This was a pleasant surprise and could pave the way for his future battles against higher-ranked opponents. In conclusion, his attribute points are also very useful, but Su Wei has not yet discovered their full potential. As for defense, Su Wei was previously worried that his defense was too high, to the point where Lin Xian couldn't break through and suck blood. But this worry was completely unnecessary. Sue can freely control the tension of his body. If he completely relaxes and doesn't defend, then the strength of his skin is still limited, and Lin Qian can definitely break through. But if he makes an effort to tighten his skin, it becomes much more difficult for Lin Qian to break through. This is similar to the concept of an iron shirt. There are jokes online that say if you train to the extreme, you suddenly get appendicitis and can't have surgery. But in reality, after practicing defensive techniques like this, the elasticity of the skin can be adjusted and is not always a fixed value. If even such adjustments cannot be made, then what's the difference between the skin and steel? The manipulation of blood energy gradually reached a good level. With the guidance of Lin Wen and Lin Qian, Sue can now condense small energy balls. Although the damage is limited, at least it's a start. These days, there have been some unusual phenomena, namely that Yi Hui and Bai Ying, who used to be a perfect match, don't even speak to each other anymore. Their current state is strange, as if they have become strangers. I wonder what happened between them. During this time, Sue had a sudden inspiration and came up with a new idea. That is, when in human form, he could bleed and then transform into a vampire to consume the blood he released. Would this promote his own strength, just like how Lin Qian improved her strength by consuming blood? It's an interesting experiment and worth testing. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Lin Wen was still asleep, while Yi Hui and Bai Ying went to the company, leaving only Sue and Lin Qian in the spacious villa. This was the perfect opportunity to conduct the experiment. Sue called Lin Qian and they brought a tall glass from the kitchen. Then, Sue transformed into a human form. Don't use fangs to cut, just use a small knife to stab, Sue said to Lin Qian, that way, the bleeding will be faster. Lin Qian was a bit unsure. She wasn't a doctor, and if she used too much force, she might accidentally cut Sue's throat. For your safety, it's better to use your mouth to suck, Sue shook his head. Just use the knife to stab. What are you afraid of? Sue was curious about one thing, what it would feel like to have his throat cut. Why did it feel a bit perverse? Seeing that Lin Qian didn't dare to do it, Sue decided to do it himself. He went to the kitchen, took a kitchen knife, and then walked into the bathroom with the tall glass. Outside the door, Lin Qian knocked. If you feel something is wrong, just call me, I can immediately use my blood to save you. Lin Qian also felt speechless. Why did her boyfriend have to take such a risk? The only reason Sue did this was to amuse himself. Life was too dull and needed some excitement. After hearing Lin Qian's words, he responded, I know, don't worry, my blood won't run out. Are you stupid? Your blood won't run out, but if your neck is cut, what about the blood supply to your brain? Lin Qian said as if she was facing a fool. Oh yeah. Sue felt that Lin Qian made some sense, but then he relaxed. Just make a small cut, the bleeding can be stopped at any time, no need to worry. Sue, who was a bit reckless, picked up the kitchen knife and stood in front of the mirror. With a casual swipe, a wound appeared. There was no heavy bleeding, Sue had cut a vein, so the blood flow wasn't too fast. It didn't hurt either, it felt like being bitten by a mosquito. So this is what it feels like to have your neck wiped. Sue suddenly realized. There was just a slight side effect. His head felt a bit dizzy. He could have gone a bit crazy and cut open half of his neck, but that would be a bit insane, and definitely suicidal. After all, life only happens once, so cherish it. Soon, the flowing blood filled the entire glass. Sue skillfully transformed into a vampire and then healed the wound on his neck. It was no problem for him to bleed himself. He walked out with the glass of blood. There were still some bloodstains on his body from earlier. Lin Qian saw the bloodstains on Sue's body and thought for a moment, you should wash these clothes, I'll wash them for you later. You, a rich girl, know how to do laundry? Sue expressed surprise. What's wrong, can't I? Lin Qian said defiantly, do you look down on me as a rich girl? How is that possible? Of course I respect you, Sue said repeatedly, having a wife to do my laundry, I couldn't be happier. That's more like it, Lin Qian said satisfied. Last night, she saw a short video. The video said that the best way to express love to a boyfriend is to help him with laundry. Although I have never washed clothes before, I can learn, right? Washing clothes can wait for now, the most important thing at the moment is to try drinking my own blood to see if it can help me improve my strength. Sue brought the tall glass in front of him and couldn't help but frown. Xingbao, look, is this blood becoming a bit turbid? Xingbao is the nickname Sue recently gave to Lin Qian. It can be considered as a term of endearment. In fact, Sue had thought for a long time about how to address Lin Qian. At first, he thought Qian would be fine, but later he felt that it was too ordinary. So, in a moment of inspiration, he decided to call Lin Qian Xingbao. Lin Qian initially found this nickname cheesy and couldn't accept it, but as Sue called her by that name more often, she gradually got used to it. Let me see. Lin Xian leaned over and took the glass from Su Wei's hand. In the crystal clear liquid, there were actually some impurities mixed in. It really is. There weren't many impurities, but they were continuously forming. Frowning, Lin Xian asked, could it be that exposing the blood to the air makes it turbid, and impurities gradually form? Su Wei was taken aback by her words, then couldn't help but agree, that's quite possible. Originally, when Lin Xian drank blood, she would do it directly without transferring it to a container. When Lin Xian first doubted Su Wei's constitution, she only put his blood in a large basin without observing it. It can be said that this was the first time Su Wei and Lin Xian observed Su Wei's blood outside of his body. I can feel that the taste of this blood is gradually deteriorating, which means the quality of the blood is declining, Lin Xian said softly. I have the same feeling, Su Wei nodded, then I'll drink it quickly. Su Wei picked up the glass and drank it all at once. Drinking his own blood for the first time, Su Wei had a strange feeling. The blood, with a faint warmth, flowed from his throat into his stomach, and its effectiveness was still there. This undoubtedly opened up a new train of thought for Su Wei. In human form, he would bleed himself and then let his vampire form drink it. Wow, it's like a perpetual motion machine. But one thing needs to be noted, when he is in vampire form, just like Lin Xian, he also needs digestion time. The maximum capacity of the stomach is about 500 to 600 milliliters, and the digestion time is about 3 days. Like ordinary vampires, he cannot drink too much blood. He must maintain a balance between his own blood and the blood he drinks. Su Wei also discovered something interesting. The vampire form and the human form are completely independent. If one form is injured, then after switching to the other form, the wound will immediately disappear. The state will also be fully restored. This means that Su Wei has double the strength and double the life. If one form suffers a fatal injury, he can activate the skill and switch to the other form. But if both forms suffer fatal injuries, then the situation would be dire. How does it feel? Lin Xian asked curiously. I've never seen a vampire drink their own blood before. It's not really my own blood. Actually, the blood I drank is essentially human blood, Su Wei explained. Can your blood bring you any improvement? Has your strength or blood purity changed? Lin Xian continued to inquire. I tried it, I can digest my own blood, but it doesn't bring me much improvement. Su Wei hesitated. The blood in his body is gradually being digested and turning into strands of red blood energy. I understand. If I drink my blood immediately after drawing it, it will bring significant improvement in strength and be the purest and most perfect. But if it is stored outside for even a second, the blood will lose its vitality and greatly reduce its quality. In summary, my blood can only be consumed immediately after being drawn. It is completely impossible to store it outside the body. Su Wei gained a deeper understanding of his system. Upon hearing Su Wei's words, Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. It seems like your idea has been shattered. Su Wei smiled and said, well, it's okay. As long as I have enough lottery chances, my cultivation level will improve quickly. There's nothing to regret about this failed idea. Lin Xian's words inspired Su Wei, providing a reasonable explanation for the current situation. By the way, aren't you supposed to do my laundry? Now is the time. The experiment was completed, and Su Wei planned to change out of his blood-stained clothes. Lin Xian nodded and said, okay, I'll wash your clothes for the first time. I'm sure I can do a good job. Just put it in the washing machine, no need to hand wash, Su Wei reminded her. You have a fully automatic washing machine at home, so it's very convenient. Lin Xian shook her head and said, no way, if I do that, you can wash it yourself. What's the point of me helping you then? As it was mentioned in the short video last night, it's a girlfriend's duty to wash her boyfriend's clothes. It's a kind of rule, you know? Su Wei looked puzzled. Wait, you mentioned a short video? Let me see the one you watched last night. Lin Xian took out her pink phone case and showed Su Wei the video she watched last night. It's this video. Su Wei took Lin Xian's phone. The caption of the blogger's video was as follows: girls should speak less and do more. No matter what your husband says, always say yes, good, and right. Don't fight back or argue, just accept everything and support your husband's decisions. Starting today, insist on hand washing your husband's clothes. Every girl should do this. How else can you prove your love for your husband? The husband is the greatest in the world. Su Wei's face was filled with confusion. What kind of futile nonsense was this? He clicked on the blogger's profile and found that all the videos were garbage that poisoned the minds of modern girls. He didn't think that promoting male superiority and female inferiority was a good thing. Men and women should be equal. Sweetheart, you shouldn't watch this blogger anymore. Their values are completely wrong, promoting male superiority and stirring up gender conflicts, Su Wei said helplessly. In this era, whenever it involves gender conflicts, there will always be a constant flow of attention. Following the concept that even negative attention is still attention, many bloggers have started making videos that provoke gender conflicts. It's true that they get a lot of attention, but these bloggers who do anything for attention are truly pitiful. Ha! Lin Xian looked surprised. Oh, I thought that hand-washing clothes for your boyfriend was a custom for expressing love between human couples. It seems like I misunderstood. As different ethnic groups, vampires and humans have different customs. Lin Xian was deceived by that blogger. Since we have a washing machine at home, you can just use it to wash my clothes. Hand washing is just a waste of time and energy. If we have that time, we might as well sit together and chat or play games, Sui nodded. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with surprise. This child, why is she a bit clueless? Well, it's true that a woman's IQ becomes 0 when she's in love. Of course, if you insist on hand washing, then what's the point of having a washing machine? Sui agreed. The current short video platforms are really chaotic. Coupled with weak regulation and information overload, the platforms are somewhat powerless, resulting in a lot of messy videos. Sui was angry and took out his phone to report that video blogger. Such remarks are harmful to many girls. Nowadays, there are too many situations that provoke gender opposition. In contrast, there are also people who deceive men into taking care of girls, buying bags for girls, not letting girls do housework or cook, and letting men do everything, so girls should be pampered. Those who make such remarks are not good people either. In a relationship, there shouldn't be such clear divisions. You help me, I help you, that's the best state. It is wrong for either party to give unconditionally. This is my first time in a relationship, and I don't really understand. I thought I had to wash my boyfriend's clothes by hand, Lin Xian suddenly realized. Sui looked at Lin Xian, unsure whether to be happy or not. Such a naive girl is really rare. He has to be careful not to spoil her. The basement of the Lin family's villa has been transformed into a training ground. These days, Sui often comes here with Lin Xian to practice manipulating blood energy. From being unfamiliar at the beginning to being proficient now, Sui has practiced hundreds and thousands of times. The rate of blood energy recovery is limited, so he can only try a limited number of times. If he depletes his blood energy, he won't be able to continue training. By guiding the blood energy from the blood pill and gathering it in his hand, he can shape it into various attacking magic. Imagine gathering the blood energy into a circle, it becomes an energy ball. Gather it into a beam, it becomes a beam of light. Disperse it into mist, it becomes blood flames. Sui waved his right hand and a burst of blood flames spewed out. He raised his left hand and a blood-red energy ball was thrown out. Sui was very satisfied with his performance. He trained for 5 hours in the afternoon, and his blood energy was almost depleted. In this case, he can only wait for his blood energy to recover a bit before continuing to try. There is another thing today, Lin Xian has already digested the blood she previously consumed and can continue to suck blood. It's another chance to draw a prize, and I don't know what will be drawn this time. Last time, he drew a very bad reward. Sui summed up his experience and felt that it was because he didn't play background music. This time, with background music, it will definitely increase his luck and draw a more powerful skill. Without hesitation, Sui lay on the bed, like a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered. Lin Xian, wearing a casual t-shirt, her curves faintly visible on her chest, walked over to prepare to suck blood. Like an old married couple, Sui was completely indifferent to this. Lin Xian skillfully broke the skin and started sucking. Soon, she sucked up 500 milliliters. Ding, congratulations on completing the task, now issuing task rewards. +1 to all attributes, 1 chance to draw a prize. Sui sat up, and Lin Xian wiped the corners of her mouth and lay down on the bed. She was breathing lightly. Since Sui's average attribute points had greatly increased, the quality of his blood had undergone a tremendous change. In this case, Lin Xian sucking blood would also bring some pain. The blood she consumed not only provided her with blood energy, but also transformed her blood purity. This is crucial. If Lin Xian's blood purity can be improved, even if it reaches the level of a 12th generation blood clan, her strength and cultivation speed will be greatly enhanced. Lin Xian's face was flushed with blood, and she couldn't help but start to hum softly. Sui didn't plan to use the lottery chances he just obtained immediately. Instead, he lay down and hugged Lin Xian. "It's okay, I'm here. Hang in there, you'll be fine soon," Sui comforted softly. It was like when his attribute points increased dramatically, his whole body's bones started to ache intensely, welcoming transformation. This transformation was like evolution, like growth. Since there are benefits, there must be a certain price to pay. Wanting to effortlessly obtain everything, there's no such thing. The bodies of vampires are supposed to be cool, but at this moment, Lin Xian's body suddenly became hot. Red light flickered in Lin Xian's pupils as she tightly hugged Su Wei. It hurts so much. It wasn't this painful before, and she didn't know why it was so unbearable this time. Lin Xian's nails were not long, but she firmly grasped Su Wei's back. His back was even scratched and bleeding by her nails. Su Wei silently endured it and silently encouraged Lin Xian. It'll be over soon. After it's done, I'll buy you a cake to eat. Su Wei comforted softly. I want to eat the sweetest chocolate cake. Lin Xian's face lit up with vitality as she trembled. Okay, then we'll eat chocolate cake. Su Wei quickly agreed. He had a feeling that it was as if Lin Xian was giving birth to a child and he was assisting in the delivery. But judging from the level of pain Lin Xian was experiencing, it was probably no different from giving birth. It might even be more painful than giving birth. 30 minutes later, after the storm came a long period of calm. The heat on Lin Xian's body gradually subsided, and her consciousness gradually became clear. Her eyes brightened, and she exclaimed in surprise, Su Wei, the purity of my bloodline has actually made a qualitative leap. The purity of a vampire's bloodline is divided by generation, like a ladder. From the first generation to the 13th generation, the purity of the bloodline decreases all the way. Even if both parents are pure-blooded vampires, the birth of a new vampire still causes a certain amount of bloodline loss. Perhaps this is a limitation imposed by the creator on this lineage. If there is no bloodline loss at all, how many beings in the world would be powerful enough to rival the ancestors of the vampires? However, if both parents have pure bloodlines, the purity of the bloodline of the newborn vampire will be relatively high. Even among vampires of the same generation, there is still a difference in bloodline purity. For example, Lin Xian's parents are both pure-blooded vampires of the 12th generation, so her bloodline is pure enough to be considered top-notch among all the 13th generation vampires. At this moment, after consuming Su Wei's blood for more than half a month, almost a month, the purity of her bloodline has risen to the 12th generation. The probability of Lin Xian breaking through to the rank of a baron has theoretically increased by at least 10 times. If my bloodline purity was a puddle before, now it's a small pond. Lin Xian exclaimed excitedly. My bloodline purity has actually risen to the 12th generation, it's unbelievable. Su Wei smiled, that's even better. I was wondering why you didn't have such a big reaction when you consumed my blood before, why it's so strange today. Lin Xian smiled, I was also puzzled at first, but later I felt the drastic change in my bloodline, and then I understood. Su Wei was about to continue speaking when he suddenly felt pain from his back. Unable to help himself, he groaned lightly and a pained expression appeared on his face. Lin Xian felt that something was wrong and immediately asked, what's wrong with you? Su Wei waved his hand, it's nothing, it's just that you scratched my back with your fingers, there's a little wound, but it'll heal quickly with blood. Let me see. Lin Xian anxiously wanted Su Wei to turn around, but Su Wei casually said, it's nothing, just a small wound. Listen to me, turn around, let me see. The more he refused to let her see, the more worried Lin Xian became, and at the same time, she felt guilty. How could she do such a thing? Su Wei's blood had already begun to heal the wound on his back, but for a moment, it couldn't fully recover. He turned around, facing away from Lin Xian. There were red bloodstains on his clothes. Lin Xian gently uncovered his clothes, revealing the crisscrossing wounds underneath. Lin Xian covered her mouth in astonishment. How much pain did Su Wei endure just now? Under the stimulation of blood energy, the wound visibly healed at a rapid speed. Su Wei calmly said, see, it's almost healed. What do you mean almost? When I hit you just now, you should have pushed me away. Lin Xian said guiltily and excitedly. Her right hand fluttered, and a blood-red energy emerged from her fair hand. She also began to help Su Wei heal the wound on his back. With the joint efforts of the two, the blood energy quickly restored the wound to its original state, leaving only some shallow scars. Fortunately, Lin Xian's nails were not long. If they were longer, the wound would have been much deeper. Are you feeling better? Lin Xian asked. It's already better. Actually, even if you didn't help with the blood energy, this wound would have healed in no time, Su Wei said. The wound is secondary, the key is the pain. Lin Xian shook her head. It's all my fault, making you suffer. Didn't you suffer too? If we're going to suffer, let's suffer together. What's the big deal? Su Wei smirked. We're a family, we should suffer together and lie side by side when we die in the future. Forget it, who wants to lie side by side with you? And stop talking about death, it's bad luck, Lin Xian laughed and scolded. Alright, everything is over now. Your bloodline purity has been improved, and I have gained more chances to draw prizes. We're both happy, Su Wei hugged Lin Xian. She was soft and fragrant in his arms. It's really comfortable to hold a girl, fragrant and soft, truly enjoyable. It's all over, Lin Xian leaned on Su Wei's shoulder, feeling very relieved. By the way, have you drawn the prize? Facing Lin Xian's question, Sui answered, not yet. I didn't have time when I saw your bloodline advancing just now, but now I do. Then go ahead. I hope you have better luck this time and get something good. Lin Xian sat up, clasped her hands together, closed her eyes, and a hopeful expression appeared on her face. I hope Wei Bao can draw something he likes. Following the example of Qing Bao, Lin Xian now calls Sui Wei Bao. This pair is quite lively. Seeing Lin Xian's serious look, Sui smiled slightly, his brows relaxed. She really looked like a beautiful girl bathed in holy light, praying. There's something you definitely don't know, Sui said mysteriously. Lin Xian asked in confusion, what? I usually have a ritual when I draw prizes, and this ritual is very effective. What? Sui took out his phone and played Good Luck Comes. When the festive sound echoed in the room, Lin Xian blinked. This song was played by Sui when he was in the Hui ethnic area. Good Luck Comes, this song is a must-have for drawing prizes. The lucky ones consider it a winning talisman, and the unlucky ones consider it a lifesaver. If you play gacha games, you will definitely understand the value of this BGM, Sui said with a smile. You said gacha games? I have played some, but that was last year. Lin Xian counted on her fingers. Yuanshin, Tomorrow's Arc, Nuclear Elite, Azure Blue Line, and many more, but I never used this BGM, nor did I know about it. Ha! Since you didn't use the BGM, your luck must not have been good, right? Did you always get the minimum guarantee? Sui asked. I don't remember clearly, but I remember my hand getting tired from tapping, and I didn't know about any minimum guarantee. I would just keep spending until I got what I wanted, Lin Xian replied. Damn! Sui cursed in his heart. Is this the shackles of using money to defeat luck? As long as the money is there, any character or item is within reach, right? Is this what it looks like when rich people play games? I must have a narrow view. While poor people are still focused on how to grind more and have better luck, Lin Xian has already started recharging and becoming a god with a single click. I can't compare. So why did you stop playing later? It got too boring. Every time I encountered a character, I would draw one. After a while, it felt repetitive and boring. I'd rather watch TV shows or browse short videos. Lin Xian shrugged. Oh, I see. When the game becomes a cracked version, it does get boring. Sui expressed understanding. Amidst the festive background music, Sui clicked on the lottery button. A flash of golden light based on past experience. This meant something good was coming. Wow, a golden legend. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill Blood Devouring. Surprised, Sui quickly clicked on the details page. Blood Devouring, devour the essence of the blood race, with a devouring rate of 50%, the conversion process is lossless. In addition, the higher the purity of the essence, the greater the enhancement to one's own strength, and it can be converted into attribute points. Sui's eyes lit up. At the same time, there were many ways to enhance this skill. He looked at his own attributes. Host, Sui, Strength, 122, Spirit, 124, Speed, 123, Defense, 120, Skills, Time Stop, Primary, Bloodline Transformation, Blood Devouring, Third Order Blood Race, followed by 3 skills. All 3 skills were very useful and were his core at the moment. Among them, Blood Devouring had the advantage that killing some Western blood races would enhance his own strength. Furthermore, the devouring was secondary. The important thing was to show the might of the East. Who do those Western blood races think they are, considering themselves superior? But for now, it seemed that there were no clues about the Western blood races. Sui frowned slightly, and Lin Xian, who was beside him, asked, "What's wrong? Did you not get a good reward?" "If you didn't get one, it's okay, it doesn't matter." Hearing Lin Xian's consolation, Sui couldn't help but smile. "No, my luck was pretty good this time, it's a skill." As he spoke, Sui told Lin Xian about the skill of blood devouring. This skill should be quite powerful, right? After all, if you simply kill other blood races and devour their essence, it will cause some loss. But this skill avoids waste very well. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. Indeed. With the help of this skill, devouring other blood races can quickly enhance one's strength. Sui suddenly realized a problem. He was a third-order blood race, while Lin Xian was a Western blood race. The two of them really felt a bit weak. Just now, he was still ambitious, wanting to restore the reputation of the Eastern blood race, but wasn't that just wishful thinking? It wasn't so important to go hunting Western blood races, the key was to quickly improve his own strength. Regarding the existence of the system, Sui would only let Lin Xian know. He wouldn't reveal a single bit to anyone else. And the reason he told Lin Xian before was that she was a beneficiary, and the existence of the system was also very beneficial to her. The key was that the system's tasks were assigned to Lin Xian. If he wasn't honest with her, he would lose her trust, and it would be difficult to continue. Su Wei needed Lin Xian to constantly complete system tasks, that was the core. During the invasion of those two Western blood races, Su Wei had to use the time-stop skill. Without confessing the existence of the system to Lin Xian, no matter how he explained the time-stop skill, it would seem pale. He needed Lin Xian's trust to continue on the path ahead. At the same time, a subtle bond had formed between Lin Xian and him. Su Wei believed that telling her about the system's existence was absolutely reliable. Today, the breakthrough in Lin Xian's bloodline purity must not be noticed by other blood races, especially her parents. It wasn't difficult to keep this matter hidden, just hide a part of the blood energy fluctuations. He and Lin Xian were still vulnerable and hadn't yet protected themselves, so they naturally had to be cautious. With the rise of power and their strong abilities, they stood at the pinnacle of the Eastern Blood Clan. Even within the clan, no one dared to say otherwise. The strong are the ones who make the rules. Xingbao, you must hide your bloodline. If someone discovers it, it will bring endless trouble, Su Wei said seriously. Lin Xian, being a student of Chinese literature, understood the consequences of revealing her true identity and nodded in agreement. I understand, don't worry. Lin Xian was the person Su Wei trusted the most. It's not that he couldn't trust his family, but if they were to find out about everything that was happening now, it might scare them to death. When our strength grows even stronger, we can search for clues about the Western Blood Clan. We will become hunters, and my power will surely increase rapidly, Su Wei said in a deep voice. But remember, you must prioritize your own safety. Don't act recklessly, Lin Xian reminded him. Of course, I know, Su Wei smiled. In the Lin Group's building, Yi Hui looked through the report in his hand, while Zhou Xueming secretly observed him. Why does it seem like Yi Hui is in a bad mood today? A few days ago, he was seen being intimate with Bai Ying, but now they have had no contact. Before, Yi Hui would often ask her to review documents for Bai Ying, but now he does everything himself. Is there a conflict between them? Zhou Xueming speculated as she lightly tapped the file in her hand with her jade-like fingers. This plan is quite detailed. Let's proceed as you suggested. Yi Hui raised his head and looked at Zhou Xueming, speaking slowly. All right, Mr. Yi. Bai Ying walked in at that moment. She swiftly approached Yi Hui's desk. Shrugging her shoulders, she said, Yi Hui, I need to talk to you about something. Seeing this, Zhou Xueming tactfully said, then, Mr. Yi and MS. Bye, I'll leave first. After nodding, Zhou Xueming turned and left the office. Once the door closed, Yi Hui looked at Bai Ying. What's the matter? I came here to say goodbye. I'm going back to my clan, Bai Ying said indifferently. Ha? Yi Hui raised an eyebrow, feeling puzzled. What? Did you think I would stay here after being rejected by you? How could I? Bai Ying couldn't help but laugh. I told the clan leader that we couldn't get along, and he agreed to let me go back. Well, going back is not a bad idea, Yi Hui sighed in relief. Bai Ying's way of life and his had significant differences. In Bai Ying's eyes, sex was just a game that could be played with many people. But in Yi Hui's eyes, it was something sacred that could only be shared with the person he loved the most. The clash between a pure love warrior and a carefree seductress was destined to have no good outcome. Bai Ying was able to let go easily, and leaving now was a good ending. The clan leader wanted to persuade me to stay, but I refused. Yi Hui, I shouldn't have held you back. That night was just a dream, Bai Ying added. Yi Hui couldn't help but ask, I still don't understand. Don't you feel empty or guilty, only pursuing physical pleasure? Bai Ying smiled, revealing her white teeth. You don't need to try to convince me, just as I won't try to persuade you. Our values don't align, it's as simple as that. Bai Ying left, her slender figure exuding a carefree aura. They would rarely have a chance to meet again. Yi Hui was no longer allowed to go to the clan, so it would be difficult for them to have any more stories together. Just as Bai Ying was about to open the door, she suddenly turned around. When did your thoughts change? You can contact me, I still quite like you. Also, that assistant named Zhou Xueming really likes you. I suggest you either cut ties with her or, it's all in your hands. Speaking of which, ever since I came here, I've had this feeling of a love triangle. It took Yi Hui several minutes to snap out of it after Bai Ying left. He started thinking about Zhou Xueming. Does that girl really like him? Bai Ying mentioned it on her first day here. At that time, he didn't pay much attention. But after observing for some time, he gradually noticed that Zhou Xueming often glanced in his direction, as if she wanted to observe something. I need to come up with a plan. Yi Hui furrowed his brows slightly, and his phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Xiaohua calling. Yi Hui, Bai Ying said she's leaving, you should know about this, right? Of course I know, she just left. Lin Xiaohua was currently in the clan territory and had just found time to call Yi Hui. If you don't like this match, it's okay. We have many beautiful female blood servants in our clan territory, so we can find another one. I happen to be in the clan territory, so I'll look for one. Lin Xiaohua was still quite considerate towards Yi Hui, wholeheartedly wanting to help him arrange his future. Yi Hui quickly said, "Clan leader, forget about it. I want to wait a while before deciding. Besides, even if another one comes, it's not guaranteed that we'll be compatible. After all, we're not familiar with each other at all. If we don't get along again, it would be a waste of effort." Sigh. Isn't that the meaning of blind dates? If you can find a suitable one right away, that would be strange. Yi Hui persisted, "Let's not do it, really. Clan leader, I appreciate your kindness, but let's talk about it later." Seeing Yi Hui's persistence, Lin Xiaohua couldn't insist any longer. "Alright then, I'll probably return in 2 days. We can continue talking then." "Okay, clan leader." After hanging up the phone, Yi Hui looked at his spacious office and slowly closed his eyes. Hasn't he had a good rest for half a month? Yi Hui leaned tiredly against the recliner and fell into a deep sleep. First, crack an egg into a container, then add some fine sugar, and then use a blender to mix it. Pour in some low-fat flour and cocoa powder, and continue mixing. Su Wei muttered to himself, his hands never stopping. He was making a chocolate cake. When Lin Xian was promoted to a bloodline just now, he promised her that he would make a chocolate cake. Now he had to prepare for it with a brave face. Honestly, he really didn't know how to make a chocolate cake. All these steps were instructions he found online. If there were any problems, he wouldn't be able to make the chocolate cake. Because he lacked experience, he was extremely cautious. His hands flew, and he handled everything quite well. With high concentration, he proceeded step by step in an orderly manner. Outside the kitchen, Lin Xian was feeling a bit excited. How is it going? Su Wei surprisingly didn't let her see, which was strange. What tricks did he want to play? The reason behind this was that Su Wei had boasted before, saying that he could make a cake and make it very well. In order to maintain his image as a baking expert, he naturally couldn't let Lin Xian see that he was actually searching for tutorials online. "It'll be ready soon, just wait a moment," Su Wei shouted while continuing his preparations. When he put the container filled with cake batter into the oven, Su Wei's heart was nervous. Would his first attempt fail? After placing everything properly, Su Wei set the baking time for an hour. Then he walked out of the kitchen. "Why are you being so secretive? Why won't you let me see?" Lin Xian complained. "It's mainly because someone is nearby. I might not be able to do it well," Su Wei quickly explained. An hour later, Su Wei returned to the kitchen and took out the cake, looking at it. "The cake is already formed and it looks pretty good. I sprinkled some chocolate sauce on top and added a few cherries. The appearance is quite good." Su Wei is not a fan of this overly sweet cake. He doesn't like eating sweets. As for why Lin Xian likes to eat sweets, Su Wei's answer is, because eating sweets makes her happy. To prove her point, Lin Xian also cited some scientific evidence. Scientific research shows that eating slightly sweet food can help promote the synthesis of hormones such as dopamine and endorphins in the brain, which can make people feel happy, satisfied, excited, and happy. I believe. Is it not enough for me to believe? Lin Xian rarely showed rigor, which made Su Wei change his view of her. It seems that this child is not the type who is aggressive and brainless. Lin Xian brought the chocolate cake to the table and clapped her hands. "It looks really good. I just don't know how it tastes." Lin Xian's eyes flickered as she looked at Su Wei. Su Wei confidently said, "The taste is absolutely not bad, you'll know after you take a bite." Sometimes he can be so self-assured that when Lin Xian's face showed pain, he realized that he had put too much cocoa powder. "Su Wei, this is so bitter, it's almost killing me. Are you trying to murder me?" In pain, Lin Xian's face turned pale, and she couldn't even call him Weibo anymore. It felt like she had just taken a bite of bitter melon, and she had to chew it slowly. Su Wei panicked and quickly ran to the water dispenser to get a glass of water. After rinsing her mouth several times, Lin Xian finally regained her usual composure. "It seems that I trusted you too much." Lin Xian suddenly put a large piece of cake into her mouth, expressing her trust in Su Wei's baking skills. But unfortunately, Su Wei let her down. Su Wei looked apologetic. "I'll practice more, I'll definitely get better in the future. I swear, from now on, I must let you take the first bite, otherwise I won't dare to eat." Reflecting on his mistakes, Lin Xian said in a calm voice, "That's why your chocolate cake is so dark. I had a feeling that something was off." Lin Xian's mouth twitched, the bitterness from earlier surged up, and she felt a shadow over her love for chocolate cake, almost losing interest in it. Su Wei sighed. "I may have been a bit too confident. Unexpectedly, the situation turned out differently than expected. But with more practice in the future, there shouldn't be any problems. The next morning, Lin Qian wanted Su Wei to take her to find Su Hongmei, the old lady who makes osmanthus cake and also Su Wei's landlady. I just remembered that the osmanthus cake from before is buried under the ruins over at the old villa, but I want to eat it again. Let's go find that old lady together, Lin Qian requested. Su Wei nodded in agreement. Sure, it's been a while since I visited Grandma Su. Time flies, it's almost been a month. The National Day holiday is also approaching. Many people in my social circle have started posting their plans for the holiday. As for Su Wei, currently, due to his weak strength, he doesn't have the intention to travel. Honestly, he really wants to go out and have fun with Lin Qian. But now that the Western vampires have infiltrated China, he might encounter some during the trip. At that time, he won't be able to protect Lin Qian with his current strength, and he will regret it for the rest of his life. Humans cannot detect the fluctuations of vampires, but for powerful vampires, it is not difficult to identify their own kind. Su Wei can disguise himself as a human to avoid being tracked, but Lin Qian can't. As long as she appears outside, there will be a certain vampire fluctuation. This is also the root of the danger. They just moved to a new place, and Lin Qian hasn't bought a car, so they can only use Lin Wen's car. Lin Wen now finds Su Wei much more pleasing to the eye because she can feel that he genuinely takes care of their daughter. He is a great boyfriend. Lin Qian also appears very happy, which satisfies Lin Wen. Lin Wen's car is a red Maserati Ghibli. Lin Qian drives it without any issues, although it is not as flashy as her previous pink Maserati. Lin Qian puts some small bugs into a small pink lunchbox and gently pats its head, comforting it. I'll be right back, you stay home, okay? Su Wei watches from the side. Although this little pink spider, it must be said, can understand Lin Qian's words. It can comprehend what she says. Little Pink nods, its 8 furry legs swing, and it extends its front 2 legs, seemingly waving goodbye to Lin Qian. Su Wei also reaches out and touches its little head. After these days of interaction, they have become more familiar with each other. Little Pink seems to treat them as its own. It is well behaved and listens to Su Wei. They have become partners. Su Wei strokes Little Pink's head and suddenly has an idea. If Little Pink also consumes some of his blood, would it become stronger? Perhaps it is possible. The sound of the wind outside the window brings Su Wei back to reality. He realizes that Lin Qian is racing again. They are already going over 200 miles per hour on the ring road. Damn it, miss, the speed limit here is 100 miles per hour, and you're going twice that. You're really brave. Su Wei already knew that Lin Qian enjoys racing. After teaching a rich second generation who harassed Lin Qian at the Neon Era, they raced back. At that time, their speed was close to 300 kilometers per hour. They were practically flying close to the ground. Although Lin Qian is skilled at driving, Su Wei still worries. Just looking at the constantly overtaking and swerving car body makes him feel unsafe. Lin Qian giggles. What? You want me to go faster? Another press on the accelerator, and the speed soars again. Selective deafness, huh? Su Wei, looking handsome, is speechless as he watches the scenery outside the window rapidly retreat. Cars are left behind one after another. But there is nothing to worry about. Even if they get into an accident, they shouldn't die. Their physical strength and powerful regenerative abilities are many times stronger than normal humans. At most, they would lose a car. The top speed of this Maserati is over 260, and after reaching its limit, it cannot accelerate further. Lin Qian feels a bit disappointed. It looks like I'll have to buy another sports car later. This car just isn't cutting it. Seeing how much Lin Qian enjoys racing, Su Wei can't help but consider it. Maybe he should find a way to get a sports car too? He has never driven one before, so this matter needs careful consideration. Although Lin Qian enjoys racing, she is not the kind of reckless person who risks her life for fun. After getting off the highway, she gradually slows down. The speed decreases, and they quickly approach the residential area near the steel mill. It is also Su Hongmei's home. Su Wei looks at the familiar scenery of the West Zhou dynasty and silently reminisces about the 2 years he spent here during university. Grandpa Li, Grandpa Wang, Grandma Zhang. After getting out of the car and walking to the entrance of the residential area, Su Wei greets the elderly residents. Lin Qian is by his side, holding his arm. Their appearance is eye-catching, instantly attracting a lot of attention. Oh, Xiao Su, long time no see. Long time no see. You haven't changed at all, you've even become a bit younger. This young man is really energetic. These elderly people also look at Lin Qian and speculate in their hearts. This girl should be Su Wei's girlfriend, right? Is she the rich girl who drove the luxury car last time? They didn't expect Su Wei to get together with her so quickly. This is a great thing. Finding such a wealthy girlfriend means they won't have to worry for the next few decades. Lin Qian smiles slightly as well. Her personality has changed now, not as cold and indifferent as before, but much kinder. After the two of them left, the elderly immediately started discussing. Did you see that girl just now? She actually smiled. I saw it. I thought she had a poker face before, didn't expect her to have expressions. Actually, yeah, although I thought that girl was pretty before, I didn't think she was too beautiful. But after she smiled, I suddenly felt that she is a very beautiful girl. Meanwhile, Lin Qian walked away with a black face. She thought I couldn't hear because I walked far away, but I am a vampire, my senses are so sharp, how could I not hear clearly? I heard it very clearly, as if they were whispering in my ear. Su Wei stifled a laugh on the side. I didn't know you used to have a poker face. Lin Qian glared at him. She swung her fist and immediately hit Su Wei. Are you trying to die? Su Wei put away his smile and looked serious. You heard it too. Actually, you look the best when you smile, so smile more in the future. Lin Qian snorted, as long as you don't make me angry, I will definitely smile. But if you provoke me, HM. The two of them bantered while going upstairs. They knocked on the door of Su Hongmei's house. Who is it? A familiar voice came and the door opened. Xiao Su. Su Hongmei said in surprise, noticing Lin Qian beside him. Your classmate also came. Seeing Lin Qian holding Su Wei's arm, Su Hongmei said, it seems like you're not just classmates anymore, you're boyfriend and girlfriend. Su Wei smiled, yes, let me introduce you, this is my girlfriend, Lin Qian. Lin Qian, Qian, what a nice name. Su Hongmei said happily. Usually, her house was very quiet. Her husband had passed away, and her children didn't live with her. She stayed alone at home, and the only way to liven up the house was to turn on the TV. The sound of the TV made the house a bit more lively. On the table, there were some osmanthus cakes. Because Lin Qian said she liked the osmanthus cakes Su Hongmei made last time, it made her feel needed, so she made some more in her spare time. She didn't have much to do usually, making osmanthus cakes made her feel more fulfilled. Qian, you said you liked them last time, so I made some more these days, I'll give them to you later. Lin Qian was very happy to hear that and said, thank you so much, Grandma Su. But making these osmanthus cakes must have taken a lot of time, it's really troublesome. Su Hongmei waved her hand, I made them in my free time, there's nothing else to do anyway. Su Wei understood deeply on the side, an empty nest elderly person, living alone is indeed very lonely. It's a pity that he doesn't live here anymore, otherwise he could still have some contact and accompany this landlady grandma. Life is not easy. Living is not an easy thing. Lin Qian sat at the dining table, chatting with Su Hongmei about daily life. Honestly, Su Wei is so lucky to find such a beautiful girlfriend like you two really look like a married couple. Su Hongmei smiled and said, her wrinkles piled up, looking very kind. Lin Qian's face turned slightly red, while Su Wei shamelessly said, Grandma Su, she was attracted by my charm, there's nothing I can do, who made me so handsome. Lin Qian's eyes flashed with anger again. Then she pinched Su Wei. Su Wei had no expression on his face, but he was already thinking ouch in his heart. It really hurts. For some reason, being with Su Hongmei, he felt relaxed and willing to talk. Perhaps in Su Hongmei, Su Wei saw the shadow of his deceased grandmother. He still remembered when he was a child, his grandmother gave him everything good, but after the Chinese New Year that year, she suddenly died of a heart attack. It was so unexpected. They could only meet again in heaven. Life is never perfect, there will always be some regrets. Su Hongmei looked at Su Wei and Lin Qian playfully, with a kind and happy expression on her face. After chatting with Su Hongmei for over 2 hours, the two of them prepared to say goodbye, holding a bag of osmanthus cakes. As they were leaving, Su Hongmei looked at them reluctantly. Remember to come often in the future. Study hard at school and strive to contribute to the country in the future. The older generation always had such pure thoughts. Su Wei and Lin Qian responded while waving goodbye. That movie we just watched was really bad. Yeah, the plot was so awkward and ridiculous. We should have checked the online reviews before deciding to watch it. The group consisted of 6 people, 2 boys, 1 tall and thin, the other short and slightly chubby. The other 4 girls each had their own characteristics, a loli, a girl with glasses, a trainee with a Korean style, and a cool and elegant lady. This combination was eye-catching, and passers-by couldn't help but look at them. Some boys' gazes were attracted for too long, and they were pinched several times by their girlfriends. The loli was naturally Yi Shiner, who was wearing a Lolita dress today, which suited her well. With her innocent eyes and slightly chubby face, she looked adorable with her big round watery eyes. The girl with glasses was Gu Shuyi, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and had a gentle and refined appearance. However, only those who knew her well knew how different her appearance was from her inner self. This child was not simple, she was a combination of a Chinibu girl and a seasoned otaku. She appeared pure and introverted, not fond of talking, but in reality, she was wild. She was known for unleashing her full power once she took off her glasses. The trainee with a Korean style was Choi Xiaoxi, who was influenced by Korean culture and had some understanding of the girl group culture there, so her attire tended to lean towards that style. With her hot denim shorts and a crop top that revealed her abs, she looked very cool. As for the cool and elegant lady, it was Lin Qian. Her eyes carried a hint of coldness, and her all-black outfit was somewhat sharp. Her facial features were distinct and smooth, exuding a sense of elegance. She was walking beside Su Wei, holding his arm. The slightly shorter and chubby one was Zhang Zilin. He was already holding hands with Gu Shuyi, and sparks of love had already ignited between them. Seeing Zhang Zilin and Gu Shuyi's intimate appearance, some single young men in the mall were grinding their teeth in jealousy. "You're really lucky. Where did I go wrong?" The six of them had just come out of the cinema. There was a recent comedy film that was quite popular, but they didn't expect it to be a flop. They couldn't bear to continue watching after halfway and decided to leave. With two couples and two beautiful girls, many young men were starting to get restless, considering whether or not to approach them and ask for their WeChat. "Shiner, look at them, all paired up. You should bring your boyfriend out to meet us too. We haven't met him yet." Choi Xiaoxi couldn't help but tease. Yi Shiner was taken aback and a little flustered. "Let's forget it, he's very busy. Even if he's busy, he should still accompany his girlfriend," Choi Xiaoxi defended. "Oh dear, it's alright. Wait for a while, when he's a bit more relaxed, I'll definitely bring him to meet you guys," Yi Shiner explained. "Besides, if I also bring a partner, won't it be awkward for you? You'll be the only third wheel. At least now you have me to accompany you." Everyone couldn't help but laugh at her words. "So where should we go next?" Lin Qian asked. Sue suddenly remembered that last night, Lin Qian had mentioned that she had blonde hair for a long time and wanted to change her style by dyeing her hair a different color. "You wanted to dye your hair, right? We have time now, why don't we go and take a look?" Su Wei suggested. Upon hearing this, Yi Shiner and Choi Xiaoxi also became interested. Yeah, Xiao Xiao, it's been a long time since you changed your hair color. Why don't you go and see? Try a different hair color, you'll definitely look even more beautiful. That's right, with Qian's looks, no matter what color hair, she can definitely pull it off, Choi Xiaoxi chimed in. These days, most wealthy women have money but lack beauty. To have both money and beauty, like Lin Qian, is truly rare and a sure winner in life. Lin Qian hesitated a bit. "I just don't know if the effect will be good after dyeing my hair." Gu Shuyi also came over, clearly interested in the idea of dyeing hair. "I think white would be nice, I think Xiaoxiao's appearance would suit it well." Zhang Zilin, who was standing nearby, also became interested in an instant. The grass god's hair is white, but Qianjie's appearance and height are obviously not the lowly type, so the effect after dyeing it white should be more like Ningguang and Shinha. None of them had played the Genshin Impact game, except for Gu Shuyi, so they were all puzzled. Zhang Zilin took out a few photos from his phone, and everyone understood. It did have that vibe. Lin Qian's appearance was somewhat cold, and dyeing her hair white would enhance that coldness, making her even more captivating. Sue imagined for a moment what Lin Qian would look like with white hair. It was truly a beautiful image. The key is that looking at blonde hair for a long time can become monotonous, so changing to a different hair color would bring a fresh feeling. For people with superior looks, changing to a more rare hair color is a bonus because they can pull it off. But if someone has an unimpressive appearance and also sports a rare hair color, the effect can only be described as explosive. In short, hair color can only enhance one's appearance. Yi Shiner had already dyed her hair pink, which was similar to her personality. Choi Xiaoxi had brown hair with a hint of yellow, which suited her the best. As for Gu Shuyi, her hair was all black, she never dyed it. This Chinibu girl didn't like to fuss over herself, she only wore light makeup when she went out, and most of her time was spent watching anime, so she didn't have time for cosmetics and such. Even so, Gu Shuyi's appearance was still quite good, her skin was smooth and tender, without a single pimple. Some people are really strange, clearly staying up late every day to watch dramas and even eating midnight snacks, but they just don't gain weight, their skin is still so good, and they don't even have dark circles. Comparing oneself to others can be infuriating. Sue had never thought about dyeing his hair, he kept it all black, with a hairstyle that had a youthful, messy fringe, making him look much younger, like a high school student. Under the persuasion of everyone, Lin Qian gradually became determined. "Let's go and dye a different hair color. It's been a long time since there was any change. Vampire hair is as strong as steel, it never goes bald, and there's no need to worry about perming or dyeing damaging the hair. This is also a major advantage of vampires. In many ways, they seem to be the pro version of humans. Vampires are like an evolved version of humans, many flaws have been compensated for. They entered the hair salon inside the shopping mall, it looked pretty good. Only Lin Xian needed to dye her hair, the others didn't need any perming or dyeing. They were in the largest shopping mall in Binhai, Shangling Plaza. Rent here was very high because it was close to the city center and had a large flow of people. The monthly rent was several $100,000. Borong Hair Salon was luxuriously decorated, and many people were queuing up inside. Tony saw the 6 of them approaching and quickly greeted them. "Miss Lin, you're here." Tony led Lin Xian to the VIP waiting area, and many waiting people looked resentful but helpless. "If you want to enjoy priority treatment, you have to pay." "What do you say? No money? Then go cool off on the side. Reality is so naked and real." Lin Xian used to dye her hair here before because the service here is good and the technique is on point, so she decided to get the Supreme VIP card here to enjoy the top-notch service. Tony quickly brought Heather, the best hairdresser here. Heather is very skilled in perming and dyeing, and he knows Lin Xian and understands that she is a big client of the salon, so he is very humble. After asking for Lin Xian's thoughts, Heather brought a notebook with different hair colors and comparisons. There are many types of hair colors, with many variations under white, such as misty gray, linen white, and milky gray, etc. It's not just about dyeing a simple white color. After a careful selection, Lin Xian finally chose champagne gray, a color that gives a silver-white feeling, very high-end and comfortable. Su Wei, who was sitting in the waiting area, supported Lin Xian's decision, and the other Westerners also thought that this hair color would suit her well. Sitting next to her in the waiting area, Su Wei started to imagine. Oh my, is his girlfriend going to become a white-haired mature woman? Heather's hair dyeing skills are well known. He has a prominent position in the entire Braun hair salon, and his technique is top-notch. At this moment, he was preparing to wash Lin Xian's hair. It is worth noting that Heather is of mixed Chinese and English descent, with well-defined features and a touch of Caucasian charm. With his medium-length flowing hair, he exudes an artistic vibe. Warm water flowed over Lin Xian's head, and Heather was about to reach out, but Lin Xian stopped him. "Su Wei, come and wash my hair for me," Lin Xian said immediately. Su Wei was taken aback by her words. "Me? I'm not a professional. What technique do you need to wash hair? Just wash it the way you usually do," Lin Xian said speechlessly. Can this first-class man be any more rigid? His simplicity has reached its extreme. Su Wei walked over, and Heather smiled. "Then you do it. Your girlfriend is very beautiful." "Thank you," Su Wei responded with a forced smile, then took the shower head from Heather's hand. Although Heather's appearance is not bad, compared to Su Wei, he is still a step behind. Sitting next to Lin Xian, looking down at her, he felt a different kind of feeling. It was very different from looking at her straight on. But no matter from which angle Lin Xian was viewed, she was flawless and had no imperfections. Su Wei was a little stunned by her beauty. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and wash." Lin Xian felt a bit uncomfortable being stared at by Su Wei and couldn't help but urge him. Su Wei snapped back to reality and nodded. "Okay." After adjusting the temperature of the showerhead, Su Wei tested it with his hand. It felt fine, so he started to pour water over Lin Xian's head. "Is this water temperature okay?" Su Wei asked. "It's fine, just like this." Lin Xian lay on the shampoo bed with her eyes closed. Su Wei began to massage Lin Xian's head, gently massaging it first and then applying shampoo. This was actually unnecessary as a vampire. She didn't have dandruff or any secretions on her scalp. At most, there was a little dust on her scalp, which could be washed away with plain water. Lin Xian felt very comfortable being massaged by Su Wei, and she couldn't help but hum softly. If they were outside the hair salon, it would be fine since there would be more people and the space would be more open, making the sound less noticeable. But this is the Supreme VIP hair salon, and there is only Heather and a few other Westerners in the entire room. So everyone present heard her soft hum. The key is that Lin Xian was unaware of it. "As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed." Su Wei has thick skin, so he doesn't mind. He even secretly thought to himself, "It sounds good, I like it. She should hum more in the future." Who can resist the enchanting voice of a girl like Lin Xian? Perhaps only monks can. Even monks might not be able to resist. That's why Su Wei, the 6th brother, got addicted to massages. He massaged for nearly 10 minutes, leaving everyone in awe. Gu Shuyi whispered to Zhang Zilin, "This sound is so pleasant, it feels like I'm watching a teenage anime." Zhang Zilin agreed wholeheartedly. So the two of them started discussing teenage anime, and the conversation continued. Cui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner, who were sitting on the side, were speechless. They were also deeply impressed by the world of anime. It's amazing how everything can be connected to the world of anime. I admire it. Heather, on the other hand, was not in a hurry. He sat on a chair next to him, playing with his phone. As a hairstylist of his level, he didn't have to worry about efficiency at all. As long as he served big clients like Lin Xian well, money would never be a problem. The money he earned from serving Lin Xian once was even more than what other hairstylists earned in a week of hard work. Lin Xian also felt that Su Wei's massage was a bit too long. She opened her eyes and looked at Su Wei with a puzzled expression. "Shouldn't you start shampooing now?" Su Wei snapped out of his trance and realized that he had lost track of time. "Oh, right." Su Wei felt a bit regretful but also said, "From now on, let me take care of your hair washing." Lin Xian didn't understand why, but she thought that Su Wei was being considerate and wanted to be a caring guy, so she gladly accepted, feeling sweet inside. Su Wei poured some shampoo on his hands, lathered it up, and started applying it to Lin Xian's hair. After washing it off, Heather reminded him, "Remember to apply some conditioner, it will reduce damage to the hair when dyeing it later." Su Wei nodded and applied conditioner to Lin Xian's hair again. The hair washing process was over, and Su Wei moved to the rest area, becoming a bystander. Lin Xian's hair dyeing journey took quite a long time. Because the champagne gray color was very light, it required repeated bleaching, which surprised Su Wei. He had thought that dyeing hair was as simple as applying hair dye and everything would be fine. In reality, hair dyeing took much more time than he had imagined. During this time, Chui Xiaoxi and Yi Shiner were bored and started chatting with Su Wei. "Do you usually have meals with Lin Xian? What does she eat?" Yi Shiner asked curiously. Su Wei was taken aback, pondered for a moment, and replied, "She eats everything, this girl isn't picky." "Really? We haven't had a meal with her yet," Chui Xiaoxi exclaimed. Su Wei smiled and said, "Right? Actually, she prefers eating alone and doesn't like eating together." "I see." Chui Xiaoxi didn't question it further. After all, everyone has their own habits. Yi Shiner leaned closer to Su Wei. "I have a question for you. How did you and Xiaoqing meet, and how did you end up together?" Su Wei looked troubled and didn't know where to start. He couldn't just honestly say that both Lin Xian and himself were vampires, right? Chui Xiaoxi quickly intervened and held her back. "Don't be so nosy, this is their private matter. Why do you need to ask so many questions?" Yi Shiner pouted her cheeks and helplessly said, "Fine, I won't ask then." Su Wei observed the two of them and felt that he had gained a deeper understanding of their personalities. In short, Chui Xiaoxi was the type with both brains and beauty, while Yi Shiner represented beauty without much intelligence. Chui Xiaoxi was always rational and had high emotional intelligence, whereas Yi Shiner was a bit childish and naive. He glanced at Zhang Zilin, who was still chatting with Gu Shuyi. Gu Shuyi had delicate features, with a slightly upturned nose and glasses perched on top, engrossed in the conversation with Zhang Zilin. "This guy is really lucky." Last night, Zhang Zilin returned the 1,000 yuan that Su Wei had lent him. When asked about the source of the money, it turned out that it was given to him by Gu Shuyi. Well, it seems that Gu Shuyi is also a wealthy woman. Su Wei doesn't know much about this, but judging from Gu Shuyi's Chanel and silver ring, they must not be cheap. Their family background must be good. Seeing his brother, who is just like him, finding a beautiful and compatible rich woman without going through the hardships he did, he expresses his blessings. This guy has really good luck, always winning at rock paper scissors, always getting the jokers in card games, and even getting into Binhai University with low grades. It's just that his luck is questionable when it comes to drawing cards. Su Wei has a sudden realization. This phenomenon probably follows the law of luck conservation. If life is too lucky, then luck in drawing cards will be bad. After waiting for 3 hours, Lin Xian's white hair is finally dyed. Heather also gives her a trim, with her long hair falling just right, not too long or too short. "Do you need any more trimming?" Heather asks softly. "No, this length is perfect, I think it looks great." Lin Xian nods in satisfaction. With a new hair color, the change is indeed significant. Su Wei can't take his eyes off her. This champagne gray color suits her perfectly. It's not too white, leaning towards silver white, and this color is just right for Lin Xian. It also suits the bloodline of the vampire clan. White-haired vampire, it sounds pretty good. Lin Xian stands up and turns to show the other 5 people. She looks at Su Wei first. His opinion is undoubtedly the most important. Seeing Lin Xian's expectant gaze, Su Wei doesn't hesitate to praise her. "It looks great, really, this hair color suits you so well." The Westerners beside him also agree. Lin Xian's worries are finally put to rest. She was worried that the new hair color wouldn't suit her. The champagne gray color makes Lin Xian look even fairer. But her fairness is not the sickly pale kind, but a healthy and rosy kind. Su Wei feels lucky to have found such a wife. His luck is really good. Zhang Zilin's luck is already good enough, but Su Wei's luck is clearly even better. Lin Xian exudes a pleasant fragrance as she holds Su Wei's arm, and the two of them prepare to leave the hair salon together. Since it's the weekend, the six of them decide to hang out. Chui Xiaoxi and Yi Xiner are going back to school, so they leave together. Gu Shuyi and Zhang Zilin plan to continue exploring the anime merchandise stores in the mall. The two of them seem even more affectionate than Su Wei and Lin Xian. Are you guys discussing your high-intensity communication about illnesses? They are fellow patients, suffering from the cancer of the anime world. There's no hope, just bury them in the ground. Today is the day Lin Xiaohua returns, and he told Su Wei to come back early. He wants to start tutoring Su Wei in combat skills. So after Su Wei and Lin Xian finish dyeing their hair, they don't linger and instead, Su Wei drives them back to the villa. As for why Su Wei is driving, the main reason is that Su Wei wants to start getting used to driving again. Even though he got his driver's license, he hasn't been on the road for a long time and almost forgot how to drive. Driving home is also a way to get a feel for it. Lin Xian sits in the passenger seat, watching as Su Wei gets on the ring road, still driving at a speed of 60 to 70 miles per hour, and can't help but complain, "You're driving too slow, can't you go faster? Are you scared?" Su Wei is provoked by Lin Xian's challenge. He chuckles softly. "Alright, if you want me to speed up, then I'll show you." Lin Xian cheers immediately, "Then accelerate and show me your skills." Thanks to his increased mental strength, Su Wei is also meticulous in his control of the vehicle. Even at high speeds, he can still maintain efficient operation. He steps on the gas pedal, and with an automatic transmission, there's no need to shift gears, the speed keeps rising. He accelerates to 200 miles per hour. The sound of the wind whistling is constant, and this is the first time Lin Xian is sitting in the passenger seat, watching someone else speed, and she feels a different kind of excitement. It seems quite enjoyable. Although she really wants to open the window and shout out loud, "Go crazy for a bit," Lin Xian knows that opening the window is definitely not allowed. Once opened, under such high speed, the vehicle's movement will encounter serious problems. It could be as light as shaking or as heavy as completely losing control. Su Wei's first time racing, he felt like he had fallen in love with this feeling. Feeling the roar of the engine, he now understands why Lin Xian likes racing so much. It's truly enjoyable. It took 20 minutes and they were already at Lin's villa. "Su Wei, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so stable and fast on your first drive," Lin Xian said, smiling. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Su Wei smirked. "The 3-year period is over, and I'm no longer Loki," he replied. Lin Xian, the beautiful girl, was speechless. How did her boyfriend become more and more silly? They parked the car in the garage and got out together. In the distance, Lin Xiaohua quietly watched everything. The two of them were quite happy. Lin Xian naturally linked her arm with Su Wei's. They looked good together. Lin Xiaohua couldn't help but admire. "It seems that this son-in-law is not bad." "Ahem." Lin Xiaohua coughed. Su Wei and Lin Xian immediately froze in their tracks. Looking up, Lin Xian quickly asked, "Dad? What are you doing here?" "Your mom said you went out with Su Wei, so I waited here for you guys. But why did you dye your hair white? Wasn't your blonde hair good enough?" Although Lin Xiaohua had lived for hundreds of years, he wasn't an inflexible old fossil. He kept up with the times and understood a lot about youth culture. With a sense of appreciation, he looked a few more times. "Not bad, worthy of being my daughter, and beautiful too. I had blonde hair for too long, so I wanted to change it up. Dad, do you think this hair color looks good?" "It looks good, it looks good. Can my daughter not look good?" Lin Xiaohua laughed heartily. Su Wei also chuckled beside them. In the next moment, Lin Xiaohua walked up and patted Su Wei's shoulder. "You haven't been bullying my daughter, have you? How is that possible?" "Dad, I treat my sweetheart like a treasure, afraid of dropping her, afraid of losing her. I don't even have time to take care of her, how could I bully her?" Su Wei hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to call him uncle or dad. After careful consideration, he did manage to run away with Lin Xian, so calling him dad was indeed appropriate and expected. Lin Xiaohua raised an eyebrow at Su Wei's response. "You still want to keep my daughter in your mouth?" Su Wei was taken aback. "I suspect you're driving, but I have no evidence." It's just a metaphor." Lin Xiaohua laughed. "Just kidding, look how nervous you are." Now that Su Wei was communicating with Lin Xiaohua, he felt much more relaxed. At first, Lin Xiaohua had a strict image that was difficult to approach. But now, they could joke around, so he must have gradually accepted him. Although he didn't know what he had done to earn Lin Xiaohua's approval, the result was still good. What he didn't know was that Lin Xiaohua valued whether his son-in-law treated his daughter well. As long as he treated her well, he fulfilled all of Lin Xiaohua's requirements. Lin Xiaohua didn't follow the crowd, he was a very practical person. They walked into the house, and Linwen was surprised to see her daughter's new hair color. But like Lin Xiaohua, she also thought it looked good and trendy. In the evening, the family sat at the dining table after drinking blood. Lin Xiaohua took Su Wei to the basement to train. Su Wei raised his palm slightly, with the energy ball forming within it, gradually taking shape and growing. It became the size of a basketball, and he threw it at the dark blast-proof wall in front of him. Boom! A loud noise echoed, and dust filled the air. The blast-proof wall had a hole in it. Your energy ball can now break through a wall. Not bad, Lin Xiaohua exclaimed. Su Wei humbly nodded, just a small improvement. He hadn't exerted his full strength yet, only using 20% of his power. This was the maximum strength for a normal first-order blood servant. If Lin Xiaohua shows a little more, he will start to suspect. When he reaches the rank of Baron, he will be able to reveal his strength. After all, Lin Xiaohua's strength is only at the Baron level. It would be better to reveal his strength when he is stronger and find some reasons to explain it. Even if Lin Xiaohua doesn't believe it, he won't be able to question it. At that time, he will be stronger than him and can take control. With this in mind, Su Wei hides his strength. This is an energy ball. How well have you mastered your blood flame and blood beam? Lin Xiaohua asked. The progress is similar to that of the energy ball. I feel that once one of them is mastered, the other two will soon become proficient as well. Su Wei has practiced for so long and has figured out some principles. These so-called blood energy attack magic spells are actually tests of the degree of control over blood energy. It's like making pottery, actually shaping the clay into the desired form. If you learn to make one type of pottery, it becomes much easier to make other shapes. It's just a matter of following the same pattern. The more proficient you are with blood energy, the more skillful you are in using blood energy attacks. It's really good to comprehend this principle, Lin Xiaohua acknowledged. Blood energy is a wonderful existence, like a gift from the creator to the bloodline. Besides the attack magic spells just now, it can also transform into various forms. As he spoke, Lin Xiaohua transformed the blood energy in his hand into a blood sword. The blood sword was sharp, with a shining blood color, and it was terrifying. Su Wei felt the fluctuations and had no doubt that if Lin Xiaohua used the blood sword on him, he would undoubtedly die. There was absolutely no chance of survival. Is this the strength of a baron? It is indeed far apart from a higher realm. But thinking that in 1 or 2 months at most, he could also reach this realm, Su Wei felt relieved. Take it slow, there will always be a breakthrough. And this. Lin Xiaohua transformed the blood energy in his hand again, changing it into a knife, a dagger, even an armor, a hat. You can transform it into whatever you want, Lin Xiaohua said with a smirk. 2 words suddenly appeared in Su Wei's mind. Qi-infused horse? Qi-infused wings? A meme flashed through his mind. It seems that this blood energy has similarities with Qi. But it's normal to say that, this kind of strange energy, condensing it into objects is indeed reasonable. It's too reasonable. Don't just stand there, give it a try, Lin Xiaohua said to Su Wei. Su Wei raised his hand and gathered the blood energy from the blood pill into the palm of his hand. Following Lin Xiaohua's example, he began to condense it. The first thing he wanted to condense was a dagger. There was no particular reason, it was just because a dagger was smaller and the difficulty was slightly lower. As the blood energy gathered together, Su Wei suddenly found it difficult to transform it into a detailed shape. In other words, he could only roughly gather the blood energy into rectangular or circular shapes. But when he wanted to condense it into an object, he couldn't do it at all. The blood energy in his hand lost control and dispersed. Lin Xiaohua smiled, as I expected, you can't do it. Su Wei shook his head helplessly. It's really difficult. It's normal. Transforming blood energy into objects is a symbol of the Baron. Do you know why a Baron can fly in the sky? It's because they can transform blood energy into wings, Lin Xiaohua explained, making Su Wei even more fascinated by the realm of the Baron. He also wanted to become a Baron. Transforming blood energy into objects, it sounds very interesting. Su Wei, Lin Xiaohua's voice suddenly became deep. It hasn't been long since you met Xiao Cheng, right? Just about a month. Su Wei nodded, that's about right. When I first met you, I didn't have high expectations for you, and I put some pressure on you. But unexpectedly, you adapted completely, and your feelings for Xiao Qing have also deepened. Now that things have come to this point, I also want you to have the ability to protect Xiao Qing. Flipping his palm, Lin Xiaohua produced a bottle of crystal clear red potion. This is the beginner's blood tempering elixir, which contains concentrated blood essence of the vampire clan. It can slightly improve the purity of your bloodline. Although it won't bring your bloodline purity to the level of Xiao Qing, it's still some progress. You must understand my good intentions and strive to enhance your strength, understand? Lin Xiaohua's gaze became profound as he handed the blood-tempering elixir to Su Wei. Su Wei took the elixir and found that the bottle, which was originally small, could hold a maximum of 100 milliliters, but it unexpectedly weighed several kilograms. This meant that the density of the liquid was outrageous. It's definitely a good thing. A symbol appeared in his mind. Beginner's blood-tempering elixir, effect, refines and integrates the blood essence within the body, to a certain extent, improving bloodline purity. Evaluation, a treasure that enhances bloodline purity, don't waste a drop. Su Wei was a bit puzzled. The words Lin Xian said, if her strength could be further improved, it might be of great help to her. Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be given to the strong first, as it would have a greater effect on them compared to the weak. However, Lin Xiaohua chose to give it to himself. Sensing Su Wei's doubtful gaze, Lin Xiaohua calmly spoke. Giving this to Xiaoqing won't help her much. Her bloodline is already quite pure. What she needs is the bloodline advancement elixir to advance to the purity of a 12th generation vampire. Lin Xiaohua still didn't know that Lin Xian's bloodline purity had already reached the 12th generation. If he were to find out, he would probably be shocked. Su Wei pretended to understand and nodded, I see. The blood-tempering elixir in his hand could only bring about quantitative changes, unable to bring about qualitative changes. Only the bloodline advancement elixir could achieve that. Xiaoqing is a girl. As a man, isn't it a pitiful thing to not have the strength to protect the girl you love? I know that nowadays, young people are into things like eating soft rice, but I always believe that a man should have the responsibility and courage of a man. Lin Xiaohua's voice was not loud, even a bit low, but it was incredibly clear. If you want to become powerful, I can help you. I will do everything I can. I hope you have the strength to protect Xiaoqing. Both domestically and internationally, it's not peaceful. There are too many unknowns. Lin Xiaohua sighed, his face heavy. Su Wei's expression also became serious. Are those Western vampires attacking again? Su Wei asked. Hearing Su Wei's words, Lin Xiaohua shook his head. They won't come for now. At this moment, they are already overwhelmed. Overwhelmed? Su Wei was confused. Werewolves are spreading in the West, and many vampires have been attacked. Some major families have suffered severe damage. Lin Xiaohua turned his head to look at Su Wei. You probably don't know about the existence of werewolves, right? I've only seen one before. In China, there are basically no traces of werewolves. The West is the birthplace of werewolves, relying on absorbing moonlight to strengthen themselves. In the past few hundred years, werewolves have been in a dormant state, but now they have become powerful and dare to openly confront the vampires. Su Wei was imagining the existence of supernatural powers in this world. He had heard about werewolves from many movies or novels, but he didn't expect them to still exist in reality. It seems that novels and movies can really be a reflection of reality. What do werewolves look like? Su Wei asked curiously. Over 100 years ago, I encountered a werewolf. It was on a moonlit night. The werewolf had silver hair scattered about, and its face resembled that of a wolf. Its muscles stretched its clothes to the extreme, quite exaggerated. It walked on two legs, and its claws on its hands were very sharp, with incredible speed. I don't know why that werewolf appeared in the Silver Moon Mountain, but fortunately, his strength wasn't too strong. Several vampires from the family attacked together and killed him. Lin Xiaohua said. Su Wei swallowed his saliva. Werewolves were the natural enemies of vampires, so the situation in the West was bound to become tense. Perhaps due to reading a lot of fantasy novels and watching animations in his early years, Su Wei felt excited about the existence of werewolves. It had been a long time since he had fought, and the hot blood in his body was flowing again. He had to quickly improve his strength to have the confidence to fight. Besides werewolves, are there any other powerful beings? Su Wei couldn't help but ask. Of course, there are also powerful beings like wizards and witches in the West, but they are not many. I have never seen them myself, only heard the elders of the older generation mention them. There are also zombies and monsters in the country, but their numbers are not too many, and they are in a balanced state with vampires. In the world today, human civilization is dominant, and our small ethnic groups are hidden in the shadows. When Su Wei heard about zombies, he suddenly became interested. Zombies could be considered as the Eastern version of vampires. They also drank human blood and could spread through biting humans. However, due to stereotypes, zombies generally didn't look very attractive. Oh, Su Wei suddenly remembered that when Zhang Zilin was playing that game called Yuanshan before, he mentioned that there was a character in it who was a zombie. It was a zombie loli named Chi Chi. Perhaps there were good-looking zombies among them? It's not impossible. They say that zombies may not have high intelligence. Is that true? Su Wei asked. Lin Xiaohua explained when he heard the question. Zombies range from purple zombie, white zombie, green zombie, hairy zombie, flying zombie, wandering corpse, lying corpse, to unburnable corpse. In the early stages, zombies do have very low intelligence, basically like wild beasts. But as their level increases, reaching the level of flying zombies, their intelligence becomes comparable to humans. As for further advancement, their intelligence will only become stronger. Su Wei nodded in realization. So that's how it is. With Lin Xiaohua's introduction, he felt that he had a much deeper understanding of this world. Vampires were not alone, there were all sorts of strange ethnic groups hidden in the darkness of this world. Su Wei suddenly became curious about one thing. He asked, with so many strange creatures, why is it still so safe in the city, and there have been almost no attack incidents? Are these incidents well hidden, not known to the public, or is there some other reason? Lin Xiaohua replied, the safety of humans is not that simple. Humans have countermeasures too. Since the Creator has created so many ethnic groups and given them powerful abilities, how could he not give some gifts to humans, who are the rulers of all things? After a pause, Lin Xiaohua continued, the potential of humans is infinite, but it is extremely difficult to fully unleash that potential. If we compare the process of developing potential to unlocking locks, it is the path for humans to become stronger. This is the potential lock. The Creator has placed a shackle on the human body. To become stronger, one must break the shackle. As the potential is gradually developed, some extraordinary abilities may even emerge. The world calls them transcendence. Transcendence! Su Wei exclaimed in surprise, does this world also have cultivators? Lin Xiaohua couldn't hold back his laughter and said, you really have a wild imagination, have you read too many fantasy novels? You have to understand one thing, at least cultivators need spiritual energy, right? But on the blue star now, where is there any spiritual energy? It is truly the end of the era. Perhaps a long, long time ago, there were traces of cultivators, but now, they definitely do not exist. Su Wei understood. This world had many powerful transcendents, but it didn't have the cultivation civilization he had imagined. The transcendence, this human group, sparked Su Wei's interest. So, according to what you're saying, transcendents are secretly protecting humans? That's right, there is a transcendent organization that spans the blue star, called the Transcendent Association. They are responsible for maintaining the balance between humans and other ethnic groups, ensuring the safety of humans. As a balancer of all the special ethnic groups in the world, the Extraordinary Association signed a treaty with all the special ethnic groups hundreds of years ago, prohibiting large-scale slaughter of humans. If a similar situation arises, the Extraordinary Association will unite with other special ethnic groups to attack them together. Su Wei sensed the underlying meaning of the words. So as long as it's not a large-scale slaughter, small scale is acceptable? A small number of humans is still permissible. After all, the Extraordinary Association doesn't have the resources to investigate everything. As long as it appears to be acceptable on the surface, Lin Xiaohua replied. In fact, the high-level officials of various countries are well aware of the Extraordinary Association and other special ethnic groups. Is that so? Su Wei was surprised once again. But you can think of it as an unspeakable secret. Otherwise, it would cause massive panic and riots among humans, and in the end, no one would benefit. Lin Xiaohua said. Without humans, who would produce goods? Who would provide blood for the vampires? Who would build buildings? Without humans, there wouldn't be such advanced scientific and technological advancements, and there would be no more cell phones or electricity. It would be like going back to the agricultural era in an instant. Which era is more comfortable, the agricultural era or modern society? It's definitely modern society. Without cell phones and various means of transportation, everything would be a problem. This planet cannot do without humans. Su Wei's eyes flickered. Countless special ethnic groups were like parasites, constantly sucking blood from humans. But this was normal. The law of the jungle was the cornerstone of the entire natural world. Humans were victims of these special ethnic groups sucking their blood. But little did they know, humans were also killing animals. The various animals on the dining table, such as chickens, fish, cows, and sheep, were all raised and killed for food. Did those animals deserve to be eaten by humans? Obviously not. Just like humans didn't deserve to be killed and exploited by special ethnic groups. The strong always dominate the weak, there is no reasoning to be had. The Holy Mother was probably finding it difficult to bear at this moment, even standing on the side of humans, shouting out, demanding that all special ethnic groups stop exploiting humans. Su Wei was not a saint, he felt that this was just the way things were, not because he was heartless, but because it was the nature of the world. Giving up childish ideas and facing reality was the path to maturity. The attribute panel in his mind made Su Wei's thoughts surge. Lin Xiaohua mentioned the extraordinary, which was the path of human advancement. He had two forms, one of which was human. Did that mean he could also become an extraordinary? But he didn't know what special abilities the extraordinary would have. How would his attribute points be converted into the level of the extraordinary? Su Wei looked at Lin Xiaohua with inquiring eyes and spoke up. I want to know more about the extraordinary, some information about them. Tonight, Lin Xiaohua had already decided to tell Su Wei everything, to answer his many questions. He didn't keep any secrets about this issue either. As I mentioned earlier, the extraordinary unlock and develop their own abilities. The first realm is called the potential lock, with a total of 9 levels. After that is the potential unlock. In this realm, one can awaken their own unique abilities, such as time freezing, mind control, telepathy, and so on, a variety of abilities. You should also have noticed that the potential lock realm corresponds to the last generation of vampires, while the potential unlock corresponds to my realm, the Baron. Seeing Lin Xiaohua pause, Su Wei asked, what about the realms after that? As for the realms after that, I only know that the next realm is called soul transformation, involving the development of abilities related to the spirit and soul. As for the realms after that, it seems to be cosmos, spirit sea, origin, and life path. It's quite complicated, but you only need to understand a little. There's no need to remember everything. Those realms after that won't have much to do with you and me. At this stage, we won't come into contact with such powerful extraordinaries. Now the world is quite balanced, there won't be any major conflicts erupting, and there's even less chance of any contact. Su Wei nodded, deepening his understanding of the extraordinary realm. All in all, this world is truly amazing. As a human, it's hard to imagine that there are so many unknowns lurking in the shadows of the world. By the way, you mentioned earlier that the domestic situation is also unclear. What's the current situation? Lin Xiaohua's expression became serious. Some werewolves have arrived from the west, they are coming aggressively, and another bloodline family in the country has suffered a huge impact. They are the first, but definitely not the last. However, at least we have a clue now. Only during the full moon can the werewolves reach their peak strength, and they will choose to ambush at that time. At other times, they won't have the advantage if they attack. So you don't have to worry for now, we are relatively safe in the city. Su Wei nodded. As they talked, time quietly passed. When he checked the time, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lin Xiaohua instructed Su Wei to keep the blood tempering potion he gave him and drink it in the evening. Su Wei nodded to leave, but was stopped by Lin Xiaohua. There's something you need to promise me. What? Su Wei's expression froze. Try not to engage in any inappropriate activities with Xiaoqing. But if you really want it to happen, don't use any protection. After hearing this, Su Wei was dumbfounded. He thought, did Lin Xiaohua say it wrong? Shouldn't he be advising to use protection? Ahem, Dad, did you say it wrong? Shouldn't you advise to use protection? I didn't say it wrong. Do you really think you can easily impregnate Xiaoqing? Lin Xiaohua shook his head. The pregnancy rate among the bloodline is very low, even 100 times may not succeed once. Don't be too confident. I also hope Xiaoqing can get pregnant and give birth to a new bloodline. That would be a new strength for the family. But you and Xiaoqing have only known each other for a short time. It's not good to rush into this matter too early. I think you should get to know each other better and wait for the right time. Also, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Xiaoqing doesn't share her inner thoughts with me much, so you have to stand on my side and inform me of any situation. Don't worry, if you have conflicts with Xiaoqing and it's her fault, I will definitely stand on your side. But if it's your fault, a cold light flashed in Lin Xiaohua's eyes. Su Wei shivered. I understand, I definitely won't cause any problems. Lin Xiaohua patted Su Wei's shoulder. I believe in you. The atmosphere between the two became harmonious for a moment. They walked out of the basement and saw Lin Qian and Lin Wen sitting on the sofa watching TV. They were discussing Yi Hui's situation. Lin Qian expressed regret that Yi Hui and Bai Ying didn't work out, but she believed that Uncle Yi's charm and high abilities would definitely find someone suitable for him. She even thought that Uncle Yi didn't necessarily have to limit himself to finding a partner among the blood servants. He could consider selecting from humans as well. It would be enough to have the first embrace then, right? Lin Wen expressed opposition to this, believing that it would be more appropriate to find a blood servant to combine with. That way, the bloodline of the children born would be purer, and there would be no need for the complicated first embrace. The first embrace can cause significant harm to oneself, damaging one's own essence and blood. Seeing Su Wei and his father come out, Lin Qian immediately stood up. Dad, how is Su Wei's skills now? Lin Qian asked eagerly. She was quite familiar with Su Wei's skills, and based on his abilities, he should be able to surprise her father. I can say that he has made great progress, far beyond my expectations. This statement is not false. Lin Xiaohua felt that Sui actually had quite a talent, but he was disadvantaged by being a blood servant and having impure bloodline. Otherwise, his strength would be even stronger. Right. Lin Xian held Sui's arm proudly and said, "Look at my daughter, she can be quite cold towards strangers, but once she becomes close to someone, she becomes lively and cheerful." Lin Wen, seeing this scene, smiled speechlessly. Tonight, Yi Hui is nowhere to be found and hasn't mentioned coming back. The spacious villa is now only occupied by the Westerners. Besides Sui are his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and wife. Sui feels like a bit of an outsider. The Western bloodline family sits together on the sofa, watching a boring reality show on TV. The attention of Lin Xian is quickly drawn to the potion in Sui's hand. "What is this?" she curiously asks. Before Sui can answer, Lin Xiaohua explains, "This is the blood refining potion. It helps improve Wei's bloodline purity." Sui is surprised. Being called Wei. Suddenly, Sui feels a warmth. His father-in-law is really good. He supports and helps him, and is open-minded towards him and Lin Xian. After all, being a bloodline family that has lived for hundreds of years, their mindset is naturally different from ordinary humans. They are not bound by trivial matters and are more tolerant. Lin Wen knows about her husband giving Sui the blood-refining potion and she supports it. Sui and Xiao Qing's relationship has deepened, and he is Xiao Qing's blood servant, so he can be considered family. It is only right to help him improve his strength. Blood refining potion. Lin Xian exclaims in surprise. She has heard of this potion before. It is very effective in improving bloodline purity and is also very precious. Why did her father suddenly choose to give Sui such a good thing? This surprises her. "Xiao Cheng, I temporarily approve of your relationship with Sui, but how things will be in the future will depend on how well this kid treats you," Lin Xiaohua says. "He was turned by you, his bloodline purity is not high. Giving him the blood refining potion is to make his blood essence purer, which will allow for greater potential in the future. In case of any danger, he will be more capable." Lin Xiaohua's words touch Lin Xian. She hugs her father and thanks him. "Dad, I knew you were the best." "Alright, stop flattering me. Hurry up and take Sui to take this blood refining potion," Lin Xiaohua says, feeling a bit pained. This blood refining potion was exchanged with one of the few blood crystals in the family and a member of the same clan. Blood crystals can be embedded in weapons or crafted into necklaces, bracelets, and other accessories to enhance the power of blood abilities. Blood crystals are naturally formed and are not abundant in quantity. It is a bit of a loss to exchange such a treasure for the blood refining potion, but what can he do? Sui is his son-in-law. If he doesn't take care of him, who will? So in the end, Lin Xiaohua made the exchange. "Okay, Dad," Lin Xian sweetly smiles and then holds Sui's hand. "Let's go." Sui bids farewell to his father-in-law and mother-in-law. "Dad, Mom, I'm leaving now." The two of them return to their room together. Lin Xiaohua watches their backs and shakes his head helplessly. Lin Wen says, "Looking at their sweet appearance reminds me of us back then." Lin Xiaohua nods. "Yes, we were just as affectionate back then. Holding hands and walking together, one in front and one behind." Lin Wen pats Lin Xiaohua's shoulder and then whispers in his ear, "Last time didn't work out, let's try again tonight." "You just came back, we should try more." Lin Xiaohua instantly understands what Lin Wen means. It's about conceiving a new bloodline family member. Lin Xiaohua is still interested in this activity, his desire is strong. He is still young, only in his 20s or 30s in terms of human age, even younger. He lifts Lin Wen up and the two of them are inseparable. Lin Wen exudes the charm of a mature woman as the two of them kiss and make their way to the bedroom on the second floor. Meanwhile, Sui and Lin Xian are already sitting on the edge of the bed in the room. "Should I drink now or wait a bit?" Sui hesitates. Lin Xian caresses her chin on the side. "You should drink now, it will definitely benefit you." Sui is currently puzzled by one thing. That is, what level does his blood purity belong to? First of all, his ability to become a vampire was bestowed by the system. From this perspective, he is a first-generation vampire. But based on the fluctuations in his blood purity cannot be that high. First-generation vampire. My goodness, that's on the level of Cain, comparable to a deity. With a wave of his hand, he could kill countless people. But obviously, he doesn't possess that kind of power. At best, the blood purity in Sui's body is equivalent to that of a 13th-generation vampire. He realizes another thing. That is, as his attribute points increase, his blood purity also rises. The extent of this increase depends on how much his attribute points have increased. Perhaps my blood purity is also linked to attribute points, Su Wei mutters to himself. Attribute points are the source of all power and the basic unit of all abilities. Looking at Lin Xian, Su Wei speaks up. Based on my calculations, if I drink this bottle of blood refining elixir, my attribute points should also increase. It's a simple logic. Attribute points affect blood purity, and the increase in blood purity will also have a reverse effect on attribute points. The two are interdependent and progress together. If that's the case, your attributes will experience another leap, Lin Xian fantasizes. And most importantly, the quality of your blood will improve once again. For Lin Xian, Su Wei's blood is like a miraculous medicine. It is the key to enhancing her strength. That's for sure. The quality of my blood will increase linearly with attribute points. Su Wei suddenly remembers the strong humans mentioned by Lin Xiaohua in the basement Transcendence. By the way, Xingbao, have you heard of Transcendence? Transcendence? I vaguely remember. It seems there are divisions like potential lock and potential seal, but I'm not very clear on the specifics, Lin Xian replies. I'm thinking, in my human form, have my attribute points already transformed me into a transcendent corresponding to that level? According to my previous investigations, my vampire level advances every 50 points in attribute value. In other words, when the average attribute points range from 1 to 50, I am a first-order last-generation vampire, and so on, advancing one order every 50 points. By this calculation, I am not only a third-order last-generation vampire now, but also a third-order potential lock transcendent. The more Su Wei thinks about it, the more possible it seems. In fact, the level is just a title, a standard for evaluating one's own strength. In practice, there must be corresponding manifestations. Vampires rely on the moon symbol on their blood beads to determine their level. Transcendents probably have their own methods of determining their level. Fist strength, speed, reflexes? They can be determined using modern instruments. Maybe even vital energy? It's often seen in martial arts novels. Su Wei doesn't know much about it either. He asked Lin Xiaohua about it in the basement just now. Lin Xiaohua said that he had never come into contact with any transcendence and didn't know much about it. But what he could confirm was that transcendents in the potential lock stage purely enhance their physical fitness and don't possess any special magical energy. Only when they reach the potential seal stage, they might unlock some elemental attack methods and have special abilities. But don't underestimate transcendence in the potential lock stage. Relying on their powerful individual qualities, coupled with modern weapons, they may not necessarily lose to vampires of the same level or other special ethnic groups. The power of technology is great. Lin Xian's eyes flicker. She has also witnessed Su Wei's physical abilities, and his speed is indeed impressive. By the way, Uncle Yi seems to know a bit more about the transcendence. His former blood master, Lin Meng, had battled against transcendents before, so he has a deeper understanding of them. You can ask him, Lin Xian suddenly said. Su Wei's eyes lit up. Okay, I'll ask him when Butler Yi comes back. He looked at the blood refining elixir in his hand and prepared to drink it. He was eager to see how much it could enhance his attributes. Let me open it for you. Lin Xian took the blood refining elixir from Su Wei's hand. She opened the bottle, and a burst of blood essence quickly emerged. Su Wei took a sip and immediately felt an unprecedented comfort. The blood essence nourished his body as it was absorbed. If just a sip had such an effect, it should be even stronger when consumed internally, right? Lin Xian brought the blood refining elixir to Su Wei's mouth, and suddenly had a bright idea. She changed to a gentle tone and reassured him, "Darling, drink the medicine." Su Wei looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Did he hear her correctly? Hurry up and drink, darling. Lin Xian couldn't hold back anymore. Su Wei had a black line on his face. She must have been watching some random short videos again. He raised his hand, wanting to give her a flick on the forehead. But after thinking about it, she was his girlfriend. What if he scared her away? Forget it, he decided not to. Su Wei pinched Lin Xian's earlobe and said, "Stop watching so many short videos, look at what you've learned." Lin Xian clicked her tongue and said, "I just find them entertaining, that's all." Lin Xian had changed, and there was one noticeable difference. She had become more playful and liked to joke around. This was actually quite nice, as it made their interactions much more relaxed. Su Wei raised his hand and drank the blood refining elixir in one gulp. His body became hot for a moment, lasting for over a minute, and a fire burned in his abdomen. Then, he felt nothing. Ha! Su Wei waited for a couple of minutes, but it seemed like the effects had already worn off. He looked at his attributes and realized that they had only increased by 10 points. Host, Su Wei, Strength, 132, Spirit, 134, Speed, 133, Defense, 130, Skills, Time Stop, primary, bloodline transformation, blood devouring. No wonder he didn't feel much. If his attributes only increased by 10 points, he wouldn't have any significant reactions. It was only when they increased by 20 points or more that he would experience some discomfort and go through the process of purging through his pores. Lin Xian was also surprised. "You're done with the enhancement?" Su Wei nodded. "Indeed." Lin Xian widened her eyes. "So fast. Maybe it's because I've done it multiple times before, so my body has gotten used to it and the reactions aren't as strong." Su Wei explained. "How much did your attributes increase?" 10 points. Su Wei replied, "My average attribute value has already exceeded 130, which means I'm only 20 points away from advancing to the Western Stage bloodline. Every 50 points is a stage, and when the average exceeds 150, it's the Western Stage bloodline. Your strength is about to catch up to mine." Lin Xian couldn't believe it. "I have a question for you. How is your progress in absorbing my blood? Is your cultivation speed fast? Or, when will you become a 5th stage bloodline?" He was a bit worried about one thing: his strength was advancing rapidly, but he didn't want to leave Lin Xian behind. That wouldn't be good. He preferred both of them to advance together and maintain a relatively balanced state. "I can't give you an accurate answer to that, but with the quality of your blood now, it will take me at least 1 or 2 months to reach the next minor realm." "That's so slow." Su Wei sighed. "Brother, this is not slow at all, okay? If I were to cultivate on my own, it would take me at least several years, maybe even more than 10 years. Lin Xian said helplessly, "Do you think reaching a higher realm is as easy as picking cabbage?" Su Wei suddenly realized. It was because he had broken through too quickly that he had this misconception. For ordinary bloodline members, it is very difficult to improve their strength. At this moment, the curtains opened, and moonlight shone into the room. Lin Xian emitted a faint white glow. This was the power she absorbed from the moonlight. In addition to drinking blood, bloodline members can also enhance their strength by bathing in moonlight. That's why the curtains in Lin Xian's room must always be open at night. Unless it's a cloudy day, as long as there is moonlight, the curtains will not be closed. When bloodline members are illuminated by moonlight, their strength can increase. However, this increase in strength is actually quite small and can only accumulate over time. Su Wei himself is a human, so he is not enthusiastic about bathing in moonlight. But according to Lin Xian, bloodline members have a natural affinity for moonlight. When moonlight envelopes them, they feel incredibly peaceful. Moonlight is essentially the reflection of sunlight, so why do bloodline members dislike sunlight and prefer moonlight? This is a question worth pondering. Perhaps it is because the wavelengths of moonlight and sunlight are different, so moonlight has undergone certain mutations and is favored by nocturnal creatures like bloodline members. The two slowly got into bed and embraced each other. Bloodline members only sleep or enter their coffins during the day. It is most suitable to sleep on a bed because they need to bathe in moonlight at night. Lin Xian's body was soft, with a faint fragrance, and her hair brushed against Su Wei's nose. In that moment, Su Wei held her neck. Lin Xian rested her head on Su Wei's shoulder. They enjoyed the tranquility of this moment. Moaning? The sound of urgent moans shattered the silence of the night. Su Wei and Lin Xian instantly became flustered and their bodies stiffened. Were Lin Xiaohua and his wife engaging in the activity of conceiving a new bloodline member? Humans shouldn't, at least they shouldn't. In theory, there are several walls between them, and they are quite far apart, so they shouldn't be able to hear anything. But the problem is that they are bloodline members with keen hearing. With a glance at Lin Xian, Su Wei realized it was time to install thick soundproof walls in their room. Otherwise, if they were to do something naughty and Lin Xiaohua and his wife heard it, what should they do? It would also prevent them from hearing the indescribable sounds of their in-laws. Su Wei didn't have any weird fetishes, so when he heard those sounds, he just felt embarrassed. In order to prevent their conversation from reaching Lin Xiaohua and his wife's ears, and to avoid their pregnancy plans being ruined, Su Wei and Lin Xian instinctively took out their phones. "Su Wei, your parents have a really good relationship. Their feelings are really good." "Lin Xian, it's strange, they didn't used to be like this before. Why have they been so frequent lately? Do you remember a few days ago, the night when you and I established our relationship? We already caught them once, on the sofa in the living room. Su Wei, maybe they want to give you a little brother or sister." "Lin Xian, is that so? I'm actually quite looking forward to it." "Su Wei, it's just that the time it takes for your bloodline to give birth is too long, often more than 10 or 20 years. It will take a very long time to see it happen." "Lin Xian, that's true, there's nothing we can do about it." After a pause, she continued to message, "If there's a next life, I'll still choose to be a human." Su Wei turned his head and looked at Lin Xian's profile, expressing his confusion. He typed, "Why? Being a bloodline member means living for a long time and having such powerful abilities. Why would you want to be a human? Lin Xian, living for too long is not necessarily a good thing. It's actually better to live like a human, experiencing a colorful life in a few decades. As time goes by, life becomes dull and empty. Su Wei suddenly understood. Perhaps this is the meaning of the phrase "the grass is always greener on the other side." Humans desire immortality and eternal youth, while vampires find immortality boring and long for the limited experience of human life. Those outside the city want to enter, while those inside the city want to leave. However, when they truly find themselves in the other's shoes, they realize that things aren't as great as they seemed. Everything has its pros and cons. Su Wei, once you become human, you won't think like this anymore. When you don't have something, you long for it, but when you finally have it, you discover a whole bunch of flaws. Life is full of old age, illness, and death. It's not so bad if you come from a wealthy family, but if you're poor, it's really tough. Lin Xian, you're right. I only thought about the benefits of being human before. The two of them continued chatting about other things. After waiting for 30 minutes, the voices from the Lin family finally disappeared. Su Wei thought to himself, they're really going strong. They can last for such a long time. Su Wei admired them and was curious about how long he could endure. Without any experience in that area, he was still a virgin and had never even kissed before, so he had no idea about his true abilities. As the sun rose, Su Wei slowly opened his eyes. He had slept embraced with Lin Xian last night. The sunlight was too bright, and Su Wei knew that Lin Xian didn't like it, so he got out of bed and closed the curtains. Lin Xian opened her blurry eyes and stretched her arms. Hug me. Su Wei heard Lin Xian's soft voice and felt his bones turning to jelly. He hugged Lin Xian and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Hug, baby. Su Wei said softly while inwardly criticizing himself, why am I so cheesy? Ugh. The door was knocked. Lin Wen's voice came through. Xiao Chang, Xiao Wei, wake up and have some blood. Su Wei and Lin Xian quickly responded, okay. Lin Wen smiled and shook her head outside the door. Why did it feel like she suddenly had a son-in-law? It was really sudden, and a bit hard to get used to. Lin Xian still clung to Su Wei, refusing to get out of bed. Get up quickly, your mom is calling you. Su Wei touched Lin Xian's head and said. Lin Xian raised her head, her lips curling up. If you kiss me again, I'll get up. Su Wei had never kissed Lin Xian's lips before. In that moment of impulse, he went in for a kiss. Ha! When humans wake up, their breath usually stinks. But vampires don't have that problem. Their mouths always have a pleasant scent and no strange odor. Su Wei wasn't that bold, so he just lightly pecked her while Lin Xian wasn't paying attention. Naturally, he didn't stick out his tongue. Lin Xian immediately perked up. She sat up in bed, surprised, and covered her mouth. My first kiss. Su Wei felt awkward and blinked his eyes. Actually, it was my first kiss too. You're bad. Why didn't you tell me in advance? I was thinking of having a romantic evening, finishing a candlelit dinner. We would be dressed in beautiful clothes, and then we would kiss. But now, everything is ruined. Lin Xian said angrily, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Wei didn't expect Lin Xian to have thought about so much. He got carried away in the moment and kissed her. He didn't think that far. Then let's not count this one. Su Wei said. How can we not count it? You already kissed me. Lin Xian suppressed her voice to avoid being heard outside. It was morning now, not as quiet as the night, so some sounds wouldn't be heard clearly by her parents. Listen to me, a real kiss involves sticking your tongue into the other person's mouth. I didn't do that, so everything hasn't reached the point of no return. Su Wei confidently explained, and Lin Xian doubted if he was just making things up, but she had no evidence. Trust me, a real kiss requires sticking out your tongue. Lin Xian's face relaxed. I temporarily believe you, but you can't do this in the future. I want to save my first kiss for a romantic moment, not now. Lin Xian is actually a young girl, a 180-year-old young girl. So, like other girls, she also longs for some romantic scenes. She wants a sense of ceremony. Okay. Su Wei nodded and respected Lin Xian's idea on this point. It's only natural to be a little more romantic. Neither of them undressed last night when they went to bed, they were both wearing clothes. They just washed their faces quickly and then walked out of the room. It has to be said that Lin Xian's natural beauty is unbeatable. Smooth skin, completely different from using foundation and powder. Big eyes, a straight and delicate nose, and rosy lips. She looks good even without lipstick. Pure and beautiful, like an angel. Completely different from those short videos where the person looks completely different without makeup. With such high looks, she can kill it even without makeup. Su Wei heard some discussions coming from the dining table on his way there. I heard from the family's informant in the coastal area that the Western Blood Clan has appeared in the west of the city. Those 3 Western Blood Clan members are quite strong, probably at the 6th or 7th level. They seem to be injured and are temporarily staying at the Door Hotel. If you don't have anything to do, don't go there to avoid danger. I would like to go and eliminate them, but I can't free myself up recently. The family has assigned me a task, so I can't leave. Lin Xiaohua warned Yi Hui. He looked up and saw Su Wei and Lin Xian, then continued, "You heard what I just said, right? Don't go to the west of the city recently, and even if you have nothing to do, don't go out. Just stay at home honestly." Su Wei and Lin Xian nodded, "I understand." While they agreed on the surface, Su Wei's heart was moved. He might as well take the initiative now. He had been dormant for so long, and this was such a good opportunity that he didn't want to miss it. Lin Wen walked out of the kitchen holding a transparent glass bottle with clear blood inside. Sitting at the dining table, she placed the blood on the table. Su Wei and Lin Xian had already taken their seats, and Lin Wen poured a glass of blood for each of them. During the shared meal, the family sat around the dining table, enjoying a rare moment of warmth. "Xiao Cheng, Xiao Wei, is there anything happening at your school? Even if there is, don't go out for now. Going to school is not that important. Your dad and I need to go out for 2 days to complete a family mission. You two stay at home and take care of yourselves," Lin Wen said while looking at her daughter and Su Wei. "I understand, Mom. We'll stay at home and won't go out if there's nothing to do." Yi Hui said on the side, "Don't worry, family head and madam, with me here, I'll take care of them and nothing will happen." Lin Wen nodded, "I feel relieved with you here." The family's other coastal enterprise, Faming Group, encountered some problems that needed to be resolved, along with some related individuals. Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen needed to go together to handle the situation. Dealing with humans always resulted in 2 outcomes, coercion or temptation. Of course, it would be best if they could be tempted, but if not, they would have to resort to coercion. That was the purpose of Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen's trip. They wanted to make a few key individuals drink the Salmagundi potion and become puppets of the family. After the breakfast banquet, Lin Xiaohua and Lin Wen quickly left. Their hurried departure indicated the urgency of the matter. Yi Hui also had company matters to attend to, so he left shortly after the breakfast banquet. Before leaving, he reminded the two to stay at home. Su Wei agreed on the surface but had his own plans in mind. In the spacious villa, only he and Lin Xian were left. He grabbed Lin Xian's hand. "There's something we need to discuss," Su Wei said. Lin Xian looked puzzled since the morning. She had a feeling that Su Wei was plotting something. She didn't know what it could be. "What's wrong?" "You heard it just now, the Blood Clan is at the Door Hotel," Su Wei said. "I'm thinking, maybe we can make a move." "Ah, but didn't my dad say they are the last generation Blood Clan of the 6th and 7th ranks? They are so powerful, can we win? Didn't your dad also say they were injured? Their strength must have been weakened. And I have a skill, the time stop skill, which can freeze a 6th rank Blood Clan for almost 10 seconds. At that time, my attributes were only around 50, but now they have doubled or even tripled. The effective time stop will also be greatly enhanced. So I think we still have a good chance of winning." During the breakfast, Su Wei calculated the feasibility of this matter in his mind. In the end, he found that it was quite promising. The most important thing was that he now had the blood-devouring skill, which allowed him to devour all the killed Blood Clan members. His strength could be enhanced through this. Maybe he could reach the Barren Realm a bit earlier. Su Wei thought it was worth a try. He didn't want to be a delicate flower in a greenhouse. If he could fight, he would definitely not refuse. Lin Xian lowered her head in contemplation. After a moment, she agreed to Su Wei's request. "Well, let's work together and strive to end this matter perfectly." Seeing Lin Xian's agreement, Su Wei responded, "I know, the key is that I have the time stop skill, which gives us a great advantage." Su Wei's fingers slid on his phone as he searched for the location of the Door Hotel. He only knew that it was in the west of the city, but he wasn't sure about the specifics. After a quick search on his phone, Su Wei saw that the Door Hotel was located in a suburban area, where the city and countryside merged. However, this place was well developed and relatively prosperous, but it definitely couldn't compare to the downtown area. The hotel was mainly known for its beautiful scenery, with a large park nearby. It was said to be owned by a foreigner, so the suites were also more westernized and luxurious. As long as it wasn't in the downtown area, Su Wei was quite confident. The downtown area was crowded and it would be difficult to escape. Surveillance. That was a problem. And he didn't know the exact locations of those Western Blood Clan members. Now he had to keep an eye on the surroundings of the Door Hotel to see if he could find any clues. Su Wei's heart sank again. After all, there was no 100% certainty. I need to come up with a more feasible plan. Sue rubbed his chin. Regardless, the premise was to ensure his own safety. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Sue and Lin Xian were sitting in a milk tea shop across from the Door Hotel, drinking milk tea while keeping an eye on the hotel. Sue was wearing a duckbill cap and a mask, disguised himself. Lin Xian was the same. They wanted to be cautious and not attract attention from the people around them. Stalking here all the time is not a solution. Sue sighed. He and Lin Xian had been observing here for the whole morning plus 2 hours, but they hadn't gained anything. They originally thought that those Western Blood clan members would go out, making it obvious, and they could follow them, taking control of the situation. But perhaps those Western Blood clan members were too injured, so it seemed that they needed to change their approach. The surging traffic and pedestrians flashed by outside the glass window. Sue looked at Lin Xian sitting opposite him. I have to take the initiative. Lin Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? You wait here, I'll go into the hotel and use the Blood clan's hypnotic skill to see if I can get some information from the staff, Sue said. Upon hearing Sue's words, Lin Xian immediately said without hesitation, I'll go with you. We can take care of each other then. No, there are too many surveillance cameras here, we would stand out too much. I can go alone. Sue shook his head, don't worry, I'll be fine on my own. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. After a moment, she nodded, alright, I'll wait for you here then. Okay. Sue stood up and walked out of the milk tea shop. There weren't many people at the entrance of the Door Hotel, and the grand entrance was magnificent. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Door Hotel, a young doorman bowed to welcome him. Welcome. Sue had already prepared his words. He asked, can you come with me for a moment? I have a lot of luggage in the parking lot. The parking lot of the Door Hotel was underground, not far from the west side, and it wouldn't take long to get there. One of the doorman's duties was to help guests with their luggage, so he didn't suspect anything and nodded at Sue. Alright, sir. Led by Sue, the two of them walked towards the underground parking lot. Sue planned to extract some information from the doorman. If they were vampires, they would usually be more conspicuous. And they were Western vampires. Although the Door Hotel was owned by a foreigner, there weren't many foreign tourists here. If several Caucasians were staying together, it would likely attract the attention of the doorman. With this in mind, Sue ultimately chose this method. There weren't many people at the entrance of the parking lot, which was advantageous for Sue's plan. The dimly lit parking lot couldn't compare to the sunny scene outside, giving off a somewhat eerie feeling. The cold light from the parking lot ceiling reflected on the doorman's face, showing confusion. Sir, where is your car? At this moment, Sue's eyes suddenly flashed with a red light. He was about to start hypnotizing. As soon as the doorman saw Sue's eyes turn red, his consciousness immediately became blurred. Sue's lips curled slightly. This meant that his hypnosis was working. Have you seen any white people coming here in the past few days? Sue asked. Yes, 3 white people came 2 days ago. Their faces were very pale and sickly, but they should have money. They stayed in the top presidential suite. The doorman's words instantly brightened Sue's eyes. Weren't these the 3 Western vampires he was looking for? He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. This greatly boosted Sue's confidence. He continued to inquire, do you know which room those white people are staying in? What is the room number? 1214, the doorman answered in a confused manner. Sue was delighted. Now that he had confirmed the location, things would be much easier. He then asked the doorman about other specific details of the hotel, such as the location of the surveillance room and its internal structure. The doorman had been working at this hotel for 7 or 8 years and was quite familiar with everything. He answered Sue's questions fluently. With a general understanding of the situation, Sue breathed a sigh of relief. Snapping his fingers, he said to the doorman in front of him, you helped me with the luggage, so now you can go back. The red light in his eyes gradually disappeared, and the doorman came back to his senses. Like waking up from a dream, he nodded at Sue. Sir, your luggage has been taken care of, so I'll go back now. Sue smiled, goodbye. The entire plan's process had already appeared in his mind. First, he would enter the Door Hotel. There was no need to wear a cap or a mask, as they would attract too much attention. The correct approach was to casually walk in without checking in, and head straight to the 12th floor. Their figures would definitely be captured by the surveillance cameras. This wasn't a problem, as long as they went to the surveillance room afterwards, hypnotized the relevant staff, and deleted the surveillance footage. On the 12th floor, they would observe the situation first. It would be best to find a set of staff uniforms, find an excuse to enter the room, and make the Western vampires lower their guard in the final moment of waiting for the door to open. Sue used his time-stopping skill and went forward with Lin Xian to kill all 3 Western blood clans. This plan didn't require Xiaofan's assistance. The main reason being that its appearance was too conspicuous and would attract too much attention if brought here. Such a large spider, if seen or photographed by humans, wouldn't end well. The best time to execute the plan was later, when there would be fewer people in the hotel, making it easier to implement. By killing the 3 Western blood clans and using the blood-devouring skill to consume their essence, the mission would be successfully completed. With these thoughts in mind, Sui felt more confident. He quickly walked out of the underground parking lot and made his way towards the milk tea shop under the shining sun. Lin Qian, sitting by the window in the distance, quickly noticed him. Her lively eyes immediately blinked. Her heart felt much more at ease. It seemed that Sui had gathered all the relevant information. Sui entered the milk tea shop and sat across from Lin Qian. "How did it go?" Lin Qian asked eagerly. Sui smiled and replied, "Of course, it was a complete success. It's quite fortunate that the doorman actually noticed those Western blood clans, so we can proceed with our operation." Sui explained the entire plan to Lin Qian. After listening, a pensive expression appeared on Lin Qian's face. The core of all these plans was a skill, hypnosis. Looking at the whole process, the simplest part was killing the 3 Western blood clans. The most important thing was to ensure that no one discovered anything and to keep it absolutely confidential. It was also crucial not to be captured on surveillance footage. The staff involved in the hypnosis needed to forget about the incident. Not a single one could be overlooked. Lin Qian suddenly felt a sense of challenge. Perhaps she could try using hypnosis waves. "I have another idea." "Maybe you can try using hypnosis waves," Lin Qian suggested. "Hypnosis waves?" Sui was taken aback, indicating that he hadn't heard of this term before. When those 2 Western blood clans attacked the villa, they used hypnosis waves to hypnotize all the residents in the area. "I was thinking, what if tonight, in the early morning, we enter the Door Hotel and hypnotize everyone there? It definitely wouldn't attract anyone's attention." "I'm just not sure if it would work," Lin Qian explained. Sui shook his head. "That's not possible. If we do that, the Western blood clans upstairs will definitely notice. It's a unique wave belonging to the blood clans, and their strength is not weak. They would definitely sense it. It would only make things more difficult." After hearing Sui's words, Lin Qian felt that he made sense. Indeed, they had to plan without being detected by the 3 Western blood clans. "Alright then, let's go with your plan," she agreed. The 2 of them didn't linger in the milk tea shop any longer. After leaving, they pretended to be tourists and entered the Door Hotel to further understand its layout. It was just as the doorman had described. Sui now had a better understanding. As he walked out of the hotel, he looked up at the high floors, silently contemplating. "Tonight, I will definitely give you all a big surprise." On the 12th floor of the Door Hotel, in room 1214, there were 3 pale-faced, well-defined, high-nosed white individuals. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood, and on the table were several open bags of blood. "Seth, has the master replied to you? When can we meet for the exchange? We need to leave as soon as possible, or else we'll eventually run into those few extraordinary individuals." Seth shook his head. "No, I can't contact the master now. Maybe there's a problem with the communication signal on his end, or maybe he hasn't seen my voicemail." Ryle sneered. "Do you think it's possible? We used to be able to contact easily, but now we're disconnected. I think the master has abandoned us. We become abandoned pawns." "Yes, the master must have abandoned us. We should think about how to escape from here. The roads outside the city are blocked by the transcendents. It's really difficult for us to escape." Sheldon sighed. About 7 days ago, they had carried out a massacre in a small village near the coast, killing hundreds of innocent humans. This action quickly caught the attention of the Transcendent Association, which sent several transcendents to investigate. The massacre of the village was a task given to them by the master. According to the master, the Transcendent Association has been closely monitoring the city recently, and his underlings, the Blood Clan, have been hindered in carrying out their activities in the city. In order to ensure the smooth progress of their mission in the city, they had to create some chaos to distract the Transcendent Association and divert their attention. When the master issued the task, he promised to ensure their safety and provide them with many blood potions to help them enhance their strength. They believed in this master and actually did it. The result was that they became wanted by the Transcendent Association and couldn't leave the city at all. The Transcendents are still searching for them, and they might be discovered at any moment. We were really crazy to believe the master's orders, which led to the current situation. For a while, Saad, Sheldon, and Ryle fell silent. 7 days ago, they massacred the village, and 3 days ago, they were discovered by a transcendent. The strength of that transcendent was quite strong, and it took the 3 of them working together and paying a considerable price to kill him. This also resulted in their current weakness. The more they thought about it, the less hope they had of escaping. Ryle got up and walked to the window, slightly pulling back the curtains. The dazzling sunlight shone on his face as he looked at the scenery outside the window, feeling confused. There really was no chance. The Transcendents are still searching, and in 2 days at most, they will find us. Sheldon's voice rang out. Ryle shook his head. If there's really no way, we'll give it a try and see if there's a chance to escape. Saad smiled bitterly. If it's just ordinary Transcendents, it might be possible, but there are Transcendents with potential locks among them. They are on par with Barons, and we have no power to fight back. The massacre of the village was undoubtedly a provocation to the Transcendent Association. Randomly killing humans is a rule that has been in place for hundreds or even thousands of years. They broke the rule, so even if the Transcendents kill them, it's completely justified. The impact of this incident was too severe. In a small village, there were many elderly people and children. Under their attack, blood flowed like a river, shattering countless families. The Transcendent Association still suppressed this matter, and not many people knew about it, but even so, they must capture and mercilessly kill the three of them, the Western Blood Clan. If they let them escape, the Transcendent Association would have no face to face the deaths in the village. Ultimately, Transcendents are still humans, and as humans, they will sympathize with the plight of their fellow beings. The room suddenly fell silent. Time passed second by second, but they still couldn't come up with a good plan. Leaning back in their chairs or lying on the bed, the sun outside gradually set and the moon rose. It was 9 o'clock in the evening. At the entrance of the Door Hotel, there was only one doorman left. Sui and Lin Xian walked slowly towards him from the opposite side of the road. They had spent the entire afternoon familiarizing themselves with the plan. They tried their best to avoid any mistakes. The doorman saw the two of them and nodded in welcome. Welcome. Sui and Lin Xian nodded slightly and then followed the route they had surveyed in the afternoon, heading upstairs. On the 12th floor, instead of immediately going to the room where the three Western blood clans were, they turned to the side staircase. There was a place at the staircase where staff stored items. There were relevant clothing, small carts, and cleaning supplies. Sui and Lin Xian took out 2 sets of clothes and quickly changed into them. It was simple, just a pair of pants and a coat. 1214, let's go. Sui said softly, and the two of them pushed the small cart towards 1214. From the outside, the two of them indeed looked no different from the staff. They were dressed the same way, and from the peephole at the door, it shouldn't arouse suspicion from the Western blood clans. They also concealed their blood fluctuations, so they wouldn't be noticed. 1214 was located closer to the inside. After the two of them reached the door, they exchanged glances, and Sui knocked on the door. Hello, we're here to clean. Please open the door. The three Western blood clans inside immediately tensed up. They looked at each other. Who called for cleaning service? Xavier looked at the other two, puzzled. Little did he know that the other two were also puzzled. We didn't call. How strange. Xavier's eyes suddenly narrowed. It must be the Transcendents. They disguised themselves as janitors to capture us. His words immediately gained agreement from the other two. In such a sudden situation, staff coming to clean was too abnormal. Something unusual must be happening. Since that's the case, let's break the net, Sheldon said coldly. Then he whispered to the other two, when we reach the door together, wait for me to open it, and then kill the person at the door first. Whether they are Transcendents or not, it's good if they are, but if they're not, then the janitor is just unlucky. Better to kill than to let them go. If we die, we'll definitely take a few with us, that's not a loss. Upon hearing his words, the other two blood clans expressed their agreement. Yes, we can't die in vain. Let the Transcendents know how formidable we are. We must take a few with us when we die. Killing one is not a loss, killing two is a blood profit. The eyes of the three of them suddenly burned with blood-red light, and their killing intent surged. Xavier stood up and said to the position of the door, they're here. The two blood clans followed him and walked to the door. Xavier placed his hand on the doorknob and signaled to his teammates on both sides. Sheldon and Riel's hands began to emit a blood-colored light, condensing into beams of blood-colored energy. Xavier saw that the two of them were ready, and his right hand also filled with the fluctuation of blood energy. In the next moment, he immediately opened the door. Xavier simultaneously roared, "Go meet Satan, you bastard." When Xavier was about to swing the blood energy beam in his hand towards Sui, something unexpected happened. He felt that his whole body couldn't move. It was as if an invisible shackle had tightly bound him. Not only him, but also Hilton and Riel beside him. They were filled with horror but couldn't make any expressions. According to this fluctuation, it was likely the ability that only Transcendents with potential locks possessed. In the next moment, several silver lights flashed. A slender figure quickly approached, and 6 secret silver daggers shot out, firmly piercing their hearts and lower abdomens where the blood orbs were located. Their bodies were hit with a tremendous impact and involuntarily moved backward. With their hearts and blood orbs pierced, they couldn't muster any resistance. Their vision blurred as they looked at the 2 figures standing not far away, their hearts filled with despair. So, they were going to die? Su Wade breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the 3 Western blood clans in front of him had lost their ability to resist, he paused his time-stop skill. This time, the consumption was still significant, basically depleting his mental power. But unlike last time, there was no occurrence of mental exhaustion and backlash. In the moment of opening the door, Su Wei felt a sharp surge of blood rushing towards him. With a serious look in his eyes, he immediately used the time-stop skill. He applied the skill's effect to the 3 Western vampires in front of him, and Lin Qian beside him immediately rushed forward. Time stop is not a completely area of effect skill, but more like a targeted skill. As long as the skill is applied to the desired target, it can achieve the effect of freezing their actions. Su Wei stepped forward slowly, still with a breath of air. The blood energy dissipated, and his whole body was filled with surging blood. Although the fluctuations were terrifying, the blood energy lost control and became a runaway horse, rising aimlessly and slowly dissipating into the air. You are an extraordinary being. Wester's eyes flickered. No, I am a vampire. Su Wei's mouth curled up, and he no longer restrained his blood energy fluctuations. What? After feeling the exclusive vampire aura, Wester's eyes widened in shock, trembling all over. Western vampires. You should leave the East. Embrace death and seek redemption from Satan. Su Wei waved his arm lightly, and a brilliant beam of light quickly appeared. This beam of light was bright and divided into 3 strands, enveloping the bodies of the 3 Western vampires. In the next moment, the bodies of the 3 Western vampires began to distort and slowly dissolve. Time passed, and the ground that was just there became empty. This is the blood-devouring skill, which can devour the bodies and all the essence of vampires without wasting a single drop. Su Wei could feel a powerful force filling him. His attribute points also began to rise rapidly. After a minute, the expanding feeling finally disappeared. Host, Su Wei, Strength, 151, Spirit, 153, Speed, 152, Defense, 149, Skills, Time Stop, Primary, Vampire Transformation, Blood Devouring. Compared to before, all attributes have increased by a total of 19 points. What does this mean? Su Wei's eyes flickered as he pondered for a moment, then understood why it was 19 points. The 3 Western vampires he just killed were 2 6th rank and 1 7th rank. So, the strength of 1 rank can be converted into 1 attribute point. It seems that this increase is not too much, Su Wei muttered to himself. Lin Qian, who was beside him, saw this scene and felt incredulous. Su Wei made the 3 dead vampires disappear just like that. There was no trace left, as if these 3 vampires had never existed. Even the blood stains splattered on the ground just now had all disappeared. He had originally planned to clean up properly, but it seemed unnecessary now. I have now reached the Western rank last generation vampire, Su Wei said. He looked inward at the lower abdomen of his body. On the blood bead in his lower abdomen, there was now a Western crescent moon. The Western crescent moon shimmered with a cold light, representing that he had truly become a Western rank last generation vampire. So fast! Lin Qian exclaimed. Indeed, quite fast, Su Wei smiled. In addition, there is one more thing. My blood quality must have also improved. This means that I can break through earlier by drinking your blood? Lin Qian reasoned. Bingo! Looking around the room, Su Wei wanted to find something left behind by the Western vampires. Perhaps there would be something good that would benefit him? Su Wei paced around the room and discovered a notebook on the table. His eyes lit up. It was a computer of an unknown brand, all black in appearance, like a large black box. It wasn't very thick, only about 5 centimeters. When he opened it, Su Wei's eyes narrowed. It was password protected. This was also within his expectations. After all, these days, who doesn't set a password for their computer? Take it first. If it can be cracked, maybe we can get some valuable information from it. On the table, there are a few bags of leftover blood bags. This thing must be cleaned up. If we leave it here without cleaning up, we might arouse suspicion from the cleaners who come here to tidy up, and that would cause trouble. Su Wei called out to Lin Qian, "Come here, let's clean up the table together." Lin Qian nodded and said, "Okay, I'm coming." The two of them tidied up all the abnormal situations in the room together, leaving no loopholes. Su Wei was still cautious. He didn't want any complications. He looked around and made sure there was nothing suspicious. Once he was sure, he breathed a sigh of relief. Su Wei smiled brightly and patted Lin Qian's shoulder. Let's clean up and get ready to leave. They pushed the trolley to the staircase and changed back into the clothes they wore when they came up. They also hypnotized the humans they encountered along the way to prevent anyone from remembering that they had been here. In addition to that, there were surveillance cameras. When they reached the surveillance room downstairs, there was a young man sitting inside, looking haggard. After Su Wei knocked on the door, the young man frowned and said, "What are you doing here? This is the surveillance room, no idle people allowed." A faint red light flashed in Su Wei's eyes, hypnotizing the young man in front of him. Delete all the surveillance videos from the past 2 days. Okay, I'll do it right away. The young man walked to the computer and started operating it. After Su Wei was satisfied with what he saw, he and Lin Qian walked out of the surveillance room. The decoration of the Dole Hotel was indeed good. Under the huge ceiling light, the light enveloped the two of them. They didn't linger and prepared to leave. The mission was perfectly completed. The evening breeze blew on Su Wei and Lin Qian's faces as they held hands and walked home together. They didn't rush to take a taxi back home. Uncle Yi said there were some things to do at the company in the evening, so he would be back a little later. Their parents went to fulfill the family's mission, and no one would urge them to go back. It feels like fighting has become an easy thing, Lin Qian suddenly said. Ha? Su Wei looked puzzled. Every time you just need to use your skills, and I go in for the kill, and the fight is over. It feels so simple, Lin Qian sighed. Ha! That's because we haven't encountered powerful enemies. If it were stronger vampires, my time stop probably wouldn't have any effect on them. Lin Qian shook her head after hearing Su Wei's words. Even so, it's already more than enough. 2 6th-order vampires and 1 7th-order vampire, they are even stronger than Uncle Yi. Su Wei was taken aback. Yes. Unconsciously, his strength had approached Yi Hui's. Yi Hui's strength was that of a 5th-order last-generation vampire, slowly approaching the 6th-order last-generation vampire. The blood slave's bloodline purity was too weak, and its strength grew relatively slowly. In his lifetime, within 1,000 years, he could probably only reach the level of a 9th-order last-generation vampire at most. And that's only if everything goes smoothly. Maybe one of the realms will encounter a bottleneck, and then it will take a long time, sometimes decades, to break through. It's only been a month, and in another month, I estimate that I will reach the strength of a baron. By then, my rate of growth will probably slow down, Su Wei pondered. There's no need to rush with realms and such. The most important thing is that we're good together, Lin Qian suddenly said. Behind the baron, there's a viscount. Behind the viscount, there's an earl. Behind the earl, there's a marquis. Realms have no end, right? She held Su Wei's hand tightly and looked up at the vast starry sky. Meeting you is the luckiest thing that has happened to me. Su Wei smiled and said, meeting you is also the luckiest thing that has happened to me. Walking slowly with the person you love, step by step, moving towards strength together, is already a beautiful thing. Exploring a future full of infinite possibilities, they have just taken the first steps. At the top floor of the Lin Group building, Zhou Xueming stretched lazily. Her back was a bit sore, and she felt tired all over. But at least she had finished the work report. It was already past 10 in the evening, and this was the latest she had ever worked overtime. The main reason was that there were many errors in the company's report, and the outsourcing company's capabilities were really poor. The reports they produced were full of problems, and the cooperating party was urging for them. They had to hurry up and finish organizing the reports. She looked up at Yi Hui's office not far away, where the dim lights were still on. He really could endure. They say that the president spends less time on work and more on enjoying life. But Yi Hui is like a workaholic, a rare breed among presidents. His work ethic seems limitless, and every time she is busy to the point of falling apart, Yi Hui is still calm and collected. Bai Ying, the vice president who had left for several days, showed no signs of returning. It seemed like she had resigned. Zhou Xueming's heart skipped a beat, wondering if she had another chance. And these past few days, she hadn't seen Yi Hui and Bai Ying together. Could it be that they weren't in the romantic relationship she had imagined? It's really hard to say. Maybe the time they went to the Western restaurant was just for work-related matters. And when Yi Hui held up his clothes to shield Bai Ying from the rain, it was just a matter of courtesy. But who can say for sure? Zhou Xueming couldn't see through Yi Hui, and it wasn't just her feeling, everyone around her felt the same way. Yi Hui was like a robot, hardly showing any emotional fluctuations. Zhou Xueming had followed him for a long time before she could slightly understand his likes and dislikes. For example, when Yi Hui is happy, his eyes would brighten, and when he is angry, his gaze would lower. There were many such subtle movements, but they were not obvious and required a long time to figure out. Standing up, Zhou Xueming printed out the report. Holding the neatly organized report, she walked to the door of Yi Hui's office. She knocked on the door and asked, "President Yi, the report is ready." Yi Hui responded from inside the room, "Good, come in." Yi Hui sat behind the desk, his expression as calm as ever. Zhou Xueming approached and placed the report on the desk. The outsourcing of Blue Island Company was handled very poorly this time. I have already informed the legal department to demand compensation for breach of contract, and we will not cooperate with them in the future, Zhou Xueming said indignantly. Don't worry, we will always encounter such things. Outsourcing companies are of mixed quality, just take it lightly. But it's hard on you, working overtime until now, Yi Hui said softly as he flipped through the documents in his hand. President Yi, aren't you going back to rest? Zhou Xueming asked. I'm going back. Yi Hui glanced at his watch. It's already past 10. How about this, I'll drive you home. It's okay, President Yi. I can go home by myself, take a taxi, it won't take long. Zhou Xueming quickly waved her hand. Yi Hui shook his head slightly. You're a girl going home so late at night. What if something unexpected happens? Listen to me, I'll take you home. It won't take long anyway. Alright, thank you, President Yi. Yi Hui nodded and continued to review the report in his hand. With an MBA degree, he was familiar with these kinds of reports and could quickly find errors. In addition, the mental, memory, and reaction abilities of a vampire were much stronger than those of ordinary people, so his efficiency in reviewing reports was high. After spending 5 minutes, he had read through the entire report. He didn't find any errors, showing that Zhou Xueming's professional abilities were quite good. Alright, this version is fine. Yi Hui handed the report to Zhou Xueming. You can send the electronic version to our partners now. I'll tidy up and we can go downstairs together later. Zhou Xueming nodded and took the report. She had great respect for Yi Hui's professional abilities. He truly deserved to be the CEO, without a doubt. She turned back to her computer and immediately sent the electronic version to their partners. Seeing that Yi Hui had already left the office, Zhou Xueming quickly packed up her things and walked over to his side. Let's go, she said with a smile. In the elevator, Zhou Xueming jokingly brought up the embarrassing incident when they were stuck in the elevator together. I never expected that you would be the CEO of this company, she laughed. In the darkness of the elevator, she had unexpectedly thrown herself into Yi Hui's arms, curling up and preparing to say her last words. It was quite a dramatic scene. Yi Hui smiled slightly at her words. That past incident was indeed quite amusing. After mentioning that, the atmosphere became somewhat silent. Zhou Xueming felt nervous and glanced up slightly. Why did President Bai suddenly leave? It's strange, she couldn't help but ask. Well, Yi Hui's expression froze for a moment. It was just a normal personnel transfer. She chose to join another company, which is understandable. Zhou Xueming looked at the side of Yi Hui's face, trying to find some answers. Unfortunately, Yi Hui's expression remained calm and unchanged. Yi Hui drove an older model of a Maybach, seemingly from 10 years ago. He drove while Zhou Xueming sat in the passenger seat. Along the way, Zhou Xueming wanted to speak several times, but she didn't know what to say. Is your home in this neighborhood? Yi Hui asked. Vincent Apartments was just around the corner, a relatively central apartment complex where most residents were white-collar workers who worked nearby. Zhou Xueming nodded. Yes, it's here. The security in the neighborhood was relatively relaxed, so Yi Hui drove straight in. He parked downstairs at Zhou Xueming's building and his voice rang out, "Let's go, goodbye." Zhou Xueming turned her head, but didn't immediately respond. President Yi, there's something I still want to ask you, Zhou Xueming finally spoke up. Yi Hui was taken aback. What is it? Everyone in the company is curious whether you're married or not, and I'm also quite curious, she said. As for me, I'm still single. There are a lot of idle gossip in the company, so it's better for you to focus on your work, Yi Hui replied. Still single. President Ji, you're in your 30s, why don't you have a girlfriend? After receiving Yi Hui's denial, Zhou Xueming couldn't help but want a more in-depth answer. Whether or not to have a girlfriend, I don't think it's necessary. After all, everyone has their own way of life. Some people like to be in a relationship, so they need to find a partner. But some people can live well on their own, and finding a partner becomes more of a burden. Everyone is different, Yi Hui said calmly, his voice slow and steady. He was intrigued by Zhou Xueming. His assistant seemed to be in her 30s as well. As a vampire, he didn't really care about age, but for humans, being unmarried in their 30s meant that half of their life had already passed. For women, turning 30 was a turning point. If they hadn't gotten married by then, it would be much more difficult to consider marriage in the future. A new term had emerged in society, referring to these women as leftover women. Yi Hui suddenly felt a bit guilty. Perhaps he had given Zhou Shuiming too many tasks, leaving her with no time to date? Maybe it's like this: as an executive assistant, you need to coordinate things between departments and report to yourself. There's a lot of work every day, and it takes up a lot of time outside of work. You don't seem to have found a partner either, right? Let me think. You're not young anymore. If you want to try finding a boyfriend, I can introduce you. And as for your position, you've been by my side for several years now. You've accumulated enough work experience. You can consider the business department or the human resources department. I can arrange a less busy position for you. Then you'll have time to think about your own major life events. Yi Hui's voice was gentle, making Zhou Shuiming feel dazed for a moment. The person she liked was right in front of her, but she couldn't say it herself. What's wrong? Thinking about something? Yi Hui saw Zhou Shuiming not answering, and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Mr. Yi, what do you think of me? Gathering her courage, Zhou Shuiming asked with her head down. What do I think of you? You're great. You take your work seriously and have helped me a lot. You're good at coordinating between departments. You're a great assistant. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking this? No, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think of me as a man and a woman? What kind of person am I? Zhou Shuiming quickly corrected herself when she realized Yi Hui was steering the conversation towards work. She admired her own courage for actually saying it out loud. This was a historic moment. Between a man and a woman. Xiao Zhou, what do you mean? Yi Hui didn't know what to say for a moment. Mr. Yi, actually. Zhou Shuiming wanted to say the next few words, but it was like she got stuck and suddenly couldn't say it. Actually what? Yi Hui had a vague feeling that Zhou Shuiming seemed to be about to say something earth-shattering. Actually, I've liked you for a long time. Since we were trapped in the elevator together, I noticed you. And now that I've been your executive assistant, I feel that my feelings for you have grown deeper. If there's a chance, I want to be with you. Zhou Shuiming's mouth was like a rapid-fire Gatling gun, rattling off for a while, leaving Yi Hui a little dazed. Did she just confess? And she's his assistant? After a moment of shock, Yi Hui began to ponder. No matter what, he couldn't be with Zhou Shuiming. He was a vampire, and Zhou Shuiming was human. If they were together, he and Zhou Shuiming would definitely not go far. It would be difficult to have a human love experience. With Yi Hui still having a youthful appearance, while Zhou Shuiming had already aged with white hair, what an awkward picture. He would hold this girl back. Yi Hui shook his head. I can't be with you. Zhou Shuiming's heart sank a bit, unwillingly asking, why? Don't you like me? But if you don't like me, why did you make me your assistant? Her chest heaved up and down, her face filled with confusion and disbelief. Liking or not liking has nothing to do with making you my assistant. You need to understand, I value your professional abilities. Yi Hui stubbornly said. No, there are many people in the company who are more outstanding than me. You didn't choose them, but you chose me, which means there's a certain problem. Zhou Shuiming continued to question. Yi Hui was stunned. Honestly, when he promoted Zhou Shuiming, there were some subjective factors involved. He did have some feelings for this lively and lovely girl. Zhou Shuiming's constant chatter made him happy just by listening to her. Yi Hui really enjoyed listening to her report on work. She made it lively and often connected it to many aspects of the company's operations, and even made a few interesting jokes. Her voice is clear and pleasant, just like a lark, which was Yi Hui's favorite bird when he was a child. During the Ming Dynasty, he was only 8 years old. In that rural area, there were many larks in the woods, and they would make melodious sounds every evening. Young Yi Hui would hold a cow whip and sit by the woods, watching the sunset while listening to the lark's songs. Zhou Shuiming is very cute, with a delicate and innocent face. When she first started working, she encountered many difficulties and even cried in frustration once. But Yi Hui didn't put much pressure on her. With Yi Hui's tolerance, she gradually adapted. Countless memories flashed before his eyes, and Yi Hui's heart softened for a moment. His gaze shifted to the side, ready to answer, but Zhou Shuiming hugged him first. Her head rested on his shoulder, her hands wrapped around him tightly. A warm body enveloped him. Zhou Shuiming suddenly felt that Yi Hui's body was so cold. Cold to the bone, not the temperature of a human being. What's going on? Zhou Shuiming's mind was shaken, and the Yi Hui in her arms didn't react at all. Are you cold? Yi Hui suddenly spoke. A little. Zhou Shuiming hesitated. She muttered in her heart, could it be that Yi Hui is sick? But he doesn't look like a sick person in his usual appearance. A temperature of over 10 degrees below normal is more than just a little cold, right? Yi Hui said lightly. Why is your body temperature so low? Zhou Shuiming leaned on Yi Hui's shoulder, unwilling to let go. Are you sick? If you are, just get treated actively. I will accompany you and make sure you get the best treatment. You are the CEO of the company, so you must have the money for it. Zhou Xueming's voice was anxious, and Yi Hui felt a warmth from it. There is no cure. All of this stems from the fact that I am a vampire. A vampire. Zhou Xueming's body trembled, and she sat back in the passenger seat in disbelief. Looking at Yi Hui's face, her eyes changed. Yi Hui just quietly looked at Zhou Xueming. It was dark in the car, but he could see her clearly through vampire vision. Zhou Xueming's expression was somewhat stiff, her eyes widened, and her mouth twitched slightly, as if she wanted to say something.